Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Soul Transmigration to the Shinobi World. Chapter 1, Soul Transmigration to the Shinobi World. Rocky sat in front of a rough mirror, staring at the little child in the reflection. He took a deep breath and accepted the reality of transmigrating into the world of Naruto. 2 days ago, Rocky had transmigrated into a 3-year-old child in Iwagakure, the village hidden in the stones, of the land of Earth. After spending the last 2 days merging with the original owner's soul, he had finally come to terms with his situation. There was no system, no special abilities, he was stuck being the antagonist from the get-go. At first, Rocky felt a sense of despair, but now, he had calmed down enough to start thinking about the circumstances of this body. Rocky didn't know why he transmigrated, and he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. But during the soul fusion, the experience felt strange. It was as though this body's soul and his original soul had always been the same. After merging, there was no discomfort at all, instead, he felt energized. After much thought, Rocky could only deduce that the fusion was a result of how closely the two souls had matched, and that's why this strange journey had begun. There was no conflict, nor any devouring involved. The soul fusion had been smooth, with no lingering side effects. Rocky even found it difficult to distinguish which identity was truly his. He guessed that it was because he had lived around 30 years in his previous life, while this current life had only been 3 years in the body of a talentless child. This child's name was Ishiro, and he didn't have a surname. Iwagakure, unlike Konoha, didn't have many old, prestigious clans. Most people only had first names, and that was one of the main reasons why there were fewer internal conflicts in Iwagakure compared to Konoha. Ishiro's parents were both ninjas, but they had recently died in a war against another country. Yes, war. The Second Shinobi World War had just broken out, and due to confidentiality, Ishiro didn't even know which country his parents had been fighting when they perished. Of course, being so young, no one thought there was any need to inform him about this. Currently, Ishiro's daily life was taken care of by the village, mainly his meals. Since the war had just started, the village wanted to ensure that the ninjas had fewer worries, so the orphans like Ishiro still had decent food. Although he was provided for, there were no compensation funds. The orphanage worker told him that compensation would only begin after he entered ninja school, and at that point, he would have to bear all the burdens of survival himself. Ishiro had mentally prepared for this. This was a world filled with chakra, a world where even a 3-year-old child could think like a Hokage. By the time he was 5 or 6, when he would attend ninja school, he should have the ability to live independently. Ishiro left his house, turned left, and after walking for about 10 minutes, arrived at the cafeteria. He was very familiar with this place. Though his parents had passed away only a few days ago, the original owner of this body had been eating here for over a month. Since the war's mobilization began and his father and mother, one a Chunin and the other a Genin, had left the village to fight, Ishiro had started eating here. Entering the cafeteria, Ishiro greeted a middle-aged woman who was distributing food. "Thank you, Senior Hongen, for what you did a couple of days ago." 2 days ago, it was this female Chunin who had noticed Ishiro hadn't shown up for meals. After learning about his parents' death, she had grown worried, went to his house, and found the disoriented Ishiro, holding his head and speaking nonsense. She had then taken him to the medical department. At the time, Ishiro hadn't yet fully merged with the original soul and didn't understand what was going on. He had been terrified when the seemingly gentle woman picked him up with one hand and dashed across the rooftop at lightning speed. Hongen smiled warmly at Ishiro and, after checking that he was fine, nodded in reassurance and said, "Little Ishiro, are you feeling any discomfort in your body?" She handed him a breakfast. "Senior Hongen, I'm fine now. There's something I would like to ask for your help with." Hongen, curious but slightly puzzled, asked, "What is it, little Ishiro?" Ishiro took a deep breath, as though making a huge decision, and said, "I want to ask Senior Hongen to teach me ninja training." Ishiro had thought about this for a long time. First, his social connections were too few, and the only ninjas he could interact with were people like Hongen, who were responsible for their welfare. Second, being so young, he wasn't worried about breaking any taboos. Even if Hongen refused, he wouldn't be angry. Third, Hongen had shown some sympathy for him these past few days. He felt that as the war deepened and the number of orphans increased, her chances of agreeing would shrink if he waited too long. Hongen's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, and she imagined a scene where an orphan, seeking revenge for their parents, worked hard to become stronger. She didn't stop him and instead carefully explained the process of learning ninja skills. After breakfast, Ishiro stood in front of a building that resembled a primary school from his past life. Before entering the ninja school, all children had to undergo preschool education, such as learning to read. Ishiro would have had to attend anyway in a year or two, even if he hadn't brought it up, because the ninja school was a military institution focused on training ninjas, and normal children had to attend regular schools. Ishiro entered the classroom and quickly caught the teacher's attention. After learning about Ishiro's situation, the teacher initially considered advising against it but ultimately agreed. Ishiro was able to clearly express his thoughts, indicating above-average intelligence, so learning shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, in a time of war, it wasn't a bad thing for orphans to have a stable place to go. As for tuition, it was free for war orphans. Without wasting time, Ishiro enrolled that day. Thanks to his previous life's memories, things like learning to read were a breeze for him. By the end of the day, his teacher had noticed him and decided to give Ishiro some extra lessons. Thus, Ishiro began his life in this new world's preschool class. Although there were many students in the classroom, Ishiro knew that most of them would not pursue the ninja path, so he didn't form close friendships. He mainly kept to himself. Moreover, being the youngest, no one came forward to befriend him. They mostly saw him as a little genius, a weirdo. Perhaps because of Ishiro's example, more war orphans and children left behind by parents headed to the cafeteria in the following weeks. But this didn't affect Ishiro much, as he didn't know the situation of people in Iwagakure from his past life, so he couldn't identify any potential geniuses in advance. Cultural studies were easy for Ishiro. In about a month, he completed all the preschool education and read many books related to ninjas. He finally had a new and direct understanding of the world and could view it outside of the anime. One day, Ishiro's teacher found him and gave him a pleasant surprise. It turned out that the teacher had noticed Ishiro practicing hand seals alone. While the teacher wasn't a ninja, he knew that training couldn't be done carelessly. He contacted the ninja school and reported the situation. After some consideration, the ninja school agreed to allow Ishiro to take the entrance exam early. The ninja school had received the news and reported it to the higher-ups. After a discussion, the leaders of Iwagakure decided to admit students earlier than usual. To prepare for the war, they relaxed the admission criteria and would provide both elementary education and ninja training in the school. Of course, the higher-ups didn't expect these new students to play a role in the war, as by the time Ishiro's generation grew up, the war would likely be over. The main purpose was to have enough recruits for the ninja ranks after the war ended. Ishiro, feeling nervous, arrived at the ninja school. The ninja school was a core institution in the village, covering a large area. It was capable of training thousands of ninjas for war. Many high-ranking ninjas were stationed there, and the area was heavily patrolled. It was also located not far from the village's core, the Tsuchikage building. Ishiro wasn't sure how good his talent was, but he hoped to make it through. Although the early admission had been arranged for him, he still didn't have complete confidence in his success. He couldn't even get any details about the exam from Hongyen. Chapter 2, Ninja School. Chapter 2, Ninja School. That's right, the ninja school does have an elite class. When Ishiro learned about the early enrollment of the ninja school yesterday, he heard from a well-informed classmate that students who graduate from the elite class are highly likely to be assigned to a Jonin captain, while general classes only get assigned to a Chunin captain. A Jonin captain. Ishiro was excited. Initially, he had misjudged his own position, but now, with a more accurate understanding of it, his goals had naturally changed as well. Mental strength testing, after all, he was the fusion of two souls. Not to brag, but just from the feeling he got while reading these past few days, he could tell his energy was clearly much better than in his past life. Now, he could sleep for only 5 hours a night and still be energized throughout the day. Of course, this came with a condition: no intense physical activity. Since arriving in this world, Ishiro had been doing a certain amount of training daily, mostly running and squats. The intensity wasn't high, as he was preparing for the regular enrollment next year. Although he wasn't old enough, he still planned to shamelessly join the test. As long as he met the requirements, the ninja school teachers wouldn't refuse him. Now that the school had advanced enrollment, he had an opportunity, but no time for extensive training. Also, since this body had not been active much before, he was only just starting to adapt to long periods of physical exertion. This was one of the reasons Ishiro lacked confidence. He kept thinking that everyone would be like the 12 Kage-level ninjas. In fact, many ninja families started rigorous physical training at Ishiro's age. With better nutrition and expert guidance, their progress would be far ahead of his. For someone like Ishiro, whose talent and family background were average, and whose father had only recently become a Chunin, his starting point was definitely much lower than those from prominent clans. If he didn't experience any extraordinary events, his life would likely peak as a Chunin, one who barely earned that rank through experience. In a war, he would just be a relatively higher-level pawn. Now, Ishiro had a stroke of luck. While he didn't have a grandparent or system to help, at least he had a mature soul. Perhaps he had some potential in genjutsu or other areas. As for hiding his weaknesses, Haha. Not a chance. Ninja training wasn't about relying solely on talent, it required countless resources. Various food and medicinal herbs to enhance physical capabilities, ninja tools for training, and the legacy of various ninjutsu techniques all came at a cost. Ninjas were not just high-income individuals, they were also high-consumption ones. Although Ishiro's parents were ninjas, they hadn't left him much in terms of resources. Ishiro went through his house. In his parents' room, there were 2 ninjutsu scrolls, one for Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and the other for Earth Release, Earth Spike. One was for offense, the other for defense. At first, Ishiro thought it was a decent set of jutsu, but after reading the scrolls thoroughly, he was confused. The Earth Flow Wall required 17 hand seals, and Earth Spike required 15. In other words, even Uchiha Itachi would take 2 to 3 seconds to perform these jutsu, enough time for someone to land several strikes. In Ishiro's past memories, aside from Kakashi and Zabuza, no one used so many seals for offensive or defensive techniques. This led Ishiro to realize something important: hand seals and ninjutsu were not always tied together. First of all, using hand seals wasn't always necessary to perform jutsu. The purpose of hand seals was to help control chakra more smoothly. Beyond that, hand seals were just a flashy part of the technique. After reading the scrolls, Ishiro understood that beginners needed to practice hand seals to learn how to channel chakra. Hand seals helped guide chakra through specific paths, which was necessary when casting ninjutsu. After repeated use, both the body and soul adapted to the flow of chakra, making it possible to simplify the hand seals over time. For example, Naruto initially needed 8 hand seals to perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but after using it repeatedly, he only needed 1 hand seal due to his large chakra reserves and familiarity with the technique. Ishiro guessed that other people likely had simplified versions of the Earth Flow Wall and Earth Spike. While he might not be able to reduce the hand seals to 1, he believed there were versions with 3 or 5 seals. Of course, these versions would be far more expensive than the basic ones he had. Returning to the task at hand, the first round of the test was the simplest, a long-distance run. A Chunin teacher would follow behind, maintaining a steady pace. If a student was overtaken, their performance would be considered unsatisfactory. They wouldn't be eliminated immediately, but joining the elite class would be out of the question. Those who weren't overtaken would be graded based on their speed. In Ishiro's group, many of the kids were clearly stronger than average, both in terms of explosive power and endurance. From the start, they pulled far ahead of Ishiro. The 3,000-meter run was completed in less than half the time it took Ishiro. Ishiro wasn't hiding his strength, he just didn't have the same physical capabilities. If not for his recent crash training, Ishiro was certain he would have been overtaken by the Chunin teacher, who was following behind casually. Standing at the finish line, Ishiro leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Although the speed wasn't much faster than usual, the pressure from the Chunin teacher drained more energy than he expected. Especially during the final sprint when the teacher shouted for them to accelerate, Ishiro and the others had to give it their all, feeling like their throats were on fire. Looking at a few children from prominent families ahead, Ishiro pressed his lips together, not wanting to cause trouble. He turned his attention to the teachers, realizing that the elite students from the powerful families had no difficulty with the test. The teachers were likely evaluating students from ordinary ninja families or civilians, looking for potential. After observing for a while, Ishiro felt disappointed. The teacher's attention was mainly on the better-performing students. He didn't focus on them anymore, instead turning his gaze toward the next testing area. The strength test wasn't as important as the physical one, but he wasn't sure if his small frame could meet the standards. His advantage lay in his spiritual power, but how could he showcase that? After a while, when the rest of the group had rested enough, the teacher arranged for the next test. There were stone pillars of various sizes placed in the center of the field. A Chunin teacher explained, there are 30 stone pillars of different sizes. You must lift one of the first 15 to pass. The specific score will depend on the weight. You can try multiple times, and the best result will be recorded. Ishiro smiled slightly, understanding the purpose of the test. The previous round, with the teacher chasing after them, hadn't mattered much. The final scores were based on speed, but the chase had disrupted their rhythm, including Ishiro's. In the second round, the test focused on strength, but before they could use chakra, everyone's physical strength was fixed. The real challenge was knowing what to choose. If students misjudged their own strength and tried to lift pillars that were too heavy, not only would they waste precious energy, but it would also affect how the teachers viewed them. After all, if a ninja didn't know their own limitations, the consequences could be disastrous. Of course, if you had the protagonist halo, things could work out differently. Once the teacher finished explaining the rules, the other students hesitated. Ishiro stepped forward first, standing in front of the 14th stone pillar. Taking a deep breath, he used the weightlifting techniques he had seen in his past life, step by step, lifting the pillar. As soon as he lifted it, he stepped back and released it, letting it fall to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ishiro didn't try the 13th pillar again. He turned and walked toward the open space, waiting for the others to finish. He could feel many teachers observing him. Their attention wasn't because he had been the first to step up, but because they were amazed at how well he understood his own abilities. "Not bad, this kid," said one teacher. "His performance in the physical test wasn't exceptional, just average. He likely won't make it into the elite class." Another teacher added, "But this kid is the reason for the early enrollment. He requested to join early, and that's why the Tsuchikage and the senior advisors decided to allow it." Ishiro smiled inwardly. He had earned a 90 in this round. He didn't show it on the outside but shifted his gaze to the other students. Perhaps unwilling to be overshadowed by Ishiro, a guy who was a head taller than him walked up to the 10th stone pillar and lifted it in one go. Then, with a provocative look, he glanced at Ishiro, gritted his teeth, and managed to lift the 9th pillar as well. After thinking for a moment, he tried the 8th pillar but came up short this time, failing. However, he wasn't discouraged and gave Ishiro a smug look. Ishiro saw this and couldn't help but smile. Comparison brings the pain, he thought. If this guy had started with the 8th pillar, he might have actually lifted it. Now, his display of childish arrogance only made Ishiro rate himself at 95 in his mind. Thanks for the assist, he silently thought. Chapter 3, Soul Test. Chapter 3, Soul Test. After the second round ended, everyone's results were roughly the same as the first round. There were only a few family children who competed more intensely, but there were no major surprises. The third round followed shortly after. The third round tested the soul. In the ninja world, this was known as the spiritual power test. Chakra is a combination of both physical and mental energy, and if either of these aspects is particularly strong, it can greatly enhance a ninja's training. The most typical examples are the sage body of the Senju clan and the sage eyes of the Uchiha clan. Thus, the mental power test was as important in the entrance exam as the physical fitness test. In the ninja world, physical strength is common, but strong mental power is rare, making the importance of mental power slightly greater. However, mental power talent is not as immediately obvious as physical talent, making it harder to detect. The ninja school's test was relatively simple, divided into two parts, one for genjutsu resistance and one for perception ability. The genjutsu test began silently. While Ishiro and the others were still focused on the second round, the genjutsu was already cast. Ishiro didn't know the name of the genjutsu, but he felt a strange sense of discomfort fill his mind, as if something was off. He looked around, but couldn't find anything unusual. Just as he was puzzled, his gaze shifted to the distance, and the discomfort grew stronger. When he focused on the distant view, he saw slight distortions in the scenery. Ishiro was startled and quickly turned to shout towards the teachers for help. But after calling several times, no one responded. Panicking, he looked back towards the distance. There was still something wrong. This time, he focused even more, and the sense of distortion became stronger. But Ishiro, being a more mature individual due to his previous life's experience, quickly realized what was happening. The fact that his shouting had no effect, and no one, including the other students, reacted, meant there was definitely something off. Recalling that the strength test had already ended and the soul test was next, Ishiro began to suspect that the discomfort he was feeling was part of the test. Could it be a genjutsu? Ishiro thought back to various methods of dispelling genjutsu from his past life's memories, but was left confused. No method seemed applicable, either they required chakra or self-injury. The former was impossible, and the latter was out of the question for an entrance exam. Surely, the teachers wouldn't ask students to harm themselves. Therefore, there must be another way to break the genjutsu. Ishiro thought for a while but didn't have any concrete ideas, so he began observing his surroundings. He soon realized that the more focused he became, the more flaws he could see in the genjutsu. After trying a few more times, he started to get a sense of it. Was it about concentrating his mind? He closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and then opened them again. While Ishiro and the others were trapped in the genjutsu, the ninja school teachers were discussing the students' performances. However, unlike usual, someone quickly noticed something was wrong. Hey, look at that kid Ishiro. Could it be that he discovered the genjutsu already? The first teacher stammered. Impossible. The genjutsu just started, the second teacher replied, also looking at Ishiro. Wait. Could it be he really did figure it out? The other teachers turned to look at Ishiro, all surprised. Unlike what Ishiro had assumed, this test wasn't about breaking the genjutsu. How could a group of 3-year-old children without chakra break a genjutsu cast by a chunin? Even if it was a simplified version, it was impossible. The real goal of the test was to see when the students would realize they had been caught in a genjutsu. In other words, Ishiro had passed. The teacher's surprise hadn't worn off when they suddenly realized that Ishiro had already calmed down. Another genius, huh? Too bad his physical strength is too weak. If only that was better, he'd have more than an 80% chance of becoming a jonin, one teacher remarked. The 80% chance was no small matter. Even for a true genius, without experiencing life and death or gaining enlightenment, they couldn't become a jonin. Becoming a jonin was the first step toward ascension. Yeah, not only is his mental strength impressive, but his temperament is strong as well. He realized so quickly that this was part of the entrance exam. The teachers were still marveling at Ishiro's performance when someone noticed something else. He's trying to break the Genjutsu. This time, it was the caster of the Genjutsu speaking. Oh. He reacted that quickly. He probably won't be able to break it. We didn't hear about this kid before, and there aren't many who have trained chakra for the test. The only ones who might have chakra are the family children. Ishiro isn't like those others. Even with chakra, it's useless. These kids haven't even tried controlling chakra yet, they can't disrupt a Genjutsu's casting. This Ishiro, his father's a chunin, and his mother's just a genin. He didn't have any special training resources or medicinal food, and his physical test wasn't exceptional. There's no way he's reached the level needed to refine chakra. Upon hearing this, many of the teachers nodded in agreement. Many of them came from commoner families or like Ishiro, ordinary ninja families that had suffered due to a lack of resources. This was also one of the reasons why the 4 great shinobi countries outside of the Land of Fire often provoked Konoha, they were fighting for resources. At that moment, the teachers noticed Ishiro had stopped adjusting his breathing and had a calm, focused gaze, as if everything was under his control. He looked around, and then the Genjutsu caster exclaimed, he broke the Genjutsu. Ishiro's gaze met the teachers at the same time, and everyone jumped in surprise at his calmness. Is this the gaze of a 3-year-old child? Even in the ninja world, even with geniuses everywhere, everyone was still taken aback by Ishiro. Wow, we really have a true genius in Iwagakure, one teacher sighed, impressed. Yeah, too bad his physical strength is still so average, another added. The teachers sighed in unison, all disappointed. While average physical strength could be an asset for most, for a true genius, it was a hindrance, an irreplaceable flaw. Even though Konoha's Might Guy and Rock Lee could continuously break the limits of the human body through taijutsu, this was because they had exceptional physical talent. Rock Lee, despite claiming to surpass geniuses, was himself an undisputed genius. His persistence wasn't only due to effort and willpower, but because his body could withstand such training. If the same methods were applied to others, the result wouldn't be progress, but injury. To the teachers, Ishiro was like Rock Lee to the higher-ups in Konoha. They wouldn't mock Rock Lee for not using ninjutsu because they understood that someone with his talent in taijutsu could become a jonin with almost no difficulty. The likelihood of him becoming a Kage-level ninja was virtually impossible, but even without the 8 gates, Rock Lee was still an exceptional jonin. The 8 gates could grant him Kage-level power, but it came at a severe physical cost and couldn't be maintained for long. Against true Kage-level opponents, it was a disadvantage. Just like Rock Lee, Ishiro had the potential to reach their level if he followed the right training path and put in the effort. At this point, someone spoke up, I recommend he be placed in Class 1. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, several teachers chimed in. I agree. Me too. Count me in. Just like that, without Ishiro realizing it, he had earned a spot in the elite class, the best one among the elite classes. Meanwhile, Ishiro, now aware that he had broken the Genjutsu, sighed in relief. Thankfully, the Genjutsu wasn't very strong. He had concentrated his mind on the distant view, and the cracks in the illusion had become more pronounced under his gaze. As his focus shifted, the cracks followed, and the damage to the illusion quickly became irreversible. Eventually, the illusion shattered like a broken mirror, and reality returned. Ishiro immediately looked toward the teachers, realizing they were all watching him. He knew he had succeeded. It wasn't because Ishiro was extraordinarily powerful, but because the caster hadn't used much chakra. Moreover, facing over 100 people, the Genjutsu's strength wasn't high. This gave Ishiro an opportunity. Of course, even so, for a child without chakra, it was still quite remarkable. Not wasting any time, Ishiro sat down to rest. The brief moment of the Genjutsu had seemed simple, but the mental strain had been intense. He was already feeling fatigued and needed to recover while the other students were still struggling with the test. Chakra was a fusion of both body and spirit, while Ishiro's mental power wasn't combined with physical energy, making it fundamentally inferior to chakra. This meant that breaking the Genjutsu had consumed a lot of his spiritual strength. This moment didn't go unnoticed by the teachers, who nodded in approval. It was a survival tactic to rest and recover strength. After all, ninjas are a profession that requires constant thinking outside the box, and no one knew when danger might strike. The best way to face the unknown was to be in the best possible state. While Ishiro rested, most of the other students hadn't realized they were trapped in a Genjutsu and thought the break was just a normal interlude between test sections. Only a few students sensed something was off, but they were quick to catch on thanks to Ishiro's reaction causing ripples in the Genjutsu. But none of this mattered to Ishiro. He focused on resting, knowing that the next part of the test would take time, allowing him to recover his mental strength. However, Ishiro was wrong. If the teachers were waiting for everyone to realize they had been trapped in a genjutsu, it would take a while. But that wasn't how it played out. Most ninjas were focused on conventional techniques, and very few specialized in in release. Among the in release practitioners, most were focused on sealing or sensory techniques, so the number of genjutsu practitioners who could use it in real combat was incredibly small. Therefore, the purpose of this round of testing was to identify students with talent in release or resistance to it. Ishiro was about to be surprised when the teachers soon declared the third round over. At this moment, aside from a few students who were cautiously observing their surroundings, the majority of them were completely bewildered. Of course, Ishiro also appeared confused in the eyes of others, and naturally, he was categorized by the family children as an average talent. Chapter 4, Admission. Chapter 4, Admission. The students who misunderstood Ishiro's performance no longer considered him a rival. The few who had noticed the flaws in the genjutsu gathered together to discuss who had detected it first. Ishiro listened, feeling speechless. It turned out he had overthought things. But that was fine. This should be a good thing, it might help offset his lack of physical strength. With this in mind, Ishiro focused on the final round. There was a row of helmets with threads attached, and while Ishiro had already deduced that this test was related to mental power, he still wasn't sure how it would be conducted. At that moment, a few teachers approached and selected a group of students for the final round. Those not chosen were told they didn't need to participate. Ishiro was the first to be called by name and selected for the next round. Soon, Ishiro realized that those chosen along with him were all students who had performed well in the previous rounds. Additionally, all the students who had noticed the genjutsu during the third round were also included. The others were shocked that Ishiro had been selected, and some thought to themselves, could he be hiding his true strength? And did the teachers discover it? Unlike the others, Ishiro was confident in his performance after the previous round's assessment. He had underestimated the advantage brought by the fusion of two souls. Soon, as other students looked on with envy, Ishiro and the other students selected each chose a helmet to wear. Following the teacher's instructions, they focused on sensing and determining what was at the other end of the thread. Ishiro closed his eyes and focused on the helmet. Unlike the vague sensations before, this time he could clearly feel a change. A warm current linked him with the helmet, creating a subtle connection. Was this chakra? Was someone using chakra to perform a sensory ninjutsu? Ishiro realized that these chakra flows seemed to be guiding him, extending his consciousness along the thread. He carefully followed the flow, and it was smooth and strange. It felt as though he had entered another space, a closed room, with 4 ninjas attending to a group of animals. There were large birds and small mice. When Ishiro focused on the ninjas, they looked around in surprise, and their mouths moved as though they were communicating. Could they have noticed? Ishiro wondered. But since this was an exam, Ishiro wasn't concerned about his safety. He shifted his focus, counted the animals in the room, observed the placement of the items, and then withdrew his consciousness. After only a brief moment, Ishiro started to feel mental fatigue. When he retracted his focus, Ishiro felt a strong discomfort. His body swayed, and he almost fell. It took a while for him to regain his senses and then wait for the teacher's questions. After a while, everyone finished their tests. The teachers specifically asked Ishiro to answer last, first inquiring about the experiences of the other students. The answers from the students varied, some said they saw people, some saw animals, some said they saw a blank white space, and others claimed they felt nothing at all. Finally, it was Ishiro's turn. To the teacher's astonishment, Ishiro clearly listed everything he had sensed in the room and even described their positions. At first, the other students thought he was just showing off, but attentive students quickly noticed the teacher's surprise. A strange thought formed in their minds, could he really have sensed everything so clearly? Did he already know the answers? In truth, the confidentiality of this test wasn't very high. If someone had connections, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain detailed information. But there was no need for that. No one would think Ishiro was cheating, especially since he came from a humble background with no apparent connections. Adding to that, his excellent performance in the third round left the teachers with only one thought, a genjutsu genius, a sensory genius. Of course, the inevitable remark followed, it's a pity his physical talent is so average. Afterward, the teachers announced the admission results, and Ishiro and the others dispersed. Later that night, Ishiro lay alone on his empty bed, analyzing everything that had happened during the day. First, he had successfully entered the ninja school and had done so by demonstrating his mental power, landing him in the elite class. Second, Ishiro adjusted his self-perception. He had initially thought of himself as a person with an adult mindset but average talents. But now, he realized that the fusion of two souls might have enhanced his mental power. The fusion wasn't just a simple combination of two souls, it was an adult soul merging with a child's. This gave him a significant advantage when competing with other children. Finally, now that he understood his strengths, it was time to adjust his expectations for the future. Previously, he aimed to become as powerful as possible, using his past memories to avoid danger and survive to the end. Now, he wondered if he could use his newfound fame to bargain for a path to greater strength, perhaps even to reach the level of a Kage or sage. The path to becoming a sage was still too distant and unclear, but the path to a Kage seemed more achievable. Iwagakure was most famous for its dust release. What Iwagakure lacked most was geniuses. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Kage of most nations were in their fourth or fifth generations, but Iwagakure still had a third-generation Tsuchikage. This was because there was a lack of successors. If Ishiro performed well, there was still hope for a position under the fourth Tsuchikage, especially if he didn't block Deidara's defection. If Ishiro made a name for himself as a genius and showed talent for dust release, he believed Anoki wouldn't overlook him. But first, he had to confirm which three chakra natures formed the basis of dust release: fire, wind, and earth, if he remembered correctly. This was important to verify. Preparing for the fusion of these three chakra types would require careful planning. Ishiro reflected on the challenge of chakra fusion, realizing he needed to train his chakra control early on. That night, Ishiro fell asleep in anticipation, dreaming of a bright future. The next morning, Ishiro woke up feeling refreshed, quickly finished his breakfast, and hurried to the ninja school. The world of Naruto, here I come. Hello, everyone. I'm your instructor, Ishikawa. You can call me Teacher Ishikawa. Ishiro sat in the middle of the classroom, listening to the newly arrived Chunin teacher's self-introduction. I like hot springs, hate war, and my dream is to protect peace. Now, please introduce yourselves. After hearing Teacher Ishikawa's introduction, Ishiro thought to himself, as expected, ninja school teachers may not have strong combat abilities, but they certainly have high ideals. Ishiro's class was ranked as the best among the three elite classes. There were many students from prominent families. Although they hadn't experienced sensory abilities, Ishiro could tell by the speed displayed by a few students when they entered the classroom that at least half of them had already refined their chakra. There are so many geniuses here, Ishiro thought. But that's fine. As long as I perform impressively, I won't be treated like a specimen. The introductions began, and Ishiro's classmates started to speak up. The first student stepped up. My name is Moku Kaze. I like eating barbecue and discussing the process of waiting for the barbecue. My dream is to become the Tsuchikage. I'm Tatsuya, and my dream is also to become the Tsuchikage. After Moku Kaze finished, Tatsuya quickly ran up to the stage, glaring at Moku Kaze, as if his position as Tsuchikage was being stolen. However, Ishiro thought to himself, he's overthinking it. In a class like this, it's no surprise that at least half the students would dream of becoming the Tsuchikage. As expected, the next student was even more direct. Before Tatsuya could leave the stage, he shouted, "Hurry up and get off, the Tsuchikage seat is mine," and declared, "You two trash dare to steal my position as Tsuchikage." The scene quickly became chaotic, but fortunately, Teacher Ishikawa seemed to have anticipated this. With a body flicker technique, he appeared between the two, preventing a fight from breaking out. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, the student sitting in front of Ishiro, "I'm Tanaka, I like planting flowers, and my dream is to plant countless flowers and plants in the land of earth, so that everyone can smell the fragrance of flowers as soon as they step outside." This was a little girl, and it was rare to see such a hobby in the barren land of Iwagakure. But one thing was certain, she must come from a big family, otherwise, such an unrealistic dream wouldn't make sense. "I'm Shohara, I like explosions, and my dream is to become the leader of the demolition team, to lead the team to defeat Konoha." A little brat with an arrogant expression jumped onto the stage, loudly declaring his dream. It startled everyone, and Ishiro almost thought he had encountered Deidara. Considering the age, Deidara wasn't even born yet at this time. However, both of them had a similar way of thinking and a love for explosions, so it wouldn't be too surprising if there was some kind of connection. Ishiro didn't quite understand people like this. If he wanted to be a leader, shouldn't his goal be the Tsuchikage? Leading everyone to defeat Konoha, wasn't that something that Tsuchikage should do? Soon, it was Ishiro's turn. He had long prepared his self-introduction. Ishiro walked up to the stage, glanced around the entire class, and then said, "My name is Ishiro, and my goal is to become an outstanding ninja who can protect my comrades and safeguard the village on the battlefield." These were his true feelings, especially for a child. Since Ishiro had no background, it was essential to maintain political correctness. Protecting comrades and safeguarding the village were the politically correct ideals. These were also the values that Ishiro could reasonably adopt, given his background. Only when his values aligned with the village's could the village feel secure in nurturing him and consider giving him more resources. Moreover, the dream of protection aligned with Teacher Ishikawa's peaceful ideals. Teacher Ishikawa would be one of the ninjas Ishiro would interact with the most in the future, so it was important to lay a good foundation to gain favor. Chapter 5, Chakra. Chapter 5, Chakra. The following days became regular and monotonous. The ninja school's curriculum originally included both theoretical and practical courses, but due to the early enrollment for this batch, a cultural class was added. The cultural class focused on teaching students how to read and write. Excluding a few prodigies, this subject was the one most poorly understood by Ishiro's class. First, they were still young, and their minds weren't stable. Second, compared to ninja theory and practical training, it was far less interesting, so there was a strong inner resistance. Practical lessons weren't very popular either, since, as beginners, the practical classes didn't involve actual combat. At this age, if they were to fight, it would just be two kids grabbing each other's hair and spitting at each other, there would be no real effect. So, practical lessons mostly consisted of physical training, laying the foundation for improving their physical fitness. The most popular class was actually the theoretical one. In this class, Teacher Ishikawa would discuss various ninja-related knowledge and occasionally share stories from his personal experiences in the field, making the lessons quite engaging. Ishiro also enjoyed the theoretical classes. The only regret was that Ishiro couldn't learn the chakra training methods that were taught in theory class. It wasn't just Ishiro, many of the students hadn't managed to train even a trace of chakra. According to the teacher, this was because their bodies were too weak to extract the energy needed. As a person who had transmigrated, Ishiro knew that chakra was extracted from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, created by the fusion of physical and mental energy. But how to train it, he had no idea. Teacher Ishikawa spent an entire class explaining the chakra training process and the various theoretical principles behind it. Essentially, the method involved a meditative approach to sense the body. As one concentrated on the body, the mental energy would resonate with the physical energy, leading to the creation of chakra. Ishiro could barely manage to concentrate on his body, but he couldn't create the resonance. Every time he tried, he felt as though his body would break down if he continued. This sensation was his body protesting, using its self-protective instinct to warn him that his physical strength was insufficient to generate chakra. Ishiro privately asked Teacher Ishikawa if there was a solution. Teacher Ishikawa explained that there were methods in the ninja world for training chakra even when the body's strength was insufficient, but these methods had severe side effects and would cause irreversible damage to the body. He advised Ishiro to be patient and focus on physical training. Ishiro had no other options. He didn't have any special resources, and he didn't dare to take risks. So, he quietly increased the intensity of his training. However, increasing the training intensity required extra energy. Although the students had started school early, the village hadn't yet distributed the compensation funds. Ishiro had to use the little money his parents had left to get by. Thankfully, this was still the beginning of his training, and as long as he followed the practical training methods outlined by the teacher, he didn't need to buy any special equipment. The only expense was food. The food needed to replenish energy was expensive. Ishiro estimated that it would last about 6 months. If he still couldn't train chakra after 6 months, he would need to find another way. At the moment, Ishiro didn't want to be distracted by earning money. If he were to make money, it would have to be through the ninja path. Thus, Ishiro's life became like that of a machine with no emotions, strictly following a set schedule. He woke up at 6 a.m. every day, ate food to replenish his energy, then trained for an hour at home before heading to the cafeteria for his second meal. Afterward, he went to the ninja school. Before classes began, Ishiro spent his time studying various theoretical knowledge, using books borrowed from the school. In the morning, there were 2 classes. The first was the cultural class, which Ishiro ignored. He always scored full marks in the tests and chose to read books instead. The second class was the theoretical class. Ishiro took this class seriously, especially when Teacher Ishikawa discussed the details of ninja missions. These details could one day save lives. In the theoretical class, Ishikawa would also dedicate half the class to chakra training. Even though Ishiro and others still couldn't extract chakra, they were still required to try. According to Teacher Ishikawa, only when the body and mind fully adapted to the process could chakra be trained at any time, even during combat. Once they reached that point, the class would be free to do other activities. Next was lunch, which Ishiro always had in the cafeteria. However, unlike before, after the meal, he would force himself to eat some food that quickly replenished energy. During the afternoon break, thanks to his strong mental power, Ishiro didn't sleep in the classroom. Instead, he practiced hand seals on the practical training field. He had learned the hand seals from Teacher Ishikawa. Due to his excellent performance in cultural and theoretical classes, Ishikawa took the time to provide Ishiro with extra guidance. Ishiro would mix up the 12 hand seals and prepare different sequences. He would then practice each one in turn. By the time the practical class began, the teacher and other students had started arriving at the field. Initially, some students, like Ishiro, also came to practice before class, but after a few times, they found themselves exhausted by the end of the afternoon. Eventually, no one joined Ishiro at this early hour. In the practical class, Ishiro focused on completing the various basic training exercises required by the teacher. Afterward, he concentrated on training that required special equipment, like throwing kunai and shuriken. Although they used wooden tools for now, they were still expensive, and Ishiro couldn't afford them. So, he made use of the school's resources. Although the practical class lasted longer than the morning sessions, it still ended earlier in the day, leaving Ishiro some time before dinner. After the class ended, he returned to the classroom for chakra training and recovery. At dinner time, he ate in the cafeteria and then had some extra food to replenish his energy, packing a couple of meals for the next day. After slowly returning home, Ishiro sat by the window, reflecting on what he had learned that day, checking his notes, and reviewing the theoretical class or borrowed books to identify anything unclear. He would make notes and ask questions the next day. Once he had finished, he would digest his dinner and then begin physical training. The intensity was higher than during the day. When he became tired, he would wash up and rest. Since he had already worn himself out, sleep came easily. After joining the ninja school, Ishiro had never stayed up late or had trouble sleeping. Of course, this daily routine wasn't without some fun. Most of the classmates had never encountered so many peers before, so there were plenty of jokes and conflicts. For example, Mokukaze, Tatsuya, and Fujino would argue over who said they wanted to become the Tsuchikage first. These three had the most fights in the class. It was funny because there were so many others who wanted to become Tsuchikage, yet these three couldn't get along. Additionally, Ishiro himself wasn't at peace. A student who resembled Deidara, named Shohara, had somehow developed a rivalry with Ishiro. Shohara had decent talent, and his background seemed quite impressive. He had already trained chakra before school started. However, his grades in cultural and theoretical classes were at the bottom of the class. During every class, he looked restless, and was often criticized. He sat in front of Ishiro, always turning around to look at Ishiro, who had special privileges. Because Ishiro scored full marks every time, he was allowed to skip classes and read books, while Shohara, despite listening, couldn't understand what was being taught. Perhaps, in Shohara's mind, they were both skipping class, so he would often try to disturb Ishiro, preventing him from focusing on his books. Ishiro had considered changing seats, but then thought to himself, if I can't even focus with this little distraction, how can I become a ninja? Besides, with how busy and tiring his days were, he needed some diversion. So, Shohara's attempts to distract him either went unnoticed or caught the attention of the teacher, leading to inevitable consequences. Shohara, who hated Ishiro the most, became quite upset. After class, Shohara would challenge Ishiro to a duel. However, sitting beside Shohara was the kind-hearted Tanaka, who always stepped in to stop the fight. Tanaka was from a large family and sympathized with Ishiro, whom she considered an underdog. The surprising thing was that Shohara, despite his arrogance, actually listened to Tanaka. Every time Tanaka intervened, Shohara would shout at Ishiro, saying he'd duel him during practical class, though there was no duel practice in the curriculum. Ishiro suspected that this might be a one-sided crush. Shohara, the scheming boy, seemed to be trying to get Tanaka's attention through this method. In Ishiro's class, there were more boys than girls, but the ratio wasn't as extreme as one might think, around 1.5 to 1. Most of the girls, like the classmates of Naruto in his previous life, were obsessed with a cute boy named Ikura. He was a little cool, but not quite like Sasuke. Ikura was kind-hearted, came from a good family, and was one of the top performers in the first 2 rounds of tests. Tanaka also liked Ikura, but out of shyness, she didn't approach him directly, though she often watched him from afar. To provoke Shohara, Ishiro sometimes showed Tanaka how to subtly approach Ikura and start a conversation. Seeing Tanaka's subtle reactions always seemed to make Shohara uncomfortable, which brought Ishiro some amusement. In the end, listening to the Tsuchikage hopefuls argue and watching the little girls starstruck by Ikura was one of the few moments Ishiro could relax. Originally, Ishiro came to the school just to train to become a ninja, but now, without realizing it, he had already started forming small connections and bonds with this world. This continued for a full month. Then, one day during the theoretical class, while everyone was training to extract chakra, Ishiro felt a distinct difference. In the past, every time he tried to resonate, his body would resist, preventing the resonance from happening. However, after months of training, the resistance gradually decreased. Today, Ishiro noticed that resistance had completely vanished. With that, the fusion of his mind and body's energy led to the creation of his first trace of chakra. There was no special feeling, no excitement, just a sense of fatigue. Ishiro snapped out of his focused state, looking up to see teacher Ishikawa casting a look of approval. Ishiro was one of the last students in the class to train chakra. After all, his physical strength had been a hindrance. Most of the students in the elite class had better physical capabilities. Through his persistent effort and his strong mental power, Ishiro had finally completed the first step of training after a month. From casual conversation, Ishiro knew that only 3 or 4 students hadn't trained chakra yet, and their feelings were similar to his from a few days ago. They were on the brink of success. At this point, Ishiro had gone from being one of the bottom-ranked students to finally catching up with the rest. Chapter 6, In Attribute Chakra. Chapter 6, In Attribute Chakra. Although Ishiro successfully trained chakra, this didn't change his daily routine. The little chakra he had was practically useless. In actual combat, it could be said to be less harmful than throwing wooden shuriken at the opponent. His physical fitness was still too poor, and he couldn't train enough chakra. He couldn't even use it to enhance his attacks. Ishiro had never learned to control chakra, and controlling chakra requires continuous practice through consumption. But the small amount of chakra he had trained wasn't enough for that. Following teacher Ishikawa's method, Ishiro used his hands to form the seal and tried to move the chakra. The hand seal was indeed a fascinating method, and with the seal, the small amount of chakra clearly began to move. It slowly shifted in one direction. Of course, whether the direction was what Ishiro intended, he couldn't be sure, but it moved. And then it was gone. Yes, it ran out. Although Ishiro had expected it, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Moving chakra inside the body does consume energy, but the consumption is usually minimal for a qualified ninja. However, the tiny amount of chakra Ishiro had trained couldn't even handle this basic consumption. After calming down, Ishiro entered meditation again to train. Thanks to the foundation he had built during this period, with strong mental power, he quickly trained another small amount of chakra. This time, he didn't rush to move it. Instead, he focused on continuing to train. After some time, Ishiro felt the training becoming easier, and the chakra was growing in quantity. Eventually, his body began to feel discomfort. This was the body self-warning system. Further training would lead to overloading. Overloading was a serious issue for a ninja. In mild cases, the body would suffer damage and need time to recover. In severe cases, it would directly affect future development, potentially causing irreversible damage. Ishiro had speculated during theory lessons that the cause of bloodline diseases might be related to this kind of overuse. However, bloodline diseases were passive overuse, where the body's self-protective mechanisms were ignored while developing the bloodline limit, resulting in irreversible damage. Ishiro didn't dare to play with fire and quickly stopped his training. He carefully checked his chakra and found it was more than 100 times the previous amount. He let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't too little. This was the limit for Ishiro's body at the moment. The total amount of chakra he could train was now set. Once it was consumed, he would need to replenish his body and allow it to rest before he could train again. Taking a deep breath, Ishiro formed the seal again and started to move his chakra. Under the assistance of the seal, the chakra began to flow slowly. However, the flow was very slow. Ishiro concentrated and tried to control the speed of the flow. A surprising thing happened. The chakra started to become more lively. It began running in all directions, following Ishiro's mental control. Although the speed was still slow, there was clear progress. Encouraged, Ishiro continued and tried to control the flow's direction. However, the results were not as obvious this time. Although the chakra changed with his mental fluctuations, it didn't follow his intended direction. It was like a beginner playing a game, clearly wanting to control the character's movement, but not knowing how to use the buttons, causing the character to move randomly. At this point, Ishiro's chakra control was just like that, completely clueless. He could only keep trying to familiarize himself with the chakra's flow. After a while, the chakra he had trained was entirely used up, and Ishiro opened his eyes, exhausted. This exhaustion was both physical and mental. The physical part was because training chakra consumed too much energy. The mental part was due to the feeling of being unable to control the chakra, which was deeply uncomfortable, making the exhaustion feel even worse. In fact, if it weren't for Ishiro's soul strength being as strong as an adult's, he wouldn't have been able to endure until all the chakra was used up. Most of the students in his class were the opposite of him. They lacked mental strength, so their chakra couldn't be used up before their spirits were exhausted. Many students would train for a while, then rest, repeating the process of familiarizing themselves with chakra extraction. Ishiro felt completely drained and decided to combine work and rest. He lay down and napped for a bit. As a result, he slept through the entire day and was only woken up by a teacher after the afternoon practical class ended. This was a common occurrence in ninja schools, especially for those who were training chakra for the first time and didn't know how to pace themselves. After multiple attempts, they would get too tired to continue. Teacher Ishikawa, being experienced, instructed the other students not to disturb Ishiro, so he slept for a full day. When he woke up, he was extremely hungry. After bidding the teacher goodbye, he ate and walked home. He knew he couldn't train that day, so he would rest and then head to the cafeteria for another meal. The next day, in the theoretical class, Ishiro tried training chakra again and controlling it. This time, with some experience, he began looking for patterns in his control. First, speeding up chakra flow was relatively easy. By focusing his mental energy, like using force, the chakra flow sped up. Next, controlling the direction was more difficult. The chakra might have some weight, but it was very light. Even a slight deviation would cause it to go off course. So, the focus of future practice would be on this aspect. Finally, Ishiro understood his own uniqueness. Because of his mental strength, he could train chakra for much longer than others. From the descriptions, it seemed his progress was faster too. These were the benefits of strong mental power. However, his shortcoming was that the amount was still too small. To fully utilize his mental power, he had to strengthen his body, but that would take time. However, another approach might be possible. In his previous life, the Uchiha clan was known for their strong mental power but weak bodies. However, their chakra amounts weren't small, and they could still perform techniques like Susanoo. With this in mind, Ishiro wondered if there was a way to adjust the ratio between mental power and physical strength during chakra formation. If he could increase the proportion of mental power, creating chakra with a yin attribute, it might greatly alleviate his chakra shortage. But this method was difficult to master. Even teacher Ishikawa had said he didn't know the key. Ishiro guessed that the Nara clan of Konoha might have related methods, but in his current situation, he had no way of obtaining them. He decided to try it himself. If it didn't work, once he became a ninja, he could try to capture a Nara clan ninja and interrogate him. For the next few days, Ishiro meditated and trained chakra using teacher Ishikawa's method, but the results were always the same. He realized that the issue might be with the meditation method. Since everyone used the same method, which involved the body's self-adaptation, the body would match the mental power and chakra. If he wanted to change the ratio, he could only change the meditation method. Since he wanted to increase the proportion of mental power in the chakra, he decided to try intensifying the meditation, diving into deep meditation. However, even if he could meditate more deeply, he wouldn't have the conscious awareness to control the chakra, let alone train chakra while fighting in the future. After thinking for a while, Ishiro suddenly had an idea. What if he could use genjutsu to put his mind into a semi-sleep state, while controlling the strength of the genjutsu to keep himself in a half-sleep state? It seemed a bit far-fetched, casting genjutsu on himself while half asleep, training chakra, and fighting at the same time. Ha! Ishiro self-mockingly laughed. The Nara clan was indeed a long-standing family in Konoha, and their deep knowledge couldn't be cracked by just one person. Ishiro chose to give up in disappointment. It was better to sleep and then increase his physical training the next day. In his dreams, Ishiro felt like there were two versions of himself, one sleeping and the other awake. The sleeping one began merging with the body's strength, while the awake one slowly collected the chakra produced by the fusion. This time, the amount of chakra was significantly higher than before. Ishiro grinned foolishly in his sleep. The next day, as Ishiro was about to wash up, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What's this? Why is there so much chakra in my body? Could it be? Did I meet the old man last night? Ishiro thought about it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Could it be because of the fusion of two souls? That's why he could multitask. It was still early, so Ishiro quickly had breakfast, then tried meditating again. But when he was awake, he couldn't enter the state he had last night. Helpless, he decided to train and try again during class. In the theoretical class, while his classmates were training to extract chakra, Ishiro tried to enter the same state he was in last night. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it right. Frustrated, he went to find teacher Ishikawa to ask for help. After hearing Ishiro's description, teacher Ishikawa was also puzzled. He immediately asked the sensory ninja at the school to check Ishiro's chakra. They confirmed that, indeed, Ishiro's chakra amount was far beyond that of a student who had just trained chakra. Moreover, the sensory ninja said that Ishiro's chakra felt different from ordinary chakra, it had a yin attribute. Teacher Ishikawa didn't want to jump to conclusions, so he asked Ishiro to return to the classroom while he and the sensory ninja went to meet the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. At this moment, the ninja world had escalated into full-scale war. Most of the major ninja villages had joined the conflict, and even smaller villages like the Hidden Rain, which were relatively large compared to others, had entered the fray. The high-ranking officials of each country were still uncertain about potential allies and who might stab them in the back, engaging in mutual distrust and provocations. As the military leader of the Land of Earth, Anoki, though still in his prime, was overwhelmed with work. At this critical juncture, if not for Ishikawa belonging to the special institution of the ninja school, a regular chunin would not have been able to meet the Tsuchikage so easily on the same day. When Ishikawa and the sensory ninja met Anoki, he was buried in paperwork that was higher than his own head. When they entered, he gestured for them to wait, finishing the documents in front of him before finally lifting his weary gaze to look at them and signaling them to speak. After listening to Ishikawa's description, Anoki seemed surprised. He looked at the sensory ninja, who nodded in confirmation, and then, with a serious expression, said, whether it's a Yin attribute chakra is still uncertain. Teacher Ishikawa, I'll ask you to make another trip. After school, bring that child here. I'll personally arrange for an examination. After Ishikawa and the sensory ninja left, Anoki showed a slight, relieved smile. So, the next generation of geniuses in the land of Earth is beginning to emerge? Chapter 7, Naming the Yin Attribute Chakra. Chapter 7, Naming the Yin Attribute Chakra. Ishiro was unaware of everything that teacher Ishikawa had arranged. After school, he was called by Ishikawa, just as he was about to stay behind to train. When he suddenly heard that the Tsuchikage wanted to see him, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Anoki, he had seen him before. When the ninja school opened, the Tsuchikage had attended the ceremony, making a brief appearance and delivering a rather indoctrinating speech. However, Ishiro had been too far away back then to see him clearly. Now, being summoned for a personal meeting, Ishiro, as a transmigrator, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But then he reminded himself, this was a ninja world filled with monstrous geniuses. No matter how big Anoki's imagination was, he wouldn't possibly suspect something as absurd as soul transmigration, right? Following teacher Ishikawa, Ishiro arrived at the Tsuchikage's office. Since Anoki had been informed in advance, the two didn't have to wait long before they were granted an audience. This time, Anoki wasn't working, he seemed to be waiting for Ishikawa and Ishiro. Beside him stood two other ninjas, and as soon as Ishikawa and Ishiro entered, all three of them turned their attention to Ishiro. Floating in midair, Anoki hovered before Ishiro and spoke first. Little Ishiro, teacher Ishikawa has already reported your situation to me. Now, we need to conduct an examination of your body. It won't hurt you. Do you agree? Ishiro nodded and said, Tsuchikage-sama, thank you for your concern. I will cooperate. He nodded while putting on his most innocent, adorable expression. What a well-behaved child. Anoki praised him, then signaled for the two ninjas to begin their examination. These two were clearly much more specialized than the previous sensory ninja. One examined Ishiro's physical body, while the other placed a hand on his lower abdomen, beginning to sense his chakra. After a moment, the two of them reported their findings. The first ninja said, Tsuchikage-sama, his physical condition is average. It's better than most of his peers, but even so, extracting chakra should already be his limit. The amount of chakra in his body is definitely beyond what he should be able to handle at his current state. Anoki nodded and turned to the second ninja. The second ninja hesitated before saying, Tsuchikage-sama, the chakra in this child's body is not inherently in-release chakra. However, the proportion of its components is indeed different from normal. It seems that the spiritual energy ratio has been significantly increased. Although I don't know how he achieved this, one thing is certain, his chakra, as it is, will make it much easier for him to train the nature transformation of chakra into Yin attribute chakra than it would be for others. I suspect this is due to his extraordinarily high spiritual energy. Just now, I roughly estimated his spiritual strength, it's even greater than that of an untrained adult. Hearing this, Anoki seemed a little disappointed. Though Ishiro's chakra wasn't naturally Yin attribute, his advantage in training nature transformation was still undeniable. He was clearly a rare talent. Now, the only remaining question was whether Ishiro could enter that state again and extract more chakra. Anoki looked at Ishiro and asked, Little Ishiro, can you extract that chakra again? Ishiro shook his head and replied, Tsuchikage-sama, I'm not sure. I tried during the day, but I couldn't do it. Maybe it will happen again when I sleep. Anoki pondered this for a moment before turning back to his desk, picking up a scroll, and handing it to Ishiro. He instructed, Little Ishiro, this scroll contains knowledge about in-release chakra. Normally, you would have to contribute to the village to earn it, but given the special circumstances, I will give it to you now. I hope it will be helpful to you. However, as a return to the village, if you gain any insights, you must share them freely. Do you understand? Ishiro was overjoyed and immediately nodded, responding loudly, Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama. Anoki's approach seemed fair, but in reality, he had given Ishiro a huge advantage. This kind of scroll was highly valuable. If Ishiro had to earn it through contributions, it would take him years of ninja missions to accumulate enough credit. The so-called sharing his insights was merely for show. Think about it, if Ishiro really gained insights, and he chose not to record them in detail or only shared insignificant parts, who could tell? Moreover, even if he documented everything, others without his talent might not be able to use it effectively. On top of that, using mere insights to offset the exchange value of such a precious scroll was an absolute bargain for Ishiro. More importantly, time was on Ishiro's side. His only advantage right now was his talent, but unproven talent had no immediate value. Being able to exchange something trivial for something he desperately needed now, why wouldn't he take that deal? Anoki was not surprised by Ishiro's reaction. After reviewing his background, he already knew that Ishiro was extremely mature in his thinking, capable of being treated as an adult in conversation. Holding the scroll, Ishiro seized the opportunity and asked, "Tsuchikage-sama, if I don't understand something, may I come to you for guidance?" As he said this, Ishiro felt a little nervous. He was relying on two things, special treatment for geniuses and the innocence of a child. But everyone present was far from naive. Compared to his earlier actions, no one would truly believe that Ishiro was just an ignorant child. However, since no one would openly expose him, even if Anoki refused, Ishiro wouldn't lose anything. At worst, he'd only lower his standing in Anoki's eyes. Fortunately, as the leader of the village, it was Anoki's duty to mentor the younger generation. So, although Ishiro was tense, Anoki didn't mind at all. He smiled and readily agreed, "Of course, that's no problem. Little Ishiro, if you have any difficulties in your daily life, you can come to me as well." Ishiro was thrilled. At the very least, he had just secured a way to enter the Tsuchikage's office. As for what he might use it for in the future, that was a question for later. Having this non-official privilege could prove invaluable. On the way back, teacher Ishikawa reminded him, "Ishiro, Tsuchikage-sama is very busy with war preparations. Even though he allowed you to come to him, if there's nothing urgent, don't disturb him." "Understood." Ishiro nodded. "I understand. Also, thank you, teacher Ishikawa." The connection with Anoki was just an extra move, but Ishikawa was the true long-term investment. There were plenty of ways to exploit him for benefits in the future. How could Ishiro afford not to listen? Once he safely stored the scroll, Ishiro ate his usual double dinner, trained his body, then quickly washed up before eagerly opening the scroll. The scroll was divided into two sections. The first part contained Iwagakure's understanding of Ien release techniques, particularly emphasizing the secret arts of Konoha's Nara and Yamanaka clans. The second part described methods for training Ien attribute chakra. The contents were immensely helpful, greatly expanding Ishiro's knowledge. Many concepts he had only partially understood now became crystal clear. The first part, though lacking detailed training methods from the Nara clan, had already opened the door to truth for Ishiro. Now, all he needed was time to experiment. On the other hand, the methods for training Ien attribute chakra weren't immediately useful. He didn't yet have enough chakra to perform basic ninjutsu, let alone attempt nature transformation. Following the scroll's descriptions, Ishiro carefully adjusted his meditation techniques, seeking a way to refine his chakra extraction process and generate a new type of chakra with an altered spiritual to physical ratio. Though he hadn't yet succeeded, his current progress suggested results weren't far off. So, in anticipation, Ishiro named this new chakra, Proto-Ien chakra. For the next 2 months, aside from maintaining his taijutsu training, Ishiro devoted all his chakra extraction time to refining this technique. In the following days, aside from maintaining his taijutsu training, Ishiro devoted all his chakra training time to refining this new extraction technique. However, things turned out to be more difficult than expected. He had thought that he was just one step away from success, but that final step remained elusive. For 2 whole months, he struggled to make a breakthrough. Then, one night, after his initial excitement and frustration had long faded, Ishiro finally achieved success once more. He successfully extracted Proto-Ien chakra again. Unlike the first time, this time, he did it while fully conscious. This meant that he had truly unlocked a new ability, paving the way for his future development. Not only that, but Ishiro also came up with a bold hypothesis. For an average person, once they begin training as a child, they typically follow the same training methods throughout their growth. While their physical strength and spiritual energy both improve over time, the difference in growth rates is usually small enough that their bodies naturally maintain equilibrium. As a result, they don't need to change their chakra training method. But Ishiro was different. He discovered that, as time passed, his physical fitness improved significantly, but his spiritual energy seemed to be growing at an even faster rate. This growth rate had already started affecting the balance of his chakra composition. He realized that he would have to continuously adjust the ratio of his spiritual and physical energy to maintain equilibrium. Why was this happening? Ishiro suspected that while his physical body was growing like that of any normal person through training, his soul was a fusion of a child's soul and an adult's. As a result, he had an exceptionally high baseline for spiritual energy. But even more fascinating was the fact that after fusing, his already strong soul continued to grow and develop like a child's, only at a much faster rate. To put it into numbers, the average child's spiritual strength starts at 1 and naturally increases to 5 by adulthood without training. Ishiro, however, started at 6, far beyond a normal child's baseline. But his growth wasn't just an increase of 4 points, from 6 to 10. Instead, it followed a multiplicative pattern. If a normal child's spiritual energy increased 5-fold, Ishiro's would also multiply by 5. This meant that even without accounting for additional training, his spiritual strength as an adult could reach 30. At first glance, the difference might not seem too shocking. Both cases result in a 5-fold increase. However, the absolute numbers tell a different story. 5 times the strength of a child is nothing extraordinary, but 5 times the spiritual strength of an adult is a completely different matter. With additional training, Ishiro couldn't even begin to predict how powerful his spiritual energy might become in the future. At that moment, Ishiro finally understood the terrifying potential of the Uzumaki clan. In the original Naruto world, even as a child, Naruto's chakra was so overwhelming that it made a chunin like Mizuki question his life choices. When applying the same growth model, Naruto's chakra levels as an adult had to be astronomically high. With this realization, Ishiro's outlook on his own potential changed completely. He wasn't just an above-average talent. If he nurtured his spiritual strength correctly, his potential might rival or even surpass some of the greatest chakra monsters in the ninja world. Chapter 8, Chakra Control. Chapter 8, Chakra Control. Finally resolving the problem with his cheat, Ishiro was filled with anticipation for his future. Previously, his only advantage had been his immense spiritual energy, which, at this early stage, merely helped with chakra control training. Meanwhile, his average physical strength and low chakra reserves left him lagging behind true geniuses. Now, after successfully extracting the protein chakra, he could limit physical energy to about 1/10 of his chakra's makeup. In other words, he effectively had 10 times more chakra than he used to. With this newfound foundation, Ishiro no longer had to endure the severe shortages he faced before. It was time to focus on control training. Chakra control was the basis of all ninja arts, whether enhancing taijutsu or performing ninjutsu, it always came down to control. In Ishiro's class, most students had already been practicing chakra control for 2 months or more. Those like Shohara, who had trained chakra even before enrollment, had been applying it in sparring for a while now. You could see it in the practical lessons. Their shuriken and kunai throws were already infused with chakra, and their improved speed and strength were evident. Ishiro felt an urgency to catch up. He knew that although Shohara and a few others were leading their class, they'd only be considered average talents on the grand scale of the ninja world. By this age, Kakashi had likely already reached genin level. Ishiro still had a long way to go. But with his newly discovered cheat, Ishiro was confident he'd eventually not just catch up but surpass them. Without wasting time, Ishiro wrote down all his training insights and theories. After all, he'd promised to repay the village for that secret scroll. The next day at school, Ishiro handed his notes to Ishikawa-sensei and immediately began practicing chakra control. Mokukaze, your performance yesterday wasn't too shabby. Once I become the Tsuchikage, I'll have you and Fujino guard the village gates. Your strength should be plenty for that job, Tatsuya called out loudly, looking quite proud. Yesterday, Tatsuya's shuriken throws had far outshone those of Mokukaze and Fujino, and he'd been boasting ever since. According to Tanaka, Tatsuya's family was a renowned taijutsu clan in Iwagakure, particularly skilled with swords. They had special training methods for foundational techniques like shuriken throwing. Mokukaze and Fujino, on the other hand, belonged to ninjutsu-oriented families, so they were gradually falling behind in this area. During the early stages of a ninja's career, before mastering many ninjutsu, taijutsu was the main mode of attack. Consequently, taijutsu specialists held a clear early advantage. In truth, because of limited chakra, most adult ninjas could only manage a few ninjutsu techniques and rarely use them except in dire circumstances. The idea of ninjutsu flying around constantly was more a hallmark of the protagonist's circle in stories than a daily reality for typical ninjas. Tatsuya had always been a bit better than the other two at throwing shuriken, but lately he'd made a big leap forward, widening the gap even more. Right now, he could easily overpower Mokukaze or Fujino if they faced off one-on-one. Don't be fooled by scenes in anime where kunai and shuriken never land. Getting struck by a kunai in a vital area is often lethal, considering a ninja's low defenses. When chakra-enhanced shuriken and kunai were thrown, the speed was frightening. At lower levels, if you couldn't predict the throw in advance, evasion was nearly impossible. Deflecting them mid-flight by throwing your own kunai or shuriken required physical prowess and reflexes far above your opponents. For most genin, especially in Iwagakure, that was out of reach. At present, Tatsuya was likely among the top 5 fighters in the class, with Shohara and Tanaka also strong contenders. Shohara possessed tremendous strength, translating into explosive speed that Ishiro suspected was already near genin standards. Tanaka, though petite, excelled at using chakra to boost her agility and taijutsu, making her a prime candidate for a swift, mobile fighting style. Ishiro guessed that if Tanaka and Shohara clashed, it would be a stalemate. He couldn't catch her, and she couldn't deal him enough damage. Still, there was one student who could overshadow Tanaka, Shohara, and Tatsuya, Ikura, the boy who stood out in every way. It was often said, talent can be maddening. Not only did Ikura look good, but he was already practicing the basic 3 techniques. His chakra reserves and control were at the top of the class. If Ishiro hadn't beaten him in theory classes, Ikura would be first across the board. That said, if kunai or shuriken techniques were compared, Ishiro might lose to Tatsuya right now. In fact, Ishiro's overall combat level ranked near the bottom of the class. He was the only one who hadn't been honing his chakra control these past 2 months. He'd spent nearly all his time just learning how to extract his protein chakra, and even that saw limited success. Occasionally, when he happened to use the standard extraction ratio, any chakra he got was immediately drained in an unfocused attempt at practice. His sole advantage was that the extraction process was more instinctive for him. By finding a method uniquely suited to himself, he no longer needed undivided attention to pull out chakra. Although he couldn't fight and extract chakra simultaneously, at least he could do so while talking. At that moment, Ishiro was quietly building up chakra while speaking loudly enough for Shohara to overhear. "Tanaka, I saw Ikura at the dango shop yesterday. This is your chance. If you drop by after class, you might casually bump into him." Tanaka stirred visibly, glancing over at Ikura. She looked tempted, but also hesitant. Shohara, who had been watching Tanaka closely, intervened before she could reply. "Tanaka, don't listen to Ishiro. He's just scheming. Ikura's constantly surrounded by other girls, so even if you run into him, they'll see you." Upon hearing that, Tanaka immediately gave up on the idea. Ishiro had banked on her shy personality, needing just a little push to consider approaching Ikura, but also easily dissuaded. Refusing to give up, Ishiro pressed on. "It doesn't matter if there are other girls. By letting him see you share the same hobby, eating dango, you'd leave an impression. Who knows, if he's craving dango but can't pick it up himself, he might ask a fellow dango lover like you to help." Tanaka's eyes lit up in response. "So, Ishiro, do you think Ikura would really ask me to buy dango for him?" Ishiro grinned, seeing that he'd scored a hit. He glanced over at Shohara, who was trembling with anger. "Nothing's certain," Ishiro went on, "but it's not a bad idea to stand out in his mind. If he starts associating you with dango, you'll be one step ahead of the others." Shohara bit back his frustration and muttered, "Next semester, they're starting live combat training. Ishiro, I'll definitely show you who's boss by then." Ishiro just smiled. The next semester was still a month away, plenty of time to enjoy himself without worrying about threats. After bickering with Shohara for a while, Ishiro's chakra extraction reached its limit. Though he had 10 times what he used to, it was still meager, and his body soon signaled exhaustion. With no more energy to spare, Ishiro set aside the conversation and shifted to practicing his chakra control. Time flew by. Nearly 2 years had passed since Ishiro and his classmates first enrolled, and their progress in that time had been remarkable. They'd finally rid themselves of the dreaded cultural classes. Aside from one morning theory class, now they had practical lessons twice a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Mornings were spent on foundational exercises, while afternoons focused on skills like kunai throwing, the basics of swordsmanship, and sparring sessions. In the elite class, every student could already enhance their taijutsu with chakra. Their sparring sessions, where wooden kunai and shuriken flew around, were starting to look quite impressive. A few students, including Ishiro, had even learned one of the 3 basic jutsu. He chose the transformation jutsu simply because it was easier, not especially powerful, but it was the only one of the 3 that didn't require projecting chakra outside the body, and thus used less chakra overall. These 2 years had been a struggle for Ishiro, continually grappling with his lack of chakra. Early in his control practice, he'd burned through what little he had almost instantly. Then, once his mental power improved and he grew more adept at control, he'd find himself running dry even faster, forced to wait around until he recovered. It reminded him of waiting for a stamina timer to refill in a video game. To combat this, he increased both the intensity and frequency of his physical training. Fortunately, the village began issuing him compensation, enabling him to afford better food and certain medicinal supplements. Without it, he would have fallen even further behind. Chapter 9, The 3 Techniques. Chapter 9, The 3 Techniques. Ishiro stood on the training field of the ninja school, forming the hand seals with 4 distinct changes. Then with a bang, his entire appearance transformed into that of Ishikawa-sensei. Feeling his body's condition, Ishiro sighed in relief. This was the first time he had successfully cast a jutsu. The 4 hand seals took a total of over 3 seconds, averaging nearly a second per seal. This speed was far from practical for combat, but in a battlefield where things change rapidly, if he had teammates supporting him and bought him a few seconds, this speed might just suffice. However, casting the single jutsu consumed nearly all of Ishiro's chakra for the day. And as his only mastered jutsu at the moment, the transformation jutsu didn't have much practical combat value. After more than a year of practice, Ishiro had already mastered using chakra to enhance taijutsu. This meant that each of his moves, whether it was a punch or a kick, was now empowered by chakra. Although his body remained human, the strength of his strikes had grown considerably. If he used weapons like kunai or swords, his power was even more enhanced, making him far more formidable compared to a normal person. Chakra was indeed a miraculous force that could elevate an ordinary person to an extraordinary level. Although Ishiro was still a 5-year-old child, his body had surpassed the physical capabilities of a normal adult due to chakra. With a weapon in hand, Ishiro could face 10 normal people without much difficulty. However, relying on chakra to enhance taijutsu was more akin to the traditional way of the samurai in the ninja world. What truly set ninjas apart from samurai were the flashy and intricate ninjutsu techniques. It was just over 2 weeks ago that a sensory ninja, who had been working at the school, confirmed that Ishiro's chakra reserves were now sufficient to perform one of the 3 techniques. That's when Ishiro began practicing the transformation jutsu. The related knowledge of the 3 techniques had already been covered in Ishikawa-sensei's theory lessons, but the teacher had made it clear that no one could practice them until the sensory ninja confirmed that their chakra reserves were adequate. Thus, Ishiro had only been practicing the transformation jutsu for about 2 weeks. Don't think that learning one of the 3 techniques in such a short time was an easy feat. As a personal experiencer, Ishiro could only describe it in one word: difficult. The past few days had gone like this: extract chakra, then practice the transformation jutsu, fail, chakra exhausted, day ends. Yes, because Ishiro only had enough chakra for a single transformation jutsu, and he didn't dare to push his body too hard. He could only attempt once per day, waiting until his body had recovered before trying again. Later, to save time, Ishiro began refining his chakra in the morning, then working on hand seals and taijutsu, saving the transformation jutsu for the end. Although this adjustment to his schedule saved time, the feeling of concentrating, trying once, and then having to wait until the next day was truly unbearable. It was like a lottery game where you only got one draw a day. You waited all day with high expectations, and in 1 second, it was over. And the result? A "thank you for playing" message. No matter how frustrating, Ishiro finally succeeded. At this moment, Tanaka, Shohara, and the others standing beside Ishiro threw envious glances his way. Don't think that because Ishiro took so long to learn the transformation jutsu, it meant he had poor talent. In reality, only 3 students in the class had successfully performed one of the 3 techniques. The first was Akura, the only student in Ishiro's class capable of performing all 3 techniques. The second was a girl with yellow hair named Miko. Like Ishiro, she came from a regular ninja family, but unlike him, she had both parents in good health. Her family valued her deeply and spent all the money from their missions on her training. Miko had excellent chakra control and was in much better physical shape than Ishiro, and combining the 2 made her the second student in the class to successfully perform the 3 techniques. Ishiro was the third. Currently, the rest of the class couldn't perform any of the 3 techniques. Most students' chakra reserves were still insufficient, although a few from ninja families had met the threshold. Still, chakra control was difficult to shortcut, and most students could only rely on their innate talent and hard work. For example, Tanaka and the others had more than enough chakra, even many times more than Ishiro, but they still couldn't perform the jutsu. The process of controlling chakra and learning a jutsu from scratch is incredibly difficult. This is why so many ninjas are willing to risk their lives for their ninja path. They all start from nothing and grow through countless trials and tribulations, their will far surpassing that of an average person. Even though Ishiro was the third student to successfully perform one of the 3 techniques, it didn't mean he was in the top 3 in combat power in the class. So far, his physical strength was still near the bottom. Despite the increased investment in food and training, his physical enhancements hadn't shown significant results. After all, Ishiro was originally at the very bottom of the class, and based on his physical strength alone, he would never be able to reach the level of the elite class. His progress over these 2 years could only be attributed to his persistence and effort. Moreover, being an adult soul in a child's body gave him the advantage of a mature mindset, allowing him to train more diligently and analyze his mistakes, which helped him adjust his methods. This was another advantage he had. So, although his physical strength was still ranked low, Ishiro's chakra reserves, thanks to his protein chakra extraction method, allowed him to reach the level required for the 3 techniques and put him in the first tier of the class. Unfortunately, the 3 techniques didn't provide much help in practical combat. Most students still relied on taijutsu in combat. Although Ishiro's chakra reserves were greater than many of his classmates, it only meant that he could use chakra-enhanced taijutsu longer before it ran out. In any case, before his chakra was exhausted, he'd likely be defeated based on physical strength alone. Over these 2 years, Ishiro had lost more battles than he had won. His physical limitations meant that his use of weapons like kunai and shuriken was nowhere near the level of his physically stronger classmates. Thankfully, Ishiro was aware of his shortcomings. Over the past 2 years, his progress had been quite significant. From being at the very bottom, he was now able to leverage his endurance and learned how to avoid direct confrontations. His class ranking had risen to the mid-lower tier. He believed that with more chakra and experience in combat, his strengths would gradually become more apparent. As Ishiro pondered these things, he heard a sour voice from beside him. It's just the transformation jutsu. I'm almost there too. And even if this guy learned it, it's not like it matters. I can still knock him out with a single punch. Ishiro rolled his eyes in disdain. Although he'd been beaten by Shohara many times in combat over the past 2 years, and he was still no match for him now, getting beaten was one thing, but losing in a war of words? Never. Ishiro turned to Shohara, speaking in his best Ishikawa-sensei tone, "Ahem, Shohara, this is where you're wrong. You can't even admit when you're behind, and yet you're still talking. Go and rewrite the basic theory of kunai throwing 10 times, right now." Ishiro, in Ishikawa-sensei's body, said slowly. Hearing this, Shohara went stiff, his breath faltering. Shohara was the type who excelled in real combat but was poor in theory. His kunai throwing wasn't bad, but his theoretical scores were terrible, and he was the only one in the class who had failed the basic theory exam for kunai throwing. It wasn't the first time he had been criticized by Ishikawa-sensei in front of the class. Hearing the laughter from around him, Shohara fumed, shouting, "You bastard, change back right now." Ishiro smiled slightly and formed the hand seals again. Bang, he transformed back into his original form. It was enough to tease him for now, after all, he didn't want to get beaten again. At this moment, Ishikawa-sensei came over to praise Ishiro and told everyone to learn from him. He also took the opportunity to promote the Will of the Stone. Ishikawa-sensei wasn't surprised that Ishiro had mastered the transformation jutsu so quickly. After all, he was the one most familiar with Ishiro's talents. Ishikawa-sensei asked Ishiro what his next jutsu would be, substitution jutsu or clone jutsu. Ishiro was prepared and immediately said, "I want to learn the clone jutsu." Ishikawa-sensei nodded and briefly explained the key points and precautions of the clone jutsu before walking over to other students. Although Ishiro had already studied the theory, he still listened carefully to Ishikawa-sensei's explanation. There could be no room for carelessness in casting jutsu, especially since he didn't have much chakra to waste. After mentally reviewing the key points of the clone jutsu, Ishiro didn't overthink and instead turned to practice taijutsu. His chakra reserves were now low enough that he could only manage some basic exercises. After dinner, Ishiro didn't go home immediately. Instead, he headed to the village's barrier class. Yes, he was there to work, and as a 5-year-old student, he was technically too young to take on missions. But considering the increasing expenses of being a ninja, Ishiro approached Tsuchikage to ask for a job. Tsuchikage had asked Ishiro what kind of job he wanted, and Ishiro's answer had been one that would allow him to learn something useful. Given the urgency of manpower due to the ongoing war, Tsuchikage didn't refuse and arranged for Ishiro to work as an intern in the barrier class. As a genius with extraordinary spiritual power, Ishiro was perfectly suited for the job. The work here mainly required sensory perception, and Ishiro's spiritual strength, which had already surpassed that of most middle-ranked ninjas, made him exceptionally good at this. However, Tsuchikage had one condition: Ishiro could only officially start working after successfully casting one of the 3 techniques. So, today was actually Ishiro's first day interning at the barrier class. As agreed beforehand, Ishiro found the person in charge there and presented the task certificate that Tsuchikage had written for him. Chapter 10, The Barrier Class. Chapter 10, The Barrier Class. Yojin, a skilled sealing jutsu master and a high-ranking shinobi, holds a prominent position in the Iwagakure village. During wartime, as the need at the front lines became critical, the head of the barrier class was sent to the front. Yojin became the primary responsible person for maintaining the village's barrier, which was a vital defense line. This period had been very stressful for him, especially since there was a shortage of manpower. Half a month ago, he received a notification that a student from the Ninja Academy would be coming to intern, and he was instructed to make the necessary arrangements. Although there was no precedent for this, Yojin didn't think much of it. He assumed the student was a nearly graduated student who would be assigned to the barrier class to get accustomed to the work early on. He had done such arrangements many times before. However, when he saw Ishiro, his mind went blank. After confirming the authenticity of the task certificate multiple times, Yojin finally spoke up. "How old are you?" Ishiro answered, 5 years old. Ishiro didn't want to explain much. After all, the certificate from Tsuchikage was in front of him, and there was no denying it. Plus, his age was undeniable, so there was no point in trying to convince anyone he was older. What's more, his chakra had already been mostly consumed, and he couldn't even prove himself with a transformation technique. Fortunately, Yojin was a mature jonin. After his initial shock, he accepted the reality. After all, geniuses were common in the ninja world. Since it was Tsuchikage's decision, Ishiro couldn't be treated as an ordinary child. Yojin stood up and led Ishiro to the barrier class area. As they walked, Yojin reminded himself to treat Ishiro like a normal ninja. After a short while, they arrived at the underground part of the barrier class. Ishiro didn't expect the area to be so vast. The underground space was much larger than the Ninja Academy, where Ishiro had been. Ishiro observed the various sections of the underground area. There were a data room, a practice zone, workshops, and a restricted area whose purpose Ishiro couldn't figure out. Yojin handed Ishiro over to another middle-aged ninja, instructing the ninja to help Ishiro get familiar with the barrier class duties. Yojin then left in a hurry, not even giving Ishiro a proper introduction. Ishiro, seeing the person's stunned reaction, decided to speak up. "Senpai, my name is Ishiro. I am still a student at the Ninja Academy, and I look forward to working with you." After hearing Ishiro's words, the ninja finally snapped out of his surprise. After a moment of thought, he no longer focused on Ishiro's age. Since Ishiro could communicate like an adult, the age difference was no longer an issue. He smiled and said, "I am Bunji, the squad leader in charge of sealing techniques here at the barrier class." Ishiro immediately responded, "Nice to meet you, squad leader Bunji." Bunji, finding this situation amusing, decided to test Ishiro's knowledge to help determine his level and assign him appropriate tasks. He asked several basic questions about sealing jutsu. Ishiro eagerly answered all the questions with the knowledge he had gained over the years. The more Bunji listened, the more impressed he became, and he began asking more advanced questions and questions related to experience. This time, Ishiro could not answer. Bunji thought for a moment before saying, "It seems you've read a lot about sealing techniques. Your foundation is solid, which saves us a lot of time. Next, you'll need to learn some specialized knowledge, do some practice, and then you'll be ready to start. You're still in school, right? Starting tomorrow after school, come to the data room for your shift. Your task will be to help others find the materials they need, and during your free time, you can read some specialized books." As he spoke, Bunji handed Ishiro a book list and took him on a brief tour of the data room, introducing him to the ninja who would be working with him there. Afterward, Bunji suddenly remembered something and took a closer look at Ishiro's physique. Seeing that Ishiro wasn't particularly strong, he asked, "Ishiro, how much chakra do you have?" Ishiro replied quickly, "Just enough to perform one technique of the 3 techniques. I just used it today, so my chakra is nearly depleted." Bunji initially frowned when he heard that Ishiro's chakra could only perform one technique, but then he was surprised to learn that Ishiro had managed to perform the transformation technique. The amount of chakra a ninja has is an important factor in assessing their ability, and ninjas with excellent chakra control can save a lot of chakra when performing jutsu. Ishiro's chakra amount, just enough to perform the transformation technique, showed that his chakra control was high. He could make 1 unit of chakra work like 2, compensating for his lack of chakra. Thinking about this, Bunji didn't dwell on anything else. He instructed Ishiro to come to the data room after school the next day to start his shift and then sent him home. On his way back, Ishiro felt excited. He was very pleased with this job. It wouldn't just solve his financial problems, but it would also allow him to learn practical skills. What helps protagonists in stories reach the top? One is their innate talent, and the other is having mentors. Naruto had Kakashi, Jiraiya, 2 Toad Sages, Killer Bee, the 9 Tails, and the Sage of 6 Paths. Each of them offered him tremendous support. Although Bunji wasn't Ishiro's teacher and clearly not as powerful as those legends, he still had a solid foundation in sealing techniques that would undoubtedly benefit Ishiro. Starting work at the barrier class. The next day, after school, Ishiro headed straight to the barrier class, handed over his paperwork, and began familiarizing himself with his new work environment. The archive room was quite large, filled with dozens of shelves, each lined with hundreds of scrolls. Most of them contained the experiences of past seniors regarding sealing techniques, taking up roughly 80% of the space. Around 10% of the room contained basic texts, some of which Ishiro recognized from the Ninja Academy, though many were unfamiliar. The final 10% comprised either complete sealing techniques or research and speculation about other nations' sealing arts. These scrolls had advanced seals on them, requiring specialized hand signs to open. Without the correct method, attempting to open them would trigger an alarm. The first 90% of the archives could be copied and taken out of the archive room, but only if one spent contribution points, which were not too expensive. Anyone was free to read them on site without charge. One of Ishiro's main tasks was copying the materials that other shinobi redeemed with contribution points. During this process, Ishiro earned a small amount of points himself. For every document he transcribed, Ishiro would earn 2 contribution points, while the person redeeming the text had to pay 10 points. Of those 10 points, 5 would go to the author, and the remaining 3 would be reclaimed by the village. It was a system designed to encourage everyone to share their insights, which is how Ishiro could access such a wealth of personal experiences. However, by Ishiro's calculations, it cost 1,000 points to exchange for a typical C-rank ninjutsu, with even higher costs, and additional merit requirements, for B rank. So to learn a single technique, he might have to copy 500 documents or more. Moreover, contribution points could also be converted into money. Ninja world currency was unified among the nations. In Iwagakure, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 ryo, but swapping ryo for points required 100 ryo per point. This system further motivated ninjas to take on missions actively. If Ishiro ignored his training costs, he needed around 500 ryo daily just for 3 meals. With other expenses included, that came to roughly 2,000 ryo per month. For now, these costs were covered by the village. He also received a monthly pension of 2,000 ryo, lasting 6 years, matching his time in the ninja academy. If Ishiro failed to become a shinobi, that money would support him into adulthood, and the village would thus honor its responsibilities to the family of a fallen ninja. But Ishiro spent all of it on training every month, almost always depleting his funds. As his body got stronger and his training intensity rose, this allowance no longer sufficed. To keep pushing his regimen and steadily grow stronger, Ishiro had no choice but to find work to subsidize his training needs. Bunji had previously explained that most newcomers to the barrier class began in the archive room, effectively a form of on-the-job knowledge training. That position paid the lowest wage, only 200 ryo monthly, plus the equivalent of 1 C-rank mission per month. Each C-rank mission granted an additional 200 ryo and 10 contribution points. Because Ishiro wasn't an official ninja yet, Tsuchikage made it clear he could only earn his salary, not mission rewards. So his monthly pay was fixed at 200 ryo. Ishiro had no complaints about this, simply having the job was already special treatment arranged by Tsuchikage, effectively an investment in Ishiro's potential. From then on, Ishiro spent 6 hours after school each day working in the barrier class. To accommodate that, he cancelled his evening physical training, switching to practicing the 3 techniques and increasing both his morning training and the effort he put into combat class. Luckily, the extended combat sessions allowed him to keep up with his physical training. And with his new salary, he was able to increase his budget for food and medicinal supplies. Though his routine shifted, his life remained as busy and fulfilling as ever. If anything, his more intense training sparked curiosity among his classmates, who wondered what sudden motivation had driven Ishiro to work this hard. Shohara tried to figure that out by throwing jibes at Ishiro, but that concern was immediately shut down, leaving him fuming. Tanaka discreetly offered Ishiro a loan when no one else was around. Ishiro thanked her but politely declined without explanation. To Ishiro's surprise, even classmates he'd rarely interacted with began reaching out. Tatsuya offered to help improve Ishiro's taijutsu under the guise of sparring, something Ishiro hadn't expected but found valuable, given Tatsuya's family's taijutsu heritage. Meanwhile, both Ikura and Miko came to him, one after the other, for exchanges on ninjutsu insights. This sudden surge of solidarity from his classmates left Ishiro a bit stunned but also touched. He had always been a quiet person with mostly average relationships, focusing more on training. Outside of Shohara and Tanaka, he wasn't especially close to anyone. Yet without realizing it, he'd formed ties with nearly everyone. That realization overwhelmed him. The ninja world was harsh, and the mortality rate high, so he wasn't sure he could handle the potential loss of a friend. He had once believed that keeping a distance would save him from pain. But now he saw that, before he even knew it, bonds had already taken root. Chapter 11, The Substitution Technique. Chapter 11, The Substitution Technique. Although Ishiro's behavior at the school was strange, it didn't cause much of a stir. On the other hand, his peaceful job at the barrier class turned out to be a bit unexpected. It turns out that Ishiro sparked curiosity among the people in the barrier class. Even though everyone was busy, many found various excuses to visit the archive room, and a significant number even timed their visits to coincide with Ishiro's shifts in order to exchange books. So, instead of the quiet study time he had imagined, half of Ishiro's time was taken up by copying books. However, there was a silver lining. Thanks to all this attention, Ishiro quickly became familiar with the internal structure and various task assignments of the barrier class. As one of the village's core departments, the barrier class had a massive structure. The division Ishiro was part of, the Sealing Division, worked alongside the Sensory Division, the Runes Division, and a Combat Division that wasn't technically part of the barrier class but had long been stationed there. Excluding the Combat Division, each of the other divisions had dozens to hundreds of members during peacetime. These departments were at the same level as others like the Medical Division, the Interrogation Division, the Umbu, the Ninja Academy, the Patrol Division, the Administrative Department, and the Logistics Department. Unlike the Hidden Leaf, Iwagakure didn't have a route or a dedicated guard division. However, when war broke out, these departments would be disbanded and their personnel assigned to various combat teams to strengthen the specialized talent of those units. So, the current barrier class was far smaller than it would be during wartime, with only about 100 members, who were split into 3 shifts. Among them, the Sensory Division had the most people, while the Sealing and Runes divisions were much smaller. The daily work of the Sealing Division revolved around 2 major aspects. One was regularly checking and reinforcing the various seals around the village, such as those on the cabinets in the archive room, which could only be accessed with special permissions. The other major task, which Ishiro hadn't anticipated, was the creation of storage scrolls. Storage scrolls were consumables, not used up after just one use, but they couldn't be used for long periods and were expensive. Therefore, each village had ninjas responsible for making them. The Runes Division also had an important job of creating various talismans, like the commonly used explosion talismans. Up until now, Ishiro hadn't used either of these, simply because he couldn't afford them. The first book on the list provided by Bunji was related to the creation of storage scrolls. For the next month, Ishiro copied over 30 books. Though it was tiring, it earned him around 70 contribution points. While not much, for a person barely getting by, Ishiro was quite satisfied with the result. One of the clear benefits of his powerful spiritual energy was that learning new knowledge came easily. So, in just a month, Ishiro managed to finish reading all the books on his list, which surprised Bunji. Bunji tested Ishiro's understanding and was impressed by his grasp of the material, noting that Ishiro didn't just understand the content but also provided valuable insights. This was a bit unexpected, so after some thought, Bunji decided not to assign Ishiro more standard tasks but instead gave him an even longer list of books to study. Ishiro didn't rush. He had been focusing on practicing the 3 techniques lately, and his progress was impressive. He had already learned the clone technique and substitution technique, but he wasn't yet proficient. The casting process was slow, and the success rate was still low. Moreover, he had to concentrate fully to perform them. The biggest issue was that the hand seals were too slow. In one-on-one combat, his techniques weren't fast enough to be practical. For instance, the transformation and clone techniques took over 3 seconds to perform. If the substitution technique was pre-prepared with a wooden substitute, it could be cast in about 3 seconds. But if Ishiro had to use surrounding objects as substitutes, it would take over 7 seconds. In that time, Tatsuya's shuriken would have already struck. Given this, Ishiro focused his training not just on physical conditioning, but on improving his proficiency with the 3 techniques. The practice of the 3 techniques was split into 2 parts. One was hand seal practice. As one of the few ninjutsu Ishiro knew, practicing hand seals with actual usage was far more effective than simply practicing sequences. Additionally, now that hand seals were accompanied by chakra manipulation, Ishiro was hesitant to attempt altering the sequence. After much consideration, Ishiro decided to focus on the most practical technique for combat, the substitution technique. As one of the basic 3 techniques, it used very little chakra and was commonly used by ninjas to avoid attacks. However, the substitution technique had several limitations. First, it required nearby objects of suitable size and weight. If the objects were too large or heavy, the technique would be slower and consume more chakra, making it less efficient than the body flicker technique. If the object was too small or light, it wouldn't take on the user's shape properly. Furthermore, the technique required connecting the user's chakra with the substitute, which meant it couldn't be prepared too far in advance. If prepared too early, maintaining the chakra connection would prevent the ninja from fighting. If prepared too late, the technique would fail entirely. Finally, chakra outside the body was easy to detect. Since the substitution technique was one of the most common techniques, most ninjas were prepared for it. Achieving a surprise effect was, therefore, quite difficult. Despite these shortcomings, the technique had significant advantages. The most obvious one was that it was simple and easy to learn. As one of the entry-level techniques, the substitution technique was a D-rank ninjutsu. There was nothing simpler. Over the next few months, Ishiro practiced using the substitution technique in various environments. By the end of 3 months, he was able to successfully perform the technique 100% of the time under normal circumstances, completing the process using nearby wood or branches in about 5 seconds. Then Ishiro had a sudden idea. Instead of using wood, he'd try using something that most people wouldn't think of: water. Compared to stones, water had a lower density and consumed far less chakra. Most importantly, it would be unexpected. Since the substitution technique could switch the ninja's position with the substitute, using water would allow a ninja to hide in or escape through it. It had been about 5 months since Ishiro's chakra had first reached the level needed for the transformation technique. Since then, his chakra reserves had grown significantly. To simplify things, Ishiro decided to label his chakra level for 1D rank technique as 1D. Now, his chakra had increased from 1D to around 1.7D. Thanks to his training in chakra control, Ishiro could now use only about 0.8D of chakra to perform the substitution technique. However, his proficiency with the clone and transformation techniques hadn't improved much, and they still required over 0.9D of chakra. Moreover, Ishiro's greatest advantage, his spiritual energy, was growing as well. The most significant result of this was that he had become the only ninja in his class capable of practicing chakra extraction while in combat. Now, at just over 5 years old, almost 6, Ishiro had barely reached the standard for the shinobi selection exam in peacetime. In his past life, Kakashi graduated at 5, and Ishiro joked that he could have done the same. To sum up Ishiro's mindset, as Naruto once said, "I'm doing great." Of course, this was just Ishiro's self-satisfaction. The test Kakashi faced for graduation was far more challenging than simply mastering the 3 techniques. And although Ishiro's proficiency with the 3 techniques was impressive, it was largely due to his chakra control abilities. His chakra reserves and physical fitness were still far behind other elite peers. For example, Shohara, the muscle-bound yet simple-minded guy, currently had at least 7D worth of chakra, and his physical strength was many times greater than Ishiro's. Don't be surprised, this gap in physical fitness between them was widening. This disparity was despairing, particularly when it came to taijutsu. If Ishiro and Tanaka faced off, they would have completed their hand seals at the same time, but Ishiro wouldn't even have started his technique before Tanaka's fist was already at his face. Though Shohara and Tanaka's taijutsu far exceeded Ishiro's, Shohara was still learning the 3 techniques, and couldn't yet perform them successfully. Tanaka was slightly better off, she had already mastered the transformation technique. At present, 7 or 8 students in Ishiro's class had successfully performed the 3 techniques, but only Ikura, Ishiro, and Miko had learned all 3, with Ishiro being the first to master all 3 before Miko. As for Ikura, his abilities were now beyond the comprehension of anyone in class. His physical fitness, chakra reserves, and chakra control far exceeded everyone else's. In sparring, no one could make him use his full strength. He was famous as the village's most talented ninja. Sometimes, Ishiro wondered, given Ikura's displayed talent, he was probably not much weaker than Kakashi. Why had no one ever heard of him? Did he pass away young, or was he neglected? But that was a question Ishiro couldn't answer now. Instead of wasting energy thinking about it, he focused on improving his substitution technique. How could he use water as a substitute? Water had no fixed shape and was highly fluid, making it difficult to use in the substitution technique. After some thought, Ishiro decided to solve the shape problem first. He would use water from a bucket for practice, which would eliminate the impact of water's fluidity. If this worked, he could move on to the next step. The idea was good, but the reality was harsh. Ishiro specifically selected a bucket of water similar in size to the wooden substitute. After filling the bucket, he began establishing a chakra connection with the water. This part went smoothly, but when it came time to swap positions, problems arose. Although he could achieve the swap, the water couldn't take on his form after the transfer. Had he succeeded? In terms of evading an attack, it was successful. But the core of the substitution technique was to briefly confuse the enemy by using the substitute to switch places, which had failed. One of the key advantages of the substitution technique was that it allowed the ninja to launch a surprise attack while the enemy focused on the substitute. To achieve this, Ishiro had to solve the problem of shaping the water substitute. Chapter 12, Chakra Attributes. Chapter 12, Chakra Attributes. At this moment, Ishiro's advantage as a transmigrator truly came into play. Chakra's applications were endless, and solving the problem of solidifying water into a fixed shape wasn't difficult, it just depended on what his chakra attributes were. With this thought, Ishiro couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately left the house and went to the village's task hall, using the contribution points he earned from copying books to exchange for a chakra test paper. After exchanging the paper, Ishiro felt a pang of regret as he walked home. The test paper cost him 50 contribution points, which took up 80% of the points he earned from copying books. The production of chakra test papers wasn't difficult, but they were expensive because they were a necessity. Every ninja needed one to know the direction their path would take in the future. Once home, Ishiro eagerly inserted his chakra into the test paper and watched as half of it got wet and the other half shattered. Water and earth, Ishiro murmured. The result didn't exactly bring joy or disappointment. His long-term goal of mastering dust release required fire and wind chakra, but since Ishiro didn't possess those attributes, the difficulty of developing dust release increased significantly. On the other hand, earth chakra, which was needed for some immediate problems, seemed to be within reach. Sighing, Ishiro snapped back to his senses and began pondering how to use his earth attribute to fix the shape of water. This was going to be a tough project, but it wasn't beyond his capabilities. Although Ishiro's overall strength was far below the level of a typical genin, his progress with ninjutsu was far ahead. He was ready to move on to the next stage, nature transformation. Typically, when a ninja could proficiently use the 3 techniques, transformation, clone, and substitution, their chakra level would be high enough to use C-rank jutsu. After doing a few missions, adjusting to chakra usage in combat, and gaining the necessary experience, they would then be ready to learn elemental ninjutsu. Learning nature transformation, along with the casting of jutsu, was far more challenging than the practice of the 3 techniques. The process would be slow, especially since chakra couldn't be freely used in combat. Without the assistance of exceptional talent, most ninjas would only start to learn C-rank jutsu after becoming a chunin, when the village would provide more specialized training. Ishiro's situation was unique. Even though he had mastered the 3 techniques, it was entirely due to his extraordinary chakra control. His chakra reserves were still not sufficient for C-rank jutsu. Technically, he didn't need to practice nature transformation yet, but now that he had discovered a new use for it, he decided to prioritize it in his training. When Ishiro decided to start practicing earth-nature transformation, he had no real guidance. In his past life, Naruto's training for wind-nature transformation was based entirely on muscle memory. This didn't suit Ishiro, as his body wasn't suited to that type of mindless practice. But it didn't matter. In Iwagakure, there wasn't much help for training in other attributes, but training earth chakra. That was something Ishiro could definitely handle. When Ishiro told Ishikawa about his plan to train in Earth-Nature transformation, his teacher just raised an eyebrow and told him that the village had a designated place for training Earth Chakra transformations. It was open to all villagers for free. At lunch, Ishiro followed Ishikawa's directions to the number 9 training ground. This particular training ground was unlike the others. Instead of targets for kunai practice or human-shaped wooden figures for taijutsu training, this place was filled with various rocks in all shapes and sizes. As Ishikawa had told him, these rocks were formed by different earth-style jutsu from various top ninjas of Iwagakure, starting from the very first Tsuchikage. The reason the village was built on this land was due to the specific properties of the soil that helped retain earth chakra. Don't find this strange, there are many inexplicable places in the ninja world. For example, the winds of the land of wind blow non-stop, and the thunder in the land of lightning defies scientific principles. Iwagakure's advantage lay in the sacred training ground for earth chakra. Ishiro strolled through the stone forest, searching for a rock that resonated with his chakra. If he could find such a rock and sit next to it to meditate, there was a high chance he could train in earth-nature transformation. This was why Iwagakure had the largest number of ninjas in the 5 great shinobi countries. The cost of training earth chakra was much lower here, so the country could afford to train more ninjas. As Ishiro wandered through the area, he felt something strange. It was as if the rocks had lives of their own, each with its own preferences. He could clearly feel that some rocks didn't resonate with him, some were indifferent, and some seemed to call out to him. The rocks that called to him felt like children calling out to their mother. Ishiro didn't rush, he first walked around the large area, before finally finding a rock that resonated most strongly with his chakra. This rock had a perfect spherical shape. Ishiro recalled a technique from his memory, a jutsu similar to the one used by a member of the Sound 4, one that trapped people inside while absorbing their chakra. Was it called the Earth Prison? Ishiro circled around the spherical rock several times before selecting a spot where the feeling of resonance was the strongest. He placed his left hand on the stone, made a hand seal with his right hand, and began to channel chakra into the rock. As Ishiro's chakra connected with the stone, it was as if he established a link with the user of this jutsu. In this faint connection, Ishiro glimpsed some blurry memories from the original user. These fragments seemed to be deeply imprinted in the original owner's mind, but their sequence was too chaotic to make sense of. At the same time, Ishiro was completely focused on understanding the technique of the jutsu. He couldn't make sense of most of the memories. From the outside, it seemed as though Ishiro was completely still, but his mind was engulfed in a warm, liquid sensation. It felt like he was back in the womb, completely curled up and unable to move. After an undetermined period of time, Ishiro slowly began to adjust to this sensation and began to gently stretch his limbs. Eventually, he was able to walk within the liquid. Ishiro didn't dare step outside of it but deliberately walked around the various corners of the liquid. It was hard to describe the feeling. It was as if his mind had suddenly expanded, but at the same time, nothing had changed. If he had to compare it to something, it felt similar to learning to ride a bicycle in his previous life. Before mastering balance, it was impossible to stay upright, but once it was learned, it became hard to lose balance. Slowly, Ishiro realized that the liquid surrounding him was chakra, earth chakra, left by the original user. It was an extraordinary feeling. He also understood how to change the attributes of chakra. Naturally, Ishiro opened his eyes, emerging from his previous still state. But this time, he wasn't outside the spherical rock, he was inside it. Through the process, Ishiro had gradually merged into the earth prison technique's interior. After becoming fully aware of the situation, Ishiro sensed his chakra reserves and sighed. His chakra was completely depleted. Although he wasn't sure why he had ended up inside this jutsu, he knew that to leave, he would first need to replenish his chakra. But then, something that made Ishiro speechless occurred. The chakra he was replenishing was slowly being absorbed by the jutsu. The absorption rate was very slow, but given how little chakra Ishiro had left, he wasn't sure how much more was needed to escape. If it wasn't enough, he might be stuck inside waiting for rescue. Fortunately, it was just after lunch, and there was still some chakra left in his body. Ishiro carefully scanned his surroundings, choosing the spot where the absorption rate was slowest. He sat down and focused on replenishing his chakra. Now that Ishiro could stand while cultivating chakra, he could even practice while using chakra. However, this slowed the process down, and since his chakra reserves were already limited, wasting too much time would only result in more absorption. After what felt like an eternity, Ishiro finally reached his limit. He focused on the unique sensation he had learned, released his chakra outside his body, and slowly passed through the earth prison technique. Once he was free, Ishiro sighed with relief. The short minute it took had left him almost completely drained. Looking back, he realized how close he had come to being trapped inside. If his chakra had run out halfway through, he might have been stuck. But fortunately, Ishiro had made it out safely, and he was more excited than frightened. This trip had been worthwhile. Without realizing it, he had learned how to perform earth chakra transformation. Filled with excitement, Ishiro headed toward the ninja academy. The time spent cultivating chakra had been long, and combined with the hours spent searching for the right stone, it was already nearing the end of the school day. But before leaving, he wanted to report to Ishikawa and share the good news. When Ishikawa saw Ishiro return, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried and was already thinking of searching for Ishiro at the number 9 training ground if he hadn't returned after school. Seeing that Ishiro looked more fatigued than at lunch, Ishikawa comforted him. "So, did you get to experience the magic of that place? Your chakra is a bit limited, so your insight will take longer than others, but after a few more visits, you should start to see results." Before Ishikawa could say more, Ishiro quickly responded, "Ishikawa-sensei, it's not like that. I've already had a breakthrough." He then recounted his experience in detail. After listening, Ishikawa was speechless. With Ishiro's chakra reserves, he couldn't have even achieved 10% of what he himself had accomplished. Back in the day, he didn't even dare to calculate how many trips it had taken for him to get results. While Ishikawa was worried about Ishiro's recklessness, he didn't say much. After all, Ishiro only went to the stone forest once, so it was unlikely he'd get into too much trouble. He just let it go, not scolding Ishiro further, sparing him from his usual reprimands. Chapter 13, Unique Substitution Jutsu. Chapter 13, Unique Substitution Jutsu. After the exhausting experience at the number 9 training ground, Ishiro was quite tired. Fortunately, there were no particular issues at the barrier division, and upon returning home, Ishiro went straight to bed, deciding to leave all matters for the next day. The next morning, Ishiro woke up fully refreshed. Instead of doing his morning training right away, he first practiced his chakra control and then began practicing substitution jutsu with a water bucket. Following the planned steps, Ishiro transformed his chakra into earth chakra and filled the water in the bucket with it. He could clearly feel that the solidifying properties of earth chakra had started to take effect. With the feedback he received, Ishiro proceeded to cast the substitution jutsu. Instantly, Ishiro appeared next to the water bucket, and the bucket was now empty. The water inside had transformed into Ishiro's likeness, appearing where Ishiro had originally been. However, the substitution was different from the transformation jutsu. Unlike the transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu didn't allow for complex movements. It only managed to create a few frightened expressions, which Ishiro had planned beforehand. The more panic the substitute showed, the more it could confuse the opponent. The Ishiro now standing by the bucket threw a small stone that he had prepared earlier. The stone hit the substitute's abdomen accurately, and unlike the usual substitution jutsu, where the substitute turns into a wooden log when struck, Ishiro's substitute began to collapse from the abdomen. The collapse spread outward and eventually turned into water. Seeing this, Ishiro pondered for a moment. This seemed to be a new variation of substitution jutsu that combined earth chakra with water as a substitute. With that, Ishiro decided to give this new technique a name. How about water substitution? Would it get confused with water clone? Well, it was his own naming, so it shouldn't matter too much. Yes, water substitution it was. After successfully performing it once, Ishiro didn't try again, as his chakra reserves were only enough for one more attempt, and he would need it for the day's training. After quickly washing up, Ishiro hurried to the cafeteria, realizing he was almost late due to the time he spent practicing chakra. Water substitution was just a small detour in his training, and with the help of the magical effects at the number 9 training ground, it didn't take much of Ishiro's time. His routine life resumed as usual, daily practice of the 3 techniques, with an emphasis on the wood substitution and water substitution, both essential techniques for survival. Alongside his usual mundane physical training and taijutsu practice, he also spent time working in the barrier division, reading books to pass time. Ishiro thought that this routine life would continue until his chakra reserves grew enough for him to perform C-rank ninjutsu. But 2 months later, something unexpected happened. Captain Bunji came to find him again. First, he tested Ishiro's knowledge and inquired about his chakra growth. After confirming that both had reached the required standards, Bunji transferred Ishiro's task of managing the library to someone else and brought him to the training room. The barrier division's training room was different from the usual ones. There were no wooden posts, dummies, or targets for taijutsu practice. Instead, it was filled with various materials for creating seals and scrolls. This was where Ishiro would practice making scrolls. Although he hadn't worked with these materials before, he had studied them extensively in books. Seeing them in person piqued his curiosity, but he remained composed, waiting for Bunji's instructions. The training room was not crowded, there were only 4 people. 2 were practicing on their own, while the other 2 were teaching and learning. Bunji led Ishiro to the pair who were teaching and learning, pointing to the middle-aged ninja who was demonstrating how to make scrolls. "This is my senior, Misha, one of the best scroll-making experts in our village. He has been in the barrier division for many years, and most of us have learned how to make scrolls under his guidance. You'll be learning from him starting today." Ishiro quickly greeted the middle-aged ninja. "Hello, Misha-senpai." He had seen Misha before, as he was one of the people who had asked him to copy books earlier. At that moment, Misha finished his demonstration and nodded to Bunji, saying, "Leave it to me." After receiving confirmation, Bunji didn't linger and left. Once Bunji left, Misha looked at Ishiro and said, "Ishiro, huh? I didn't expect you to get through the theory phase so quickly." Just as Bunji said, "You're a very motivated kid." Pausing, he added, "I saw your handwriting when you were copying the books. Your chakra control seems excellent. Here, take this knife and cut along this line." Ishiro now realized that the reason Misha had asked him to copy books was for this very purpose. It seemed that ninjas always had ways of obtaining information that weren't obvious. He couldn't underestimate these seniors, they could gather intelligence with the simplest of actions. Returning his focus, Ishiro took the small knife and noticed something strange. It was a special metallic knife that could conduct chakra. His first thought was, if I sell this knife for materials, how many days could it cover? He realized he was becoming obsessed with money, which made him chuckle inwardly. Shaking off his unproductive thoughts, Ishiro grasped the handle of the knife and began channeling chakra into it. Although this was his first time using chakra metal, Ishiro smoothly transferred chakra into the knife. Holding the small knife, he lightly cut along the line on the paper, and the paper was cleanly split in two. Misha watched Ishiro's smooth operation with growing amazement. He took the paper and inspected the cut carefully. The cut was incredibly clean, with no visible wavering. It was exceptional. Normally, even with a ruler, it would be hard to avoid slight bumps. This was one of the advantages of Ishiro's powerful spirit. His control over his body was exceptional, which had been demonstrated during his physical training. This ability wasn't unique to him. Many families with strong in chakra, like the Uchiha, had similar abilities, allowing them to perform precise techniques like kunai throwing. Even the Hyuga, known for their Byakugan, developed their gentle fist taijutsu. Misha, although familiar with Ishiro's background, didn't expect his control to be so refined. Not only was his physical control impressive, but his chakra control was also remarkable. Not everyone could handle chakra metal right away. It was clear that the young ninja who had been learning beside Misha had his jaw drop in astonishment. A ninja with excellent chakra control could excel in many fields. Aside from illusion techniques, there were medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and delicate tasks like making scrolls and seals. Very good, Ishiro. Your chakra control is excellent. With that, you can skip the beginner training and move on to the next step. Since your theoretical knowledge is solid, let's start with making blank scrolls. Misha led Ishiro to a large table nearby and began demonstrating the process for creating blank scrolls. Scrolls come in different sizes. In theory, each type of scroll should have a unique size, but that would be cumbersome to make, so we generally have a few standardized sizes. However, these sizes aren't fixed. The size of the scroll depends on the ninja who will use it. If they are more skilled, the scroll can be made smaller for convenience. Of course, if the scroll's purpose is different, the size will change accordingly. Some less commonly used scrolls are custom-made. We're going to make the most common type today, a scroll used to seal everyday items like kunai or rations. Ishiro listened intently as Misha explained and demonstrated. The steps weren't difficult, and the use of chakra was minimal. Most of the process was something that any ninja could do, though not with the same precision as Misha. Ishiro followed Misha's instructions and, after several attempts and corrections, successfully made a blank scroll. Misha took Ishiro's scroll, carefully inspected it, and then said, "There are still some details that can be improved, but this scroll is already a finished product. It's ready for the next stage, where it can be inscribed with seals." He paused before adding, "However, your handling of the chakra in some areas wasn't as precise as it should be, so this scroll will have a limited number of uses. Here, feel this scroll and see where it differs from yours." Ishiro took the blank scroll Misha handed him, measuring the dimensions and using chakra to feel the key areas. After some thought, he pointed out, "Misha-senpai, it seems the connection between the paper and the wooden handle is tighter in this scroll. But I'm not sure why." Misha was once again impressed by Ishiro's insight. "Incredible. If it weren't for your age, I wouldn't believe you were a beginner," he said. He then took the scroll back and began explaining the details to Ishiro, pointing out the intricacies of the connection between the paper and the handle. As the two discussed, time passed unnoticed. The other ninjas in the room exchanged looks, surprised that Ishiro, a newcomer, was already learning techniques that they hadn't mastered yet. It was an unusual sight. Time flew by, and as one of the young ninjas reminded them, Ishiro and Misha realized that it was already late, past working hours. Ishiro, excited, felt like he had learned a great deal today. This was the first time an elder had patiently passed on ninja knowledge to him. Though it wasn't combat-related, the knowledge he gained would certainly prove valuable in the future. Chapter 14, Unexpected. Chapter 14, Unexpected. Ishiro was incredibly excited, and sleep seemed a distant thought. However, after receiving Misha's approval, he grabbed a small carving knife and some materials, eager to practice a bit more when he got home. Misha wasn't surprised by Ishiro's enthusiasm. After all, he had mentored many ninjas, and many were initially brimming with curiosity and energy, only to lose that spark once the excitement wore off and the work became routine. Ishiro carried his materials home, walking along a path he was very familiar with. He had walked this route countless times, but tonight it was a little later than usual. As he walked, he reviewed the tips and chakra applications Misha had given him. He marveled at how simple chakra was described in his previous life. In this world, chakra had such incredible versatility. However, as Ishiro continued, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He shivered, wondering why a cold sensation had gripped him on a summer night. He looked around but saw nothing out of place. With ninjas patrolling the village, the security was much better than in his past life. There were no thieves in Iwa, at least not like the ones in his old world. The village was structured like a small circular fortress. Ishiro had quickly adapted to the layout after initially feeling out of place. Right now, he was walking between two rows of the fortress. There were no lights inside, and it seemed the villagers were all asleep. The street appeared typical, with only a few large wooden barrels, used to collect rainwater, placed outside homes. Iwa was not lacking in water, but unlike Konoha, it wasn't as convenient to get it, so every house had a large barrel outside to collect rainwater. This was much like Ishiro's childhood home, where they had a large water barrel outside. Everything appeared normal, but there was still an odd feeling in the air. Ishiro walked a bit further, and that strange sensation grew more intense. Out of curiosity, he retraced his steps to re-examine the situation, and soon, he discovered the anomaly. Normally, every house had just one barrel to collect rainwater. A second barrel would be unnecessary since the amount of water collected depended on the roof size. But in front of one particular house, there was both a large and small barrel. Looking up, Ishiro noticed there was no drainage pipe connected to the smaller barrel. This wasn't due to any particular talent of Ishiro's. In fact, ninjutsu school taught him such things, as part of their practical lessons. Learning how to detect irregularities and inconsistencies like this was a standard course. He was also trained in trap-making, tracking, and counter-tracking. With his high mental faculties, Ishiro excelled in these subjects. But at that moment, Ishiro was far from pleased with his discovery. This was the ninja world, and unlike his previous life, things weren't peaceful. The unusual detail he had noticed could very well be the work of an enemy ninja. If an intruder ninja from a foreign village had infiltrated, what could he do? A ninja who could infiltrate Iwa would most likely be at least a chunin. His heartbeat quickened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He forced himself to stay calm, pretending to casually turn around and walk back home, thinking to himself, please don't let anything happen. If I run into a patrolling ninja, I'll warn them immediately. But, as if to mock his fears, a faint pop sound reached his ears, freezing him in place. With a heavy feeling, Ishiro turned around, only to see the large barrel had transformed into a person. The stranger wasn't dressed as a ninja, and this only made Ishiro more nervous. If it were a villager, they wouldn't disguise themselves like this. It could only be a foreign spy. I'm done for. The stranger's face was grim, clearly irritated that a child had spotted him. He drew two shuriken and threatened Ishiro, tell me how you discovered me, and I'll give you a swift death. The threat snapped Ishiro back to his senses. No way out now, I have to stay calm. He had chakra, and it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back. Ishiro kept his fearful expression in place while gathering chakra. He maintained a stiff posture and stammered, I'm a student at the Ninja Academy. We learned about this kind of thing in class. You have a flaw. The stranger, hearing that Ishiro was a student, grew even more determined to kill him. A ninja school student could become a future enemy of their country, and such people had to be eliminated. But when he heard the rest of the sentence, the stranger hesitated and asked, what flaw? If I like your answer, I might let you go. Ishiro felt a moment of relief. The delay worked, he's starting to bite. Now, holding a large stack of papers in his arms, Ishiro kept his hands hidden inside them, making sure the stranger couldn't see his movements. He acted as if he was trembling and intentionally caused the papers to rustle, while his hands silently formed the necessary hand seals. At the same time, he said, the barrels in front of houses in the land of Earth are used to collect rainwater from the roof. The size of the roof determines the amount of water, so whether you have one or two barrels doesn't matter. That's why we never have two barrels outside the door. Ishiro wasn't lying, but he didn't want the stranger to suspect him and attack outright. The stranger paused as Ishiro's words sank in, seemingly lost in thought. This was the moment Ishiro had been waiting for. His hands had already completed the last seal. Just as Ishiro anticipated, the moment the stranger figured out the flaw and relaxed, he rushed toward Ishiro, throwing a shuriken aimed at his neck. However, to the stranger's surprise, Ishiro's neck didn't spurt blood. Instead, it turned into a puddle of water, quickly spreading out from the center. Ishiro's whole body followed suit, transforming into water. The stranger stood in shock. The transformation wasn't something a normal person could do, only members of the village's bloodline limit clan, the Hozuki clan, could do that. Could this kid be a spy from the Hozuki clan? But how could a child with such a bloodline be sent on a mission? Before the stranger could fully process this, he realized that something was off. The process of turning into water wasn't like the Hozuki clan's jutsu at all. It was then that Ishiro had already used his water substitution technique. While the stranger was distracted by the conversation, Ishiro had created a clone using the water in a nearby large barrel. The two switched places, both facing away from each other. Without hesitation, Ishiro threw a small knife, which he had learned to throw from Goya during their sparring sessions. This knife wasn't the chakra-conducting one, but it was still sharp and designed for scroll-making, so it was deadly enough. The stranger, a chunin, had excellent reflexes. He wasn't completely caught off guard and managed to sidestep the attack. However, he still couldn't fully evade it. The knife struck the stranger in the left side of his body, puncturing deeply. Though it wasn't a fatal blow, the injury left the stranger severely wounded. Ishiro didn't turn around for another attack. Instead, he jumped onto the nearby house, gaining higher ground. The wounded stranger, though he couldn't retaliate immediately, instinctively began dodging as he moved, expecting further attacks. However, nothing followed. The stranger, realizing he was exposed, quickly tried to track Ishiro's movements, but by the time he reached the street, Ishiro was already running towards the center of the village. Ishiro's shouts for help echoed in the street. The stranger hesitated, considering whether to continue the chase or hide, but quickly decided to pursue. He was wounded, and his only option was to try and take down Ishiro before anyone could stop him. But as Ishiro raced ahead, the stranger grew frustrated. With his current injuries, he was slowing down, and Ishiro was gaining distance. Desperate, the stranger formed hand seals, shouting, "Water style, water arrow jutsu." Chapter 15, Transformation. Chapter 15, Transformation. At first, Ishiro was running at full speed. However, once he realized the enemy had spotted him, he grew more cautious, constantly checking over his shoulder. After all, in the ninja world, weapons like kunai and shuriken could be lethal at considerable range. When Ishiro saw the mist ninja halt and start forming hand seals for a jutsu, his heart pounded. He knew he couldn't keep running straight. Still some distance from the nearest alley, Ishiro didn't dare gamble on outpacing the enemy's jutsu. He veered sharply, seeking cover behind a nearby water barrel. Sure enough, no sooner had he ducked behind the barrel than he heard the sound of water arrows slamming into it. Several water arrows struck the barrel, shattering it to pieces. The remaining arrows continued on, pelting Ishiro's hiding spot in a relentless barrage. The mist ninja, confident his water arrow jutsu had hit its mark, rushed over to finish off Ishiro. But upon reaching the splintered barrel, one hand still clutched against his wound, he found no one. His face darkened further, not just from the pain of his wound, but also from repeatedly losing the upper hand. He scanned the area carefully, yet there was still no sign of Ishiro. Time was running short. Ignoring his injury, the mist ninja dropped to one knee, one hand on the ground, attempting a sensing technique. But the very moment he focused on his sensing, an object shot straight at his head from within another water barrel across the street. Had he been uninjured, or at least not reeling from strenuous movement and chakra consumption, he might have evaded. Unfortunately, the odds were stacked against him. He barely managed to tilt his head to the side. The projectile struck the right side of his face, destroying his eye. Luckily for him, it wasn't sharp enough to kill instantly, but it inflicted a grave wound. The ninja reeled back. Instead of dodging further, he reached up to remove the embedded object. Before he could do so, Ishiro shot forward, holding a jagged wooden shard. He slashed horizontally, slicing open the mist ninja's exposed throat. Blood sprayed forth, soaking Ishiro. Though he knew the enemy was finished, he drove the shard deep into the ninja's chest for good measure. With that final attack, Ishiro quickly retreated, stumbling against the wall of the nearby building. He sagged against it, gasping for breath. It had been an intense ordeal, chakra-consuming techniques, frantic evasion, and terror had left him physically and mentally drained. His chakra was completely spent. This entire confrontation had happened so suddenly. Ishiro was utterly unprepared. Though he had dreamed of mastering chakra and ninjutsu, of ruling the ninja world, the truth was his mindset had always been that of a modern youth living in relative peace. He had been aware, in theory, of danger, but not like this. Now, for the first time, he truly confronted life or death peril. In that moment, he realized that being a ninja was more than learning to control chakra and perform jutsu. It involved forging one's own nindo, a guiding principle worth giving everything to defend. He looked at the corpse, watching the blood flow gradually slow. He was panting heavily, his entire body trembled with the shock. Yet, within him, he felt his blood heat and his heart steady. He felt a shift. Before Ishiro could fully process the changes, two figures appeared not far away. One faced Ishiro while the other watched the corpse. Neither spoke nor moved unnecessarily. Ishiro was about to speak when he caught sight of another silhouette, perched on a roof in the distance, also observing. It was then that one of the nearer two turned to Ishiro. "Who are you, and what happened here?" Without hesitation, Ishiro answered, "I'm Ishiro, a student at the Ninja Academy and an intern at the Barrier Division. Lord Anoki knows me. That body belongs to a foreign spy. He tried to kill me while I was heading home from my internship, so I killed him in self-defense." The ninja wasn't surprised, the scene spoke for itself, and he had already formed his suspicions. He merely nodded. "We've just gotten back from a mission. We aren't official security, but the Ubu will arrive soon to investigate, and we'll need your cooperation." Ishiro gave a respectful nod. "Thank you, seniors." When Ishiro agreed, the ninja said nothing more, waiting for Ubu to arrive. Sure enough, only moments passed before an Ubu team showed up. They spoke briefly with the two returning ninjas before two members accompanied Ishiro to take his statement. The Ubu took charge of the body, leaving Ishiro free of further responsibility. The process was quick. During wartime, infiltration attempts were far from rare. The Ubu confirmed Ishiro's story with ease, given his known background. After his statement, Ishiro was escorted home by an Ubu member. As they'd said, one would stand guard through the night. Free from further threats, Ishiro collapsed into bed, letting sleep claim him. Tomorrow, he would face whatever came next. The next day. During the practical training session, Ishiro sought out Ishikawa-sensei, wanting to discuss his performance from the previous night, what he did right, what he could have done better. He wasn't concerned about revealing Ubu's secrets since the incident was deemed an accident, not covered by confidentiality rules. Ishikawa-sensei had already noticed Ishiro's unusual demeanor. As a Chunin, he recognized the signs of a student transitioning into the mindset of a real ninja. Ishiro's expression, body language, and aura had changed. Something crucial had happened during the night. Worried, Ishikawa first checked the injuries that the Ubu had treated. Seeing that Ishiro's wounds were healing, he relaxed somewhat. Then he began analyzing Ishiro's actions. Initially, Ishiro's approach had been careless, too curious, not nearly vigilant enough. This was surprising for someone with top marks in theoretical classes. Next, a lack of experience showed. Ishiro's detection of the danger had been a result of heightened perception, but he had reacted in a way that nearly cost him his life. Rather than using that advantage, he almost turned it into a liability. His subsequent plan to flee was wise, but not knowing how best to handle the situation, he took no steps to strengthen his own combat potential while retreating. For instance, he could have looked for a weapon. Though the street was mostly bare, it wasn't entirely devoid of objects. At the very least, he could have thrown a few stones to disturb the mist ninja, hindering further jutsu use. Instead, Ishiro found himself unarmed until the shattered wooden debris from the water barrel lodged in his side, which he then turned into a makeshift weapon. As for the final confrontation, Ishiro's tactics were commendable for a novice. He used deception to lure the enemy into a water substitution, a creative move. Ishikawa praised that portion of Ishiro's performance. He also encouraged Ishiro to formalize his water substitution method and submit it to the village, in return for contribution points. Ishiro was excited, realizing that this variation of substitution jutsu could earn him more resources. After all, his supply of contribution points had run dangerously low. Ishikawa merely smiled. Of course. IWA has never seen substitution applied in this way. The greatest advantage here is the extended confusion you can cause. In battle, a split second's distraction can be lethal. He added, still, it's more of a trick or adaptation than an all-new jutsu. Don't expect a huge reward. Even so, Ishiro was delighted. After purchasing the chakra test paper, he barely had any contribution points left. Now he could aim to trade for essential ninja tools. Finally, Ishikawa offered one more insight: you may not notice any changes to your body or chakra levels, but you've become stronger all the same. Your mindset has evolved, and your willpower is sharper. Even if your spirit strength hasn't literally grown, it has become more focused. Your chakra quality has changed. That was true, even with the same overall volume, some chakras were more formidable than others. The Ninetails chakra, for example, was more potent than an ordinary ninja's, and Sage chakra surpassed anything else in terms of raw might. Ishikawa told Ishiro that, through his life-or-death struggle last night, he had taken the first step to a more mature chakra state. Barring elite jonin, who experience further chakra refinement, most genin and chunin no longer had a qualitative edge over him. They might still hold the advantage of experience, jutsu efficiency, and overall volume, but not in the purity of their chakra. While Ishiro was absorbing these revelations, in the Tsuchikage office, the Ubu team that handled the infiltration case was making their detailed report to Anoki. Chapter 16, Mission Record. Chapter 16, Mission Record. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the detailed report on yesterday's battle. Ishiro's description matches the battle traces at the scene perfectly. It seems he unintentionally discovered the mist ninja's movements and was forced into a fight. The Ubu agent paused before continuing. The intelligence division analysis suggests that Ishiro has decent battle intelligence. His responses during the battle were commendable for someone of his age. From his peers' evaluation of him, he was previously seen as a student with some talent, but after last night's encounter, he has undergone a transformation into a true ninja. His act of using the wooden shard he had embedded in his own body as a weapon to attack the mist ninja clearly shows he is already a competent ninja. Tsuchikage nodded. He had a deep impression of Ishiro, a clever boy. He had previously lacked the resilience expected of a ninja, which was why he had been placed in the barrier division. But now, he had grown unexpectedly. It seemed it was time to rethink his future role. Although the barrier division was important, it paled in comparison to an outstanding combat ninja. However, Tsuchikage had no time to worry about Ishiro's future. The ongoing war was his primary concern. He turned to the Ubu and asked, did the mist ninja have any valuable intelligence? After receiving Ishikawa-sensei's explanation, Ishiro now had some expectations regarding his current abilities. His chakra level was approximately 2.5D. Generally, using substitution jutsu required only 0.7D, while the shadow clone and transformation jutsu required about 0.9D. However, during the battle yesterday, due to the tension, he used much more chakra than usual. If he hadn't been actively drawing on his chakra throughout the fight, he would not have been able to use 3 ninjutsu in one go. Curious, Ishiro wanted to test how much chakra he would need to use all 3 techniques now. Without wasting time, he headed to a quiet corner. He took a deep breath and quickly formed the hand seals. After 2 seconds, another identical version of himself appeared beside him. Surprised, Ishiro felt the energy in his body. The clone jutsu had only consumed about 0.60 of chakra, and the casting time had been reduced from the usual 3 seconds to 2 seconds. Yesterday, during the battle, it had taken more than 4 seconds. Reflecting on his performance, Ishiro shook his head. He still had much to improve. Next, he released the clone jutsu and used the transformation jutsu, turning into the mist ninja he had fought yesterday. It also only used 0.60 of chakra and took 2 seconds. After dismissing the transformation jutsu, Ishiro eyed a small tree branch nearby and used the substitution jutsu. The chakra consumption was only between 0.4D and 0.5D, and it took just under 4 seconds to complete. Not satisfied yet, Ishiro picked up a tree branch, prepared it for the substitution jutsu, and threw it right before switching places with it. This time, the chakra consumption was even lower, about 0.4D, and the time was reduced to around 1.5 seconds. Ishiro was thrilled. To perform substitution jutsu in just 1.5 seconds was already enough to save his life in battle. The chakra consumption was so low that even if he needed to continue fighting with taijutsu, he could still perform the technique at least 3 or 4 more times. This gave him a much-needed way to avoid attacks. Not only that, during his next practical lesson, Ishiro realized that his taijutsu had also become much stronger thanks to chakra enhancement. Now, he fully understood the true meaning of chakra, the combination of mental power and physical strength. This combination wasn't just influenced by the quantity of chakra but also its quality. No wonder Uchiha Madara's fire style could make even seasoned ninjas question their lives, while others merely used it as a beginner's tool. After school, Ishiro went to the barrier division practice room and found Master Misha, explaining the situation. He mentioned that the papers and knife he had taken the other day were lost. Misha wasn't bothered by this. The Ubu had already questioned him about Ishiro's situation the previous day. When he saw Ishiro now, he immediately noticed the change in his aura. Good, good. You've made the most out of the unfortunate situation. Now you can start trying more advanced chakra control exercises. Misha paused, then asked, have you tried walking on vertical rock walls or across water surfaces? Ishiro responded, I've practiced walking on rock walls, but not on water. Misha nodded. It was normal, in the land of Earth, water was scarce, and there weren't many trees. Battle ninjas practiced chakra control on rocks instead of trees. Walking on water was even harder due to the lack of available water sources. No worries, Misha added. Those are techniques typically for combat ninjas who don't have many options. For us, those of us in technical fields, we practice chakra control as part of our work. He walked over to a bookshelf and grabbed a large blank scroll, then began demonstrating to Ishiro. Watch me carefully. Control your chakra onto the pen and draw according to this template. Ishiro watched intently as Misha wrote the symbols. The script was simple, and for Ishiro's benefit, Misha deliberately wrote it large so Ishiro could see clearly. Ishiro could feel the continuous flow of chakra as Misha wrote, and though the symbols weren't continuous, the chakra's path was clearly uninterrupted. Misha, as if sensing Ishiro's thoughts, said without looking up, "The symbols are just representations. These are special signs that can temporarily hold chakra. What makes the scroll function is the specific chakra flow path when drawing the symbols." Ishiro understood. The sealing technique was like an invisible net, and the symbols were the nodes that kept the net from unraveling. Soon, Misha finished drawing and handed the completed scroll and template to Ishiro for practice. Ishiro felt embarrassed. "Master Misha, I've already used up most of my chakra this morning, so I don't think I have enough to complete the symbols." Misha laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Even if you had enough chakra, you couldn't finish it in one go. The goal right now is to practice finding the sensation of having chakra flow smoothly with your pen. You'll only be using leftover materials for now. Not having enough chakra just means you'll be practicing for less time, but it won't affect anything." Ishiro realized he had been overthinking. After completing his paper cutting yesterday, he had mistakenly thought drawing the symbols would be equally simple. Misha gave him some additional advice and then went to attend to his other apprentices. There were several students, each progressing at different speeds. Ishiro picked up the leftover materials and began practicing with the template. As expected, Ishiro couldn't master it immediately. He couldn't even get the chakra to follow the pen smoothly. It was a continuous trial and error process, trying to find the correct feeling. From a distance, Misha watched Ishiro immerse himself in his practice and smiled. He knew that Ishiro wouldn't stay in the barrier division for long. A ninja with combat potential like him wouldn't stay sidelined for too long. Hopefully, Ishiro will learn enough in the barrier division to be useful when he heads into battle, Misha thought. 3 days later, Ishiro received notice that the village had officially accepted his thoughts and insights on the water substitution jutsu, and the village had assigned contribution points according to its importance. Ishiro went to the contribution office, where he found the staff and inquired about his contribution points. He was surprised to learn that his water substitution jutsu, which he thought was of little value, was worth 1,000 points. A D-rank jutsu idea and insight had earned him the equivalent of a C-rank jutsu. Ishiro asked why, and the staff explained that this water substitution technique could be learned by most ninjas who understood Earth-style chakra, and since the village had so many Earth-style ninjas, it was highly valuable. Ishiro realized that while teaching one ninja the water substitution jutsu was minor, the impact of teaching many ninjas was immeasurable. Well, it looks like the contribution office is quite objective, Ishiro thought, feeling pleased. Additionally, he received another good piece of news, because he had personally killed a mist ninja of the Chunin rank, the task was recorded as a C+ rank. Although the ninja didn't carry important information, the village still rewarded him with 100,000 ryo and 100 contribution points. Battle missions awarded similar rewards to clerical tasks, though battle tasks yielded more contribution points. Typically, C-level clerical tasks provided 10 contribution points and 50,000 ryo, while battle tasks required 20 contribution points and 50,000 ryo. Since Ishiro's task was above a regular C-level, his reward was higher. In total, Ishiro now had 1,100 contribution points and a reward of 100,000 ryo. The contribution office had also recognized his actions as those of a qualified ninja. From now on, Ishiro would receive treatment similar to other lower-ranked ninjas in the barrier division, with the added benefit of having his tasks officially recorded. This meant more money, more contribution points, and potential benefits for his ninja ranking in the future. Chapter 17, Ninja Tools. Chapter 17, Ninja Tools. After leaving the contribution office, Ishiro was in high spirits as he headed towards the exchange center. Ishiro had been here before, buying a chakra test paper, but back then, he was penniless. Now, with 1,100 contribution points, he felt like a millionaire and was determined to browse everything. The exchange center was less crowded than usual, likely due to the war, which had led to a shortage of personnel. However, the variety of ninja tools available was impressive. There were all kinds of tools, some Ishiro had seen, some he hadn't. He had been worried that there might be a shortage due to the war, but it turned out he had been mistaken. The exchange center, dedicated to providing tools for ninjas who contributed to the village, always had enough stock. While some items might be out of stock in normal stores, here, with contribution points, there was no shortage. Ishiro didn't rush into making a purchase. He decided to look through everything first and then make his choice. After browsing, Ishiro realized that the selection for someone his age was quite limited. Most of the items in the exchange center were geared toward full-fledged ninjas, and the sizes didn't fit him. For example, the windmill shuriken was too large for him, both in size and weight. In the end, he picked out several small blades, some kunai and shuriken. He didn't choose the regular-sized kunai, as the ones used at the ninja school were smaller, made specifically for younger students. He also picked up a short sword. While labeled a short sword, it was closer to a long sword for him. Ishiro wasn't sure how he would use it yet, as the sword techniques he had learned at the school were basic, and his body wasn't suited for such weapons at the moment. He also bought 3 explosive tags and 5 soldier pills. He had considered getting some protective gear, but the staff informed him that they didn't have anything that fit his size, so he passed on that. In addition to combat gear, the exchange center had various miscellaneous items, such as weighted gear for physical training. Weighted gear wasn't something to be taken lightly, as improperly designed weight could negatively affect the body. However, there were lighter sets available, presumably designed for younger ninjas, and Ishiro picked the lightest one, 5 kilograms, deciding to gradually adjust to it before moving on to heavier weights. The kunai and shuriken cost him 50 contribution points, the explosive tags were 100 points each, and the short sword was the priciest at 500 points. The soldier pills were 10 points each, and the lightest weighted gear was 30 points. Altogether, Ishiro spent 930 points. With the remaining 170 points, plus the points left over from his book transcription work, Ishiro decided to buy medicinal herbs from the exchange center, as their quality was far better than what could be found outside. He planned to buy all his supplies here as long as his contribution points allowed. After spending all his points, Ishiro wasn't upset. He had earned it all unexpectedly, and he still had 100,000 ryo in cash. No need to panic, everything was fine. Carrying his short sword and a pile of other items, Ishiro headed home. He had considered buying a ninja tool pouch, but the prices were astronomical. A standard pouch with a half cubic meter capacity cost over 3,000 contribution points. Even a smaller pouch that could hold only a few kunai, shuriken, soldier pills, or explosive tags was 500 points. Ishiro decided to pass on the pouch for now. He believed he would eventually learn to make his own ninja tool pouch, and when that time came, he would make one for himself. At home, Ishiro first put on the weighted gear. From now on, unless he faced an actual battle, he wouldn't remove it. He then modified some of his clothes, adding extra pockets to hold his shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and soldier pills. After organizing his gear, he headed back to school. He had taken a half-day leave earlier to meet with Ishikawa-sensei, and now it was almost noon, so he had to hurry back. When Ishiro arrived at school, he was immediately surrounded by his classmates, all curious about the short sword in his hand. Some students used unsharpened practice short swords at home, but no one had ever brought a real one to school. Ishiro hadn't expected such a reaction and was unsure how to handle it. He didn't want to leave it at home after what had happened that night. Without a weapon, he felt vulnerable. Fortunately, one of the more well-informed students, whose relative worked at the contribution office, had heard about a student from the ninja school killing an enemy Chunin. He hadn't realized the person referred to was Ishiro, but after seeing him now, it all clicked. The student immediately blurted out, "Ishiro, the student who killed the enemy Chunin, that was you, right?" The room went silent. Even Ikura, who had been confused about why Ishiro brought a short sword to school, stared at the speaker in surprise. Ikura, the strongest in the class with abilities already at the lower ninja level, knew that facing a Chunin directly would be a near impossible feat for him. After a brief pause, the classroom erupted in chatter, with several students asking the speaker how he knew. The student explained what he knew, though it wasn't much. His relative had mentioned it in passing, but he had thought it referred to a senior student. When he saw Ishiro, the pieces clicked together. After hearing the story, the rest of the class turned expectantly to Ishiro, eager for more details. It was almost lunchtime, but it seemed no one had any intention of resting. Ishiro thought for a moment before replying, "How about we go to the training ground to talk? We don't want to disturb other classes." The others quickly agreed and packed their things, heading to the training ground, as there wasn't much time left before the practical lesson would begin. Once they reached the training ground, Ishiro began, "Actually, the reason I was able to kill the Chunin was that he underestimated me, plus a bit of luck." He then detailed the situation, explaining that the most significant reason he survived was that the Chunin didn't take him seriously. He added, "If he had been cautious, he could have killed me the moment I dispelled the transformation jutsu." After Ishiro finished explaining, the students began discussing what they would have done in his place and how they would have handled the situation. Ishiro appreciated the atmosphere, feeling that his experience was helping his classmates grow. At that point, Ikura approached Ishiro and asked, "Can you tell me what it felt like to fight against a Chunin?" Ishiro nodded, then paused before replying, "Strong. Very strong. The biggest reason I survived was that he didn't take me seriously. If he had, I would have been dead the moment I dispelled the transformation jutsu." Ishiro then went on to describe the intense fear he had felt, how he had been in a desperate situation, and how, in that moment of desperation, he had forced himself to remain calm and analyze the situation to find a way out. Everyone listened intently. They had been training at the school for nearly 3 years now and had learned many ninja techniques. Students in higher years, just about to graduate, were preparing for real battles. They understood the gravity of Ishiro's words. Ikura thought for a while and then said, "I understand. Now I know what I lack compared to a real ninja. Ishiro was taken aback, then realized that what Ikura was referring to was the same willpower he had experienced that night. You mean? Yes, the willpower. My strength is at the lower ninja level, but I've lost to real ninjas a few times, even though they weren't as skilled as me in many aspects. Now, I understand what I'm missing, and I know how to push myself. Thank you, Ishiro. Once I find the willpower a true ninja has, I'll challenge you. You've taken the lead for now, but I won't stay behind for long. After saying this, Ikura turned and walked toward the training ground, likely to ask Ishikawa-sensei for time off to train. Ishiro speculated that Ikura was going to practice. He wasn't worried about the challenge Ikura had mentioned. He knew his own limitations. Although his victory over the Chunin had been the result of various factors, his true strength still lay in the middle of the class rankings. If the roles were reversed and he had faced Ikura instead, Ishiro was sure he would have lost. The reason for that was simple. Ishiro relied on ninjutsu, which gave him many options, but when facing someone like Ikura, who excelled in physical combat, the advantage was clear. Chapter 18, A Challenge. Chapter 18, A Challenge. Ikura's departure surprised the group. They began speculating about the elusive quality that Ikura mentioned, the thing that separated them from true ninjas. After some discussion, they turned to Ishiro for answers. But this wasn't something one could explain just by talking. If it were that simple, Ishikawa-sensei would have taught them outright. Despite Ishiro's best attempts, no one seemed to understand. Does everyone have to experience life and death to figure this out? Ishiro, lacking a good solution, decided to try a more direct approach. He addressed the group, "You all know my ranking in practical battles, usually around the middle of our class. Ikura said I've found what we need, but I can't put it into words. Maybe I can show you instead, in a fight." With that, Ishiro turned to a classmate whose level in sparring was similar to his own. "Want to have a match?" The classmate, initially startled, grinned with excitement. "Sure. Let's see how strong you got after killing a Chunin." The students quickly made space for them in the training ground. They took their stances, formed the confrontation seal, and Ishiro charged without hesitation. Previously, these two were evenly matched, but now Ishiro's chakra had undergone a qualitative change, giving him a marked advantage. Relying solely on taijutsu, the opponent found himself on the defensive, unnerved by Ishiro's sudden boost in speed and power. Overwhelmed, he was soon knocked down. Ishiro formed the seal to end the match. After that victory, Ishiro didn't pause. He turned to another classmate, someone who was usually stronger than him. The new challenger, feeling disrespected, eagerly stepped up. He had always outranked Ishiro in direct matches, so he had no fears. But from the onset, Ishiro took the initiative. Though the challenger fought back, Ishiro's enhanced attributes now matched his own. They traded several blows, each exchange only boosted Ishiro's confidence. He felt that, somehow, his opponent appeared less skilled than before. Spurred by that feeling, Ishiro fought even better, quick, precise movements causing the challenger to falter, eventually succumbing to fear and losing his focus. One misjudged punch left him wide open. Ishiro seized his wrist, yanked him off balance, and he toppled to the ground. Before Ishiro could catch his breath, yet another classmate of similar caliber stepped forward. Ishiro gave a hearty laugh. He felt fired up, wanting to keep fighting. They exchanged a glance, and both lunged simultaneously. Riding the momentum of two earlier victories, Ishiro was in sync with battle flow, while the opponent, unfamiliar with this, new Ishiro, got swept up by his rhythm. After a few moments, the third challenger fell as well. Then came the fourth, then the fifth. Ishiro managed to systematically defeat the second-tier fighters in the class, one by one. Finally sated, Ishiro was about to say something when Shohara stepped into the ring. Usually brash, Shohara remained silent. The two simply exchanged a look and formed the confrontation seal. Then they moved. But unlike before, Shohara made a direct charge while Ishiro slipped to the side to evade. Noticing that Ishiro was employing the usual evasive strategy, Shohara paid it no mind. He had plenty of experience hunting down slippery foes. Yet this time, Ishiro did something new. Instead of darting around the open training ground, he rushed into the crowd of classmates who were watching. Shohara blinked, then dived in too. Fighting in the crowd usually restricted the agile fighter more than the brute force one, so Shohara figured this would only help him. The class looked on, puzzled by Ishiro's intentions. Only one student noticed something strange. The ninja tool pouch he was holding felt oddly lighter. But before he could figure out why, things changed rapidly. The Ishiro weaving through the throng suddenly went poof, transforming into an object. A closer look revealed it was the student's tool pouch. What was he holding now? He started to lower his gaze, but at that moment, a figure abruptly appeared at his side. Simultaneously, students in front and to the side of Ishiro recognized the hand seal for the substitution jutsu. Ishiro's sign weaving was so quick that by the time they identified it, he had already vanished, leaving only the tool pouch behind. All at once, Ishiro reappeared to Shohara's side and slightly behind him. Shohara, taken aback by the substitution, slowed down just enough to let Ishiro take the advantage. In a blur, Ishiro slipped behind him, tapped the back of his neck, and jumped away before Shohara's reflexive counterattack could land. It was all over in a flash, even faster than the previous matches. Everyone was left speechless. From the moment Ishiro started to fight until he defeated Shohara, he had spent barely half his chakra, yet he won every bout decisively. Some of those challengers had equal or superior stats to Ishiro, especially Shohara, who dwarfed him in raw physical power. But they posed little threat. After a moment's heavy breathing, Ishiro said, "That is what Akura's trying to find." A hush settled over the training ground, giving way to stunned commotion. They recognized that Ishiro's basic power put him in the class's middle tier, yet he had dominated opponents of the same level and even bested Shohara, who'd usually overpower him in taijutsu. Ishiro clearly had something the rest lacked, the same thing Akura, the class top dog, was seeking. As the discussion reached a clamor, Ishikawa-sensei called for silence. Seeing Akura head off earlier, he had come to observe and had quietly watched Ishiro's fights. Only now did he step in. "Class, you've all witnessed Ishiro's progress. He's the first among you to truly grasp a ninja's will." He paused to note the intent focus on him. "You must be wondering what this ninja's will is. Let me tell you, a ninja is someone with emotions, not just a soulless tool for missions. They fight resolutely for their dreams, their beliefs, that is what we call the will of stone." Ishiro, being the class's top theoretical student, had the strongest grasp of this will, so he was the first to develop his own ninja will. Learn from him. Ishikawa's short speech signaled a fresh wave of preaching about the will of stone. Ishiro opened his mouth to add something, but the teacher's stern glare made him stay silent. Not seeing any objections, Ishikawa carried on with a lengthy lecture. Surprisingly, no one showed impatience, they all listened avidly. The entire practical lesson turned into half a period of theory, which no one seemed to mind. When they finally resumed training, everyone was abuzz with new motivation. That morale lasted for quite a while, and whenever it started to dip, Ishikawa would remind the class that Ishiro was already interning in the barrier division, which spurred them on again. Then he'd hint about Ishiro's new official mission record, triggering another surge of hard work. Even Ishiro, caught up in the fervor, trained harder than ever. The result was dramatic, the entire class's performance soared, theory, chakra control, physical fitness, practical combat, everything improved. Teachers of other classes were left gaping, marveling that this was why Anoki had personally chosen Ishikawa to lead the elite students. Time flew by, and Ishiro's group had now been in school for 4 full years. Because they'd enrolled early, they still had 1 more year at the academy, despite the ongoing war. The war had reached a quieter phase. While the Second Shinobi World War lasted longer than the first, it was less devastating in certain ways. During the First War, the Kage of all 5 great villages fought on the front lines and were killed, including the Second Tsuchikage, Second Mizukage, Second Kazekage, Second Hokage, and Second Reikage. The Second War, on the other hand, saw the Kage behaving more cautiously, resulting in a war of attrition that ended up claiming even more ninja lives. In a sense, this actually benefited IWA, which had the largest pool of ninja. Konoha suffered the worst losses, bearing the brunt of actual warfare with all 4 other major nations, even though those other 4 had smaller-scale clashes among themselves. Yet every time Konoha was on the brink of defeat, new geniuses emerged to save the day. First the White Fang repelled Suna's puppet masters, then the Sannin took on Hanzo of the Salamander. Speaking of Hanzo, he ended up depleting Amagakure's resources in this war. The Land of Rain's limited size doomed it to mediocrity, and although it inflicted heavy casualties on both Suna and Konoha, Hanzo himself started questioning his abilities when he failed to achieve a decisive victory. His self-doubt led to a weakened hold over Iwagakure, paving the way for the Akatsuki to rise in the future. Chapter 19, Sealing Techniques. Chapter 19, Sealing Techniques. Although every nation suffered heavy losses, it might appear that no one truly won. Yet in reality, Konoha emerged victorious. This Second Shinobi World War was essentially instigated by the 4 great nations seeking to seize resources from Konoha. Even though Konoha lost many shinobi, they ultimately defended their territory, fulfilling their strategic objective and thereby winning in the broader sense. Still, despite their victory, Konoha had remained largely on the defensive and lacked the capacity to launch a counterattack. Consequently, the 4 opposing nations, though defeated, never signed any harsh, one-sided treaties. Although the war had not yet ended and many shinobi remained on the front lines, the conflict was clearly winding down. As a result, village life was gradually reviving and becoming livelier again. For Ishiro, who had lived in a wartime society ever since his arrival 4 years ago, this abrupt shift back to something resembling peacetime felt alien. None of that, however, truly occupied Ishiro's thoughts. His focus these days was squarely on mastering sealing techniques. As he grew older, his body developed quickly, and his chakra reserves rose sharply. He now had roughly 15D of chakra. Since 10D of chakra is typically enough to cast C-rank ninjutsu, one could say Ishiro's reserves were around 1.5 C. To date, Ishiro still hadn't learned any C-rank ninjutsu, he simply didn't have time. Half his day was spent on physical training and taijutsu, while the rest went into studying sealing. So not only did he not have time to learn a C-rank jutsu, but his chakra was constantly drained by his sealing practice. Over the course of his studies, Ishiro had managed to learn about half the sealing techniques in the Barrier Division's archive. This wasn't because he'd become a sealing master, rather, Iwagakure's sealing techniques simply weren't very extensive and most were relatively low-level. Because of his exceptional chakra control, Ishiro enjoyed favorable treatment in the Barrier Division. Crucially, he had authorization to study sealing techniques. In the library's dozens of bookshelves, several were locked behind specialized seals, requiring clearance to read. Most contained speculation and hypotheses about foreign sealing arts, with a good portion detailing insights on Iwagakure's own sealing techniques, while the remainder provided detailed instructions and data on a handful of actual seals. Ishiro counted 17 C-rank seals and 6 B-rank seals in total. There were no A-rank seals in the archive. It was said that Iwagakure only possessed 2 such advanced seals, both stored in the Tsuchikage's personal archive. Ishiro had learned the majority of the C-rank seals and could cast them. The few he hadn't mastered were primarily those mismatched with his attributes. As for B-rank seals, he had studied 2 in detail. His current chakra level wasn't high enough to cast B-rank seals outright, so he devised a clever workaround, splitting the seals into 3 discrete parts, practicing each section separately. Though he couldn't combine them yet, other shinobi had used his 3-step method to master the entire B-rank seals. Because of this accomplishment, Ishiro was approved to learn all remaining B-rank seals. After all, his approach had allowed Iwagakure to suddenly produce 7 or 8 new B-rank seal experts. While that might not mean much in Konoha, it was significant for Iwagakure, which only had 3 A-rank sealing specialists, one of whom was Anoki himself. As a result, Ishiro's contribution was recorded as an A-rank mission, and he was granted access to all sealing techniques in the library. For Ishiro, this was an enormous step. Until now, even though he had mastered all the C-rank seals, he hadn't been permitted to learn the B-rank ones. It was only by repeatedly petitioning Lord Anoki that he'd been granted special permission to study a single B-rank seal. Even so, it had cost him nearly all his contribution points from a year of work. Over that year, Ishiro had produced numerous storage scrolls and occasionally staffed the barrier core as a sensory ninja. His monthly income was around 600 contribution points. After expenses, he'd saved a little over 6,000 points total. The payoff was worth it, though. In Iwagakure's system, C-rank non-combat missions yield a minimum of 10 points, B-rank yield at least 100, and A-rank at least 1,000. Combat missions typically pay double. Ishiro received the minimum bracket of 1,000 points for completing an A-rank mission, giving him just enough to cover the 5 B-rank seals. He also earned additional perks, like 1 million Ryo in cash. For reference, D-rank missions typically pay 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo, C-rank pay 50,000 to 200,000, B-rank 200,000 to 1 million, and A-rank 1 to 3 million Ryo. Ishiro got the bottom A-rank bracket reward of 1 million, so he was by no means dissatisfied. Throughout this year, Ishiro spent most of his money on training. Each month, he invested hundreds of contribution points and tens of thousands of Ryo into supplies. The village had curtailed monetary rewards for non-combat missions due to budget constraints from the lengthy war. He recognized the value of contribution points, so he bought everything that cost Ryo with Ryo, spending his points only when absolutely necessary. Thus, although he'd managed to save over 6,000 points, he had very little money to spare. Acquiring 1 million Ryo in a lump sum left him feeling slightly overwhelmed. It was worth noting that the pension Ishiro received because of his parents' sacrifice had ended a year prior, and he wasn't the only one affected. As the war dragged on, the village suspended all pensions for children who were capable of becoming ninjas, promising that once they qualified, they would be able to learn a C-rank jutsu free of charge, guided by a Chunin for 1 hour. For Ishiro, who already had a stable income through the barrier division, this arrangement was acceptable. But for many other kids, losing the monthly stipend abruptly increased their financial burdens, hindering their ability to train and slowing their overall growth as ninjas. Currently, Ishiro had just finished studying 5 B-rank seals that he was nowhere near able to cast. So he pivoted to summarizing and improving the seals he had already mastered. Ishiro also possessed knowledge from his past life that, even though vague, granted him a broader perspective. For example, the library mentioned the 4 symbols seal, but there was no record of the 5 elements seal, something he recalled Orochimaru and Jiraiya both using. Nor was there any mention of fire sealing method. These gaps helped point him in new research directions, setting him apart from those limited to the village's archived texts. Because of this, Bunji, the Jounin captain overseeing sealing in the barrier division, and Ishiro had spent considerable time exploring the concept of the 5-element seal. Typically, performing it would demand a single person proficient in all 5 chakra natures, a feat generally limited to Kage-level shinobi. Naturally, Bunji felt a bit discouraged at first. Then Ishiro proposed the idea of having 5 jounin, each aligned with 1 chakra nature, cast separate parts of a seal and combine them into one 5-element seal. The main question was how to ensure stability when 5 different shinobi created 5 different elemental jutsu and merged them without mutual interference. Eventually, Misha, who had spent his life crafting scrolls, suggested prearranging 5 scrolls, each with specialized runes. In theory, these runes would reinforce the points where the 5 sections would converge, preventing elemental backlash. So once the war began winding down, the sealing division freed up manpower to research these combined runic 5-element seals. Under Misha's guidance, and utilizing some new materials, they succeeded in producing a theoretical design for a brand new type of scroll. At that point, they thought the matter was concluded. No one expected to deploy such a technique anytime soon, so no actual 5-element scroll had been manufactured. But circumstances changed far more quickly, and far more dramatically, than anyone anticipated. The conflict was tapering off, so many frontline ninjas were returning home. One returning group, however, ran into trouble, thanks to a special ninja named Kimu. An experienced jounin of Iwagakure, Kimu's peculiarity lay in the fact that he was the Jinchuriki of Kokuo, the 5 tails. Like others of his era, Kimu was no perfect Jinchuriki. He and his tailed beast never cooperated, and he was forced to keep it sealed at all times. Ordinarily, that was manageable, but during the war, the village had twice asked him to harness the 5 tails' power. Doing so weakened his already inferior seal. Consequently, Kimu was among the first wave to be sent back home, with urgent orders to stabilize his beast's seal. Yet not long before he reached the village, the beast went berserk. Perhaps the 5 tails sensed a rare opportunity, giving it everything to break free. Ishiro learned about this crisis while he was at home, practicing as usual. The Ninja Academy was on break, and with several free days, he was focusing on honing his water nature chakra transformation, an art he'd acquired over the past year. Unlike his earth nature, which he grasped in a single epiphany, water nature had come through steady progress. Though he had learned it, Ishiro still wasn't proficient enough to cast water release jutsu. Abruptly, an Ubu squad arrived and informed Ishiro that he was needed outside the village, immediately, for a mission. In a daze, Ishiro found himself being carried on an Ubu's back. The sight that greeted him upon arrival was astonishing. Kimu's partial transformation into the 5 tails, though incomplete, had already given him a gigantic form. He was rampaging, but the destruction remained minimal because Anoki was holding him in check with a powerful earth release. Even to Ishiro's novice eyes, the solution was only temporary. Kimu's stamina was flagging fast, and the seal containing the beast was visibly weakening. Soon enough, the 5 tails would break free. Chapter 20, 5-element seal. Chapter 20, 5-element seal. Seeing Ishiro arrive, Bunji immediately went to his side and briefly explained the situation. It turned out that the 5 tails within Kimu hadn't suddenly gone berserk. In the beginning, Kimu was still conscious. Sensing something amiss, he had someone hurry back to the village to report. The Barrier Division and the Tsuchikage office received this report almost simultaneously. Based on his experience, Bunji knew that if Kimu hadn't fully lost control, then Tsuchikage Anoki alone could reinforce the seal. But now, with the tailed beast having broken free, the village was left with 2 choices, either seal it with overwhelming force or fight the 5 tails, drain its chakra, and then seal it. The second option would require a huge sacrifice, and was only considered when there was no other way. As for the first choice, Iwagakure originally lacked a sufficiently powerful sealing technique to subdue the beast. However, they now had at least a hypothesis, the 5-element seal. Although untested in practice, it could be worth trying. Thus, Bunji had immediately instructed the Ubu messenger to find Ishiro, since Ishiro was both the originator of the 5-element seal concept and had participated in its entire design process. While Ishiro couldn't personally help cast the seal, he could be immensely valuable in making the 5 different elemental sealing scrolls required for it. Ishiro understood the gravity of the situation. He followed Bunji without further questions, and they arrived at Misha's location. Bunji, for his part, rushed over to Anoki to report their plan and clarify details about the 5-element seal. Standing next to Misha, Ishiro glanced at the materials before him and asked, "Misha-senpai, do we have everything we need?" Misha, apparently having expected Ishiro to arrive, seemed unsurprised and answered, "Everything's here. We were just about to discuss the 5-element division of labor." Then Ishiro and a few other involved seal experts started delegating tasks. Ishiro was assigned to create the water attribute scroll, not because he was overconfident, but because only he and one jonin who had learned A-rank sealing happened to possess water nature chakra. That jonin, however, would soon help seal the 5 tails, so he couldn't afford to waste any chakra or time, and he also wasn't well versed in the five-element seal concept. Together with another jonin returning from the battlefield, the shinobi needed to learn from scratch how to perform the technique. With their task settled, everyone got to work. Ishiro had 3 sets of materials in front of him, with 2 extras prepared since his grasp on water release was incomplete. Misha wanted backups, just in case. Ishiro took a moment to compose himself before picking up his brush. While he wasn't fully proficient with water release, he did have the best grasp of the five-element seal, so his success rate was fairly high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered for this responsibility. He glanced briefly at the umbu safeguarding them, then focused on engraving the seal. To his surprise, everything went extremely smoothly. Within a quarter hour, he'd completed his first scroll in a single go. After handing it off to the umbu, seeing that the others weren't done, Ishiro calmly created a second scroll. After finishing his 2 scrolls, he saw that everyone else had also completed their assigned tasks. By this time, the 2 jonin skilled in A-rank sealing had wrapped up their crash course in the five-element seal. Meanwhile, Anoki was still holding the 5 tails at bay while listening to Bunji's explanation of the seal. He, too, would be one of the 5 casters. They proceeded with the plan. Anoki, 2 jonin of A-rank sealing, Bunji, barely capable of using A-rank sealing nowadays, plus 1 B-rank sealing jonin formed 5 points around Kimu. Each held one of the specialized scrolls, then began activating the five-element seal. Surprisingly, casting it was simple. If Ishiro had enough chakra, he himself could have performed it. Typically, the challenge lay in merging 5 separate chakra natures. But the runic scrolls now performed that function, stabilizing the synergy among the 5 casters. Partially freed, the 5 tails was swiftly forced back into Kimu's body. With that, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, a bit excited, too. While tailed beasts made formidable strategic weapons, they could just as easily harm their own side when rampaging out of control. Unlike Konoha, whose Uzumaki Mito and the Uzumaki clan had left a legacy of advanced sealing arts, Iwagakure traditionally relied on the sheer power of the shinobi performing the seal. Typically, they would subdue a weakened tailed beast, then seal it using raw force. But now, with the five-element seal, they'd effectively patched a major shortcoming in their repertoire. Most crucially, it enabled better control over Jinchuriki. Sure, gathering 5 jonin-level seal experts wasn't easy, but simply having a workable method to seal a rampaging beast meant the village had solid incentive to nurture more sealing specialists. Ishiro shared their joy. He was no longer that displaced outsider, he had friends, teachers, and precious bonds in the village. More than ever, he felt like a true resident of Iwagakure. Moreover, the success of sealing a tailed beast guaranteed the village would grant them all a worthy reward. And, in Ishiro's view, the greatest perk of being in IWA rather than Konoha was that once your skill or fame grew, you generally didn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by the darker side of the ninja world. The spectacle ended with the 5 tails vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the battered body of Kimu. Anoki quickly summoned medical ninjas to attend to him. In truth, Kimu was the biggest hero here. He'd held the 5 tails at bay, keeping it from truly running wild. If the beast had fully emerged, the five-element seal would have been much harder to cast. Even Anoki couldn't pin down a complete tailed beast for that long, so employing 5 people to do the sealing would have been nearly impossible. If Anoki had fought with full force, they wouldn't have had enough jonin left over to perform the seal. Hence, Anoki was particularly concerned for Kimu's well-being. However, after this near disaster, Kimu would never again serve as Iwagakure's weapon on the battlefield. He had lost his capacity to suppress the beast. Having become a Jinchuriki back in the first Tsuchikage era, he was already quite old. It's time to plan for a new Jinchuriki, Anoki muttered as he gazed at the unconscious Kimu. Even if he disliked the notion of sacrificing Kimu, the needs of the village came first. At least the war was nearing an end, so they wouldn't need the 5 tails' strength anytime soon, allowing them to delay the process for a while. Once Kimu's wounds were seen to, the umbu stayed behind to clean up the mess, and Ishiro left with the rest of the barrier division team. Despite having studied countless sealing techniques, Ishiro was still awed witnessing their sheer power in action. 5 jonin unleashing mere moments of chakra could contain a tailed beast indefinitely, completely defying logic. All the way home, Ishiro pondered the essence of sealing arts. It clearly involved chakra, but the exact principle remained obscure. Sealing might represent an entirely separate branch of ninjutsu, tapping chakra in a special, super-efficient way. Perhaps it was somewhat akin to a bloodline limit, merging multiple forms of chakra to yield a result far beyond 1+1. Or maybe it drew on natural energy to strengthen chakra's quality. Sadly, the likes of natural energy or bloodline limits were far beyond his current reach. The path of a ninja was still lengthy, and Ishiro was only just beginning. The following day, while Ishiro was at home trying to deepen his water nature chakra transformation, he was summoned to the Tsuchikage's office. His mind instantly leapt to thoughts of a reward. Without delay, he hurried over. Anoki gazed at Ishiro and felt a twinge of emotion. Though he'd always known Ishiro's spiritual gifts were substantial, he hadn't expected that in a mere 4 years, the boy would become so proficient in sealing that he could produce something powerful enough to restrain a tailed beast. Even though Ishiro only contributed ideas for the 5-element seal, it was still a remarkable feat. Anoki was glad he had granted Ishiro that early entry into the barrier division. Little Ishiro, Anoki began, you did very well. Developing the 5-element seal and helping seal the 5 tails, because of this, the village is awarding you an S-rank mission credit. Ishiro was thrilled. S-rank. That meant serious compensation, both in money and contribution points. Before he could think further, Anoki continued, you'll also earn the option to exchange for an A-rank ninjutsu. Considering you're still nowhere near able to cast an A-rank jutsu, the village is letting you pick an equivalent reward. Have you decided what you'd like? Ishiro, delighted by the notion of something matching A-rank ninjutsu in value, thought for a moment and finally said, Lord Tsuchikage, could I learn a method to develop a bloodline limit? Is that possible? Anoki looked surprised, then shook his head. Your chakra nature is water plus earth. Our village has never had a bloodline limit arise from those attributes, nor do we know any method to create one. The only stable hereditary bloodline here is explosion release, and developing that is, well, it differs from anything else. Though disappointed, Ishiro wasn't too disheartened. He suspected explosion release might be linked to a tailed beast or special factors. And from what he recalled, combining earth and water mostly led to Mokuton, the wood release. But rumor had it that Mokuton required earth, water, and yang release. In either case, that kind of advanced technique wouldn't be available here. Nonetheless, there was indeed something Ishiro urgently needed. Lord Tsuchikage, my chakra is now sufficient for C-rank ninjutsu, so could I exchange this A-rank reward for resources to train in C-rank ninjutsu instead? Anoki nodded. That's one of the more common and practical choices. It's a bit of a downgrade, though. He paused and thought. All right, we can grant you resources worth about 1.5 C-rank ninjutsu. Just visit the supply office, they'll set you up. Of course, how you use those resources will be up to you. Ishiro readily agreed, grateful for the extra resources. Chapter 21, C-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 21, C-rank ninjutsu. Learning ninjutsu isn't as simple as reading a scroll or watching someone else perform it once. In Ishiro's previous life memories, there was Uchiha Itachi mastering the fire style, great fireball technique on his first try after seeing Fugaku perform it. But that didn't mean ninjutsu was easy to learn. Just look at how hard Sasuke worked, even though he was incredibly talented. So typically, a ninja might need 10 or even dozens of tries to get a feel for a jutsu. But how many times can they afford to cast it, given their limited chakra? Someone like Ishiro, who can only manage a single C-rank ninjutsu per day, would have to invest around 30 attempts to master a single technique, possibly a full month of focusing nearly all his chakra on that one skill each day. And even after spending that month, he'd only have learned the jutsu in a rudimentary sense. Becoming proficient, i.e., raising the success rate in different environments and possibly reducing the number of hand seals, can take far longer. Plus, most ninjas spend much of their time on missions, requiring them to keep enough chakra in reserve to stay battle-ready. Otherwise, they'd be courting death. Because of this, the ninja world developed a special supplement, more of a medicinal dish than a drug, that can quickly replenish chakra consumption without harming the body. These medicinal meals are packed with ample nutrients, letting a person extract chakra many times per day. If taken for every meal, a ninja could theoretically draw an extra 50 C worth of chakra per day, enough to practice a C-rank jutsu dozens of times in a single day. Constant practice like that can speed up the learner's search for the right feeling they need. Typically, a single batch of this medicinal meal covers 30 servings. Eating it 3 times a day will last about 10 days. In those 10 days, a ninja could attempt hundreds of C-rank ninjutsu casts, greatly improving their chance of mastering the technique. Usually, the village awards one batch of such a medicinal meal when a ninja is newly promoted to Chunin, helping them learn at least one C-rank jutsu. After all, being a real Chunin squad leader means more than just a title. Of course, while the village offers the medicinal dish, the ninja must shoulder the cost of purchasing the jutsu itself. As for Ishiro, his parents had left him 2 C-rank ninjutsu scrolls, which spared him quite a bit of expense. Holding the reward token from Lord Anoki, Ishiro headed to the contribution office, then registered at the exchange center. He exchanged enough resources for 1.5 C-rank ninjutsu, in other words, 45 servings of the medicinal meal. Next, he spent 90 points to hire a pro chef to prepare the dishes. This fee wasn't unreasonable. Back when Ishiro was copying books, he earned 2 points per transcription, so spending 2 points on a single batch of cooking seemed fair. Plus, professionally cooked meals had better results. Wasting no time, Ishiro began eating the medicinal meals at noon the same day. Their effect was obvious. After eating, he felt an excess of energy coursing through him. If he didn't use it up, he would likely suffer symptoms like nosebleeds. In severe cases, over-energizing could damage the body. Knowing these risks, Ishiro didn't hesitate. He immediately followed the instructions in the Earth-style wall scroll to start channeling his chakra. He chose Earth-style wall first for its relative simplicity. The Jutsu primarily gathered chakra in front of the user to form an earthen barrier, in contrast to Earth-style spike, which required controlling the direction and number of earthen spikes. Ishiro's hands flashed through 17 seals over 9 seconds, an unfamiliar pattern of molding so much chakra at once. Kneeling down, he pressed both hands to the ground and poured 1.3 C of chakra into it. Nothing happened. Not even a tiny mound, let alone a wall. Though he knew a C-rank jutsu would be tricky, seeing no effect whatsoever was deflating. Still, the meal's effect was kicking in, letting Ishiro draw another full charge of chakra without feeling drained. He resumed forging chakra time after time, gradually getting closer to forming an actual wall of earth. At first, there would just be a tiny lump of soil, then a bigger mound. Realizing he was off track, Ishiro shifted his control again, forming a small ridge of earth. Step by step, he built up the correct approach, and soon, a rudimentary earth wall began taking shape. Through repeated attempts, Ishiro finally succeeded in learning Earth-style wall after using about 27 of the 45 servings of medicinal food over 9 days. Each day, after mealtimes, he would spend over an hour practicing. Now, he could form the jutsu in about 5 seconds with 14 hand seals, achieving a 100% success rate. He had trimmed the number of seals from 17 down to 14, and the chakra consumption from about 1.3 C to around 1.1 C. He couldn't help feeling grateful for his transmigration and his powerful spiritual energy, which gave him incredible chakra control and drastically shortened the typical training curve. Normally, a newly minted chunin could expect to blow through a full 30-serving batch of medicinal dishes just to cast a C-rank jutsu once or twice successfully. But Ishiro not only learned it, he also brought it to a point of near mastery, achieving a perfect success rate and shaving off several hand seals. His casting speed now rivaled D-rank jutsu like the clone or transformation techniques. Most proficient ninjutsu, substitution technique about 1 second total, 3 seals. Clone, transformation, Earth-style wall, around 1 second for 2.6 seals each. With Earth-style wall fully in hand, Ishiro planned to rest a bit before tackling his next jutsu. Practicing Earth-style wall had also boosted his understanding of Earth nature chakra, enabling him to shift his chakra to Earth nature at will. He decided to skip Earth-style spike for now and focus on honing his water nature chakra. After seeing how practicing Earth-style wall quickly enhanced his affinity for Earth, he wanted to learn a water release jutsu to similarly boost his water nature mastery. Originally, he'd gained 1,000 contribution points, and after receiving his S-rank mission reward, his total soared, enough to buy a standard B-rank jutsu if he wanted. Multiple C-rank jutsu would be even easier to afford. So he headed to the exchange center to pick a water release technique suitable for him. Scanning the list, Ishiro excluded moves that required large amounts of chakra, that was still his weak point. He wanted something emphasizing refined chakra control to leverage his strength. He noted the water arrow jutsu the Mist Ninja had used against him was also on the list but ultimately decided against it. Water arrow fired a swarm of arrows in a small area, more of a scattershot. Ishiro preferred a single target jutsu. Eventually, he settled on water release, water thread. Among C-rank water release techniques, its offensive strength was relatively low, condensing water into a single point for a focused strike. Water release, to begin with, wasn't known for high direct damage, and water thread was even weaker than most of its kind. But it used compression, giving it significant future potential. In his previous life memories, 2 masters, Fukasaku of Mount Myaboku and the second Hokage, Tobirama, could compress water release to cut through objects. Water thread worked similarly, albeit at this stage it lacked the density to slice anything. It was more like a precise projectile. Still, it only consumed 0.9 C of chakra, perfect for practicing water nature transformations. And because it wasn't too practical in actual combat, it only cost 1,000 points, at the low end of the C-rank jutsu scale. Ishiro purchased water release, water thread, giving a longing glance at the high-priced sensory ninjutsu list, then left the exchange center. Chapter 22, Water Attribute Transformation. Chapter 22, Water Attribute Transformation. Water release, water thread consumes 0.9 C of chakra, requires 18 hand seals, and focuses all its destructive force into a single point. The jutsu's power depends on how much the water is compressed. Besides raw chakra control, that compression also hinges on a user's deeper understanding of water nature chakra. During his repeated practice of the water substitution technique, Ishiro gradually grasped some fundamentals of water release. Yet he hadn't formed a clear personal intuition for water nature chakra. Previously, Ishiro's mastery of earth release had been less about his own insights and more about absorbing results already achieved by others, like the way he learned earth-style wall. That meant he couldn't directly apply those experiences to water release. As a transmigrator, however, he had knowledge of the 5 elements and how they interrelate, plus a solid theoretical background from class. He wasn't short on the basics. Using Earth-Nature Chakra to cast water substitution had required him to overcome water's fluidity. Ishiro realized from the start that refining his sense of flow would be key to unlocking Water-Nature Chakra. Harnessing that property allowed him to at least force a Water-Nature shift in his chakra. But, after countless tries, his progress plateaued, though he could perform the transformation somewhat, doing so smoothly remained difficult. Moreover, fluidity alone hadn't offered an appreciable combat boost, so Ishiro shifted gears. He'd focus on compression. But he intended a different route than the usual approach, drawing on the principle that pressure increases with water depth. An object submerged in water is hit by pressure from all directions, intensifying with depth. Ishiro hoped to replicate that sensation in water thread, effectively stacking pressure along every segment of the water line, transmitting it forward to the tip. If he could gather those forces into a single point, the impact could be devastating. Coupled with water thread's inherent velocity, Ishiro believed that if this idea worked, it would surpass most water release techniques, perhaps even rivaling the famously destructive wind release. At present, it was only a theory. Maintaining a steady, forward-transmitting pressure in the water demanded carefully layered chakra control, all of which would require further development. Ishiro wasn't in a hurry. Even geniuses like Kakashi or the 4th Hokage took years to create their signature jutsu. As long as he had a viable concept and time for repeated experimentation, he was confident he'd succeed. Having settled on compression as his goal, several days later Ishiro embarked on a new round of C-rank training. This time, the journey was nowhere near as smooth. First, he lacked familiarity with Water-Nature Chakra. Second, he had grown so accustomed to channeling Earth-Nature Chakra that his body resisted any changes. In short, learning Water Thread was an uphill battle. Thankfully, Water Thread used far less chakra than Earth-style Wall, so he could cast it more often each day. After about 300 failed attempts, he finally managed his first success. A thin, laser-like stream of water about 10 meters long drilled into a stone target, forming a small, finger-length hole. Against flesh, that would be enough to punch clear through a human body. At that point, Water Thread was at least minimally lethal. But using it in actual combat was still out of the question. Ishiro had only just learned it, having succeeded once, with no partial seal variant or environmental tests completed. If the jutsu misfired or aimed poorly mid-battle, he'd be in trouble. Ishiro estimated he'd need hundreds more tries to achieve the same level of mastery he had with Earth-style Wall. Yet his supply of medicinal meals was almost gone. When he finished with Earth-style Wall, he had 27 servings left, over 23 of them went into Water Thread attempts, leaving less than enough for 2 days. He sighed at the difficulties of ninja training. It would be nice to have Naruto's massive chakra reserves, enough to spam jutsu at will, or to create an army of shadow clones to multiply his training. But the ninja world was hardly the hot-blooded manga it appeared to be, and bloodline superiority often decided one's fate. Still, he planned to spend what remained of his medicinal meals further refining Water Thread, at least to become passably comfortable with it. Right then, though, an Ambu summons arrived. Making his way to the Tsuchikage's office, Ishiro found that not only he, but also Bunji and Misha were there. Before long, the same group of high-level jonin who had helped seal the 5 tails arrived too, along with the experts who co-developed the 5-element seal. Essentially, all of Iwagakure's seal specialists had been gathered. Once everyone was accounted for, an Ambu led them into the Tsuchikage's office. Inside, Anoki was seated as usual, joined by 4 elders in extra chairs, 2 older than Anoki, a man and a woman, who had served as advisors since the reign of the second Tsuchikage, and 2 who were roughly Anoki's age, a female ninja well known for administrative prowess, and a male ninja who'd been an elite in Anoki's generation. These 5 formed Iwagakure's current High Council. Their simultaneous presence, plus all the sealing experts, meant something major was happening. Has something gone wrong with the Jinchuriki again? Ishiro wondered. He saw the calm expressions of the top brass and realized it didn't seem like an emergency. Since it wasn't his place to speak out of turn, he listened quietly. Once everyone settled, the middle-aged male elder addressed them. Lord Tsuchikage has gathered you here for 2 reasons. First, we want to discuss the expansion of the Barrier Division Seal Unit now that you've successfully contained the rampaging 5 tails with the 5-element seal. We need to talk about cultivating more sealing experts. He paused, eyeing Ishiro approvingly, then continued. Second, after that incident, our 5 tails Jinchuriki is no longer able to shoulder his responsibilities. We must consider appointing a new Jinchuriki and figure out the best sealing approach. Let's open the floor to suggestions. He turned to a jonin known as Min, the head of the sealing division and one of the 5 tails seal casters, and said, Captain Min, do you have any recommendations? Min had come prepared. Given how the new 5-element seal had exposed a shortage of sealing talent, she presented an expansion plan. Anoki and the council listened intently, but once asked about how to train more seal experts, Min shrugged. Standard daily tasks of the sealing division, like creating storage scrolls, hardly deepened real-world sealing proficiency. Many seal masters had never performed any large-scale sealing in practice. They certainly couldn't hone a skill like that by letting a tailed beast out periodically just to recapture it. The room fell quiet. The leaders understood that advanced sealing was difficult to master. None seemed especially shocked or disappointed. Anoki glanced at Ishiro and asked, "Ishiro, you proposed and helped design the 5-element seal. Before that, you also devised a 3-part training method for B-rank sealing. Your thinking is broader than most. Do you have any ideas?" A bit startled to be singled out, Ishiro pondered briefly, then spoke up, "Perhaps we can try developing more brand new sealing arts. Right now, most of our sealed goods revolve around making storage scrolls, which doesn't really push the user's technique. If more people tried to design seals, they'd debate and test ideas, which might help them grow in the process." Bunji's face lit up. He's right. After all, I was only borderline capable of using an A-rank seal. But working on the 5-element seal recently bumped my technique to the next level. And I'm not the only one, others who participated also improved dramatically. A few others concurred, nodding. Anoki also brightened. He recognized the logic as an A-rank sealing master himself. But after a moment's thought, he sighed, "That's definitely feasible, but how would we find a steady stream of fresh ideas? That's harder than just learning existing seals." Indeed, if ideas were that plentiful, they wouldn't be in this bind. At that point, Misha added, "We could reach beyond the barrier division. For instance, we can see what the academy students might come up with. Sure, most of their ideas might be naive, but they might also provide breakthroughs." Their eyes widened at the suggestion. Misha had been inspired by Ishiro's out-of-the-box approach. Freed from the older generation's mindsets, Ishiro had proven that unlikely concepts could bear fruit. Maybe other children could do the same. Chapter 23, Plan to Split the Tailed Beast. Chapter 23, Plan to Split the Tailed Beast. Misha's suggestion was quickly adopted, and everyone discussed specific implementation details. Then they moved on to the second issue. The high-level leaders were extremely cautious about selecting a new Jinchuriki. While there were many talented ninjas in the village loyal enough to serve, the real challenge lay in how to seal the tailed beast so that the new host could harness its power. The 5-element seal, though effective, was too strong. It excelled at locking away the beast but made it harder for the Jinchuriki to actually use the tailed beast's chakra. Therefore, they discussed ways to fine-tune the balance of the 5 elemental chakras used in the seal, based on the Jinchuriki's own nature. For example, if the Jinchuriki's affinity was earth release, then the other 4 elements in the seal could be empowered while the earth nature portion was somewhat weakened. In this way, the 5 elements would become slightly imbalanced, allowing the beast's power to leak out. Then, if a dangerous situation arose, the Jinchuriki could increase the earth portion in the seal, restoring balance and preventing a runaway. After further debate on how best to adjust these ratios, and how to leave some room for improvements down the line, they reached a consensus. This meeting yielded great progress, and the advisors, having resolved the most pressing issues, were noticeably more relaxed. Just as the discussion was wrapping up and Anoki was about to dismiss everyone, Ishiro suddenly voiced another idea. "Lord Tsuchikage, is it possible to split a tailed beast into 2 and seal each half in a separate Jinchuriki? That way, not only would the sealing pressure be reduced, but the damage caused if one half goes berserk would also be lessened." All present were stunned. No one had ever posed such a question. But on reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, a Jinchuriki rarely unleashed the full-tailed beast at once. More often, they drew on a portion of its chakra for Kage level or even higher combat. A halved beast was still practically infinite compared to an ordinary ninja's standard. Yet if it ever broke loose, it would do far less harm. If it truly worked, it might boost the village's top-level combat strength even further. Note that Iwagakure had 2 tailed beasts, both in precarious states, requiring dedicated squads to watch the Jinchuriki. If each large tailed beast were turned into 2 smaller beasts, presumably the burden on each Jinchuriki would lighten, and the surveillance detail could be reduced. Sealing half a beast would also lie more comfortably within the village's capabilities. Naturally, everyone was excited but had no clue how to actually split a tailed beast. In the end, Ishiro's proposal was like planting a seed in their minds. Perhaps someone would figure out a method one day. When the meeting adjourned, Ishiro and the others left. Several jonin remained behind to finalize details. Whether the tailed beast could be split or not, they still needed to plan a proper resealing for the 5 tails. This time they intended to seal the beast entirely, which was more difficult than last time, and the leadership still needed to discuss specifics with the high-level jonin involved. In the days that followed, Ishiro used up the remainder of his medicinal meals and then devoted his energy to his barrier division duties. He needed to save up a large number of contribution points to acquire a perception ninjutsu. The last of his medicinal meals allowed Ishiro to practice the water thread technique dozens more times, raising his proficiency somewhat. Still, he remained far from fully mastering it. Currently, his success rate was around 50%, and his seal forming speed was still under 2 hand seals per second, to say nothing of simplified seals. Nevertheless, the improvement was obvious. His understanding of water release had deepened noticeably. Now shifting his chakra into water nature mode took hardly any conscious effort. That made performing the water thread at least a bit easier than before. He also gained an unexpected benefit, possibly the effect of the medicinal food. Ishiro discovered that while learning both of these ninjutsu, his physical strength had gone up a notch, raising his total chakra reserves to roughly 2.1 C. He wasn't sure if that was permanent or just residual. Immediately after finishing the medicinal meals, his chakra capacity had climbed to about 3 C, but over the subsequent days it dropped again, settling at 2.1 C. Eager to measure his progress, Ishiro decided to spar with Ikura. Recently, Ikura had taken a leave of absence for training outside. When he returned, he was noticeably different. Though his voice was still gentle, he exuded a latent killing intent that kept everyone on edge. Ishikawa-sensei attributed this to harsh experiences during his time away, saying that Ikura just needed time to readjust. Soon enough, he seemed to revert to his usual mild self. Then, as he'd promised, he challenged Ishiro to a match. Ishiro was soundly defeated, almost instantly. In fact, Ishiro suspected that Ikura had reached Chunin level, because fighting him felt no different than facing that mist ninja on that night. Facing a Chunin-level foe in close-quarters combat, Ishiro, who was relatively weaker in taijutsu, had no chance to fight back. During his ninjutsu studies, Ishiro asked Ikura if he, too, had learned a C-rank technique. Ikura admitted he'd actually done so quite a while ago, but he only mastered it recently during his time away. Ishiro then joked that he'd come for a rematch once he himself learned a C-rank jutsu. But the earth-style wall Ishiro learned was purely defensive, and if he managed to catch Ikura off guard, it wouldn't make sense to erect a wall. With the situation having changed, he'd now learned a half-baked water thread technique. He wanted to spar again. However, Ikura hadn't shown up for class in days. Being in the graduating year, many of them trained in specialized ways outside school, just like Ishiro, who practiced ninjutsu off-campus after requesting leave, or those who, following Ishiro's example, found departmental internships that gave them safe training grounds. After more than half a month, the Barrier Division had finished its expansion tasks, and Ishiro, done with all the paperwork, found a bit of free time. That day, he happened to run into Ikura at school. Hearing that Ishiro had learned a jutsu and wanted to spar, Ikura agreed right away. They notified Ishikawa-sensei, who then arranged a jonin on duty at the school to oversee them. They moved to a quieter area to fight. Since the purpose was to test jutsu, Ikura didn't go all out. He matched Ishiro's speed and strength so they could see who best capitalized on an opening to cast ninjutsu. At the start, Ishiro made the first move. He enjoyed a major advantage in using the substitution technique, having simplified the normal 4 seals down to 3, which he could complete in about 1 second. Dodge Ikura's attack with substitution, then start an offensive ninjutsu. Ishiro began forming the 18 seals of water thread. Yet at less than 2 seals per second, he took about 10 seconds total to finish, whereas Ikura, startled by Ishiro's substitution, simply used that same gap to cast Earth-style wall. He needed only 9 seals at roughly 2.5 seals per second, completing it in under 4 seconds. By the time Ikura's wall was up, Ishiro still needed another 5 seconds to unleash his jutsu. Fortunately, water thread fired quickly, piercing a small hole in the earth-style wall, and the match ended there. Coming around the wall, Ikura studied the tiny hole and wasn't sure whether to continue. In 2 words, Ikura's feelings were, "That's it." After a moment, he shook his head. "Your speed for the substitution technique is amazing. What, 3 seals a second? But then you cast a C-rank jutsu at under 2 seals a second. And that's all the damage it did." Standing nearby, the jonin observer sighed. Ishiro's substitution had looked brilliant, and the jonin had braced to intervene if Ikura got in trouble. But in the blink of an eye, Ishiro's momentum completely vanished, replaced by a slow, clumsy casting of water thread. Ishiro could only sheepishly admit there was no point in continuing. Ikura had even held back to let him cast ninjutsu undisturbed, only for him to blow it. "I guess I didn't think this through," he muttered. "My first C-rank technique was purely defensive. There's no point in setting up a wall in the middle of a surprise attack." Such is the plight of a new ninja. Even someone like Ishiro, who had 2 different C-rank techniques, was already considered outstanding among academy students. Most ninjas only learn their first C-rank technique around Chunin. Sasuke, who pulled off a great fireball soon after graduating, had impressed Kakashi himself. Hence, in the early stages of a ninja's career, battles largely come down to direct taijutsu exchanges. Chapter 24, Graduation Preparation. Chapter 24, Graduation Preparation. Feeling too embarrassed to show his face, Ishiro stopped attending the ninja academy except when absolutely necessary for tool practice. There was only 1 year left before graduation, marking the end of the rookie protection period. Ishiro felt both excitement and anxiety about life beyond Novice Village. Though the outside world was vast and fascinating, it was also fraught with danger. In the ninja world, wandering shinobi are not uncommon. Among them are many missing nin from various countries, as well as individuals who never belonged to a village in the first place. They learned chakra extraction through less than official channels. Such rogue ninjas have no fixed base and roam the lands, taking jobs through the underground bounty network to survive. Generally, the great nations are reluctant to chase them down relentlessly, because the cost-to-benefit ratio is too high. Not only can some of them be quite formidable, but even lower-level rogues, if cornered, can adopt guerrilla tactics, like ambushing new genin, causing heavy losses for a village. Moreover, the existence of wandering ninjas can sometimes help solve missions that a village doesn't want to be directly tied to. Highly dangerous tasks, for example, can be posted on the underground network, paying significantly less than an official village commission, yet with enough money, there will always be risk-takers. Of course, the reliability of such ninjas can't compare to the cleaner missions handled by the hidden villages. Still, many are willing to hire them for the right price. In fact, in later times Anoki himself secretly hired the Akatsuki for some borderline war-related contracts. The arrangement forms a delicate balance. Wandering ninjas fill certain gaps in the market, while the hidden villages let them exist, mostly. Nevertheless, most rogues prefer not to provoke the hidden villages. In the era after Hashirama and Madara disappeared and before Nagato arose, an individual ninja is still no match for an entire village. Though villages fear the sheer aggregate of numerous rogues, they rarely fear any single one. If an overly bold rogue draws too much attention, a village's intelligence team will dig into his background and dispatch specialists to eliminate him. A bigger threat to the village, however, comes from missing nin, who number among these rogues. Missing nin parted ways with their villages due to grudges and are more likely to exact revenge. And they carry inside knowledge, so the village leadership tries to stamp them out, dedicating specialized personnel to the task. Hence, for newly minted genin, the greatest danger out in the ninja world isn't so much the official mission targets, but the missing nin who might randomly appear. Ishiro, though not yet graduated, had been working for a few years and had heard stories from co-workers about how brutal the ninja world could be. Excluding full-scale warfare, the leading cause of death for a ninja is often at the hands of traitors from their own village. While the canon storyline only highlights Deidara as an IWA missing nin, as opposed to Konoha's many famous defectors, that doesn't mean IWA is immune to the problem. It's just never described in detail. Ninja is a high-risk profession. Most adapt to the harsh environment, forging a strong will for the sake of their village. Yet a small minority choose themselves over their village. In a pinch, these ninjas might back out of missions out of fear for their own safety. But deserting at critical moments can end one's shinobi career, and typically the village would sentence them to prison or even execution. Many who can't accept that punishment opt to defect, fueling the ranks of missing nin. Ishiro wasn't expecting to become overwhelmingly strong in the next year. He just hoped to gain enough self-defense capacity to survive an ambush by a missing nin. He did want to learn many things: medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, defensive and offensive jutsu, nintaijutsu, genjutsu, but his body's aptitude was limited. Thanks to his extraordinary spiritual power, Ishiro's ability to control chakra had already closed much of the gap with real geniuses. True, Ikura could crush him in direct combat, but compared to the rest of the class, Ishiro was already exceptional. And regarding support and utility, no one in his year matched him, especially in the barrier division. That was why the high command valued him so highly. When forced to choose where to focus, Ishiro had made that decision once he realized his chakra reserves were so limited. Medical ninjutsu was the first to go. His chakra was hardly sufficient for healing himself or teammates. Nintaijutsu, taijutsu boosted by chakra, was next. He discovered early on that his raw taijutsu lagged behind other classmates by a wide margin, so even learning nintaijutsu would only help him inch closer, not capitalize on his best skills. Genjutsu had appealed to Ishiro at first, and he'd read all the Academy's textbooks on illusions. However, Iwagakure had a limited tradition in that domain. It had nowhere near the illusions found in, say, the Uchiha clan. And with Ishiro's small chakra pool, investing in illusions looked unpromising. He also lacked advanced illusions in the IWA library, as illusions at that time emphasized how to break them, not how to cast them. So Ishiro settled on sealing techniques. Early on, they would assist him in support roles. Later, they could substantially increase his combat potential. Currently, Ishiro was using them to boost his own fighting capacity in two ways: sealing ninjutsu into scrolls and engraving runes on his body to store weapons. Sealing a jutsu into a scroll was known in theory. Shikamaru had used something similar in the original storyline, but the constraints were considerable. The sealed ninjutsu's chakra must match that of the user who made the scroll, or else it would break free. In simpler terms, you must produce the scroll yourself, cast the ninjutsu yourself, seal it personally, and then use it yourself. Moreover, to deploy the sealed jutsu, you still have to form the correct hand seals to release the seal, though it's less chakra than the original cast. The higher the rank of the sealed jutsu, the more advanced the sealing, and thus the more chakra needed to release it. Finally, creating these ninjutsu scrolls was a time-consuming, error-prone process, so few ninjas bothered. Ishiro, however, saw potential in Shikamaru's approach. If direct combat power was lacking, why not use some cunning? His skill in sealing techniques was among the best in Iwagakure's current generation. Making a C-rank ninjutsu scroll was feasible. As a barrier division member, he could purchase materials at a fraction of the external cost. His precise chakra control meant that once he learned the process, his scroll creation success rate was quite high. He only failed a few times in the beginning, now every attempt at a blank scroll was guaranteed to succeed. But forging the blank scroll was only half the process, the next step was actually sealing a jutsu into it. This was incredibly difficult and had a low success rate. After some especially lucrative missions, Ishiro had a good amount of money, so he splurged on 100 sets of materials at 1 million ryo. Then he spent an entire month producing scrolls. Chakra constraints meant he could only craft 3 or 4 a day, he still had his normal job to do. Even that was possible only because his outstanding chakra control kept the per scroll chakra cost below 1 C. Otherwise, he'd manage at most 2 scrolls daily. Once the 100 blank scrolls were done, Ishiro spent 2 more months trying to seal ninjutsu into them. His success rate was abysmal. In the end, he used them all up, producing only 5 completed ninjutsu scrolls, 3 for earth-style wall, 2 for water thread. He had tried to seal the 3 basic techniques as well, but discovered illusions or intangible jutsu couldn't be sealed, only jutsu that formed a physical entity. It wasn't a total waste, though. The repeated practice of sealing water thread also improved his mastery of that technique. By the end, his success rate was noticeably higher, and he could form about 2.2 seals per second. Still, he hadn't reduced the total seals required, indicating he hadn't fully mastered it yet. Because life had been relatively calm, and his job had grown more relaxed post-war, he wasn't raking in huge sums from special tasks. The result was that his contribution points accrued slowly. Fortunately, the barrier division recognized Ishiro's talents and raised his status. Back when he first joined, he made only a meager wage in the data room. Later, after the incident with the missed ninja, he was made a full employee with monthly credit for 3 C-rank tasks that gave him 150,000 ryo plus 30 contribution points. He also received 10 contribution points for every storage scroll he produced. During the war, as the village desperately needed storage scrolls, Ishiro made a fortune in contributions, fueling the purchase of B-rank sealing knowledge. But once the war ended, that extra revenue dried up. Now, though, the division had further upgraded Ishiro's rank and benefits, matching Misha's level. Each month, he'd earn 200,000 ryo plus the equivalent of 2 B-rank missions, 600,000 ryo in total and 200 contribution points. Yet as his body matured, so did his training costs. No matter how he tried, he never had enough contribution points left to buy the high-tier gear he wanted. In fact, he realized he actually had fewer points than he did right after purchasing water thread. As for money, he was able to save a lot each month. Combined with his S-rank mission bonus, he was hardly short on ryo. Now he somewhat regretted using precious contribution points to buy ninja tools earlier. During peacetime, many merchants in the village sold gear for ryo, so he could have saved his points for more specialized items. But he couldn't turn back time. Chapter 25, Mission Posting. Chapter 25, Mission Posting. Aside from creating scrolls that sealed ninjutsu, Ishiro also engraved seals on his body to store various weapons. For instance, on his left wrist he had a seal labeled blade that stored a long sword, and on his right wrist a seal labeled substitute that contained a wooden log for use with the substitution technique. He had also etched seals onto both ankles, each containing a supply of items commonly needed by traveling ninjas. Ishiro's belt pouch held his usual gear for everyday practice, while the ankle seals held backups. These seals were inscribed with special ink that matched his skin color, making them nearly invisible if you didn't look closely. Ishiro then spent a large amount of ryo at a ninja tool shop, particularly on shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags, all consumables. Since the academy gave them only wooden training tools, Ishiro wanted to familiarize himself with the weight and power of real weapons before officially becoming a ninja. He also replaced his training practice blade with a standard shinobi long sword. Although Ishiro planned to focus on ninjutsu, his chakra reserves were still limited, so he had to rely on taijutsu for now. Hence, he spared no expense picking a high-quality blade. Testing it, he found it far sharper and sturdier than a typical kunai. But that still wasn't enough preparation. Because his progress with water thread had stalled, Ishiro began looking at earth release, earth spear gun as well. He was surprised to find it consumed a lot more chakra than water thread or earth-style wall, about 2.5 C. Ishiro's own total had recently climbed to about 2.9 C, yet he was startled by how heavily earth spear gun taxed him. He almost gave up on learning it. However, Earth Spear Gun was the strongest attack he could realistically hope to manage now. His goal was simple: be able to cast it at all, not necessarily master it. Even if it took a ton of time and slow hand seals, akin to how Zabuza used the water prison, that was fine. Maybe under some special circumstance, he'd get the chance to set it up. No matter how many constraints it had, a strong offensive jutsu was better than none. Look at the third Hokage. Without the Reaper Death Seal, he wouldn't have been able to force Orochimaru into a stalemate. That technique had plenty of drawbacks, but with the right setup, it still inflicted a heavy blow. So, once Ishiro realized Water Thread wouldn't be improving anytime soon, Earth Spear Gun became his top priority. He already had a head start in ninjutsu, his chakra control had greatly improved, and he'd learned 2 C-rank jutsu, building plenty of experience. Moreover, Earth-style wall was also earth-based, his specialty. Ishiro refused to believe it would take him more than half a year to simply cast Earth Spear Gun. When he learned Earth-style wall, medicinal meals had let him practice 300 to 400 times over 9 days, and that had been enough to master the technique for survival. Now, aiming only to use Earth Spear Gun, not fully master it, with an even stronger background in chakra control, he was sure 100 tries or so would be enough to succeed. But time and chakra were precious, so Ishiro decided on a quicker route. He spent 1 million Ryo to post a B-rank mission seeking a Chunin who excelled at Earth Spear Gun to guide him. That million was the last of Ishiro's savings after his big shopping spree, leaving him penniless. Spending 1 million Ryo on a B-rank mission put him at the very bottom of that rank's pay scale. The mission was also somewhat complicated, 7 consecutive days of daily guidance on Earth Spear Gun. The mission desk felt it was too cumbersome for a C rank, so they bumped it to B rank, hoping to attract a qualified Chunin. It took around 5 or 6 days before someone took the job. That very day, the hired Chunin, named Hanlei, found Ishiro. Overjoyed, Ishiro eagerly brought him to a random open area to demonstrate. Hanlei initially wanted a more formal training ground, especially since Earth Spear Gun was an offensive jutsu, and a careless attempt could hurt bystanders. But once Ishiro performed it, pressing his palm to the ground after forming seals, nothing happened. Or, to be exact, there was no spear at all, only a slight tremor in the earth a few meters away. Hanlei was dumbfounded. How exactly was he supposed to fine-tune this kid's technique? Ishiro's posted mission had indeed been vague. Seeing Hanlei's baffled expression, Ishiro felt awkward and cautiously explained, "All I need today, senpai, is for you to figure out why my Earth Spear Gun can't break through the surface. I can cast Earth-style wall just fine." Hanlei, though feeling scammed, remembered Ishiro was still a kid in his own village and swallowed his frustration. He gave Ishiro a thorough explanation of how controlling Earth Spear Gun differs from Earth-style wall. Then he left without a backward glance. Ishiro, however, felt like a veil had been lifted. Earth Spear Gun might look like Earth-style wall, raising stone pillars from the ground, but it required the chakra to form a spear shape underground first, then erupt in an instant to strike. By comparison, Earth-style wall channeled chakra to gradually build up an earthen barrier from the ground up. Hence, using the same method for Earth-style wall wouldn't produce Earth Spear Gun. Energized by this knowledge, Ishiro felt confident he could learn Earth Spear Gun before long. Day 2, when Hanlei returned, Ishiro modified his approach. He formed seals again and pressed his palm to the ground. This time, the earth rose in about a dozen small humps, not an actual spear, but a big leap from yesterday's zero effect. Hanlei was quite surprised and no longer underestimated Ishiro. After all, that was just 1 day after his first piece of advice. Ishiro had only had enough chakra for a single attempt. Improving so much in just 1 try indeed demonstrated serious talent, which Hanlei respected. He now shelved his impatience and further explained how to direct Earth Spear Gun to rise precisely where you want, then left. He wanted to see if Ishiro would make another leap the following day. Day 3, Ishiro arrived with about 20 circles drawn on the ground. Under Hanlei's watch, he formed seals, trying to raise earthen spikes from precisely those circles. The result? Ishiro managed 16 humps of stone, with only the first 5 hitting the circles exactly. The rest got progressively misaligned, and the last few were random again. Hanlei inhaled sharply. If only I'd learned so fast back when my teammate needed me, maybe he wouldn't have died. Shaking off that grim memory, he explained Ishiro's mistakes once more. Day 4, 10 humps emerged near the intended circles, while the rest weren't far off. None of yesterday's chaos repeated. Hanlei then began teaching Ishiro how to make the spear tips sharper. Ishiro listened intently, yet was slightly puzzled. The original mission just asked him to pinpoint Ishiro's errors each day, but now Hanlei was proactively teaching him the next step. That went beyond the official job. It almost resembled a teacher instructing a student. Still, he didn't complain. He absorbed everything. Day 5, Ishiro managed to produce 2 lumps that almost looked like actual spears, though nowhere near sharp. Because he was focusing on forming the spear shape, he lost some accuracy, only the first 5 lumps targeted the circles precisely. Hanlei gave him a few final tips before announcing, "I've taught you everything I can. Now you just need repeated practice. My contract is done." Ishiro nodded in gratitude. They'd agreed on 7 days, but he'd learned more than enough in 5. He guessed that paying 1 million ryo saved him at least 3 months of self-study time. He couldn't help recalling how protagonists like Naruto achieved success, with strong mentors like Jiraiya guiding them for years. Even a random Chunin had given Ishiro such substantial help for Earth Spear Gun. Imagine what a legendary Sanin's personal tutelage for 3 years could do. Regrettably, while Ishiro often met Anoki, there'd been no sign that Tsuchikage wanted him as a pupil. No use fretting over it now. After giving Hanlei a signed statement completing the mission, Ishiro was upbeat. In just 10 days, Earth Spear Gun had gone from nothing to a clear work in progress. He understood the key points, so with more practice, success was assured. Hence his schedule resumed, practicing Earth Spear Gun daily and pondering how to fund the sensory ninjutsu he wanted. It cost 10,000 points, but he only had around 8,000, and that total was slowly decreasing as his training went on. Doing missions was out of the question, he still hadn't officially graduated, and the world beyond the village was dangerous. Besides, a newly minted genin could only take D-rank missions, which offered trivial contribution points. He needed to do something big that added real value to the village. He reasoned it would have to come from sealing techniques. Everything else about him fell short of the village's top-tier ninjas, but in sealing arts, he was definitely near the top. If he could produce something else like the 5-element seal. He put the idea into action, heading back to the barrier division and unlocking access to the B-rank seals that he technically could study. He'd purposely skipped them before because they demanded more chakra than he had, or they duplicated concepts he'd already learned. But if he wanted to refine new ideas, or glean new inspiration, he'd need a broad knowledge base. Chapter 26, The Land of Whirlpools. Chapter 26, The Land of Whirlpools. Ishiro's hope of finding inspiration in the barrier division's B-rank sealing archives had yet to bear fruit, when another opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. Anoki once again summoned the barrier division's top sealing specialists. This time, fewer people were called than before. Besides a few jonin, only Misha and Ishiro were included. When Ishiro and the others arrived at the Tsuchikage's office, the village leaders were already waiting. As soon as the barrier division group entered, Anoki opened the discussion. "We just received an invitation from the Reikage, asking us and the Mist Village to join a surprise attack on the Land of Whirlpools, to seize the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. Now that we have the 5-element seal, do we really need to participate in attacking the Land of Whirlpools? My advisors and I would like to hear your opinions." Only then did Ishiro recall the historical destruction of the Uzumaki clan. In his memories, that event wasn't shown in detail, but from the fact that Uzumaki Kushina arrived in Konoha around this period, he guessed it must be happening now. So it turned out that Iwagakure was the one to instigate the idea, and it appeared that both Iwagakure and Kirigakure had joined them in canon. Thinking it through, the timing made sense. All the countries had just ended the war. Though Konoha had emerged victorious, they'd suffered heavy losses, and the villagers might be reluctant to commit to defending Uzushio at the risk of confronting 3 major nations again. In the original storyline, that seemed to be why Konoha never intervened, only stepping in afterward to take in Kushina, someone with great potential as the future Ninetales Jinchuriki, and moving the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. But to Ishiro, it looked like the Reikage wanted a stealthy strike before Konoha could react. While Ishiro was sifting through these thoughts, the barrier division members around him were debating the worth of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Indeed, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu surpassed that of the Land of Earth. If they destroyed the Land of Whirlpools and seized the Uzumaki clan's legacy, Iwagakure's sealing arts would skyrocket. Yet now that they possessed the 5-element seal, they weren't quite as desperate for more advanced Fuinjutsu. In the latest war, although none of the Kage personally took the field, each side's Jinchuriki had appeared, and they'd gleaned intelligence about each other's situations. The Reikage seemingly believed that the Land of Earth, like Iwagakure, was plagued by uncontrollable tailed beasts. That was an assumption Anoki could exploit. While everyone debated whether it was worthwhile to ally with Iwagakure to plunder the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Ishiro suggested. "Tsuchikage-sama, we don't necessarily need to steal their sealing arts, well, I mean, we can aim for something else. For instance, we could capture some Uzumaki children. Perhaps in time, we could cultivate a new Uzumaki clan right here in the village." Several of the senior advisors perked up, and even Anoki seemed tempted. That angle indeed hadn't occurred to them. Regardless, if the Land of Whirlpools was doomed, and they managed to secure a few promising Uzumaki-blooded children, they could raise them as Iwa's shinobi. At this point, the usually silent male elder from the previous meeting spoke up. "Quite a good idea. We don't have to limit ourselves to children. If we find some young adults capable of bearing children, that works, too." Even if the older generation isn't willing to serve us wholeheartedly, as long as we arrange partners for them, the next generation will be raised with loyalty to Iwagakure. Ishiro was momentarily stunned. Goodness, they're talking about forcibly transplanting the Uzumaki lineage to improve the land of Earth's genetics. These guys are forward-thinking. It didn't take long for Anoki and the other elders to settle on a plan. They would join the war. Their objectives would be twofold. First, secure people from the Uzumaki clan. Second, seize as many Fuinjutsu texts as possible. Ishiro had underestimated how desperately the ninja world craved inheritable powers. The Uzumaki clan might not have a flashy Kekki-Igenkai, but their massive chakra reserves were an irresistible draw. Everyone, not just Ishiro, felt their chakra was never enough. With Anoki and the advisor set on striking, Ishiro decided to give a final nudge. Tsuchikage-sama, we could promise the Reikage to help, but leak the news to Konoha, so the Leaf, Cloud, and Mist fight each other first, while we stay behind and stealthily claim people and Fuinjutsu. Then we haven't openly attacked, so any survivors we bring back won't harbor the same hatred toward us, right? The advisors all nodded, now looking Ishiro up and down with interest. Anoki, a seasoned expert at this sort of scheme, grinned. Indeed, with just a hint from Ishiro, he'd already come up with over a dozen ways to let Konoha, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure tear each other apart while IWA slipped in to grab the loot. After exchanging glances, Anoki told the barrier division. All right, that's enough for you to know. This matter is top secret, so no one speaks a word of it outside this room. They chorused their assent and left together. A short while later, only the upper echelons remained. Anoki intended to move straight into planning the Uzushio operation, but one of the older female advisors spoke up. Anoki, what do you think of Ishiro? Anoki blinked. What do you mean? She clarified. I'm asking whether it might be worthwhile to groom him for a future advisory role, or even as a candidate for Tsuchikage someday. Others looked visibly surprised. Wasn't it too early for that? Seeing their reaction, the elder woman snorted. In Iwagakure, our majority of ninjas are straightforward and united, but we lack those skilled at, underhanded methods. That young man has both skill in ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and a mind unbound by typical ninja thinking. He reminds me somewhat of Konoha's own, dark manipulator. Even if we don't see him as Kage material, we could think of him as a future advisor. Anoki mulled it over, then said. I see your point. I'll keep it in mind. There's no hurry, so let's return to planning for Uzushio. Hearing that, the advisors let the topic drop. Ishiro had no idea his casual suggestion had sparked such discussions. Right now, he was too distracted. Once we obtain the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu, would any new ideas I come up with still be valuable? Perhaps it was a waste of time to keep scouring the B-rank library, so he decided to shift direction. Just over a month later, a bombshell shook the ninja world. The land of whirlpools had been destroyed. The news was too big to hide, and, in any case, no one wanted it concealed. Along with talk of the country's downfall, some details of the war leaked out. When Ishiro first heard the rumors, he'd been practicing Earth Spear gun. By now, he'd learned to precisely control the spear's placement, though the intervals were a bit tight. He'd also made the spears considerably sharper and somewhat lethal. He already knew from the last meeting that Uzushio's demise was imminent, so he initially wasn't surprised, until he heard the jaw-dropping details of how it happened. Anoki had truly orchestrated a masterstroke. While publicly agreeing to the Reikage's plan, he secretly let slip the operation to Konoha, through an IWA agent in the Land of Lightning. Even more cunningly, he leaked it not to Konoha's official intelligence, but specifically to root under Danzo's control. Then Danzo, having twisted the truth, passed the intel to Hiruzen in such a way that it painted Kimogakure's mission as a mere theft of sealing scrolls from Uzushio. Through more behind-the-scenes manipulation, Hiruzen sent newly famous Sannin plus the revered White Fang and an elite Umbu squad to reinforce Uzushio. The result, White Fang fought the third Mizukage, while the Reikage's personal guard nearly annihilated the Sannin. Jiraiya sustained serious injuries covering Orochimaru and Tsunade, only surviving by a reverse summoning to Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru and Tsunade evaded capture but were themselves rescued by White Fang, who finally escaped the Mizukage. The fiasco wasn't over yet. On their retreat, White Fang's group tried to regroup but fell into a Tsuchikage ambush led by the strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage himself, along with Chiyo, who bore a deep grudge. The entire Konoha Ambu force was wiped out. White Fang, Orochimaru, and Tsunade split up and fled to the Fire Country. If the Kazekage hadn't hurried off to get his share of Uzumaki spoils, he might have killed them, too. Meanwhile, behind all this chaos, Anoki never personally fought. Instead, he took a small elite squad, sneaked deep into Uzushio territory, and, without shedding a single drop of blood, looted a batch of sealing text before departing. Another team, including 2 IWA advisors, didn't push into Uzushio. Instead, they combed outlying regions for Uzumaki-blooded individuals, capturing them to bring back to Iwa, again without resorting to mass violence. Thus, aside from the annihilated land of whirlpools itself, the biggest loser was Konoha. As planned, Danzo took the blame for passing flawed intel, but the fiasco still cost Konoha's Ambu a massive chunk of their hardened elite, comparable to their entire losses in the Second Great Ninja War. The Sannin were battered, especially Jiraiya, who remained in Mount Mayaboka convalescing. White Fang lost the trust of the villagers, who blamed him for failing to salvage the situation. So the fiasco triggered internal power struggles, with Danzo almost ousting the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only saved by the backing of other advisors and Uzumaki Mito. But they still punished White Fang and the Sannin for failing their mission. Overall, the turmoil left Konoha in no position to retaliate. Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and then Tsunagakure carved up the physical spoils of Uzushio, then returned home to digest their gains. Meanwhile, Iwa, which had reaped the greatest benefits with minimal losses, also needed time to assimilate what they'd taken. Chapter 27, The Uzumaki Clan's Sealing Techniques. Chapter 27, The Uzumaki Clan's Sealing Techniques. Upon Anoki's return to the village, the two advisors who had accompanied him went off to handle arrangements for the Uzumaki people they had brought back. Meanwhile, Anoki personally summoned all barrier division members capable of performing B-rank sealing techniques or above. Naturally, Ishiro was included. In one of the meeting rooms at the Tsuchikage building, he saw an enormous heap of A and B-rank Fuinjutsu scrolls casually strewn across a table. Seeing so many high-level scrolls piled up so carelessly, he stood in shock. He realized that his supposed foreknowledge was nothing. The difference in scale far exceeded anything he had imagined. There were hundreds, perhaps several hundred, A and B-rank techniques. At the far end of the table lay more than 10 scrolls of S-rank Fuinjutsu. It was practically getting rich overnight. Dumbfounded, Ishiro asked Anoki, "Tsuchikage-sama, did you empty out the Uzumaki clan's stock of sealing techniques?" Everyone else looked questioningly at Anoki as well. Plainly, they were wondering the same thing. Anoki shook his head. "We only took a fraction of the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. The clan's archives were far more extensive than we'd expected. If we'd been too greedy, it would have drawn retaliation from the other nations. Also, we know the Uzumaki must have had plenty of unrecorded Fuinjutsu solely passed down through memory. We didn't harm or loot corpses, so any such unrecorded techniques likely ended up in the hands of the other three nations." Ishiro and the other country bumpkins could only nod, speechless. They had never imagined how vast Uzumaki knowledge might be. This divergence from the original storyline was noticeable. In canon, when Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri attacked the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki, foreseeing defeat, destroyed most of their archives. As a result, the three attacker nations had to rely on combing the corpses for knowledge, finding only a partial trove. But here, during Anoki's stealthy intrusion into the Uzumaki stronghold, the Uzumaki were too busy helping Konoha fend off the mist and cloud forces to destroy their records. Anoki thus reaped an unexpected windfall. Once the initial excitement subsided, they began sorting the scrolls. Per Anoki's instructions, they first separated them into two broad categories, combat-oriented and non-combat. Surprisingly, among these hundreds of scrolls, more than 70% were for combat use. After the initial classification, they filtered out techniques that had relatively lower chakra requirements. This step was sobering. Over 90% demanded colossal chakra reserves far beyond a normal ninja's, leaving only a few dozen that seemed more reasonable. Even so, Ishiro and the rest discovered that even these manageable techniques were hardly suitable for someone like him, whose chakra pool was his biggest weakness. Ishiro felt disappointed. His hopes of dramatically boosting his combat power with Uzumaki Fuinjutsu vanished. He wasn't alone, plenty of others were dismayed as well. Though they had bigger pools than Ishiro, most found only 2 or 3 jutsu they might possibly cast. Anoki sighed. 2 or 3 is plenty. The true worth of these scrolls lies in research. They'll guide us in developing new sealing arts suited to our Iwagakure shinobi. The crowd grasped the logic. There was no urgent crisis demanding these techniques, so they had time to study them at leisure. Next, Anoki announced how many scrolls each person was allowed to examine, based on their level. For example, 4 Jonin who were A-rank or borderline A-rank sealing experts could select 1 S-rank scroll, 5 A-rank, and 50 B-rank techniques to study. Those at the B-rank level could choose 2 A-rank plus 10 B-rank sealing techniques. Ishiro received special permission from Anoki to learn 1 S-rank, 3 A-rank, and 15 B-rank techniques. No one objected to this arrangement. Ishiro's contributions were obvious. Everyone had witnessed his achievements. In their eyes, he was essentially on par with the A-rank Jonin in terms of Fuinjutsu importance. Ishiro was delighted. Up to now, beyond having helped create the 5-element seal, he'd never actually seen a complete A-rank technique. Seeing these resources now, he was thrilled. What excited him most was that this permission came free, no need to spend precious contribution points. On the contrary, if anyone gleaned useful insights from their studies, the village would reward them further. Straight away, Ishiro saw the path to finally affording that sensory ninjutsu. During the next half-year, Ishiro devoted himself entirely to analyzing these Uzumaki clan scrolls. Apart from daily practice with earth spear gun and minimal physical training, he even scaled back his shuriken and kunai drills. That half-year fully immersed him in the world of advanced sealing. The Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu formed a unique system, quite different from the approach used in Iwagakure. It was tricky at first but extremely enlightening once he got used to it, opening a new door for Ishiro. Over those 6 months, Ishiro completely dissected 15 B-rank seals and 3 A-rank ones. Among the A-rank, one was the 5-element seal itself. Comparing the Uzumaki original to the IWA-developed version offered him invaluable cross-referencing. From that alone he gained more than from the other 2 A-rank seals combined. Thus, Ishiro's Fuinjutsu advanced by leaps and bounds. He could clearly sense that as long as he had enough chakra, he could cast an A-rank sealing technique. Meanwhile, he had already successfully cast 1 B-rank seal, Chakra Obfuscation, using soldier pills to boost his modest 6.2 C chakra supply. The exact function of soldier pills in later combat can be explained another time. However, Chakra Obfuscation wasn't particularly combat-oriented. It simply shielded a ninja's chakra signature, enabling stealth against sensory ninjutsu, a valuable infiltration tool, but still a niche technique. Yet the greatest benefit, from Ishiro's perspective, lay in his deepened theoretical grasp of sealing. Before, he hadn't understood why Fuinjutsu worked. Now, he had a hunch that these seals harnessed natural energy, forming a new type of chakra akin to sage chakra. That heightened chakra quality explained how sealing arts could suppress beasts with massive chakra, like tailed beasts. He came to this conclusion after analyzing 3 A-rank techniques. Analyzing might be too strong a word, he had no direct proof. Rather, his sharpened perception sensed faint clues. If he wanted to confirm it, he suspected the key lay in S-rank Fuinjutsu. He used his special permission to study 1 S-rank seal, fully expecting he couldn't cast it anyway but hoping to glean new insights. His priority was no longer about utility, but to figure out how these seals seemed to tap natural energy. So instead of picking something that might yield a derivative technique, Ishiro specifically looked for a sealing technique that appeared to generate chakra out of thin air. That led him to the Fire Domain Seal. Its effect was quite peculiar, seemingly irrelevant to combat. In short, once cast, it produced a huge pseudo-independent space where flames spawned randomly. The flames were of modest temperature, painful but not lethal if you layered up protective stone or something similar. Yet the seal's chakra cost far exceeded typical S-rank ninjutsu. If the user didn't deliberately cancel the domain, the flames would keep proliferating until the space was crammed full, finally exploding with a boom. Under normal logic, generating so much fire for a prolonged period should burn tremendous chakra, far more than the initial cost of the seal. That was bizarre. Thus, the Fire Domain scroll was the only S-rank technique that explicitly said it could create chakra from nothing. Ishiro chose the technique and began studying. By the rules, he couldn't copy or remove the original. He was allowed only to read it on site as many times as needed. Fire Domain was massive. The text was riddled with advanced Fuinjutsu theory, far beyond even A-rank arts. Ishiro felt like the difference between A-rank and S-rank was as profound as technique versus Dao. The scroll contained many cryptic concepts that weren't explained. Possibly the recorder assumed no one would attempt to learn such a worthless art. Or maybe the notes had been partly omitted. Regardless, Ishiro understood only fragments. He refused to quit, recalling that with prior A-rank Fuinjutsu, he'd also faced confusing terms but had muddled through by logic. Here, however, the confusion was on a different level. Finally, Ishiro decided to assemble a collaborative project. He returned to the barrier division and summoned co-workers who, like him, had been studying these advanced sealing arts. Although some grumbled at the interruption, Ishiro's influence in the division was strong enough that everyone came. Without delay, he explained the reason for this gathering. Sorry to disturb you all. Over the past half-year, I've encountered certain references in Uzumaki clan scrolls that I can't interpret. I suspect many of you have faced similar puzzles. So I propose sharing our notes on these unusual terms, it might help all of us. He distributed sheets listing the odd terms he'd encountered, along with his attempted translations. The group's reactions were immediate, some lit up with epiphany, others wore deep frowns as they recognized possible leads for problems they hadn't solved. Ishiro didn't disturb those who seemed lost in thought. To the rest, he said, many of the Uzumaki texts assume knowledge we don't have. If each of us compiles our best translations for these new words, we'll save a lot of time collectively. Everyone promptly began writing down their own interpretations. One by one, the deep-thinking holdouts finished musing and joined in, scribbling out all the specialized phrases they'd deciphered. Afterward, they swapped notes. Some found discrepancies, some discovered breakthroughs. Ishiro suggested they go home and digest everyone else's translations, then reconvene in 2 days to discuss correctness. Everyone agreed, dispersing right away. Chapter 28, Graduation. Chapter 28, Graduation. With his face still burning from embarrassment, Ishiro stopped attending the ninja academy altogether, except when he had to practice ninja tools. There was only 1 year left until graduation, marking the end of the rookie protection period. Ishiro felt a mixture of curiosity and dread about the outside world. Although the world beyond the academy was fascinating, it was also extremely dangerous. In the ninja world, there was no shortage of wandering ninjas, missing nin from various nations, or others who had never belonged to any country and learned chakra extraction through unofficial channels. These rogue ninjas had no fixed base, drifting everywhere to survive on underground bounty missions. Generally, the great nations wouldn't go out of their way to exterminate them all, because the cost-to-benefit ratio was too high. Even if some rogue ninjas were weaker, they could resort to ambush tactics that cost the village dearly in manpower. And some rogues were quite powerful, a threat the hidden villages had to respect. Moreover, the existence of wandering ninjas sometimes benefited the villages by handling missions that a village couldn't openly touch. High-risk tasks, for instance, might get posted on the underground network for a smaller fee, and desperate rogue ninjas would pick them up. Official clients tended to trust the hidden villages more, but these bounty missions still formed part of the system. Indeed, Anoki himself would hire the Akatsuki at a later date, commissioning them for war-related tasks. So the relationship between rogue ninjas, the underground network, and the hidden villages was a delicate equilibrium. Despite this, most wandering ninjas feared confronting entire hidden villages. Even though large villages dreaded the aggregate power of many rogues, they rarely worried about any single one. If a particular rogue made himself too big a problem, a hidden village's intelligence department would track him down and send specialized hunters, which was usually more than any one rogue could withstand. Thus, unless cornered, rogues rarely provoked the hidden villages directly. A more significant threat came from missing nin, those who defected from their home villages, often holding grudges. They tended to retaliate against their old village or carry important secrets. The villages thus assigned special units to eliminate them. For a fresh graduate stepping into the world, these missing nin were often more lethal than the official mission targets themselves. Although Ishiro hadn't formally graduated, he'd worked in the village for years, overhearing colleagues' stories about how brutal the ninja world could be. Disregarding the war, the greatest number of ninja casualties came from missing nin. Yes, the canon storyline singled out only Deidara as an IWA missing nin, versus the many from Konoha, but that didn't mean IWA had none, just that they weren't highlighted. Shinobi was, by nature, a high-risk profession. Most adapted to the harsh environment and were willing to fight or even die for their village. But a few ended up choosing self-preservation over loyalty. Such individuals might retreat from dangerous missions due to fear. In a ninja village, that sort of cowardice typically led to imprisonment or execution, so many who balked at paying the price ended up fleeing. Thus, the ranks of missing nin kept growing. Ishiro didn't expect to become overwhelmingly strong within the next year. He only hoped to possess enough self-defense to survive an ambush by a missing nin. He did want to learn many things: medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, defensive and offensive jutsu, taijutsu with ninjutsu augmentation, genjutsu, but his body's aptitude was limited. His powerful spiritual energy had already closed some of the gap between him and actual prodigies. Indeed, he remained no match for Akura in head-on battle, but compared to most of his peers, he was exceptional. His greatest advantage lay in the sealing arts, hence his high value to the top brass. Still, forced to choose, he had decided long ago not to dabble in everything. Medical ninjutsu was the first to go. He lacked enough chakra to heal himself, let alone heal teammates. Nintaijutsu was next. His physical prowess lagged behind many classmates, so even if he learned nintaijutsu, he'd merely approach parity without achieving a real advantage. Genjutsu was intriguing, and Ishiro had devoured the academy's theory. However, Iwagakure had minimal illusions, especially advanced ones, plus illusions demanded plenty of chakra. So he couldn't invest in that either. He chose Fuinjutsu. In the early stage, sealing arts provided versatile support, and later they could greatly enhance his combat power. Indeed, Ishiro was currently relying on them to beef up his fighting. He used two primary methods. 1. Sealing ninjutsu into scrolls. 2. Inscribing runes on his body to store weapons. Sealing techniques for storing entire jutsu in scrolls did exist in the ninja world. Shikamaru in the original storyline had used something similar. The constraints, though, were very strict. The scroll's chakra must be identical to the user who cast the ninjutsu, or else the jutsu would escape control. Put differently, the user must create the scroll, cast the jutsu, and seal it themselves. No one else could use it effectively. Moreover, to unseal the jutsu required forming hand seals, albeit at a lesser chakra cost than the original. The stronger the jutsu, the stronger the seal had to be, and the more chakra was required to unseal it. Finally, forging such scrolls was complicated, with a high failure rate, so few ninjas bothered. Yet for Ishiro, it was an appealing loophole. He lacked direct offensive power, so bridging that gap with cunning made sense. His sealing skill was among the top in the present-day IWA. Making a C-rank Jutsu scroll was feasible. Thanks to his membership in the barrier division, he got materials much cheaper than outside. His refined chakra control further boosted his success rate. After the initial learning curve, he rarely failed to produce a blank scroll. The next step, storing a jutsu in the scroll, was the tricky part, with a very low success rate. After some particularly large mission payouts, Ishiro had plenty of money. He spent 1 million ryo on 100 sets of materials, then spent a month creating blank scrolls. Because of his limited chakra and daily job duties, he could only craft about 3 or 4 scrolls per day. Still, that was better than 2 a day, thanks to his extraordinary control keeping each scroll's chakra cost below 1C. When the 100 blank scrolls were ready, he invested 2 more months trying to seal jutsu into them, but the results were disheartening. In the end, only 5 were successful, 3 for earth-style wall and 2 for water thread. He had also tested the 3 basic techniques but discovered intangible illusions didn't qualify. Possibly only jutsu forming a physical presence were sealable. Even so, it wasn't a total waste. Repeatedly attempting to store water thread did sharpen Ishiro's mastery of the technique, its success rate rose, and his seal-forming speed improved. He still couldn't reduce the total required seals, indicating he hadn't truly mastered it, but progress was progress. Because everything remained calm and his barrier division duties became routine in the post-war period, he wasn't racking up extra mission rewards as before. His contribution points thus grew slowly. At least the division recognized his potential and upgraded his status. Early on, working in the archives, he'd earned a meager allowance. Then after dealing with that missed ninja, he became a full-timer with monthly pay equivalent to 3 C-rank tasks, 150,000 ryo plus 30 points. He also earned 10 points for each storage scroll he made, which during the war had netted him a fortune of points used for B-rank sealing studies. But once the war ended, those extra orders dried up. Fortunately, the barrier division again boosted Ishiro's rank, giving him pay comparable to Misha's, i.e. 200,000 ryo monthly plus credit for 2 B-rank missions, 600,000 ryo total and 200 points a month. Still, as his training demands rose with his body's growth, he never had enough points. Indeed, his stash was lower than when he had purchased water thread. As for the ryo, he could save a lot each month, plus he still had leftover from that S-rank mission reward. Now he regretted blowing precious points on ninja tools. In peacetime, many merchants sold weapons for ryo anyway. Yet what was done was done. Finally, the day came for graduation. Having spent 4 years at the academy, and 4 years since his transmigration at age 3, Ishiro had grown into a 7-year-old who had trained continuously. His evolution was massive. If there were a system with a status page, it might look like this. Name, Ishiro. Age. Rank, 4th-year academy student. Chakra, 11C. Note, 10D equals 1C, 100C equals 1B, so he's nowhere near B-rank ninjutsu usage. D-rank jutsu mastered. Substitution, with pre-prepared log needs 3 seals, 3 seals/SEC, costs 0.4D. Substitution, no log same 3 seals, 3 seals/SEC, plus 1, 0.4D. Clone technique, 4 seals, 2.6 seals/SEC, 0.6D. Transformation, 4 seals, 2.6 seals/SEC, 0.6D. C-rank jutsu. Earth-style wall, 14 seals, 2.6 seals/SEC, costs 1.1C. Water thread, 16 seals, 2.4 seals/SEC, 0.8C. Earth spear gun, 15 seals, 1.9 seals/SEC, 2.5C. Fuin jutsu, B-rank chakra obfuscation, C-rank or lower omitted. Over the final stretch before graduation, Ishiro poured most of his energy into Fuin jutsu. He'd only gotten Earth spear gun to the point where he could reliably form lethal spikes at chosen locations, then set it aside. Meanwhile, he refined water thread, cutting 2 seals off its sequence and boosting his speed, thus saving a bit of chakra. His skill with kunai, shuriken, or other tools was merely average, nothing special. Now, sitting in his classroom alongside his classmates, Ishiro awaited Ishikawa-sensei to announce their teams. Possibly because it was the last day, or because the rookie safety net was about to end, a wistful aura hung over everyone. Yet they were just kids, lacking a better way to handle their mixed feelings. Many ended up squabbling or mocking each other to vent. The chatter grew noisy. Ishiro found himself growing fond of these chaotic sounds. They felt vibrant, carefree, a reminder of daily life in the academy. Because of the war, many in Ishiro's class had lost parents, yet after 4 years, that grief had dulled somewhat. More than sadness, they now had hope for the future, and eagerness to become real ninjas. Shohara was still sneaking glances at Tanaka, but Ishiro didn't tease him this time. If they ended up on separate teams, that might be the end of any chance together. Shohara, having never had the guts to confess in 4 years, was unlikely to do so after graduation. As for Tanaka, the little girl looked preoccupied, not noticing Shohara's stares. Tatsuya, Mokashi, and Fujino were still fighting over who would become the Tsuchikage, probably a way to commemorate 4 years of shared bonds. Ikura still reigned as the idol of all the girls in class. While the guys bickered rowdily, the girls expressed their emotions by swooning at Ikura with starry-eyed devotion. Ishiro swept his gaze around, soaking it all in. His time at the academy had actually been rather calm. He had no intense clashes or deep bonds, mostly drifting as a quiet observer. Perhaps from the moment he transmigrated, he'd been oriented toward becoming a real ninja, so he identified more with life in the barrier division than with being a student. Still, there was a faint warmth in the trivial friendships he'd formed here. It was as though Ishikawa-sensei couldn't bear to part either, arriving somewhat late. He walked in wearing his usual calm expression, though his steps betrayed a hint of unevenness. The class hushed at once, eyes locked on him. Ishikawa-sensei surveyed them thoroughly, as if measuring how they'd changed since that first day. It felt like a moment suspended in time, and he rubbed his eyes, skipping the usual banter. Straight away, he began reading the team assignments. Team 1, Tatsuya, Mokashi, Fujino. Everyone was a bit stunned. Those 3 had always been at loggerheads, so placing them together was surprising. Plus, they were among the strongest in the class, so some questioned whether it was fair to group them all. Meanwhile, the 3 themselves wore odd expressions. One might have guessed they'd be displeased, but their faces suggested something else. Ishiro couldn't help quipping, "You guys are so happy you can't stop grinning, so why the sour faces?" A burst of laughter erupted. Indeed, those 3 had always bickered incessantly, yet they were thrilled to remain together. Their attempts to hide it had been obvious, deflating the somber mood in the room. Even Ishikawa-sensei chuckled. Seeing the trio ready to explode in embarrassment, he calmed everyone down and continued with the announcements. Team 2, Ikura. At the sound of that single name, absolute silence descended. Almost every girl's gaze bored into Ishikawa-sensei. Tanaka's head dropped so low it nearly touched her desk. Ishiro sensed her entire body tense up in that instant. A few boys stirred, drawing savage glares from a dozen furious female classmates, so they instantly froze. Ishikawa-sensei himself was startled by the pressure, gulped, and quickly resumed. Miko, Uzumaki Yumi. When he finished, the room momentarily fell deathly quiet, then erupted in outraged cries. The scene turned chaotic. Ishiro noted Tanaka looking deflated, as though all life had gone out of her the moment she heard the last name. Nearby, Shohara almost seemed relieved. Meanwhile, Ishiro's focus fell on a red-haired girl in the front row, obviously an Uzumaki. Half a year ago, IWA had rescued a number of Uzumaki survivors, who, upon learning that Yuzashio was gone, decided to join Iwagakure. Strangely enough, the process went smoothly. Many of them had been sidelined in the Uzumaki clan, but now received good treatment, and with their homeland destroyed, they had little reason to resist. Among that group were quite a few children, some Ishiro's age, including Uzumaki Yumi, the most gifted among them. She had been placed in Ishiro's class, and now the village seemed to be pairing her with Ikura and Miko, a sign of how highly the leadership valued her. Finally, Team 5, Ishiro, Shohara, Tanaka. Chapter 29, Jonin Squad Leader. Chapter 29, Jonin Squad Leader. Ishiro wasn't surprised that the village placed him, Shohara, and Tanaka on the same team. Once he heard that Tatsuya, Mokashi, and Fujino were grouped together, he guessed the village aimed to bind people with existing bonds into squads. Among all the classmates, the connection between him, Shohara, and Tanaka was well known. But seeing Shohara trying so hard not to grin, acting as if it was nothing, Ishiro just wanted to tease him a bit. He nudged Tanaka with his elbow and murmured, "Don't be down. Ikura and I are tight, so our 2 teams can still hang out. And you know Miko, she rarely talks, so it doesn't look like she's into Ikura. As for that Uzumaki girl, Yumi, it's her first time meeting Ikura too, so you've still got a chance." Sure enough, Shohara, who had been secretly elated at being placed with Tanaka, shot Ishiro a furious look. After the class's new teams were announced, each trio stayed put to await their respective sensei. A quick note, being assigned a Jonin sensei doesn't necessarily make them your mentor in the strict sense. Officially, they're your squad leader, not your master. A real master-disciple relationship only arises if things click particularly well between them. For instance, in the original storyline, Jiraiya was Minato's master, yet Jiraiya wasn't Minato's assigned Jonin. Similarly, Kakashi's relationship with Sasuke had some master-disciple flavor, but not so much with Sakura, and only later in Shippuden did Kakashi truly begin mentoring Naruto one-on-one. With that in mind, Ishiro was somewhat excited to see what kind of Jonin sensei he'd get. Ideally, it would be someone powerful enough to ensure his safety. He'd already accepted that no one in IWA could further his sealing arts education, so the best he could hope for was a strong Jonin to help him mature in combat. Before long, the first Jonin arrived, said, "Team 1, Tatsuya, Mokashi, Fujino, come with me," then vanished in a shunshin before anyone could react. It was obviously a test for those three, and they merely exchanged a quick glance, smirking in mutual understanding, then leapt out the window. Soon, a second Jonin entered, scanning everyone. His gaze paused on Ishiro and then on the red-haired Uzumaki Yumi, after which he said, "Team 2, Ikura, Miko, Uzumaki Yumi, follow me," and walked out. Ikura's trio hurried after him. Ishiro felt a little surprised, he recognized that men. In fact, they were quite familiar. It was the Barrier Division Chief, arguably the strongest sealing user in the entire village, and also a top figure second only to Anoki and the senior advisors. The fact that he was personally leading Team 2 showed how highly the village valued them. Equally surprising was that he was a sealing specialist, presumably assigned to mentor Uzumaki Yumi's potential rather than Ikura's raw power. Shortly thereafter, a young man entered the room, wearing the standard red Jonin attire. His face was square and youthful, likely 16 or 17, with a friendly grin. Ishiro felt a pang of worry. He's too young. Sure enough, the moment the young Jonin spoke, it confirmed Ishiro's guess. Team 5, Ishiro, Shohara, Tanaka, come with me. The youth finished and turned to leave. Though Ishiro's trio were taken aback, they followed quickly. They arrived at a training ground. The young Jonin stopped and turned to face them. Ishiro, Tanaka, and Shohara formed a line opposite him, waiting for him to speak. He seemed to hesitate for a bit, then said, "Let's do some intros. I'm your squad's Jonin leader from now on, and my name is Kitsuchi." Hearing that name, Ishiro's mind reeled. No wonder he looked so familiar, that's Kitsuchi, the son of Anoki. As a teenager, he was already a Jonin, which made sense if he recalled the feats he'd pull off by the Fourth Great War era. Definitely someone Ishiro could rely on. Kitsuchi then continued his own introduction, but Ishiro realized he'd zoned out. He only regained focus when Tanaka prodded him lightly, whispering, "It's your turn. Hurry up." "Huh." Ishiro blinked at Tanaka in confusion. "Ha ha ha." Kitsuchi let out a hearty laugh. It was his first time leading a squad, so he'd been nervous, but Ishiro's absent-mindedness eased the tension. Seeing Ishiro's confusion, Kitsuchi said, "You're Ishiro, right? I've heard about you, someone said your sealing arts level is quite high. Even though you just became a full-fledged ninja, you've contributed a lot to the village." Shohara and Tanaka stared in disbelief. Shohara, quickly growing indignant, muttered, "That sly jerk, who knew he'd be so famous already?" Ishiro scratched his head. "You're flattering me, sensei." But his tone sounded smug, so Tanaka just rolled her eyes, and Shohara snapped, "If you're really not that good, why were you grinning so wide?" Ishiro shot Shohara a threatening glare. He's clearly overdue for some serious, verbal jutsu payback. Kitsuchi simply shrugged off their banter, saying, "So, the three of you are from the elite class, meaning you didn't need a final exam to be confirmed as genin. I need to see your capabilities in action, so we know which missions we can take on." He was already satisfied with them. The data indicated all three displayed solid aptitudes, and meeting them now, he sensed they had gained true ninja resolve. If they proved themselves strong enough, he'd take them on more challenging tasks right away. He then beckoned them, "Attack me. Show me what you've got." Before he finished, Ishiro launched 3 kunai at him, then leapt backward, barking orders at Shohara and Tanaka. "Shohara, engage him head-on. Tanaka, fake an attack and be prepared to switch roles if needed." The other two offered no complaints. They'd each gone through real warzone training arranged by family elders, they weren't the naive kids of some stories. Recognizing the importance of teamwork against a Jonin, they sprang into action. Tanaka slid to one side, circling behind Kitsuchi. Shohara, taking advantage of the distraction, charged from the middle, using his body to shield Ishiro's hand seals, hoping to buy Ishiro time. Kitsuchi, seeing them attempt a coordinated assault, smiled faintly. He didn't stand idle, however. He sidestepped in Tanaka's direction, forcing her to back off. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi glanced at Ishiro, trying to observe Ishiro's hand seals. But Shohara, among the physically strongest in the class, closed in with a sweeping kick aimed at Kitsuchi's waist. Simultaneously, Tanaka hurled 2 shuriken from her distant flank, one at Kitsuchi's body, the other behind him to cut off his retreat. Kitsuchi, though, had no intention of retreating. He lunged forward instead, interrupting Shohara's momentum before he could fully swing the kick, grabbing that lifted leg. Then he took 2 large strides, slamming into Shohara so he lost his balance and toppled sideways. Trapped by Kitsuchi's grip, Shohara's leg was pinned, leaving him momentarily helpless. Tanaka, thrown off by how rapidly events spiraled, was too far to intervene. She threw a few more shuriken to rescue the besieged, but Kitsuchi simply sidestepped, dragging Shohara's body to block each projectile. Finally, with a swift tug, he prepared to smash Shohara onto the ground. In that instant, Kitsuchi's eyes flicked with alarm. He abruptly released Shohara and bounded away. The moment Kitsuchi left the ground, a stone spike erupted beneath him. Alas, it was too late to catch him, he soared clear of its reach. But it had forced him to let Shohara go. Shohara slapped a hand on the ground to regain his footing, twisted, and landed upright. Without pausing, Shohara retreated to Ishiro. Tanaka, seeing her earlier moves fail, also regrouped. By then, Ishiro's Earth Spear gun was still in progress, spikes kept rising, inching toward Kitsuchi. But earlier, Kitsuchi's leap had created some distance, and the Earth Spear gun had a flaw: adjacent spikes couldn't be too far apart. It had to advance slowly across the terrain instead of popping up all at once beneath him. Kitsuchi waited until the spikes crept close, then formed hand seals at lightning speed. Placing a palm on the ground, he roared, "Earth Release," cracking Earth Revolving Palm. In an instant, the ground split apart from where Kitsuchi's hand touched, fissures rapidly expanding in random directions toward Ishiro's. Chapter 30, Taking on a Mission. Chapter 30, Taking on a Mission. A critical moment arrived. Ishiro's hands formed seals far faster than before. While Kitsuchi was still some distance away, Ishiro used a substitution technique to shift several meters to the side, specifically to the spot where he had earlier tossed a piece of wood during Kitsuchi and Shohara's melee, hoping to exploit a moment when Kitsuchi's attention was drawn to Tanaka and Shohara. However, as an experienced veteran of countless battles, Kitsuchi never overlooked any subtle changes in the terrain. He had already spotted that inconspicuous log in the distance. So barely had Ishiro finished relocating when he realized Kitsuchi had already altered direction and was charging straight for him again. Truly worthy of a jonin, Ishiro thought with a sigh, but he didn't panic. His hands formed seals again, narrowly finishing right as Kitsuchi was about to grab him. Ishiro reappeared back in his original spot. It turned out Ishiro had imbued that log with 2 portions of chakra, enabling 2 consecutive relocations. With a crisp slap, the Ishiro in Kitsuchi's grip turned into a piece of wood, which Kitsuchi reflexively smacked away. Kitsuchi, momentarily surprised, he hadn't foreseen Ishiro's dual setup, lost the initiative, giving Ishiro a chance to escape the danger of cracking Earth Revolving Palm. Sure enough, as Kitsuchi battered the substitute wood and rushed at Ishiro once more, Tanaka and Shohara, who had avoided danger earlier, launched a second wave of attacks. Tanaka's Senbon and Shohara's kunai cut off Kitsuchi's path, forcing him to sidestep and evade. Ishiro rejoined Shohara with a long exhale. That was close. Good thing I had a backup plan. He quickly slipped behind Shohara, forming seals once more. But at that instant, precisely when Ishiro relaxed, the unexpected occurred. From beneath the earth, a hand burst out, clamping around Ishiro's ankle. A sudden spinning sensation hit him, and by the time he stabilized, he discovered he couldn't move. His entire body was buried in the ground, with only his head exposed to the surface. Ishiro recognized the jutsu at once: Earth Release, Headhunter Technique, Heart Under Blade Decapitation. Properly applied in an actual fight, it would bury the entire target below the soil. Leaving his head above the ground was just a gesture of restraint in this spar. Having lost mobility, Ishiro had only a narrow view, he couldn't tell what was happening around him. He heard sounds of collisions and commotion. Before he could figure out the outcome, 2 heavy thuds rang out in quick succession. A short while later, Ishiro felt a surge of chakra wrapping around him, and someone pulled him out from underground. Once free to move, Ishiro saw Tanaka and Shohara standing nearby, both looking crestfallen. Ishiro wasn't as bothered by defeat, since he considered himself a non-combat specialist. His forte lay in sealing arts. For Tanaka and Shohara, it was entirely different. One had been the year's champion of raw power, the other the fastest runner among their peers. Now they realized their greatest strengths had been effortlessly dismantled by Kitsuchi, in a gap of power so large they couldn't even gauge it. Understandably, their self-confidence took a huge hit. After all, until now, they had believed their specialties to surpass even average chunin. They knew, of course, they were no match for jonin, but they hadn't imagined the disparity would be this large. Standing beside them, Kitsuchi patted each on the head. Don't let it get to you. You're still young. When I was your age, I wasn't anywhere near as good as you 3. That was obviously intended as encouragement. Ishiro didn't quite believe it. With Kitsuchi's innate gifts and family resources, he'd likely been ahead of the curve from the start. In truth, if you put aside Ishiro's sealing prowess, the 3 members of Team 5 were in the top tier of their year, yet they still fell short of a true genius like Ikura. And Kitsuchi's talent was likely on par with someone like Ikura. Tanaka and Shohara, though, found Kitsuchi's words soothing. Seeing them no longer look so dejected, Kitsuchi suggested, let's celebrate Team 5's formation with a good meal. Ishiro was instantly on board. Yes, let's get some barbecue. Ever since spending his entire savings to post that coaching mission, Ishiro's finances had gotten tight. Though not utterly destitute, he no longer dared to squander money. Barbecue was a luxury he hadn't tasted in ages. Tanaka and Shohara were still shaken by the spar, so they weren't as enthusiastic. Kitsuchi, seeing no objections, simply led them out, proclaiming they'd go for grilled meat. Ishiro bustled ahead, babbling about what he'd order and how much he would eat, leaving Tanaka and Shohara rolling their eyes. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi trailed behind, smiling as he recalled his own post-graduation days. They soon reached the largest yakiniku joint in the village. The lunchtime rush was sparse, but there were quite a few newly formed squads, each accompanied by a jonin sensei. Ishiro glanced around. Ikura and Miko are here, too. Hearing that, Tanaka automatically followed Ishiro's gaze, while Shohara shot a wary look at Ishiro, suspecting him of having arranged this on purpose. Noting their reactions, Ishiro chuckled, then trotted off toward Ikura's table. Hey, Ikura, Miko, you guys out for lunch, too? He greeted his two classmates, then addressed their jonin sensei. Greetings, Captain Mizuhara. Mizuhara nodded and indicated that Ishiro could talk with his friends. He then looked over at Kitsuchi, Tanaka, and Shohara approaching, exchanging polite greetings with Kitsuchi. Without seeking permission, Ishiro waved a server over, requesting their two parties combine tables. Once the tables were pushed together, Ishiro forcibly prevented Shohara from sitting next to Ikura, leaving that seat open for Tanaka. Seeing Tanaka plop down by Ikura's side in awkward silence, Shohara looked like he wanted to roast Ishiro alive. Mizuhara and Kitsuchi, both well acquainted with the ups and downs of youth, watched Ishiro's antics with amused grins. A mild lull followed as they sat together, so Ishiro turned to Miko. Hey, Miko, would you introduce this new teammate of yours? Miko glared at Ishiro. That's Uzumaki Yumi. She and I literally just met this morning. Then she turned to the red-haired girl and said, we were all classmates. The speedy kunoichi is Tanaka, the big guy is Shohara, and the grinning idiot is Ishiro. Better stay away from him, or you'll regret it. Ishiro felt attacked. Why am I the grinning idiot, he thought. Actually, he and Miko were more alike than either liked to admit, both specialized in ninjutsu, and outside of Ikura they'd been the top two in class. Previously, Miko had been the second to master the three basic techniques, while Ishiro was the third. But once Ishiro's progress accelerated, he surpassed her. That had left her fuming, feeling like her runner-up status was snatched away. She thought of him as a smug show-off. They frequently clashed over who advanced their ninjutsu faster. Meanwhile, Ikura's strong parental support had once made him on par with Ishiro for second place. But after Ishiro received that S-rank mission reward and gorged on top-grade supplements, his training soared, leaving everyone behind. Now Ishiro had learned 3 C-rank jutsu, whereas Miko had only mastered 1, and needed teammates to set it up, like Ishiro's Earth Spear gun. She was vexed. Knowing Miko was just venting, Ishiro didn't bother her. Instead, he turned to Uzumaki Yumi with a friendly grin. Hi, Yumi, from Team 2, right? We're Team 5. This here is our jonin leader, Kitsuchi-senpai. Before chatting, Ishiro politely introduced his own sensei. Then he asked, Yumi, do you know any sealing techniques? Uzumaki Yumi shook her head. I'm of the Uzumaki clan, but I never actually studied Fuinjutsu. Captain Mizuhara said he'd start teaching me soon. Ishiro nodded. I see. I had hoped we could compare notes. But no worries. Mizuhara-sensei is the village's strongest sealing master. He's even coached me in the past. I'm sure you'll pick up Fuinjutsu soon enough, and then we can spar. Humph. Miko made an annoyed noise. Ishiro's speed in picking up ninjutsu was aggravating enough, and on top of that, he excelled at sealing. Whenever Miko tried to match him, she felt like she was competing in her best subject against Ishiro's worst, yet losing. Chapter 31, Taking on a Mission, Part 2. Chapter 31, Taking on a Mission, Part 2. Ishiro's intermittent odd behavior no longer surprised anyone who had been his classmate for 4 years, they merely rolled their eyes and ignored him. Mizuhara, who was also well acquainted with Ishiro, had long accepted his eccentric creativity back when Ishiro was developing new sealing ideas. As for Kitsuchi, this was giving him a more comprehensive, in-depth impression of Ishiro. Ikura wanted to ask Ishiro about his ninjutsu training, but Ishiro deliberately avoided him and instead went off to chat with the two girls, putting Ikura in an awkward spot. Shohara was also sulking on his own, not in the mood to talk. Tanaka did want to talk to Ikura, but she couldn't find the courage. Ishiro could only look on in frustration. Realizing the conversation was dying, Ishiro turned to Ikura and said, Ikura, did you have a test with your jonin sensei too? Yes. The 3 of us fought Mizuhara sensei and lost. How'd you guys do? We lost as well. My ninjutsu can't compare to yours, so I basically dragged Tanaka down. If you two were on the same team, your ninjutsu plus her agility might let you hold out against the sensei for a while. If your tank didn't slip up, you might even win. Ikura thought about it and shook his head. We'd have a better chance, but it's still not enough. Jonin are too fast, we'd get picked off one by one pretty easily. Ishiro sighed inwardly. That wasn't what I was trying to talk about. He glanced at Tanaka, who still wasn't speaking up, and felt disappointed. Meanwhile, Ikura's two teammates seemed to sense the vibe and started glancing at him and Tanaka in turn. This only increased Tanaka's nervousness. Miko, as a 4-year classmate who knew exactly how Ishiro, Tanaka, and Shohara got along, figured out Shohara's feelings. Combining it with Ishiro's usual teasing, she shot another glare at Ishiro, leaving him baffled. What did I do this time? At that point, Ikura asked about Ishiro's progress with Earth Spear gun. Ishiro answered dejectedly, not much. I've spent this entire year on sealing arts projects, so I haven't really devoted time to Earth Spear gun. When the meal ended, Tanaka still hadn't managed to say more than a few words to Ikura, and she remained silent on the way home. Ishiro also looked discouraged, whereas Shohara seemed oddly energized, feeling like he'd won a round against Ishiro. Walking behind them, Katsuchi patted Ishiro and Shohara on the head and said, "All right, go get some rest for tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, meet me at the mission hall. We'll accept a mission together." That drew the trio's attention. Tanaka and Ishiro cheered up a little. Ishiro asked excitedly, "Katsuchi-sensei, what rank of mission will we be taking?" Katsuchi grinned. "You all did well today, so starting tomorrow, we'll jump straight into C-rank missions." Whoa! Ishiro was thrilled. They would finally go on real missions. For 4 years, he had prepared non-stop, but always with the ultimate goal of stepping outside the village gates. Although Ishiro had acted like a shut-in, that was only to ensure his survival was guaranteed once he left. He had dreaded the dangerous ninja world but also yearned to explore it. With the Tsuchikage-san as his sensei, Ishiro felt far safer. His desire to see the outside world outweighed his fears. The next morning, Ishiro arrived at the mission hall in full gear. Given the sheer number of ninja in the village, not every mission could be assigned by the Kage personally. D-rank and C-rank missions typically came from staffers at the mission hall. Even a large share of B-rank missions, like routine patrols, garrison work, or tricky but low-risk tasks, were distributed here. If the Kage had to handle every single mission, the workload would be impossible. Moreover, as a military entity, the village recognized that large departments or frontline commanders also had authority to assign higher-level tasks, especially during wartime. Ishiro guessed that in the canon storyline, Kakashi's Team 7 only had the Hokage's direct oversight because they were special. Other squads likely had to get their tasks from a mission center like this. Since Ishiro and the others in Team 5 were newly formed, with only fresh genin members, the highest mission rank they were allowed to take was C rank. Ishiro flipped eagerly through the mission postings, while Katsuchi quietly stood by, letting them enjoy the novelty. As expected, Ishiro, Tanaka, and Shohara wouldn't be satisfied until they'd skimmed every possibility. Sure enough, it took nearly half an hour of debate, especially arguments between Ishiro and Shohara, before Tanaka intervened, and they reached a consensus on a C-rank escort mission. Because the war had just ended and the village had taken heavy losses, the job market was huge, there were many open missions, including older requests that had piled up. They could be picky. They chose an escort assignment they deemed a bit more challenging, with some chance of combat but not too time-consuming. The description: they needed to travel to a nearby town close to Iwagakure, find the client, and escort him to the land of Earth's capital within 7 days so he could attend some important official ceremony. By a ninja's standards, traveling from the village to that town wouldn't take long. Even Ishiro, the slowest, could do it in half an hour at full speed. But the ninja world was dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, ninjas avoided sprinting all out, they had to remain vigilant for traps. That's why speed feats in the anime or manga often only happen in emergency or chase scenarios. Like in the original story, where Kakashi noticed an out-of-place puddle, such vigilance is typical. If circumstances had been slightly different, the demon brothers might have inflicted heavier casualties. Thus, Ishiro's group traveled at a moderate pace, staying alert. Katsuchi ran alongside them, reciting various ninja world knowledge, some from the academy curriculum, some from his personal experiences. Though slowed by Ishiro's pace, they reached the town in about an hour. Within the town, Katsuchi grew more serious. Out in the wilderness, hazards were simpler to detect, and his jonin strength made him confident of protecting 3 rookies. In a busy urban environment, it was different. If an enemy tried something among the crowds, detection was harder. And with fresh genin, Katsuchi might not save them in time if a skilled foe ambushed them. Hence, from the moment they entered town, Katsuchi's eyes never stopped scanning the surroundings, ready to react at any moment. Observers grew uneasy and gave the four a wide berth. Ninja constantly on guard were intimidating. Of course, that was normal for shinobi life, always on alert. Uninformed civilians found them cold and aloof, thus feeding into the notion that ninjas were mysterious and inaccessible. Ishiro, likewise, stayed vigilant. Shinobi were known for powerful offense but low endurance. He was no exception. If a Chunin launched a sneak attack, he'd likely die with no recourse. Their best defense was awareness, hoping to notice a threat early. Tanaka and Shohara were also no fools. In a standard infiltration formation, Kitsuchi led in front, Shohara took the rear, Ishiro and Tanaka were in the middle on each side, just as Kitsuchi had assigned during their journey. They moved slowly through the streets in a protective square, not letting down their guard until they arrived at the designated location and met the client. The client turned out to be a local official from the town. Dealing with shinobi was routine for him, so he didn't mind their cautious manner. Actually, seeing them so professional reassured him. After verifying the mission paperwork, he got ready to set off for the capital. On their way to the capital, Ishiro learned from the client's entourage that the official wasn't expecting an assassination or anything. They were simply fearful of traveling unguarded in a land still reeling from war. So he hired ninjas. For 6 months to a year after a war, the ninja world was at its most chaotic. Each village had lost a sizable portion of its shinobi, so there were fewer ninjas to maintain order. Rogue ninjas, or new missing nin spurred by the war's collapse, roamed about. These outlaws, desperate and wary, might lash out at any perceived threat or do something drastic, like attacking local officials or harming civilians. Hence, escort missions abounded in this uneasy post-war climate, as wealthier travelers or officials wanted extra protection. While the client naturally hoped the journey would go smoothly, Ishiro's trio secretly longed for a real incident that would test their skills and prove themselves. But no such luck. After 5 days, they safely arrived at the capital with 0 complications. Not even a minor altercation gave Ishiro, Tanaka, or Shohara a chance to shine. On the way back, the 3 newly graduated genin were somewhat disappointed. Kitsuchi, having done such tasks dozens of times, wasn't surprised. If every mission turned dramatic, ninjas wouldn't last very long. Chapter 32, The True Shinobi World. Chapter 32, The True Shinobi World. Kitsuchi offered no consolation to Ishiro's team. This kind of thing is something you get used to after a while. He'd gone through the same experience himself. As a shinobi, you have to endure stretches of dullness on missions and keep refining yourself day by day. Still, the ninja world doesn't always follow one's wishes. Though they'd traveled safely during the mission, something unexpected happened on the way home. As they were returning, Kitsuchi, running point ahead of Team 5, was unsurprisingly the first to notice something off. He discovered signs of another group in the vicinity they were passing through. When Kitsuchi called for a halt, Ishiro and the other 2 quickly got their heads in the game, tensing up and assuming a battle formation alongside Kitsuchi as they began looking for clues. Not long after, the 3 students, per Kitsuchi's direction, started piecing together the situation. Shohara spoke first. From the tracks here, it looks like 2 groups, one in front, the other in pursuit, both heading east. Probably a chase. Tanaka nodded in agreement. Yes, neither group is large. The first set has 4 people, 3 of them kids, likely a team much like us. The second set has 3 people, all adults. Kitsuchi stayed silent, turning his gaze toward Ishiro. Ishiro reasoned, from the stride length and weight, it looks like the adult in the first group is injured, his footsteps are uneven, and the spacing is inconsistent. Meanwhile, the second group's 3 footprints never changed, so I'd bet they're the pursuers. Among those 3, 2 have light steps, likely taijutsu types, and the heavier-footed one is probably ninjutsu-oriented, same as me. Seeing as we're in the heart of the land of Earth, if there's an adult leading 3 kids, that's presumably a squad from our own village. My guess is, they got ambushed. Kitsuchi nodded. Excellent analysis. It aligns with mine. Also, these 3 pursuers are probably Chunin at best. If any were Jonin, their footsteps would be even lighter. Ishiro agreed. Yes, if there was a Jonin among them, those 3 kids would have no chance. Nobody was surprised at Ishiro's performance. He'd always been at the top in theoretical skills, and these details played to his strengths. Seeing that the group had grasped the situation, Kitsuchi said, now we need to decide whether to help them. Shohara blurted, if their comrade's in trouble, of course we help. Tanaka added, exactly. Plus, with you here, Kitsuchi-sensei, we've got an edge over 3 Chunin. Let's do it. Ishiro chimed in, agreed, this is our own territory, so the chances of a mishap are lower. Still, to be safe, we ought to leave a marker in case we need more backup. Kitsuchi nodded, sounds good. Ishiro, leave a sign. We'll move in combat formation. Let's go. Ishiro marked a conspicuous boulder with the IWA forehead protector emblem, then an arrow pointing east. The 4 then sped eastward in a tight group. They traveled mostly in silence. For Ishiro's trio, this would be their first real confrontation, so they were both eager and anxious. Kitsuchi, meanwhile, was all vigilance. He trusted his own prowess but worried about protecting his rookie squad. Following the footprints, they soon heard explosions, probably from explosive tags. They didn't slow down. Instead, they hurried toward the source of the blasts. The land of Earth had plenty of wide-open terrain. As they neared the combat zone, they saw it clearly, a rocky area littered with crags and boulders. Outside that rubble field stood 3 adult shinobi, apparently in the midst of an assault. The chase group was carefully dismantling traps. Their quarry must have holed up amid the stones, presumably weaving improvised defenses. Those traps had only delayed the attackers, failing to kill or even injure any. The moment Team 5 spotted the 3 enemies, the enemies spotted them in return. After a beat of hesitation, the trio pressed on, determined to kill those holed up in the rubble before retreating. This wasn't about revenge, they simply needed to tie up loose ends. The defenders had learned too much about them, so letting them live might bring the entire IWA intelligence network down on them eventually. Kitsuchi also noticed their movement. He turned to Ishiro and said, "I'll go help them. You take charge of Team 5. Then he sprang forward at Jonin speed toward the rubble. Ishiro responded affirmatively, promptly commanding Tanaka and Shohara to shift formation. With Shohara in front and Ishiro and Tanaka behind on either side, they advanced. The 3 hostile shinobi saw Kitsuchi's acceleration and were startled. One of them muttered to the others, "That's a Jonin, we won't get away." Turning to the ninjutsu user among them, he said, "Mukajima, blow open the rubble. Force him to save those 3 inside." As that man began forming seals, the first speaker said to the other taijutsu user, "Take out those 3 kids. We'll stall the Jonin." Without a moment's hesitation, that second taijutsu specialist looped around Kitsuchi and dashed for Ishiro's group from the flank. Because Ishiro and the others were far slower, Kitsuchi had left them behind in mere moments. Now that they were separated by a gap, the enemy's plan was to send one man to handle these kids, hoping to exploit them as hostages. Ishiro recognized that this was shaping up to be his first genuine fight since crossing over to this world. He decided at once. Slow down and turn, face him head-on. Shohara, though typically at odds with Ishiro, instantly complied without complaint, trusting Ishiro's intelligence in critical moments. As the distance shrank, Ishiro mentally sized up the foe. Kitsuchi had deduced these men were Chunin from their footprints. On the way, Ishiro himself had studied them carefully. That chasing formation told him the lead runner was a strong taijutsu type, the ninjutsu user was behind, and the third man's style probably resembled Tanaka's, swift and agile. Now that a single foe was approaching them, Ishiro concluded. He's that nimble taijutsu type, probably akin to Tanaka. Once we engage, Tanaka, stay near me. Don't reveal your speed at first. We can lure him in with a show of weakness, then strike hard. Tanaka quietly agreed. Ishiro added, he's bound to try finishing us fast, fearing his teammates can't hold off Kitsuchi-sensei for long. That's our opening. As soon as we clash, throw shuriken any which way, so he underestimates us. Before long, the enemy came within projectile range. Ishiro and the others reflexively flung a flurry of kunai, shuriken, and senbon with minimal coordination. As expected, the men easily evaded with quick footwork. They truly are fresh genin, he thought. I've killed enough like them since I fled my village. As long as I avoid that initial flurry, they'll panic and slip up. Sure enough, the trio's formation appeared disordered once their first volley missed. The back 2 slowed down, seeming to form hand seals. The foe blinked. Could one of them be a ninjutsu prodigy? But the next second, he realized Ishiro and Tanaka's sealing speed was only about 3 seals per second, far too slow to threaten him from such close range. Pressing his advantage, the foe sidestepped a few paces to block Shohara from covering them, then hurled some kunai at the pair, forcing them to dodge. Tanaka's attempt to form seals was immediately interrupted, leaving only Ishiro continuing. The enemy frowned but swiftly decided he couldn't afford even a half-complete ninjutsu. He had no time to drag it out. Sidestepping Shohara, he inhaled deeply and used a body flicker to appear near Ishiro and Tanaka. Wielding a kunai, he slipped past Tanaka and lunged for Ishiro, whose eyes widened in apparent terror. Got him, the man thought. But that was the moment of his own downfall. A sharp pain speared his abdomen, forcing him to stop and leap to the side. Turning, he saw the female ninja, Tanaka, closing in at startling speed, a bloodied kunai in her hand. Humph. They tricked me. Didn't realize she was a speed-type ninja like me, and she faked using ninjutsu. Damn it. Though wounded, he didn't retreat. He and his companions had no option but to fight to the death now. Yet just then, a surge of dread made his heart clench. The boy's ninjutsu is ready. Glancing at Ishiro, sure enough, he had finished forming seals, both hands pressed to the ground. How has he done this fast? He's using Earth Spear Gun. Wait, that can't be right. The man's face twitched. Another one who was hiding his real skill. In truth, Earth Spear Gun is widely known among ninjas, and the ways to defend against it are well understood. Chapter 33, Rescue. Chapter 33, Rescue. Kitsuchi sensed Ishiro's Earth Spear Gun about to erupt, so he sprang into the air and avoided the first 2 stone spikes. From midair, he flung shuriken to force Tanaka, who was closing in, to break off her approach. While airborne, he saw Tanaka sidestep the shuriken, then tried to readjust his own landing. He already had a plan to counter Ishiro's Earth Spear Gun, but he forgot there was a third member of Team 5. Originally, in Ishiro's plan, Shohara had stayed farther back. Now, he quietly closed in, capitalizing on Kitsuchi's in-air immobility. At once, Shohara launched 2 kunai in a lightning-fast throw. Hearing the kunai whoosh by at close range, Kitsuchi's heart sank. There was no time to dodge midair. He twisted his body as best he could, but 2 kunai still punctured him with wet thunks. One, propelled by enough force, even pierced clean through him. The old stab wound from Tanaka, aggravated by his force twisting, began spurting fresh blood. That wasn't even the worst part. Continuously battered, he could no longer control his stance, and he plummeted straight down. As expected, more stone spikes erupted from below, impaling him completely. Seeing him die, Team 5 didn't let their guard down. They waited a few seconds to confirm the body didn't move. Then Shohara strode over, raised his weapon, and beheaded the foe with a single swing. No hesitation. Ishiro came up and stashed the severed head in a cloth bag. The 3 then reformed a combat formation and raced to assist Kitsuchi. In truth, Kitsuchi needed no assistance. As a jonin from one of the great nations, dispatching 2 chunin was well within his power. However, the 2 enemies kept threatening the civilians hidden in the rocky zone. One moment they'd strike at Kitsuchi, the next they would unleash attacks aimed at the stone rubble, forcing Kitsuchi to protect the people inside, splitting his focus. Hence, Ishiro and the others arrived before Kitsuchi could finish them off. At the sight of the approaching rookies instead of their ally, the remaining pair of missing nin realized their hopes were dashed. They let out a desperate roar and launched a final assault. The taijutsu user produced an explosive tag and lit it, charging toward the rubble. Simultaneously, the ninjutsu user saw Kitsuchi's attention drawn to saving the hidden civilians, so he rapidly formed seals and unleashed a jutsu at Ishiro's trio. Ishiro sensed danger at once. He shouted for them to stop and formed seals as fast as he could. Just as a hail of Earth Dragon bullets rained down, Ishiro slammed his hands to the ground, barely erecting an Earth-style wall in time. 2 blasts followed in quick succession, the first from the explosive tag in the distance, the second from enemy projectiles smashing Ishiro's earthen barrier. By the time the dust settled, although the wall was heavily damaged, it had done its job. The trio exhaled in relief. Maintaining full vigilance, they skirted around the wall to confront the enemy, only to see Kitsuchi already standing by the ninjutsu user's remains. No time was wasted. Kitsuchi signaled them to help rescue the civilians. Because of the countless explosive tags that had gone off earlier, the rocky field lay in chaotic ruins. Moments prior, Kitsuchi had used Earth Release to shield the threatened allies. Southwest the whole place hadn't collapsed entirely. Ishiro and friends hurried over to dig out the 4 people inside. This turned out to be a squad of 4. Their captain was a male chunin with 3 teammates 2 years older than Ishiro's group. It was a typical post-graduation cell with average talent. Despite 2 years of missions, they still hovered around lower-tier genin strength, and the chunin leader was only borderline. Ishiro suspected he'd only advanced due to experience and the war's accelerating factor. Still, he was a fellow comrade, so Team 5 made no judgments about them. Ishiro and the others gently extricated the 4 from the fallen rocks. Kitsuchi handled emergency first aid. Ishiro's trio had no training in medical ninjutsu. They'd learned the theory in class, but not enough to apply in a life-or-death scenario, so Kitsuchi stepped in. The chunin captain was severely injured. He had burned up massive chakra to buy his squad time to retreat, then aggravated his wounds fleeing all the way here. Finally, in that stone formation, he tried to hold off 3 mid-level missing nin. Now he was simply out of gas. Not even Kitsuchi's basic first aid could do more than stabilize him. He was in no state to be moved. They had to wait for further support. As for the 3 younger subordinates, none had advanced ninjutsu beyond the 3 basic techniques, and all specialized in taijutsu. Ishiro found himself reflecting that, if not for his strong spiritual energy, he might be exactly like them, scraping by on meager skill, inching forward without special tutoring or resources, risking his life in war. While waiting for backup, Kitsuchi listened to the 4 share what had happened, with Ishiro's squad overhearing. They'd had a decent run of luck on their earlier mission, but trouble struck on the way home, stumbling upon these rogue ninja. The conflict broke out so quickly that neither side could react properly. The chunin's seasoned reflexes and readiness to sacrifice himself gave the team a chance to withdraw. All this hammered home a lesson for Ishiro: this is the real shinobi world. The relative peace he'd enjoyed was bought by countless seniors giving their all. He replayed the recent battle in his mind, especially the moment he had to step in as de facto commander, critiquing every weakness. Soon, a masked ninja squad arrived swiftly from the distance. 3 ANBU. Spotting Kitsuchi, one quickly used a set of standard hand signals. Kitsuchi and the others maintained a guarded stance, but after exchanging hand-seal communications, the ANBU eased up slightly. Even so, they never fully dropped their guard. After verifying the injured Chunin's condition, one ANBU with medical nin training began healing him. Ishiro was surprised; he'd never seen a dedicated medic among the ANBU. In the current post-war period, not even Konoha had truly universal medics. He guessed that Iwa's advanced medical methods were in short supply; it was unusual to see them so soon. Ishiro watched with interest. The ANBU ninja used Mystical Palm multiple times in a short interval, thoroughly patching the Chunin. Observing how much chakra was required for repeated heals confirmed to Ishiro that medical ninjutsu wasn't an option for him; his limited chakra would never suffice. Finishing up, the medical ANBU checked the other 3 subordinates. After confirming that Kitsuchi's first aid was competent, he left them as is. Meanwhile, the other 2 ANBU had remained on guard the entire time. A short round of improvised stretcher building followed. With 2 of the unhurt subordinates carrying their Chunin captain, the entire group, now with an ANBU escort, headed back toward the village. For Ishiro, the mission experience left a profound impression. This truly is the ninja world. Danger is everywhere, but seniors have always stepped up, forging safe pockets of peace for the younger generation. Returning to IWA, Kitsuchi assigned Ishiro to write the mission report. As top of the class academically, Ishiro managed easily, but it was also part of Kitsuchi's plan to groom him. Ishiro wrote it meticulously, describing not just the events but also his reflections and lessons. Kitsuchi read it, satisfied, then pointed out a few details Ishiro had missed. Because the mission encountered unexpected battle, Kitsuchi granted the trio extra days off. Ishiro used them to double down on unraveling the fire domain sealing technique. Deep inside, he felt that once he cracked it, he would gain benefits beyond what he'd initially imagined. 3 days later, Team 5 regrouped at the mission hall for another C-rank mission. This time, it went uneventfully. Under Kitsuchi's protection, the 3 novices wiped out a band of mountain brigands, no real ninja among them, just a few who'd barely learned to mold chakra. Ishiro's group easily accomplished the mission with minimal fuss. So it went for an entire year. They handled roughly 1 C-rank assignment every few days, each of varying length. Some took a day or 2, like patrolling around the village at night, a coveted job that presumably gave new genin a window into the village's workings. Others ran a full week or more, like their most recent, a mission to ferret out a spy. Investigating leads consumed several days, followed by a lengthy pursuit and brief skirmish, turning it into a 10-day ordeal. Naturally, after each lengthy mission, Kitsuchi gave them a similarly long rest period. On such breaks, Ishiro threw himself into deciphering the fire domain sealing. He was convinced it would yield treasures of knowledge. Chapter 34, a major discovery at the Barrier Division. Chapter 34, a major discovery at the Barrier Division. Ishiro had planned these 5 days out well. Over the past year of sporadic experiments, he had nearly finished testing the fragments of the fire domain sealing technique. Out of the hundreds of fragments, the vast majority had been deciphered through repeated trials; only a small portion remained unsolved. Among those unsolved, some were incomplete in structure, or their function was too arcane to be easily patched in. Based on his overall analysis of the sealing layout, Ishiro had basically guessed their purpose. Now, only 2 fragments remained fully mysterious, 2 of the largest, and the ones that baffled him most. Nonetheless, Ishiro's growth in Fuinjutsu this past year had been substantial. Through many attempts and thorough examination of the entire technique, he hypothesized that one of those remaining fragments handled the fire domain method of flame generation, and the other involved channeling natural energy. Moreover, Ishiro had a decent idea of how to proceed with investigating them, but to implement the plan, he would need the Barrier Division's help. Fortuitously, he had 5 days off. First thing in the morning, Ishiro headed to the Barrier Division and summoned all of the village's sealing experts who were currently in town. Unlike last time, upon hearing that Ishiro was the one calling them, everyone came without hesitation. Once they had gathered, Ishiro spent an entire hour describing to them his year-long approach to dissecting the fire domain technique, how he divided it into pieces, his experimental methodology, and his high-level findings. Naturally, he only disclosed the conceptual results; actual in-depth knowledge wasn't something to be shared freely due to internal confidentiality rules. Even so, the audience was stunned. Most of them were still immersed in B-rank Fuinjutsu studies. A few top-tier sealing masters like Mizuhara or Bunji, names as examples, had begun tackling A-rank techniques, but S-rank materials remained so far beyond them that they'd barely scratched the surface. They certainly wouldn't dare attempt to break down an S-rank seal as Ishiro had. Yet Ishiro had actually done it, gleaning some real insights. Officially, Ishiro's primary role was as a member of Team 5. Strangely enough, he never lost his barrier division posting. In fact, he continued drawing a salary from them each month, and they supplied him with the materials for his sealing experiments. The reason was simple: the upper management believed Ishiro's sealing talent would eventually surpass theirs, so it was wise to keep him favorably disposed to the division. Sure enough, just that 1-hour talk describing his research ideas justified his monthly pay on its own. Finally, Ishiro explained that 2 fragments remained unsolved, and he outlined his guess of what they did. The entire barrier division went wild. None of them were fools. Once you imagined the possibilities, you realized that fully deciphering how to harness natural energy in a sealing technique could shake the entire shinobi world. Of course, it wouldn't come easy. Even the Uzumaki clan members who designed Fire Domain clearly hadn't deciphered the full principle of converting natural energy. Otherwise, they'd have developed a systematic approach to senjutsu by now. Yet even if they never grasped every underlying principle, simply reproducing such an energy conversion effect experimentally would be massive. Who knew what sort of forbidden arts they could derive from it? Consequently, everyone dropped their current tasks and focused on these 2 fragments. Unsurprisingly, news of this effort reached Anoki. Not only because Anoki possessed strong sealing knowledge himself, but also because having Anoki on board would help speed the project along. Indeed, upon hearing about Ishiro's progress, Anoki began devoting part of his schedule each day to the research. As one of the greatest figures in the ninja world, he had a wide perspective and offered many suggestions. Ishiro's 5-day break was too short. The difficulty of cracking those 2 fragments exceeded his expectations. Even in that time, the research team barely advanced past a conceptual design phase. They had too many brainstorms, so they had to sort out which were feasible, which required lengthy or expensive experiments, and so on. They decided to select the most promising routes for initial testing. Ishiro still profited tremendously, even though he couldn't remain at the lab day and night because of his Team 5 duties. Moved by his achievements, Anoki personally granted him an A-rank mission reward, 5,000 contribution points. This sum accomplished Ishiro's short-term goal at once. Wasting no time, Ishiro immediately redeemed his coveted sensory ninjutsu. Unlike battle-oriented jutsu, sensory techniques are classified under pre-combat preparation, so they don't require high seal speed. That's partly why they're so expensive. Once Ishiro obtained it, he rushed home to read. After years of intensively studying ninjutsu and fuinjutsu theory, he found no trouble understanding this technique. Grasping the core principle, Ishiro started practicing. As expected, sensory ninjutsu hinged on strong spiritual power, exactly Ishiro's forte. So his very first attempt succeeded. It was his easiest mastery in 5 years of transmigrating. After finishing the seals, Ishiro pressed a single finger on the floor. Following the instructions in the Jutsu scroll, he used chakra to extend his mind outward. It felt miraculous, like an invisible hand probing all around. The feedback formed an internal mental image. This process only took seconds. In that short time, Ishiro had scanned his surroundings. Yet the technique had limitations, it only detected living or energized entities. In Ishiro's perception, the area was full of many faint life signals, each like a barely visible smear of light. Meanwhile, a few large suns overshadowed everything around them, shinobi whose chakra was especially dense. Per the scroll, Ishiro trained himself not to lock onto those suns, but to avoid them, so as not to overload or distort his feed. He played with it a long while, watching in amazement as those auras moved about, some entering his range, some departing. They apparently remained oblivious to his detection. He was delighted. It's totally worth the 10,000 plus points, he thought. Since Ishiro's spirit was so robust, he didn't feel fatigued even after a long session. Then he cancelled the technique, went out, and walked the neighborhood, cross-referencing real objects with the mental images from his sense scanning. Thus he pinned down the technique's effective range. After a short while, he fully mastered it, a brand new skill. Ishiro felt overjoyed. But it was already late. He had a mission tomorrow, so he called it a night. Next morning, Team 5 assembled again. Kitsuchi eyed Ishiro with a hint of amusement. Clearly, he'd heard how Ishiro had once more stirred up a sensation in the barrier division. But ninjas valued secrecy, so he didn't probe further. They proceeded as usual to pick a mission. Ishiro, however, informed his 3 teammates, "Yesterday I learned a sensory ninjutsu. My detection range is around 100 meters, and if I focus in one direction, it can extend to about 300. Let's pick a mission that can use it." He believed sharing his new skill was logical, concealing it might cause a slip-up in battle. Shohara felt exasperated. Another ninjutsu. That easy, huh? He was both envious and annoyed. Exactly where did Ishiro keep getting points and advanced scrolls? Tanaka, likewise, admired it. During missions this year, Shohara as the heavy hitter had proven most useful, while Ishiro's ninjutsu, though limited, often distracted the enemy enough that they couldn't unleash their full power. Tanaka, a speed-based kunoichi, had mostly just hovered, launching small harassing attacks with her kunai. Now Ishiro had a detection skill on top of everything else, making him even more integral to the team, whereas she didn't feel her own improvements had been so dramatic. In truth, it wasn't Tanaka's fault. Speed-based ninjas eventually become terrifying once they outrun their enemies by a wide margin, but early on, the advantage is small. One-on-one, you might stalemate an enemy, neither side hitting the other effectively, but in group combat, that enemy might just ignore you and focus on your allies. If you're up against foes who are genuinely strong, they're likely also quite fast, so your speed edge vanishes. Tanaka had been saving her money to buy the body flicker technique, hoping to replicate the approach used by the Chunin, nicknamed Takeman, from their first mission encounter. A well-timed flicker let him break Ishiro's casting. Without Tanaka's hidden speed boost, Ishiro's jutsu would have been interrupted. Oblivious to their thoughts, Ishiro eagerly flipped through the mission postings. Soon, they found a search-based mission. A local child had gone missing and the family posted a request for help retrieving him. To be honest, in these times, a missing child usually meant tragedy. If it happened inside the village, security was better, and a wandering shinobi might simply find the child lost in some corner. But out in a small town far from the city, once a kid disappeared, the odds were bleak. Ishiro hesitated briefly but ultimately chose it for the chance to test his sensor technique. His teammates also wanted to see how well it worked. Chapter 35, The Orphanage. Chapter 35, The Orphanage. Following the mission clues, Team 5 arrived at the town where the commission had been issued. The client was a local wealthy merchant whose only son, a 4-year-old boy named Koharu, had disappeared. Since the boy was his only child, the merchant was willing to pay a high price for a C-rank rescue mission. By now, 3 days had passed since the boy vanished, and even the father himself had little hope. Ishiro and the others split up to gather information, then rendezvoused at one of the town's entrances. Based on what they learned, Koharu was last seen near this very gate. As the one who insisted on taking this mission, Ishiro spoke up with determination. Since Koharu was last spotted near this entrance, he almost certainly left through here. Whether he wandered off or someone snatched him, we need to follow this trail. The other 3 had no objections, so they departed the town and began searching along the road. In normal circumstances, after 3 days, footprints are quite difficult to track. None of them expected much. But luck was on their side, they soon found something. Because the outside world was so unsafe, children almost never traveled alone, especially in a remote place like this. Consequently, nearly all the footprints on the road were adult-sized, you rarely even saw teenage footprints, let alone a 4-year-old's. Yet here they discovered a cluster of small footprints some distance from town. The team's spirits immediately rose. Nothing like that on our way in, and none farther ahead, so the child must have been carried most of the time. These footprints likely formed when they took a rest, Ishiro surmised. He circled the area. Over here, an adult was resting with Koharu. Notice how the adult's footprints are deeper coming and going, but shallow in this spot. Probably because he was holding the boy, then set him down for a moment. Let's follow these prints. Tanaka and Shohara agreed, while Katsuchi made no objection. With that, Team 5 followed the footprints swiftly. All they had to do was run a distance, confirm the footprints were still heading the same way, and continue. They leapfrogged along, pressing forward after each confirmation, eventually reaching a village quite far from town. Not wanting to risk any mistakes, they stayed outside and followed Katsuchi's suggestion. Ishiro should do a sensor sweep. Ishiro paused, realizing indeed that he had that ace up his sleeve, his newly acquired sensory jutsu. Because the village was fairly small, the range might suffice. Ducking behind one of the houses, Ishiro cast his technique. Moments later, he said, I sense no ninja on this side of the village. My max range is about 300 meters, so I'll circle around to check the other side. Katsuchi and the others nodded, so the 4 repositioned themselves. After scanning from the opposite side, Ishiro concluded, all told, only a few hundred inhabitants. No shinobi. We didn't see those footprints leading elsewhere, so the boy must be here. Finishing, he asked Katsuchi, what next, Captain? Katsuchi smiled faintly. We're shinobi, not officials. We can be more direct. With that, he led them boldly into the village. Shinobi often made civilians uneasy, but Team 5 wore official IWA forehead protectors. The villagers recognized them as legitimate. People pointed them to the village chief's home. Katsuchi, without preamble, told the chief they had come looking for a missing boy. The chief, an older fellow who had seen a few things, swiftly confirmed that 2 days earlier, indeed, a man had brought a child here, claiming poverty and wanting to sell him. One household in the village wanted a son, so they paid for the boy. The chief had suspected the man was lying. The child's clothes were far nicer than the adults, and the boy looked well-fed, suggesting he was from a wealthy family. Possibly the culprit had planned it in advance. But the chief kept silent, since an extra child in the village was no bad thing. Hearing this, Ishiro asked at once, "So where's the boy now?" Unexpectedly, the chief replied, "He isn't in the village anymore. You see, the boy refused to eat the food that family gave him. He cried day and night. They tried to get their money back from the trafficker, but he refused. They quarreled. Then a young nun passed through. She said there was an orphanage in Juchang town that would take him in, though her money was limited. The trafficker did return some of what had been paid, and that settled things." Shohara blurted, "Chief, did that nun leave already?" He nodded. Yes, she took Koharu and headed off again. Looked like she was going back toward Juchang town. All four were relieved, at least Koharu was alive. Ishiro cross-checked the child's appearance and outfit with the chief to confirm. Then they hurried off to Juchang town. By dusk, they arrived at Juchang town. This was a large settlement, so Ishiro's sensor range wasn't enough to cover it all. Without wasting time, they asked around for the orphanage's location and made straight there. It stood in a neglected corner of town, with rather shoddy buildings. At the doorway, Ishiro used his sensory ninjutsu again. Inside were about 20 children and 3 adults. Seeing a group of ninjas approach, the orphanage staff were uneasy and fetched whoever was in charge. That turned out to be a young nun with light brown hair and notably large glasses. She was, in fact, very beautiful. The sight of her momentarily left Ishiro slack-jawed. He nearly blurted out, but managed not to. Inside, his mind spun with possibilities of leveraging the nun's hidden identity for his own gain. While Ishiro's thoughts ran wild, the negotiations between Kitsuchi and the nun moved swiftly. The nun emerged holding a small boy, with several other curious children peeking around her. One look at the boy she led by the hand told them it was indeed Koharu. Tanaka immediately stepped up and took Koharu from her. Kitsuchi thanked the kindly, beautiful nun. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Ishiro suddenly flung a shuriken toward one of the other kids who'd followed Koharu out. Tanaka and Shohara both froze in shock. Kitsuchi noticed as well. He could have stopped it, but halfway raised his hand and then let it be. The shuriken flew unbelievably fast toward the child, only to halt right in front of them because a super-thin wire was attached, with Ishiro gripping the other end. Then, with a twitch of his wrist, he reeled the shuriken back. Everything happened so suddenly. Only then did Shohara explode in anger. "Ishiro! Are you out of your mind? You nearly scared the kid to death." Ishiro ignored him, instead glancing at Kitsuchi. Sure enough, the jonin no longer had that polite aura, but instead wore a grave expression trained on the nun. When Ishiro's projectile had streaked toward the child, the nun's eyes had flickered onto the wire for a fraction of a second before quickly shifting away. No chakra fluctuations, no tensing up, outwardly an ordinary civilian. Then she belatedly noticed the danger and ran over to comfort the frightened kid, adopting a normal person's wariness. But for a jonin like Kitsuchi, that moment's reaction time was a dead giveaway that this nun possessed real combat reflexes, and had recognized the wire trick instantly. Her subsequent act only proved how dangerous she might be. After the orphanage descended into uproar, Kitsuchi apologized, then led Ishiro's trio away. Once beyond the orphanage walls, with Tanaka holding Koharu, they hopped over the town's perimeter fence. At that point, Kitsuchi shot Ishiro a terse look. "Ishiro." Ishiro nodded. He crouched and extended his sensing technique. About a minute later, Ishiro said, "She's coming." Indeed, in Ishiro's perception, the nun who had earlier suppressed her chakra presence was leaping over the fence. She was as quiet as a phantom, but in that instant, her vital energy briefly gave her away. Tanaka and Shohara realized something was off and stared at the looming shape cresting the wall. A nun, apparently a ninja. "Is she a shinobi?" they exclaimed. Kitsuchi gazed at her, warning, "Who are you?" She shook her head, refusing to answer. No response came. Kitsuchi wasted no time and charged forward. Nor did the nun retreat, she met him head-on. The chakra on her hands glowed a faint green, akin to a chakra scalpel. She used pure taijutsu to parry Kitsuchi's blows. All the while, Ishiro maintained his sensory ninjutsu to watch the orphanage behind them. If this was some form of clone or decoy, he would notice a missing life signature. Illusions or shadow clones produce different signals, and that subtlety wouldn't escape Ishiro's detection. Each side displayed jonin-level skill, leaving Ishiro's trio little chance to intervene. They might only hinder Kitsuchi if they tried. So they stood guard and let him handle it. After trading dozens of moves, Kitsuchi, slightly stronger in raw power, began pressing the nun. Realizing her pattern, he exploited a gap and forced her to leap upward. Ishiro, having anticipated that moment, shouted, "Now!" Tanaka and Shohara flung multiple shuriken from opposite sides. Though the nun twisted midair to dodge most, she had to parry a few with her chakra scalpels. That minor delay let Katsuchi close in for a decisive flurry of blows. She soon sustained multiple injuries, culminating in a final heavy strike that took her down. Chapter 36, Medical Ninjutsu. Chapter 36, Medical Ninjutsu. Seeing that Nono had lost her ability to fight, Katsuchi immediately backed away from her and rejoined Ishiro and the others. A jonin on the brink of death might unleash a suicidal counterattack, possibly dragging Ishiro's team down with her, so Katsuchi refused to take that risk. As Katsuchi continued facing off with Nono, Ishiro seized the chance to speak up. "Miss Nun, may I ask your name?" Nono stayed silent. Ishiro tried again, "Those were chakra scalpels you used in combat. Clearly, your medical ninjutsu is extremely advanced. You must be a Konoha nin, right? It'd be unusual for anyone else to dispatch such a skilled medic to do undercover work. Indeed, the strongest medical nin in Iwagakure couldn't wield mystical palm offensively like that. Even the Iwagakure medic they'd seen earlier had used standard tools for assistance." Still, Nono uttered no reply. "Just now at the orphanage, when we exposed you, you chose not to flee. So you must value something more than your own life, yes?" This time, Nono's composure visibly wavered. Tanaka and Shohara also realized the nun had returned to protect the orphans. Ishiro didn't point that out explicitly, he didn't want to sound like some villain threatening her with the children's lives. "We don't doubt your determination to die or your loyalty to Konoha," Ishiro went on, "so we won't try to coerce you that way. But you might want to consider what's dear to you. Perhaps we can make a deal. Rather than harming the orphanage, we can simply head back and let the village decide. That would buy you time." At that, Nono finally focused her gaze on Ishiro. Indeed, if events played out as he said, she'd have time to relocate her orphans. Seeing her reaction, Ishiro relaxed a bit. "As long as there's some reaction, we can bargain. It seems there's hope for negotiation." She asked, "What do you want me to do?" Ishiro gave a faint smile. "Relax, I'm not after Konoha's secrets or intel about your infiltration. All I ask is for you to record the methods and insights behind your medical ninjutsu. Once you do, we'll turn and leave." Katsuchi had been wondering what Ishiro would demand. He hadn't expected medical knowledge to be the request. Though the two sides were still at odds, Katsuchi couldn't help casting a sideways glance at Ishiro. Nono hesitated. She knew perfectly well how upgrading Iwa's medical capabilities might threaten Konoha. Yet she treasured that orphanage. If Iwa realized how deeply those orphans were tied to a Konoha spy, those children likely wouldn't survive. Nono belonged to the root division of Konoha, but her devotion to the orphans was genuine. She'd once forfeited her career as a ninja so she could care for them. Then she returned to spy work purely for their sake. It was plain how important they were to her. So, as Ishiro expected, Nono wrestled with her dilemma only briefly before making up her mind. Even then, she didn't immediately consent. She first glanced at Katsuchi to see if he endorsed Ishiro's demands. When Katsuchi nodded, Nono agreed. Ishiro retrieved a blank scroll and pen from his tool pouch, tossing them to Nono. She caught them, unrolled the scroll on the ground, and got to writing. Team 5 stood by, watching. Meanwhile, Ishiro still maintained his sensory ninjutsu, half an eye on Nono and half an eye on the orphanage. If this woman was using a clone, he would detect any mismatch in living signatures. But no trick appeared. Nono wrote exactly what Ishiro had asked. When she finished detailing her medical ninjutsu knowledge, Nono threw the scroll over to Ishiro. Ishiro signaled Shohara, who hurled a kunai. Its handle struck the scroll, knocking it down midair. Then Tanaka formed seals and created a clone to retrieve the scroll. The clone opened and checked it, found nothing suspicious, then returned the scroll to Ishiro. Satisfied, Tanaka dispelled the clone. Ishiro stayed cautious, using his sensor technique while scanning the text. Drawing on all he'd seen in medical texts plus glimpses from his previous life, Ishiro determined it wasn't a fake. Confirming Nono hadn't swindled him, he told Katsuchi, "It's genuine. Let's pull back." Katsuchi said nothing further, just grunted and guided the squad away. Without waiting, they hurried through the night. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, Nono spat a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were serious, but with her advanced healing skills, they weren't fatal. After a quick healing session and cleaning away the blood, she began evacuating the orphans. Team 5, for their part, traveled without incident and reached Iwagakure by midday next day. Outside the Tsuchikage building, Tanaka handed Koharu over to the ANBU staff. Katsuchi then led the rest straight to see Anoki. After hearing their account, Anoki summoned the village elders for a thorough debrief. Opinions varied. The elderly male advisor disapproved of letting a spy walk free. But the older female advisor, reading Nono's scroll, dismissed his concerns. She felt Ishiro had acted wisely. The medical ninjutsu knowledge within would elevate Iwa's healing arts considerably. Accepting her explanation, the leadership declared Team 5's actions meritorious overall, labeling it an A-rank mission. As a reward, they granted 3,000 contribution points. In a group mission, the base reward doubles and half goes to the Jonin sensei alone. Hence, Kitsuchi himself would get 3,000 points, while Ishiro, Tanaka, and Shohara would share the other 3,000. The three genin were delighted. For Shohara, it was about pride in having an A-rank success on record. Tanaka, meanwhile, was thrilled to gain 1,000 points, enough to finally purchase the body flicker technique. As for Ishiro, he'd spent nearly everything acquiring sensor ninjutsu. This 1,000 made him breathe easier. Then Anoki turned to Ishiro and said, "Ishiro, well done. You discovered a spy and obtained crucial medical ninjutsu for the village. Considering your track record, 1 A-rank mission, 45 C-rank missions, plus the prior S-rank, 2 more A-rank, and numerous B-rank or lesser non-combat tasks, I hereby issue you a Tunin Exam challenge. 3 days from now, you will face an assigned Chunin in combat. If your performance satisfies the council, you will be promoted." Ishiro was overjoyed. Kneeling on one knee, he saluted, "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama." The advisors exchanged glances. None dissented. When Team 5 left the Tsuchikage building, one elder looked to Anoki. "Lord Tsuchikage, awarding Ishiro a Chunin rank is fine, given his contributions and intellect. But isn't he too young? Sending an 8-year-old as a Chunin leader is risky, especially when he doesn't focus on direct combat. This might hinder his growth." Anoki responded, with his achievements in sealing, if he weren't on the combat track, he'd long since be Chunin. In fact, if he had the chakra for it, Jonin wouldn't be out of the question. So promoting him is no issue. But his age is indeed a concern. Since his entire year group was admitted early, forcing him to lead a squad this soon does him no favors. So we'll keep him in Team 5 for a few more years. Once he's matured, we can assign him subordinates. The other advisors nodded in agreement. Outside the Tsuchikage building, Kitsuchi, Shohara, and Ishiro headed off to a training ground, while Tanaka went to trade her newly earned points for the body flicker technique. At the training ground, Kitsuchi said, "Ishiro, in 3 days you face your Chunin test. Combat's your weak point, so I'll give you special training right now." Ishiro nodded. Indeed, after a year of missions, his leadership skill had grown, largely because Kitsuchi deliberately nurtured it. However, his individual combat hadn't advanced as quickly, since most fights relied on synergy with Shohara and Tanaka. Without them covering his ninjutsu startup, his jutsu often wouldn't succeed. Nevertheless, Ishiro's base strength had improved, he had grown older, and that alone increased his physique and mental energy. During missions, he wore weights the entire time, gradually increasing them from 5 kilograms to 15. The resulting stamina gain led to a major spike in total chakra. His mental growth also boosted chakra control. He had soared from 11C to 42C in raw chakra capacity. Greater control meant faster ninjutsu conduction. As his technique advanced, the number of hand seals needed for each jutsu dropped, plus his hand seal speed had climbed. Right now, his status page looked something like this. Name, Ishiro. Age. Rank, Genin. Chakra, 42C, 10D equals 1C, 100C equals 1B. Mastered D-rank techniques. Substitution, with prepped logs 2 seals, 4 seals/SEC, 0.3D. Substitution, no prepped logs 2 seals, 4 seals/SEC, plus 1, 0.3D. Clone technique, 3 seals, 3.1 seals/SEC, 0.5D. Transformation, 3 seals, 3.1 seals/SEC, 0.5D. C-rank ninjutsu. Earth-style wall, 10 seals, 3.1 seals/SEC, 1.0C. Water thread, 12 seals, 2.7 seals/SEC, 0.8C. Earth spear gun, 12 seals, 2.3 seals/SEC, 2.1C. Sensory ninjutsu, C rank. Fuinjutsu, B rank chakra concealment. Chapter 37, The Tunin Exam. Chapter 37, The Tunin Exam. Ishiro and Shohara followed Kitsuchi to the training field. Once they arrived, Kitsuchi said, "Ishiro, in 3 days you'll face your Tunin exam. During these 3 days, Team 5 won't be taking any missions, we'll focus on specialized training for you. We'll prioritize taijutsu, so remove your weights. You must give it your all." Ishiro's heart leapt. Although Kitsuchi had led Team 5 for a year already, he hadn't taught the trio many combat skills. Instead, he'd mostly been molding Ishiro into a capable field leader. Now, thanks to the upcoming Chunin challenge, Ishiro finally had the chance to receive actual combat guidance from Kitsuchi. First, Kitsuchi added, let's have you spar with Shohara. But this time, you can't rely solely on evasion, you must engage him head-on at times. Ishiro nodded. Shedding his weighted gear, he faced the eager Shohara. While the two liked to bicker, they hadn't formally dueled since their days at the academy. Both were curious to see how far they'd each come. After forming the seal of confrontation, Ishiro and Shohara dashed forward at each other. Shohara drew a kunai, Ishiro drew a short sword. With the weights off, Ishiro moved slightly faster than Shohara, who still wore some weights on his wrists, plus, Ishiro's blade was a bit longer. But the gap in taijutsu technique was vast, Shohara far outclassed Ishiro in skill. So initially, they traded a few moves, but Ishiro was soon pinned under relentless pressure. At close range, he had no chance to form hand seals, and Shohara defeated him quickly. Kitsuchi nodded. Understood. Ishiro, with your current taijutsu foundation, if a chunin closes in, you'll have no way to resist. You'll need to spend most of our training focusing on coping with a strong taijutsu user who breaches your range. Also, you lack a method to seize the initiative. As a ninjutsu type, you need a tool to buy time for your technique. Otherwise, you'll never cast your jutsu in a live fight. And, you already know quite a few jutsu, so you need to devise a cohesive approach for combining them in combat. I'll teach you solutions for the first two problems, Kitsuchi continued. But for that last one, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Ishiro agreed. Over the next hours, Kitsuchi explained how to handle close-range threats, then had Shohara help Ishiro practice. While Ishiro was busy training, another person, his schoolmate Ikura, had just gotten back from a mission and received a similar notice to attend a Tunin exam. Among their graduating class, Ikura was undoubtedly the strongest, likely surpassing even some from prior classes. Ishiro was valued by the village for two reasons: his formidable potential, huge spiritual power equaling huge long-term growth, and his intellect, both strategic vision and mastery of sealing theory. Ikura's claim to fame was simpler, an outright genius in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. When an ANBU informed Ikura of the exam, he was more surprised at the timing than the content. He was fully aware that his power already rivaled a typical chunin's. But, having just finished a standard C-rank assignment, it felt odd that the exam was sprung on him now, rather than after some high-difficulty mission. His teammate Miko felt envious but recognized reality. She, too, specialized in ninjutsu, and was in a similar predicament to Ishiro. Without allies to shield the startup time, her jutsu never landed. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Yumi didn't mind, her sealing abilities already gave her treatment equivalent to a typical chunin or beyond. Promotion or no promotion didn't much affect her. On the second day of Ishiro's special training, while catching his breath, he asked Kitsuchi, Captain Kitsuchi, who am I fighting for the Tunin exam? What's the ninja like? Tanaka, busy practicing body flicker, and Shohara, who was also taking a break, both shot Ishiro a mocking look. Obviously, he was fishing for inside info. Kitsuchi chuckled. I figured you'd ask. I checked. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have told you. But gather intel is critical for a ninja success, so I'll fill you in. The village selected two possible chunin, either Kenmoto or Nagao. Kenmoto was already a chunin before the Second War. I crossed paths with him once, very cautious, specialized in taijutsu, +1 earth release, earth-style wall. As for Nagao, I'm less familiar. I hear he's decent in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, also an older chunin. Ishiro nodded thoughtfully and didn't push further. Seeing this, Kitsuchi said, all right, that's enough rest. Back to training. Ishiro grimaced but didn't argue, springing to his feet and resuming sparring with Shohara. Compared to earlier, Ishiro lasted longer this time. First, he managed to endure the flurry of Shohara's swift attacks. Then he found a moment to strike back. Yet Shohara, having grown quite used to Ishiro's style, wouldn't allow any jutsu to form. Ishiro's attempted assault revealed an opening, and Shohara used it to defeat him again. Switching partners, Ishiro went up against Tanaka. But her entire fighting style was night and day from Shohara's. Tanaka's speed thoroughly outmatched Ishiro's, especially now that she'd begun practicing body flicker. Ishiro's projectiles all missed, and while he found an opening to attempt a jutsu, Tanaka's vigilance let her easily evade it. Realizing he still couldn't land a decisive blow, Ishiro conceded. 3 days of such intense training flew by. Unlike a protagonist with special destiny, Ishiro didn't discover a new secret jutsu or sign a summoning contract, he just got better at close-quarters engagement. Exam day, at dawn, Team 5 showed up at a sealed training hall. They were surprised to see Team 2, meaning Ikura and the others, also waiting there. Both sides were puzzled. After some conversation, they realized two people were testing for Chunin that day. The synergy between them was complicated. Miko felt a twinge of disappointment to see Ishiro also up for promotion, meaning the gap between them had grown again. Over the year, her family's help had plateaued, and her talents were overshadowed by Ishiro's. Yumi, in contrast, was unconcerned. Her aims lay in Fuinjutsu, and the village gave her special treatment. Ishiro wasn't that phased to learn Ikura had also been chosen. If anything, he considered it obvious. He had no illusions, Ikura's raw power was unmatched among their peers. They chatted a while before Anoki arrived with several advisors and 2 Chunin. Normally, a Tunin exam needn't involve so many high-level watchers, but these 2 candidates were the standouts of their generation, which itself had been an advanced admission year. The senior leadership was strongly invested in their futures. If properly nurtured, both might someday rise to Kage level. The testing ground was large. For reasons known only to them, the high command decided Ishiro and Ikura would each fight a Chunin, side by side. Perhaps they wanted to stoke competitive spirit. Ishiro shrugged, he had no illusions of matching Ikura's prowess. He'd just do his best. When an elder advisor declared the exam open, Ishiro stopped paying attention to Ikura and focused on his own adversary, Kenmoto. At once, Ishiro formed seals for a jutsu. But unlike normal, he concealed his hands inside specially large sleeves. This tactic he borrowed from Uchiha Itachi's infiltration of Konoha, hiding hand seals from a foe's view. Kenmoto, who had studied Ishiro's data, wasn't shocked. He knew Ishiro was a ninjutsu type and guessed he'd open with jutsu. Kenmoto instantly flung a flurry of shuriken while sprinting at Ishiro, refusing to let him cast for free. But Ishiro had also predicted that Kenmoto wouldn't stand idle. As soon as Ishiro began to form seals, he kept an eye on Kenmoto's movements. Sure enough, the first shuriken wave didn't delay him. Ishiro dodged easily, all the while retreating to maintain distance. Yet Kenmoto's speed far exceeded Ishiro's, nearly on par with Tanaka, who specialized in agility. Ishiro realized he'd be caught in seconds, so he accelerated his hand seals. Indeed, just as Kenmoto closed in, Ishiro's hand slapped the floor. Because Ishiro's ceiling was hidden, Kenmoto had no clue which jutsu was coming, nor did he expect it so soon. Off balance, he tried weaving unpredictably to avoid a potential Earth Spear gun or Earth Dragon projectile. Meanwhile, he kept up an S-curve approach to close the gap. But, no bullet or stone spike came. Instead, right as Kenmoto was less than a meter away, an Earth-style wall abruptly rose beneath his feet. Had it been Earth Spear gun, Kenmoto's lateral jump would have cleared it nicely, but the wall was more than 3 meters wide, interfering with his next footstep. Forced to adapt midair, Kenmoto shifted his balance to avoid crashing into the wall. Ishiro had planned exactly that. Without pause, he launched a close-range taijutsu assault. 2 shuriken zipped from his left hand, while his right hand slashed forward with a drawn short sword. Kenmoto, caught off guard, responded quite deftly. His right kunai batted aside Ishiro's thrown shuriken, while his left hand drew another kunai, bracing it to intercept the sword strike. Ishiro's blade clanged on the kunai, dealing no damage, but Kenmoto used the blow's momentum to fling himself backward, widening the distance again. Chapter 38, Fierce Battle. Chapter 38, Fierce Battle. Kenmoto was knocked into the air by Ishiro's slash. While airborne, he adjusted his posture and then landed steadily on both feet, ready at once to repel any follow-up from Ishiro. He was confident, if Ishiro pressed the attack, this was his chance to turn the tables. But upon touching down, Kenmoto found no trace of Ishiro. All around him stood only that lone earth wall. Scanning the area warily and seeing no one else, he fixed his gaze on the wall. Without question, Ishiro was hiding behind it. As for what he was doing, it was easy to guess he was making more hand seals. Careless, Kenmoto thought with a silent curse. He had assumed Ishiro wanted a quick ninjutsu win, perhaps a heavy offense to seize control. Who would have guessed Ishiro's jutsu was only earth-style wall, used as a feint to disrupt Kenmoto's rhythm, followed by a sudden close-range assault. After Kenmoto concluded Ishiro intended to rely on his weaker taijutsu to catch him off guard, Ishiro slipped away again to cast ninjutsu. Now Kenmoto had wasted a chance to interrupt. He had no option left except to brace for Ishiro's next technique. He realized he couldn't look down on this kid at all. Still, what jutsu is it this time? Kenmoto mused. According to intel, the brat has 2 main offensive moves, Earth Spear Gun and a certain water release. Probably Earth Spear Gun, that's how you can effectively force an enemy back if they're too close. In that case, I won't be going near him. Sure enough, from behind the earth wall, Ishiro slipped out and slammed both palms onto the floor. Kenmoto immediately sensed tremors beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he used a series of quick leaps to avoid the earth lances erupting from below. Altogether, he dodged over a dozen consecutive stone spikes. Each time he landed, another spike burst up. Only after multiple frantic maneuvers, ending roughly twice as far from Ishiro as before, did Kenmoto avert the final thrust. Phew. He wiped cold sweat. I never guessed an 8-year-old's Earth Spear gun would be controlled so precisely. Give a ninjutsu user enough space to set up, and they're truly a hassle to fight. He glanced at Ishiro to see whether the kid would continue attacking. Realizing Ishiro was forging ahead with more hand seals, Kenmoto's face tensed. Damn it, I can't let him keep controlling the pace. But still wary, he didn't rush in blindly. Suddenly, Ishiro's seals took a shape Kenmoto recognized: serpent ram monkey boar horse tiger. That was the standard chain for fire release, great fireball technique. Impossible. The brat's only 8, and he's already wielding a third element. Fire release on top of earth and water. Despite not believing it, Kenmoto reacted on instinct. He formed seals for a defensive jutsu that Ishiro was all too familiar with, earth-style wall. Then Kenmoto crouched behind his new wall, waiting for a giant fireball to hit. Moments passed, yet no crash of flames came. Kenmoto instantly caught on to the ruse. That cunning brat. He doesn't even know great fireball. No wonder he was so conspicuous with his hand seals this time, not hiding it at all. Anger flared. Once again, Ishiro had tricked him and seized the initiative. Meanwhile, Ishiro, seeing Kenmoto's barrier go up, felt amused that a little bluff got such results. Noting that Kenmoto had vanished behind the earth wall, Ishiro promptly weaved new seals for sensory ninjutsu. Benefiting from Kenmoto's brief wait, Ishiro managed to finish the slower hand signs before the enemy reappeared. Maintaining one palm on the ground, Ishiro quickly scanned the area. Indeed, in his perception, a second chakra signature had appeared behind Kenmoto's wall. Ishiro instantly distinguished which was the real body and which was a clone. Identifying their approach vectors, Ishiro seized his sensory jutsu and initiated another attack plan. After hearing from Katsuchi that Kenmoto might use Earth-style clone, Ishiro quietly did further research, verifying that rumor from Kenmoto's own teammates. They helpfully betrayed Kenmoto at once. Ishiro had resolved to exploit that knowledge now, and sure enough, Kenmoto had made a clone. While weaving seals behind the earth wall, Ishiro also conjured a simple clone of his own. This clone lacked real combat power but could perform minor tasks, such as holding a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag for a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Ishiro himself formed the signs for water thread. Thanks to his stronger chakra control, the technique now included partial water pressure effects, nearly doubling its old power. Kenmoto's earth clone, on the other hand, deliberately caused some noise to lure Ishiro. True to plan, Ishiro quickly emerged from behind the wall, spitting a watery rope that lanced at the clone. The earth clone, as Kenmoto had arranged, made only half-hearted dodges, acting like it took a minor wound, so Ishiro pressed in for a final blow. Perfectly matching Kenmoto's script, once Ishiro moved in to finish the clone, Kenmoto's real body would swoop down from the training hall rafters for the kill. And indeed, Kenmoto's real self perched silently overhead, preparing to pounce from above the moment Ishiro dropped his guard. If Ishiro took too long finishing the clone, Kenmoto planned a single lethal strike. A ninjutsu user with minimal taijutsu prowess couldn't handle Kenmoto at point-blank range. But as Kenmoto moved to strike, he glimpsed out of the corner of his eye, another Ishiro stepping out atop the earth wall. Startled, Kenmoto instantly assumed that must be Ishiro's real body. Abandoning the first Ishiro, he forcibly altered his dive and lunged at the new arrival. He was convinced that, even if his shift in plans was rushed, the real Ishiro's taijutsu was no match for him. Yet in mid-lunge, Kenmoto realized something was off. Years of combat experience warned him that Ishiro is a clone. He recognized it just in time to see the explosive tag taped to the kunai. With no time to dodge in midair, Kenmoto hurriedly called out, "Earth release, Earth-style dodge." But suspended off the ground, his technique was weaker. Earth release typically drew from the terrain for maximum effect, and hovering mid-lunge gave him no solid anchor. The partial shield he mustered was enough to soak the explosion, yet the tag's blast propelled that half-baked earth barrier backward, smashing it right into Kenmoto. If Ishiro had followed up right then, he could have ended it quickly. But Ishiro was still stuck fending off Kenmoto's earth clone. Even though the clone was weaker, the gap between them and Ishiro remained large enough that Ishiro hadn't immediately cut it down. The moment Ishiro tried to disengage and pursue Kenmoto, the clone doggedly pestered him with total disregard for its own survival. That's the advantage of earth clones or shadow clones, they have partial autonomous thought. By the time Ishiro dispelled Kenmoto's clone, the perfect moment to punish Kenmoto had slipped away. Left with no choice, Ishiro declined to chase. Instead, he cast Earth Spear Gun again. Kenmoto, who had survived the explosion, saw Ishiro not approaching and breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense his condition was poor, but as long as Ishiro kept his distance, Kenmoto had time to steady his breathing. However, seeing Ishiro begin more hand seals, Kenmoto couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn it. I guess I have no choice but to risk an all-out assault. So be it. At that point, Kenmoto's mindset unexpectedly calmed. He realized that from start to finish, Ishiro had completely led him around by the nose, and that Ishiro's performance was strong enough to pass. Kenmoto knew well that the examiners must be satisfied, Ishiro's promotion was basically guaranteed. If I've already lost, Kenmoto thought, I might as well try my hardest. So he steeled himself, ignoring the cost. He charged Ishiro recklessly, ignoring the next wave of earth spear gunshots. Ishiro, seeing Kenmoto's determined rush, felt alarmed. He had no illusions about matching a skillful Chunin in close combat. Though the enemy was hurt, if Ishiro failed to block him, once Kenmoto got in close, Ishiro would be doomed. Ishiro gritted his teeth and finished conjuring stone spikes. But Kenmoto, fully prepared, hopped around them with consistent short leaps rather than big jumps. Another flurry of stone spikes spent, Kenmoto was breathing raggedly but still not exhausted, and significantly closer to Ishiro. At that range, there was no time for Ishiro to cast another ninjutsu. Not even his stored scroll-based jutsu could come out faster than Kenmoto could lunge. With no other choice, Ishiro raised his weapon and charged, gambling that Kenmoto's battered state might let him score a direct hit in taijutsu. Chapter 39, Chunin. Chapter 39, Chunin. Seeing Ishiro charge him again so recklessly, Kenmoto kept calm this time and exhibited the true combat prowess of a veteran Chunin. Although Ishiro had chosen a good moment to press the attack, Kenmoto was clearly tired after repeated earth-style evade leaps and had already been in poor shape since that explosive tag. The gap in raw ability was still there. After those opening strikes, Ishiro gradually found himself suppressed, and soon it looked like he would lose. Just as the watchers believed Ishiro was about to be defeated, Ishiro abruptly hurled his long sword away in mid-fight. Kenmoto was taken aback. He never expected Ishiro to discard his best weapon now. Though Ishiro was in a precarious spot, it wasn't that dire. Tossing away one's main weapon would normally hasten defeat, not prevent it. Yet the sheer surprise gave Ishiro a brief opening. Kenmoto, startled by the flying sword-turned-projectile, was forced to parry it, inadvertently letting Ishiro withdraw to a short distance. After blocking the sword, Kenmoto saw Ishiro retreating while forming one-handed seals with his right hand. Meanwhile, Ishiro's left hand fished out two shuriken. The sight alarmed Kenmoto. A single-handed ninjutsu. In his battered condition, if Ishiro unleashed some strange technique, the outcome was unpredictable. Kenmoto poured the last of his strength into rushing Ishiro. He believed he only needed to close in. Ishiro, equipped with just two shuriken, wouldn't hold out in close quarters. But if he let Ishiro finish a new jutsu, anything might happen. This spectacle also stunned the onlookers. From the start, Ishiro's side had been a fierce, fast-paced brawl, quite unlike the other match in which both sides tested one another. Hence everyone's attention stayed on Ishiro. Unlike the startled genin, though, the two jonin instructors and the top leadership quickly realized what Ishiro was doing. The seals were not for an offensive ninjutsu, but rather a sealing hand sign. Gave me a scare, one senior advisor quipped. Others nodded. They all felt slightly relieved. If Ishiro truly had single-handed ninjutsu mastery, that would have been even more astonishing. Sure enough, after forming a brief chain of seals, Ishiro's right hand smacked his left wrist. Just then, Ishiro twisted his sleeve to reveal the sealing script on his forearm. At Ishiro's touch, a brand new longsword materialized from nowhere, thanks to a fuinjutsu. Kenmoto, in mid-charge, never expected that. He had assumed Ishiro was basically unarmed. And though he was eager to settle things, he couldn't easily stop momentum nor predict such a move. Now Ishiro's new sword was significantly longer than Kenmoto's kunai. Under normal conditions, Kenmoto wouldn't be daunted. Ishiro's swordsmanship wasn't that good. Yet his body was already at its limit. Facing Ishiro's brandished longsword with no time to adjust, Kenmoto braced himself as best he could. Ishiro, recalling the special training from Akatsuki, capitalized on this advantage for a ferocious melee. Over the past 3 days, he'd repeatedly rehearsed these sequences, though never this successfully. Because now Kenmoto's battered condition and disrupted focus let Ishiro launch a non-stop flurry of attacks. Kenmoto, forced wholly on the defensive, had zero chance to mount a counter. Just as the spectators thought Ishiro might defeat Kenmoto with that fierce blade assault, Ishiro unexpectedly ceased slashing and started making seals again. It wasn't that Ishiro wanted to let up, it was that he couldn't continue. He had only a handful of sword moves, all used up in that opening rush. If he carried on, Kenmoto would surely adapt. Worse, Ishiro wouldn't get another opening for ninjutsu. And in truth, Ishiro's entire reason for learning that sword pattern was to create ninjutsu opportunities. Now was the perfect time. Sure enough, Kenmoto had also banked on Ishiro's blade combos continuing for a few more seconds, so he was momentarily unprepared. Seeing Ishiro suddenly pull away, Kenmoto reacted by reflex. He leapt backward. A moment later, he realized the peril. Ishiro was weaving signs for a new jutsu. Kenmoto wanted to cry. So close, yet so far. He could see no way to disrupt Ishiro's casting in time. At this short distance, with Kenmoto battered, how could he hope to dodge another ninjutsu barrage? Indeed, Ishiro finished a earth spear gun. Kenmoto evaded the first 2 spikes but found himself pinned at the third. Just before that final spike would have impaled him, Katsuchi intervened to save Kenmoto. That was the signal that the exam concluded. Ishiro had won. Thus, Ishiro successfully defeated Kenmoto and passed his Chunin trial. It was a close victory, largely hinged on intelligence. For one, Ishiro had gleaned Kenmoto's moves in advance. He tailored an entire strategy to exploit them. Example, after Kenmoto used Earth-style evade and disappeared from Ishiro's line of sight, Ishiro quickly guessed Kenmoto might use Earth clone. A brief sensor ninjutsu then told him exactly where Kenmoto and the clone were. Ishiro lured Kenmoto into his trap accordingly. Another factor, Ishiro had discovered Kenmoto was hyper-cautious. That was the single biggest reason he could run so many feints. If Kenmoto were a reckless bruiser, he might have rushed Ishiro from the start and not given him space to cast multiple jutsu. Meanwhile, Kenmoto's intel on Ishiro was incomplete. First, he had no idea Ishiro couldn't do fire release, that let Ishiro feign Great Fireball. Second, he never suspected Ishiro had sensor ninjutsu. Third, he had no clue Ishiro was a Fuinjutsu user who'd stored a second blade at his wrist. Lastly, he didn't realize how thoroughly 2 unhelpful teammates had sold him out. After using nearly 10 jutsu total, accompanied by intense close-quarters fights, Ishiro burned over half his chakra reserves. But Kenmoto, a taijutsu fighter, ironically had used little chakra. That is a typical strength of close combat ninjas. Yet he never got to exploit that staying power, hammered down by Ishiro's cunning. As Ishiro relaxed at last, fatigue overwhelmed him. Outdueling a seasoned Chunin was no joke. He'd gleaned a huge trove of experience from the fight. Later reflection would surely yield more growth. Katsuchi, from a short distance, could see Ishiro's new confidence. Before, Ishiro only half believed in his future power, fancying himself more of a support type or a backliner. By contrast, Kakashi in the Leaf, for instance, had tried rushing forward with Chidori the moment he'd become Jonin, ignoring Minato's warnings. Overly reckless, yes, but that also showed an unwavering mindset. Ishiro wasn't quite at that level, but some self-assurance had awakened in him. Katsuchi understood how vital such intangible belief was for a ninja. At the same time, the senior officials conferred. A middle-aged advisor concluded, strong mental power, earth/water dual affinity, sensor ninjutsu, battle-ready sealing techniques, cunning battle sense, intelligence for illusions or feints, well-linked ninjutsu combos. He'll be an excellent Chunin. Anoki and the others nodded in accord. When Ishiro finished retrieving his belongings, notably the blade he'd thrown, he ended up lugging 2 swords, which looked odd, but nobody who watched the fight found that strange. He accompanied Katsuchi back to the sidelines, where they joined the audience watching the other ongoing match. Ishiro's duel had blazed from the start, while Akura's fight with Nagao was more typical. Both used ninjutsu and taijutsu in even measure, so neither had a glaring weakness or advantage. The pace was steady, the skill level higher, and the fight much longer. Ishiro watched, recovering. Eventually, Ikura and Nagao concluded their match. Ishiro was astonished to see how much chakra Ikura had spent, easily 10 times what Ishiro used, culminating in a final B-rank ninjutsu that wowed the crowd. Ishiro felt both admiration and envy, yet also recognized it was a good thing to have a rival's back to chase. Ikura's performance was nearly flawless. Someone of his caliber might qualify as a special Jonin right now. Anoki then handed each newly promoted Chunin a standard flak vest. With great excitement, he gave a short lecture on the Will of Stone. But Ishiro mostly fretted over the new Chunin perks. In addition to standard gear, each newly promoted genin was awarded a supply of special, medicinal meals. As the 2 best of their generation, Ishiro and Ikura were each granted 2 shares. Ishiro was thrilled. Lately, he diverted so much energy into sealing that his ninjutsu progress lagged behind. With these special rations, he resolved to temporarily shift focus onto ninjutsu training, upping his combat skill again. But that would come later. For now, Ishiro and the rest planned to pester Katsuchi for a celebratory meal. After all, the past 3 days of special training had been brutal. Feeling no shame, Ishiro sidled up to Katsuchi and said, "Captain Katsuchi, to celebrate my promotion, how about you treat us to barbecue?" Katsuchi froze. "You passed the exam, so I foot the bill." He was about to refuse when Tanaka, seeing Ishiro's hint, joined in, "Yeah, Captain, you haven't treated us since the day we first met." Katsuchi was casting about for excuses, but Ishiro had already waved to Team 2. "Mizuhara-sensei, Ikura, Miko, Yumi, come on, Captain Katsuchi's buying a feast of grilled meat. Mizuhara-sensei, do join us." Katsuchi's protest got stuck in his throat. When did I ever agree? Chapter 40, Upgrading Water Thread. Chapter 40, Upgrading Water Thread. After Ishiro egged them on, the 6 from Team 2 and Team 5 got their Jonin leaders to treat them to a big meal. The lively feast ended with everyone heading their separate ways. That day's exam had thoroughly worn Ishiro out, so he took the rest of the day off. Tomorrow, he planned to pick up his medicinal ration from the village and train in ninjutsu. As a newly promoted chunin, Ishiro was entitled to an extended leave, typically used to learn C-rank ninjutsu and focus on short-term power growth. Even during wartime, Iwagakure never cancelled this tradition. Tanaka also needed downtime to master her body flicker technique, so Team 5 had no missions pending. When Ishiro arrived at the training grounds to collect his medicinal rations, he was excited. For these sorts of chunin training sessions, the village normally arranged a senior chunin to come assist. But Ishiro's request had specified training related to water thread. Water attribute shinobi were already rare in Iwagakure, and this particular oddball ninjutsu was even less common. Ishiro wondered if they could even find anyone qualified. Still, that wasn't Ishiro's call to make. His goal wasn't to learn water thread from scratch, he'd already mastered it. His aim was to find someone able to guide him in upgrading it. Ishiro's comprehension of water release wasn't deep. His advantage lay in extraordinary chakra control. From the moment he began practicing water release, it had been more a matter of experience guiding understanding than the other way around. He'd first awakened a sense for water release via the water substitution technique, and even that was done somewhat blindly. Then many rounds of repetition had led to a partial grasp of water nature manipulation. But it wasn't nearly enough to let him develop new techniques. Hence, he needed an expert, as opposed to just practicing on his own. Sure enough, after ingesting the day's medicinal meal, Ishiro waited around for the chunin mentor to show up, to no avail. Unconcerned, he proceeded with water thread practice alone. Previously, thanks to enhanced control, Ishiro had started compressing water pressure into water thread. But that was still in its infancy. Without thorough knowledge of water release, he'd overpressurize or underpressurize it. Sometimes he poured in too much chakra for no added effect, sometimes too little to matter. He spent half the day at it before someone approached from afar. To Ishiro's surprise, it was a jonin, not a chunin. Evidently the village hadn't found a suitable mid-level teacher. Ishiro tried to hide his excitement, greeting the newcomer calmly. As expected, the jonin strode over and said, "You must be Ishiro, right? You're quite young to be a newly promoted chunin. I'm the jonin in charge of guiding your water thread training, my name's Saichi." Ishiro gave a respectful bow. "Thank you for coming, Sensei Saichi. I'm honored the village sent a jonin to teach me ninjutsu." In truth, Ishiro knew guidance tasks weren't popular. The pay was minimal, and the village was essentially hiring them to instruct. Saichi, an easygoing type, gave an awkward laugh. Actually, the village couldn't find a suitable chunin. You picked water thread, which only a few people here have ever learned. And I myself don't use water thread, the village asked me mainly to coach you in water nature control. Far from disappointed, Ishiro was thrilled. Great. My mastery of water nature is shaky at best. I can cast ninjutsu largely thanks to my innate chakra control. Before you showed up, I was stressing over how to improve that side of things. Ishiro then explained his entire perspective, his superficial grasp of water nature, the reasoning behind choosing water thread, and his intention to further develop it through pressurizing water flow. Saichi initially listened with the mindset of a teacher instructing a junior, but the more he heard, the more astonished he became. A brand new chunin is already considering shape transformation and ninjutsu R&D. Not to mention, your talk of water pressure broadening the water's attributes. By the time Ishiro finished describing his plan, Saichi was silent. Ishiro waited expectantly. After a lengthy pause, Saichi sighed. "I came planning to teach you, looks like you've already taught me. As a return favor, let me share what I know about water nature theory. You can decide how to integrate it." At first, Ishiro felt confused. When did I ever teach him anything? Then the latter half of Saichi's statement made him quite excited. Typically, outside a formal master-apprentice bond, it's rare for an experienced ninja to impart advanced elemental theory for free. Ishiro had lucked out. So Saichi spent the next 20 days explaining water nature fundamentals and guiding Ishiro step by step. In exchange, Ishiro would occasionally throw out his distinctive, outside-the-box remarks that gave Saichi the eureka effect. Day after day, their synergy grew. They not only traded theoretical insights, but Saichi supervised Ishiro's training, allowing him to glean an inside-out understanding of water manipulation. The biggest surprise for Ishiro was how, at one point, Saichi mentioned that water release can indeed incorporate some slicing power. He decided to teach Ishiro an advanced B-rank water release called Freezing Surge, letting him study the concept of water's slicing potential more deeply. With Ishiro's formidable chakra control, plus the short-term chakra boost from the medicinal meals, Ishiro succeeded in performing Freezing Surge at least once. He realized that, realistically, he couldn't use it in normal battle yet. The chakra consumption was massive for him. But it felt like opening a door to future possibilities. At the same time, Ishiro also recognized one of his earlier misconceptions. He used to focus on just one property of water, wanting to amplify it, but water is water precisely because it has many properties at once. If you overemphasize a single trait, you might lose the essence of water release. For example, pressurizing a watery flow in water thread demands confining that pressure in a single direction, preventing it from dissipating outward. Across these 20 days, Saichi actually gained the most. By pondering Ishiro's wide-angle approach, he overcame several personal bottlenecks in water nature training. He even created 3 new ninjutsu of his own. So while Ishiro strove to develop an upgraded water thread, and never quite finished, Saichi soared to near elite Jonin standard. Still, Ishiro felt grateful. After all, he never even expected to learn a new ninjutsu this time, he only wanted to upgrade water thread and speed up his ninjutsu usage. Now he'd also gained the B rank freezing surge. No reason to be dissatisfied. Moreover, Ishiro's overall knowledge advanced immeasurably. In these 20 days, he'd effectively gone from elementary level water theory to high school graduate level. No more would books alone restrict him. Meanwhile, repeated practice cut down the number of seals needed for certain techniques, along with the cost in chakra. The biggest harvest. His upgraded water thread was far beyond the old version. Testing revealed that the new water thread could penetrate the earth-style wall he himself created, continuing onward to strike an enemy behind it. Originally. Water thread, old. 12 seals. 2.7 seals/SEC. 0.8 C chakra. Now, if Ishiro cast the old water thread form, he only needed 5 seals at 3.5 seals/SEC, burning 0.6 C total. But the new, enhanced water thread took 7 seals at 3.5 seals/SEC, and cost 5.8 C. In the end, after countless tries, Ishiro felt that his ninjutsu might finally be ready for real combat. At last, their 20 days ended, and Saichi took his leave. He had advanced so much that he planned to consolidate his new abilities and undertake missions showing his improved strength. Ishiro was as grateful as he was enthusiastic. Soon his break from Team 5 would end, and he'd be back on missions. On the final day, Ishiro decided to drop by the barrier unit and see how the fire domain fragments were coming along. He hadn't visited in over 20 days and was curious to see whether the R&D there had succeeded. Over the same period, the barrier unit was anything but idle. They had kept investigating the S-rank Fuinjutsu's leftover fragments day and night, with triple shift rotations. Though no decisive success was announced yet, the progress far exceeded anyone's expectations. Months earlier, the village had discussed that plan of collecting random kid ideas from the academy, which proved ineffective. Instead, dissecting the fire domain had given impetus to wave upon wave of fresh theories. Meanwhile, Iwa's command over Fuinjutsu was already climbing after obtaining the Uzumaki scrolls. Now, with the impetus from analyzing those S-rank bits, they achieved further leaps. B-rank specialists soared up to A-rank by the dozen. Even the top brass had lost track of exactly how many reached that threshold. Ishiro's return was met with warmth. Countless new and old colleagues vied to share the project's latest breakthroughs with him. After hearing them out, Ishiro felt overwhelmed. So many untested leads had multiplied. He thought that after weeks of experiments, there would be fewer things left to try, but ironically, the number of proposals had exploded. Each experiment triggered dozens of new sparks in the researchers' minds. Listening to it all, Ishiro realized he wouldn't finish reading even a tenth of the new data in one sitting. Indeed, time seemed nowhere near enough. Chapter 41, Shohara's Frustration. Chapter 41, Shohara's Frustration. The following day, Ishiro did not visit the barrier unit. Instead, he rejoined Team 5. Gathering again in the mission hall, Ishiro noticed right away that Tanaka's entire vibe had changed. Tanaka came from a shinobi clan with a strict training regimen. They supplied nutritious meals to nurture the younger generation, but not unlimited jutsu. To learn jutsu, each child had to use their own merits or mission credits for exchange. Once they obtained it, the clan elders would impart targeted instruction and relevant combat experience. Thus, after her recent break, Tanaka had completed her learning of body flicker technique and had practiced it enough to apply it in live combat, boosting her self-confidence significantly. Ishiro, for his part, had spent 20 days focusing on advanced ninjutsu development. Shohara, however, was the one feeling overshadowed. For the entire first year on Team 5, Shohara had been the team's primary damage dealer, always in the front line. Whether in 1v1 or group combat, he was the anchor. But returning from this break, he saw the aura around Ishiro and Tanaka. Both had apparently leapt forward. During the next couple days on a C-rank mission, they finished smoothly. Sensing the group's change dynamic, Katsuchi decided to gather them at a training field for a quick re-evaluation. Standing before them in the training grounds, Katsuchi said, "We took that C-rank mission easily, but in the meantime, Ishiro has become a Chunin and studied intensively, while Tanaka completed body flicker. Everyone's abilities have shifted. We need to keep tabs on each other's progress. Let's do some tests. Glancing at the three, Ishiro and Tanaka seemed eager, while Shohara looked a bit tense. Kitsuchi continued, first round, Ishiro versus Shohara. Upon hearing that, Shohara's spirit flared. I absolutely can't lose here, he thought. I'm the team's frontliner. If a close combat ninja like me is surpassed by Ishiro already, I'll keep falling behind. I'd be a burden. Ishiro, on the other hand, felt quite relaxed. Before the Tunin Exam, Kitsuchi had taught Ishiro while Shohara stood by, so Shohara witnessed all of Ishiro's new tactics. In those practice duels, Ishiro never once beat Shohara. But after these last 20 days, Ishiro was confident he'd improved enough to turn the tables. They exchanged the seal of confrontation and began. Ishiro pulled back while using the older, simpler version of water thread. He was just trying to open some distance. But ironically, Shohara didn't give him that space at all. Knowing Ishiro's style well, plus recalling Ishiro's exam fight with Kenmoto, Shohara went all out right away. He simply charged, ignoring the watery rope to close in fast, with his kunai blocking the water's central flow. The water thread dented his kunai slightly and made Shohara's movement hitch for a moment, that was it. Then Shohara accelerated again. Ishiro was caught off guard. Shohara was nearly upon him, and Ishiro had just started casting Earth Spear Gun, ironically, his slowest offensive ninjutsu. Ishiro's plan, shaped by his recent victory over Kenmoto, had left him too complacent. He hoped to cycle among his Earth ninjutsu, forgetting that Shohara might abruptly break his momentum. The result was exactly what he'd done to Kenmoto. Shohara's relentless aggression derailed Ishiro's plan, forcing him to abandon Earth Spear Gun halfway. Next, Ishiro tried a substitution jutsu, but Shohara easily saw through it. Attempts at taijutsu were similarly nullified. Ishiro ended up losing more decisively, and faster, than Kenmoto had. With that decided, Kitsuchi called for the next matchup. Second round, Tanaka versus Shohara. Having just seen Ishiro's quick loss, Tanaka swallowed nervously. She'd felt a huge surge in strength from mastering body flicker, but Shohara's raw power looked formidable. Once the fight started, Shohara repeated the same direct approach, while Tanaka pivoted on speed, flitting around him with advanced footwork and her newly acquired flicker. She tried multiple times to zip in for a decisive strike. Yet Shohara, who knew her style even better than she did, preempted her each time. Once or twice, he nearly reversed the ambush. Eventually, as in their academy days, the result was a stalemate. Seeing no decisive outcome, Kitsuchi halted them. He'd expected as much. Ishiro's unexpected and humiliating defeat showed him not to get cocky after becoming Chunin or beating Kenmoto. Tanaka's stalling match with Shohara told her not to imagine that one new jutsu solved everything. But Shohara's mood soared, the short exercises had reaffirmed his role. Kitsuchi's goal was met. 3 days later, once everyone's spirits were back in a healthy spot, Team 5 convened at the mission hall for a B-rank assignment. Their new target was hunting down a mid-level renegade named Aoyen, a shinobi who deserted in the final months of the war. He'd once been squad leader, but he shirked a high-risk mission out of fear, causing a mission's failure. Then terrified of punishment, Aoyen fled, becoming a missing nin. A lot of renegades like him had surfaced post-war. Many were under immense pressure. A good number were jonin, but most were chunin. Now the conflict was done, some resurged in the shadows for mercenary work, hoping to survive. Iwagakure maintained a network to track them, quietly posting B-rank missions to eliminate them. Aoyen was apparently in the Land of Sound's black market. Possibly he'd left by now, so it might be a lengthy chase, possibly fruitless. If the mission failed, the village wouldn't penalize them. That's standard for hunts like this. After reading the intel, Kitsuchi gave the three a half-hour to prepare. Then, at the village gate, they regrouped. Completing their departure forms, Team 5 set out. They had to traverse complex geography to reach the Land of Sound from the Land of Earth, ironically near the Land of Fire. The Land of Sound was allied with neither side, making it a place for missing nin to hide. If a missing nin felt cornered, they might slip near an enemy nin force, expecting that enemy to grant them sanctuary or at least hamper the hunter's pursuit. Politics aside, no one wanted to see a rival village easily kill off a potential renegade who could sow chaos in the future. Thus began Team 5's next mission, a manhunt, unsure whether they'd find their prey or come home empty-handed. Chapter 42, a fruitless mission. Chapter 42, a fruitless mission. Team 5 left the Land of Earth on a mission for the very first time. Aware of the harshness of the shinobi world, the three rookies were more tense than curious. Once they exited the Land of Earth's border and entered the Land of Taki, the entire group fell silent. Even without Kitsuchi's orders, they instinctively began communicating with hand signals. While traveling through Taki, they moved very cautiously. Every evening they hunkered down, refusing to wander around after dark. They didn't stay at inns and avoided big towns, only making quick stops at small villages for supplies. This anxious routine continued until they reached the outskirts of the hidden black market in the Land of Sound. Following intelligence from the mission data, they located a tree hollow where the operative had left a message. Gathering around, the four took turns reading. Katsuchi signaled for Ishiro to analyze the intel. Ishiro, who hadn't spoken much these past few days, cleared his throat softly and began. Up to now, the informant hasn't sent new updates. That suggests, assuming the informant isn't compromised, that Aoyan never returned to this black market. There are two possibilities. 1. Aoyan accepted an assignment that isn't confined to the Land of Sound. It could be a cross-border task, so he doesn't have to come back here. 2. He's still on his mission and hasn't finished yet. In the first scenario, we can't do much. If it's the second, we'd have to wait around here, searching. But being so close to a major black market means a lot of wandering mercenary ninja will pass by. If we attempt to check every passing ninja, we'll inevitably run into conflicts. Regardless of the outcome, we'll fail our mission. He paused to see their reactions, then continued. So for safety's sake, we can only pick one likely route Aoyan might use and lie in ambush. That drastically lowers our success probability. He looked at the other three. The rest nodded. Tanaka said, Aoyan's only a chunin. Large-scale, cross-border tasks seem unlikely. We've got a fair chance if we wait him out. Ishiro and Shohara agreed. Ishiro added, he left the black market going northeast, so let's scout that terrain, then pick a place to hide. With that decided, the four advanced in search formation, heading northeast. Because they dared not be conspicuous, they spent half a day reconnoitering the area near the black market. Eventually, they selected a small hill for their ambush spot. From that vantage, Ishiro's sensor ninjutsu could detect movement kilometers away, plus the open terrain to the northeast let them observe who came and went from the black market. Henceforth, Katsuchi, Tanaka, and Shohara took shifts on lookout, scanning the distance. Whenever they spotted anyone, they'd signal Ishiro, who would quickly sense whether there were any high-level chakra signatures. If it wasn't a Jonin-level presence, they'd move closer to observe. Otherwise, they kept away. They kept watch like this for 5 whole days. During that time, well over 100 groups, perhaps 300 to 400 individuals, came through. Some groups had just 1 or 2 men, some had dozens or more. From Ishiro's perspective, at least a dozen arrivals contained a Jonin-level chakra presence, at which point Team 5 avoided them. Even more were Chunin-level, well over 100. Surprisingly, there were fewer genin. This pattern of many capable ninja in a small state overturned Ishiro's earlier preconceptions about minor countries and hammered home just how dangerous the shinobi world truly was. Spending 5 days like that meant Ishiro used his sensor ninjutsu over 100 times. Though each sensing only took a short interval, it strained him mentally. Luckily, mental energy was his forte, so he endured. According to their plan, they would do this for 10 days. If Aoyan didn't appear, they would abort the mission. But on this particular day, Tanaka spotted a team of 3 approaching from the northeast. As usual, she informed Ishiro, who initiated sensor ninjutsu once they were in range. Over the last days, Ishiro's awareness of different chakra flavors had grown. Shinobi without nature transformations gave off a mild vibe. Those who had learned an elemental nature displayed a distinct afterfeel. Water felt gentle. Fire was warm. Earth felt heavy. Lightning gave a faint shock. Wind caused a slight pricking sensation. Some shinobi like Katsuchi possessed multiple natures, Ishiro would sense multiple overlapping colors. Now, sensing these 3 newcomers, Ishiro noticed one was Jonin level with a wind-water dual nature, primarily water. Another was Chunin or lower mid-Chunin with no strong affinity. But the third one's chakra felt extremely cold, startling Ishiro enough that he paused to double-check. At once, that third shinobi seemed to notice Ishiro's probing and readied chakra. Ishiro realized he'd been caught. He quickly turned to his squad. We've been exposed, let's withdraw to the trap zone. I'll explain on the way. Without debate, the 4 quietly departed, hustling to a spot thick with hidden wire traps. During the run, Ishiro summarized. There are 3 shinobi. One is a Jonin with water-wind dual nature, mostly water. One is a mid-lower Chunin. The other. I sense a frigid aura from his chakra. Likely an ice-release bloodline user. All 3 companions reacted gravely. One Jonin plus a bloodline user spelled trouble. They were more powerful than Team 5. Sure enough, Katsuchi soon said, they've picked up our trail. Bad news. Everyone sped up, heading for the prearranged trap area. Once there, they each hid in pre-dug holes, lying in ambush. If these 3 unknown nin found them, it would inevitably lead to a fight. The world of shinobi rarely favored a friendly, talk-it-out approach. If conflict arose, deadly force was standard. Meanwhile, the trio who detected Ishiro's sensing paused at the trap perimeter. From behind a cluster of trees, they conferred. The jonin leading them was named Imamura Kowazuki. He glanced at the men with an ice bloodline, Mizunosuke Kagami. You said you felt a sensor. Can you gauge his strength? Kagami frowned uncertainly. It's tricky, Kowazuki-san. Possibly a chunin or special jonin. The vibe is unusual, but not that strong. Imamura Kowazuki nodded, then asked the final member, a female shinobi named Kawano Oda, what do you think? Oda reasoned, we can't confirm the composition, but from footprints it looks like 4 individuals, 1 adult ninja and 3 kids. The kids are about 1 or 2 years younger than Kagami and me. They've likely been staking out the area for a while. Maybe they're just on a mission and bumped into us by accident. But if that sensor nin's decent, they might be led by a jonin. Kagami also says it's not that strong, so it might simply be a special jonin. It's ambiguous. Kowazuki hesitated, not wanting to clash with an unknown jonin. Then he turned to Kagami. Your ice bloodline identity is compromised. Kagami nodded. Yes, definitely. Once that sensor locked onto me, he paused, and I sense he realized something. We can't risk them leaving with that intel. Imamura Kowazuki's expression turned grim. Then we fight. No choice. He sighed that they only had 3 members, it would have been safer if they'd recruited more. But they couldn't let an unknown IWA squad carry word of an ice release user that would sabotage the mission. With that resolve, Kowazuki formed a chain of hand seals and unleashed a broad-range B-rank Sutton technique, sending a giant watery dragon into the presumed trap zone. The violently raging water triggered multiple traps but didn't flush out a single enemy. This made Kowazuki's trio more on guard than ever. Team 5 had predicted an AoE ninjutsu possibility. They'd hidden a portion of the traps underground and hunkered in custom-dug holes. When the water receded, none of them had been forced out. In their hiding place, Ishiro quietly initiated sensor ninjutsu again, monitoring the 3 enemies. Meanwhile, Kagami told his group that sensor's back, watching us. Our moves are being tracked. Kowazuki asked, can you pinpoint them? Kagami shook his head. Not exactly. He's got abnormally strong mental energy. If not for my bloodline's heightened awareness, I wouldn't sense him at all. Kowazuki scanned the silent thicket, steeling himself for a potential clash. Chapter 43, The Ice Release Shinobi. Chapter 43, The Ice Release Shinobi. Imamura Kowazuki stood at a dilemma. His team of 3 was under constant surveillance by an unseen enemy sensor. This meant a lot of their usual tactics were off the table. And because they were the ones initiating hostilities, they couldn't rely on many defensive measures, either. They couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Imamura Kowazuki had no choice but to form hand seals once again, creating a water clone to probe the area. In truth, this maneuver was unwise, they hadn't even formally clashed yet, and he was already creating a water clone, costing him a considerable chunk of chakra. He briefly regretted his decision. With Kowazuki's water clone moving forward, extremely alert to potential traps, Ishiro continued monitoring with his sensory technique. The plan on the 5th squad's side was to let the trap array do as much of the work as possible. After all, their side had time on its side. The water clone advanced deeper into the trap zone, suspiciously destroying any sign of a mechanism with kunai or even paper bombs. Though seeing it wrecking trap after trap made Ishiro uneasy, he stayed hidden. If they acted prematurely, they'd be playing straight into the enemy's hands. When that water clone had destroyed nearly dozens of traps big and small, it finally set foot in a specially chosen area. Ishiro immediately activated over a dozen triggers simultaneously. Everything was timed to strike as soon as the clone stepped into range. The nature of the attacks was broad area strikes. Even if such attacks merely scratched a real human, they'd be fatal to a clone. As anticipated, the water clone raised a water formation wall to shield itself from the incoming kunai, senbon, and scattered debris. Unfortunately for it, right after blocking a large wave of projectiles, 3 paper bombs hidden among them exploded. The clone had to cast a body flicker technique, narrowly escaping the bulk of the blast. Yet in so doing, it landed right where Ishiro wanted it, and a final volley of projectiles rained down. Having expended so much effort, the water clone was struck repeatedly. Dozens of lesser impacts demolished it. The clone vanished with a splash. Seeing his clone's defeat, Kowazuki and his 2 companions were dismayed. They hadn't expected the clone to accomplish much, only to flush out an enemy or 2. But it turned out the target side had specifically prepared anti-clone measures. That left Kowazuki stuck again, sending another clone would just waste more chakra, whereas simply withdrawing felt equally pointless, they still hadn't forced even a glimpse of the enemy. Meanwhile, water release user Mizunosuke Kagami grew tired of the stalemate. Possessing a Kekkei, he wasn't about to accept such a stalemate as normal. He formed hand seals to cast a B-rank ice release ninjutsu, Thousand Ice Senbon. At once, a colossal flurry of ice needles formed in midair, easily in the tens of thousands. From his sensor vantage, Ishiro was alarmed. Kagami's jutsu was slow to start, but the scale was terrifying. A single B-rank technique had produced a veritable storm of ice projectiles. He shouted for the rest of Team 5 to prepare, number 4, and then hastily lifted an iron plate to shield his head. An instant later, tens of thousands of icy needles hammered into the entire zone of traps. If this had been a broad area Sutton, most would have lost momentum upon hitting the ground. But now every single one of these ice needles stabbed well into the earth, each burying itself tens of centimeters deep. Team 5's booby traps, half of them set below ground level, were all annihilated by that piercing hail. Though the 4 had prepared, they'd quickly grabbed their iron plates or hunkered behind stone cover, it still revealed their location. Mizunosuke Kagami, controlling the ninjutsu, could sense subtle feedback from the needle impacts and deduce where they'd had to take cover. With the trap array wiped out, the 4 saw no point in remaining prone. They emerged from their hiding spots. Sure enough, Kowazuki gave no quarter, launching a B-rank Sutton, exploding water-colliding wave at the newly exposed positions. But Kitsuchi, thanks to Ishiro's timely warning, had been readying a jutsu. Ishiro's earlier number 4 referred to prearranged codes. Right after the ice storm ended, the squad jumped clear of their holes, while Kitsuchi slammed both hands down in a B-rank earth release, earth flow rampart. The ground underfoot formed a small earthen mound a few meters high, forcibly elevating them above Kowazuki's tide. Kowazuki's water wave crashed mightily against the artificial hill, spraying chunks of soil, but after that, it lost momentum. Realizing a single wave was far from enough, Kowazuki frowned. That technique required considerable chakra, and if that invisible foe turned out to be a jonin, matters would only get worse. Finally, from vantage on top of their mini-hill, Team 5 spotted the enemy trio. The adult was presumably Kowazuki, while the other 2, Kagami and Kawano Oda, stood by him, eyes locked on. Kitsuchi stepped up to confront Kowazuki, leaving Kagami and Oda to face Ishiro, Tanaka, and Shohara. No words were exchanged. In a blink, Kowazuki and Kitsuchi engaged each other. Meanwhile Kagami and Oda charged up the small hill. Ishiro quickly snapped into action, forming hand seals for his newly refined water thread technique, while Shohara and Tanaka hurled a barrage of shuriken. Kagami didn't flinch, he cast an ice wall, a mere C-rank ninjutsu, but thanks to Ice Release's formidable might, that simple barrier blunted Ishiro's entire water thread as well as the barrage of projectiles. Observing this, Ishiro's heart sank. So that's the power of an Ice Release user. Their B-rank ninjutsu earlier had the destructive force of an A-rank. Even a basic C-rank ice barrier was blocking Ishiro's improved water thread, which could otherwise penetrate his own earth-style wall. The synergy of dual natures truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Not giving them time to regroup, Kagami hopped clear of the ice barrier, quickly weaving signs for a moderate C-rank technique, Ice Lance Thrust. Alarmed, Ishiro performed signs for the Earth Spear gun in a hurry, meeting Kagami's mid-range assault with a flurry of earthen spikes. The twin blasts collided repeatedly. The earthen spikes mostly shattered on contact, but it slowed the ice spear's impetus enough that Ishiro's squad could dodge. The next second, Tanaka and Shohara flanked Kagami from both sides, forcing him to watch 3 corners at once. Realizing the quick-moving Tanaka was the more dangerous, Kagami pivoted slightly to keep track of her. Yet he swiftly singled out Shohara, slower and lacking complicated ninjutsu, as the easiest kill. Steeling himself, Kagami motioned for Oda to coordinate and pressed forward. Chapter 44, The Unbreakable Kekkei Genkai Shinobi. Chapter 44, The Unbreakable Kekkei Genkai Shinobi. Mizunosuke Kagami dodged away with Kawano Oda, avoiding another wave of projectiles. Now well out of the trap zone, Kagami began forming seals for another jutsu, leaving Oda to deal with Ishiro's ninjutsu. This time, Ishiro used the standard version of water thread for speed. Kawano Oda, who excelled in swordsmanship from her time in Iwagakure, simply drew her blade and, in one fluid slash, cut the water thread apart. Startled, Ishiro realized that, while blocking projectiles with a blade is understandable, slicing through the body of a ninjutsu was far rarer. In Iwagakure, nobody in his circle specialized in swordsmanship to this degree. That unexpected slash threw off Ishiro's momentum, letting Kagami smoothly complete his next jutsu. Once again, an ice spear rushed at Shohara. In that split second, Shohara abruptly performed a slight motion with both hands, and 2 heavy sacks appeared out of nowhere. Then he hurled them right at the incoming ice spear. A pair of dull thuds followed, the spear struck these lumps, pausing only for an instant before carrying on. But it clearly slowed down, allowing Shohara, who had removed his arm weights, to move just fast enough to avoid the ice spear at the last moment. Ishiro felt relief but also cold sweat. If Shohara hadn't improvised so decisively, Team 5 would have suffered a serious casualty right there. Yet Kagami was just as surprised. His C-rank ice release technique had already been evaded twice by these youngsters. He was used to finishing off similarly aged ninja with relative ease. Now, it felt like each one of them had a personal counter for his attacks, especially the agile Tanaka. Seeing no immediate success in attacking Shohara, Kagami turned his gaze to Tanaka again. But if he targeted the swift Tanaka with an ice spear, it likely wouldn't even brush her clothes. So he decided on another approach. Ishiro and Shohara also recognized the potential threat of Kagami's ice ninjutsu. Ishiro quickly formed seals for another ninjutsu while Shohara moved to one side to flank. But Kagami was a fast thinker as well. Without needing to speak, he and Oda coordinated. Oda stepped forward to hold off Tanaka, leaving Kagami free to continue his own attacks. Both sides were locked in a back-and-forth, with neither finding an easy breakthrough. Ishiro realized that letting Kagami gain time for jutsu was far too dangerous. So he pressed his own ninjutsu advantage. Ishiro employed the improved water thread, the variant that inflicted a near-pressurized slash. But Kawano Oda again positioned herself with blade in hand, ready to slash away or deflect the water thread. In response, Kagami started weaving signs for yet another technique. Ishiro was determined not to let him complete it. Yet Kagami's quick adaptation was soon apparent. With Oda handling Ishiro's water thread, Kagami conjured a short-range ice armor around his left arm. That layer of ice forcibly absorbed the water thread's blow, albeit with a large jolt that almost threw Kagami's arm off track. Still, the partial armor allowed him to keep forming seals with the other hand. Ishiro felt chills. He's layering ice on his limb as a shield while simultaneously weaving ninjutsu. This is no ordinary adversary. But Kagami's casting was nonetheless interrupted by the force. After staggering, he had to release the ice layer and rub his arm to restore circulation. By then, it was too late to push out a new jutsu. Curses, Kagami muttered inwardly. He was gradually being forced on the defensive. Since that was my left arm, if that had been my right, I'd have lost the chance to form seals. These brats are unbelievably well coordinated. While Kagami recovered, Ishiro kept the pressure on, again forming seals. A solid water thread took shape. Meanwhile, Shohara, newly unburdened by the thrown weights, tried to encircle Kagami from an angle. Realizing he might be cornered, Kagami took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Suddenly, a large burst of chakra flared around him. He formed hand signs far faster than before, at a steep cost. Ice release, ice prison. Ice prison was originally used to entrap enemies, shaping an ice enclosure around them. Kagami forcibly turned it into a protective cocoon around himself. Because it was an improvised usage, the chakra expenditure soared to what might be called a B-rank cost, even though it remained functionally a C-rank technique. Ishiro was mid-water thread cast. He launched at the very moment Kagami's ice enclosure was nearly complete. The swirling line of water struck the shell, generating a heavy impact that made Kagami let out a muffled groan inside. The ice prison, though, withstood it. Stunned, Shohara halted his approach. He couldn't possibly break that barrier with pure taijutsu. Meanwhile, Kagami could, from within that shell, presumably cast ninjutsu. Ishiro too was stuck. He could disrupt Kagami whenever the latter was in the open, but with Kagami turtled up, Ishiro's jutsu simply lacked raw destructive force to break through. Yet Ishiro quickly realized, we can't waste time trying to break it. Shohara, let's ignore him and help Tanaka. Indeed, if Kagami wanted to remain in the ice shell, that was effectively taking him out of the fight. With the entire original trap array destroyed, the best path was to gang up on Kawano Oda, who lacked such a protective method. But none of them foresaw that Kowazuki, locked in combat with Katsuchi on the other side, would spot an opening. In a flash, Kowazuki unleashed a ranged ninjutsu at Ishiro. Hearing Katsuchi's urgent shout of warning, Ishiro reflexively cancelled the earth spear gun he was channeling, hurling himself to the ground. Simultaneously, he flung a hidden substitute log, per plan, while weaving the single-second two-seal substitution technique. His timing was on a knife's edge. Kowazuki's jutsu battered the log, splintering it. Ishiro still suffered a deep laceration along his abdomen but managed to survive. He refused to let the pain distract him. Kagami had presumably begun a jutsu to strike down Shohara at this perfect chance. So Ishiro forcibly suppressed the stinging wound, forming hand seals for Earth Spear Gun once again. Indeed, Kagami was raising his hand inside the ice prison. But once again Ishiro's earthen spikes wrenched the ice prison off its footing, sending Kagami tumbling. Disrupted, the near-finished ninjutsu dissipated. Over on the other side, the parted log revealed that Katsuchi had capitalized on Kowazuki's momentary distraction to deliver a lethal blow. Kowazuki's entire right side was smashed. Although Kowazuki tried to evade half a step, Katsuchi's follow-up blow fully crushed him. Ishiro's eyes darted over briefly, sighing with relief, sensei's as reliable as ever. Now free, Katsuchi dashed over to help, first taking out Kawano Oda with a single thunderous blow, leaving Kagami alone in his battered ice shell. Katsuchi then formed signs to envelop Kagami's prison from both sides with earthen walls, forcing them inward. In desperation, Kagami shattered the shell at the final moment, bounding out. But Kitsuchi had already flickered behind him with a quick movement. The deadly blow saw Kagami's head severed before he could defend. Tanaka, Shohara, and Ishiro watched, numb. Just moments earlier, Kagami had pinned them with unstoppable ice ninjutsu. Yet in front of Kitsuchi, he was swiftly cut down. Kitsuchi turned to the three. Stay vigilant. This isn't the land of Earth, danger could still be around. Ishiro and the others all stiffened. Indeed, the earlier commotion might draw other ninjas. With that, Team 5 quickly took the heads of Kagami, Kowazuki, and Oda, sealing them in scrolls for proof of elimination. Then, ignoring the rest of the battlefield, the four swiftly withdrew. As for the original mission to hunt the rogue ninja Qingyan, aka Blue Yen, no one gave it another thought. Chapter 45, Recovery and Reflection. Chapter 45, Recovery and Reflection. After leaving the battlefield, Kitsuchi treated Ishiro's abdominal wound, fortunately, not a serious one. Kitsuchi, Tanaka, and Shohara then made a makeshift stretcher and carried Ishiro back toward the land of Earth. They traveled swiftly for some time before finally pausing to rest in a secluded forest. After taking soldier pills to replenish chakra, Kitsuchi organized shifts for keeping watch. Ishiro was exempted due to his exhaustion and injuries. After all, he had been the busiest member of their group for the past several days. The earlier battle had put enormous pressure on Ishiro, particularly those tense moments when Shohara narrowly avoided being killed by the ice spears. With adrenaline gone, the accumulated mental and physical exhaustion quickly overtook him, and Ishiro fell deeply asleep. When he awoke, he found their hiding spot had changed. Not knowing how long he'd slept, he realized they must have moved locations while he rested. Seeing Ishiro awake, Kitsuchi explained they'd already traveled another full day while he slept, which surprised Ishiro greatly. They continued this pattern, with Tanaka and Shohara taking turns carrying Ishiro, for over 10 days until finally returning safely to the village. By that time, Ishiro's wounds had mostly healed. Given the unexpected severity of this mission, Kitsuchi decided Team 5 deserved a 10-day break to rest and digest their experiences. Kitsuchi himself took the sealed scrolls containing their foes' remains directly to the Tsuchikage's office. How the village extracted intelligence from the mist shinobi was no longer Ishiro's concern. Instead, he decided to use the 10-day break to handle the backlog of things he'd set aside. Indeed, Ishiro had plenty to do. Chief among these was returning to help with the Barrier Division's research. Given his recent injury, focusing on sealing techniques rather than strenuous physical training made sense. After resting at home for a night, Ishiro went straight to the Barrier Division early the next morning. He carefully reviewed the division's latest findings and participated in several sealing experiments, ensuring his sealing technique remained sharp. Unfortunately, 5 days passed in a blink. Feeling physically recovered, Ishiro shifted back to physical training. Once back in shape, he headed to the village's intelligence exchange to use his contribution points to obtain information on Kekkei. The encounter with Mizunosuke Kagami left Ishiro deeply shaken. For a transmigrator like himself to be caught off guard by a mere ice-release ninja was embarrassing. Though the core secrets behind bloodlines were well-protected village secrets, general intelligence about other nations' Kekkei was widely available and required few contribution points. After all, the village wouldn't risk its shinobi's lives by withholding such intelligence. Ishiro exchanged for a pile of scrolls and spent the entire day carefully studying the various bloodlines across the ninja world. Upon finishing, Ishiro mentally berated himself. His previous perception of Kekkei had been overly influenced by his memories from the original Naruto story, particularly from the viewpoint of the main characters. The protagonists, after all, regularly encountered powerful Kekkei users, thus exaggerating their commonness. In reality, Kekkei were rare, few existed in villages like Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure. However, Konohagakure and Kirigakure possessed several powerful bloodlines. The ninja world defined Kekkei not merely as the combination of two chakra natures, but as any special ability inheritable through bloodlines. The Uzumaki clan's massive chakra reserves, for example, qualified as a bloodline trait. Similarly, I-based Kekkei such as Sharingan and Byakugan weren't simply chakra combinations. Kirigakure's Kagaya clan, with their unique Shikatsumiyaku, corpse bone path, also fit this broader definition. Some bloodlines were of limited practical use, like the Kurama clan's bloodline, Red Eyes, providing mostly supportive abilities. However, most bloodlines significantly enhanced combat capabilities. What Ishiro found particularly intriguing was that even among bloodlines formed by combining two chakra natures, differences in their level of development existed. Bloodline development had two main stages. The first was externally combining two chakra natures to perform bloodline techniques. The second involved internalizing this combination within the body, altering physiology enough to pass the bloodline through genetics. According to the intelligence, once a bloodline reached the second stage, descendants usually either directly awakened the bloodline, skipping stage 1 entirely, or failed to awaken it altogether. What excited Ishiro the most was another revelation. Reaching stage 2 of bloodline development gradually improved physical constitution, dramatically increasing chakra reserves and strengthening physical prowess. It was essentially genetic enhancement from the root. Ishiro recalled his battle with Mizuno Tsuki Kagami. Kagami cast an enormous B-rank jutsu, producing thousands of ice needles, forcibly created a powerful ice prison, another near B-rank cost, and repeatedly used multiple C-rank jutsu, yet his chakra was nowhere near depleted. Clearly, Kagami's bloodline provided massive chakra reserves. Moreover, the intelligence also confirmed his suspicion about power scaling. Potent bloodlines like ice release boosted the strength of techniques by nearly a full rank. Ishiro had personally experienced how Kagami's B-rank ice technique approached A-rank power, something few normal jonin could match. Though S-rank jutsu existed above A-rank, they were usually desperate moves reserved for Kage-level battles, sealing the Nine Tails or defeating Orochimaru. Most Kage relied primarily on B-rank jutsu in battle, occasionally utilizing a few carefully timed A-rank techniques. Thus, a mere Chunin-level ninja with sufficient preparation could wield jutsu stronger than many jonin. This alone highlighted the terrifying potential of bloodlines. Yet these insights applied mainly to fusion-type Kekkei Genkai. The ninja world's strongest bloodlines weren't combinations of nature chakra, but hereditary traits like Sharingan, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Kagaya. These bloodlines stood atop the shinobi world. Setting down the intelligence scrolls, Ishiro sighed deeply. It became clear why Orochimaru became obsessed with researching bloodlines. Such power was simply unfair. Two equally talented shinobi, for instance, Orochimaru was already astonishingly gifted, yet his peak was ordinary Kage level, far weaker without giant summonings. However, facing someone like Uchiha Itachi, whose natural genius matched his own but possessed a top-tier bloodline, Orochimaru stood no chance. Understanding this, Ishiro began yearning deeply for a bloodline of his own. He realized that, no matter how hard one worked, their potential was inherently capped. Compared to others, he might excel, but the descendants of bloodline clans inherently had higher ceilings. Currently, he was still growing, barely able to consistently beat even average Chunin, so this frustration wasn't deeply felt yet. But Ishiro foresaw a future where he hit his limit, watching as the Kekkei Genkai geniuses inevitably surpassed him. Just imagining that frustration made him restless. Leaving the exchange, Ishiro wandered home murmuring, bloodlines. Kekkei Genkai. Returning in a daze, he sat blankly on his bed until he shook himself awake, slapping his cheeks. I'm a transmigrator. So what if I don't have a bloodline? Can't I develop one myself? After all, Tsuchikage Anoki hadn't originally possessed dust release, it was later learned, not inherited. Clearly, Iwagakure possessed methods to train Kekkei Genkai. Yet Ishiro knew that even if he could access those methods, mastering them was another matter entirely. Still, he resolved to earn enough village contribution, intending to approach Anoki directly after his next major achievement to request the opportunity. Given the village's current favor towards him, it wasn't an unreasonable ask. With that decision made, Ishiro shelved his worries about bloodlines. For the remaining 4 days, he chose to focus intensively on refining his Earth Spear Gun and Earth-style Wall Jutsu, further reducing their hand seals. 4 days wasn't overly long, but it wasn't too short either. Given Ishiro's excellent chakra control and improved chakra reserves, he expected noticeable progress. Indeed, thanks to the methodical approach he learned from sealing techniques, listing potential improvements and testing each systematically, he successfully reduced the Earth Spear Gun from 12 seals down to 10 and Earth-style Wall from 10 seals to 9. Encouraged, he felt certain he could simplify them even further given time. Ishiro also sensed applying this analytical method could similarly enhance his 2 versions of Water Thread. Chapter 46, Peaceful Times. Chapter 46, Peaceful Times. In Ishiro's opinion, the 10-day vacation passed too quickly, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, leaving the village for missions was essential training for shinobi. For instance, if not for encountering Mizuno Tsuki Kagami, Ishiro might never have decided to develop his own Kekkei Genkai. Without that life-and-death battle, Ishiro wouldn't have been so urgently motivated to speed up his ninjutsu execution. When Team 5 regrouped, Katsuchi found the 3 students refreshed and spirited, especially Shohara. Ishiro had experienced danger during the last mission when Jonin Imamura Kosuka nearly killed him. He barely escaped with his life, experiencing a real brush with death. But in fact, the most endangered had been Shohara, who was almost impaled by ice spears multiple times. Fortunately, Shohara was determined and resilient. This near-death experience hadn't broken him. Instead, it sharpened his resolve and significantly improved his strength. It was similar to Ishiro's previous victory over Kenmoto. Confidence strengthened Ishiro, whereas crisis had strengthened Shohara. Both outcomes followed a similar principle. Katsuchi was pleased. Even though he hadn't taught them much personally, under his leadership, all 3 team members had undergone notable transformations. This proved his success as their sensei. However, there was one regretful flaw. Although their teamwork was excellent, none of the 3 had developed a decisive individual attack. Mizuno Tsuchikage, for example, could unleash a massive B-rank ice jutsu when fully prepared. Ishiro and the others still lacked such signature attacks. Kitsuchi believed Ishiro was already developing his upgraded water thread, likely to become his trademark. With enough time, Ishiro would surely succeed. However, Shohara and Tanaka still needed to find their own paths. I should fulfill my duties as their sensei and pay attention to their strengths and personalities. Maybe then I can help them find their direction, Kitsuchi thought. But for now, let's move out. We're taking another rogue nin hunting mission. Ah, the 3 students groaned simultaneously. They had failed the last hunt, marking their first mission failure, something difficult for the youngsters to accept. Thus, they were reluctant about these thankless missions. Ha ha ha. Kitsuchi laughed happily. He had experienced the same feelings in his youth, fully understanding their thoughts. But shinobi needed to accept failure. Trying desperately to complete every mission was dangerous and inevitably deadly, leading to an inability to judge when to retreat. Ignoring their protests, Kitsuchi accepted another hunting task. Thus, Ishiro and his teammates traveled across various smaller countries, hunting rogue ninja under Kitsuchi's guidance. However, their results were sparse. Over 2 years, Team 5 only eliminated 4 Chunin-level rogues, completing merely 4 B-rank missions. Of course, hunting missions weren't always available, so they completed numerous C-rank missions as well. During those 2 years, they visited most small countries around the land of Earth, even venturing as far as the distant land of whirlpools. But because the 5 great nations hadn't fully signed peace treaties, they avoided the other 4 major countries. Today, the Tsuchikage's office announced important news: the 5 great nations officially ended the war. As of yesterday, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire signed their peace treaty, marking the conclusion. Henceforth, shinobi from major villages couldn't openly kill each other as before. Instead, they had to avoid contact unless missions directly conflicted. Naturally, this was the official stance. Covert operations and sabotage would undoubtedly continue. The ninja world now entered a period of peace and recovery. Yet, based on the past 2 great wars, this peace wouldn't last. The recently concluded war had planted countless seeds of hatred. There were too many war orphans like Ishiro. Countless children had already decided to become shinobi for vengeance. Though peace had arrived, every nation was now assessing war damages. Konoha suffered the heaviest losses among ordinary shinobi, severely weakening its forces. This explained why the other nations had hesitated to sign peace treaties. Everyone sensed Konoha was nearly defeated. Any nation willing to strike could have potentially shattered Konoha. But mutual distrust prevented action, eventually forcing them into reluctant peace. However, Konoha's elite power hadn't diminished. No Kage-level shinobi died. In fact, the war birthed the legendary Sannin. Still, Tsunade became disillusioned after repeated tragedies and left Konoha shortly after the Iwagakure disaster. With Tsunade gone and Jiraiya missing, the state of war persisted. Initially, Jiraiya recuperated in Mount Myaboku, later returning to the Land of Rain to mentor 3 disciples. Only now, 3 years later, had Jiraiya finally returned to Konoha. Realizing no one would risk attacking and seeing Jiraiya return, the other nations finally abandoned their ambitions. Meanwhile, Iwagakure suffered least, not due to Ishiro's efforts, but because it had the largest shinobi population, making it resilient to prolonged warfare. If a decisive battle similar to the first shinobi war had occurred, Iwagakure would have been the worst off, as it had only 1 Kage-level shinobi. During crises, the village relied heavily on 2 Jinchuriki. If someone from Konoha had managed to eliminate Anoki, the other nations might have torn Iwagakure apart. The Land of Wind, impoverished and hungry for territory, would have eagerly seized land from any weakened neighbor, fire or earth. Meanwhile, the aggressive Land of Lightning across the sea was unpredictable and could have easily invaded. Standing beneath the Tsuchikage's office, listening to Anoki announce peace, Ishiro felt indifferent. He was already a proper shinobi, and peace or war only differed in intensity. His life still consisted of dangerous missions. Hearing civilian cheers, Ishiro felt out of place. Thankfully, Anoki's speech was brief, and soon the crowd dispersed. Today, Ishiro had no missions. Shohara and Tanaka would soon take their Tunin exams, meaning Team 5 would soon disband. His own reassignment remained uncertain. Perhaps he'd lead a squad, or maybe he'd receive specialized duties. I'll visit the barrier division, Ishiro decided. After 2 years, the research seemed finally nearing a breakthrough. Over these 2 years, Ishiro occasionally visited the barrier division, though he no longer actively participated, merely reviewing new data and ideas. Currently, the division was conducting a crucial experiment expected to decipher one fragment of the fire domain sealing formula. They anticipated a breakthrough soon. Though several previous experiments had failed, adjustments had shown promising signs. Ishiro had provided 2 fragments, one for absorbing natural energy and another for autonomously generating fire release. The current promising experiment involved natural energy absorption. Due to inherent risks, it occurred in a valley outside the village, with Ubu guarding the perimeter. Entering the valley, Ishiro easily gained access. He was a frequent visitor with Anoki's approval. Surprisingly, Ishiro saw Anoki himself present, unsure if he'd just arrived from the Tsuchikage's office or if the earlier speaker had been a clone. No one paid Ishiro much attention. He reviewed data tables and eagerly asked Captain Mizuhara, based on the data, last time seemed quite stable. Will it succeed this time? Mizuhara nodded silently, even more nervous than Ishiro. While Ishiro had transitioned into a combat-oriented shinobi, Mizuhara was purely a sealing expert who dedicated immense effort to this project. Uzumaki Yumi, standing nearby, explained openly, the likelihood of successfully absorbing natural energy is high. But yesterday, someone raised a new concern: what happens to all that accumulated natural energy afterward? Could it build up indefinitely, suddenly exploding? Ishiro pondered briefly. Indeed, having forcibly separated the fire domain technique, the natural energy originally meant to fuel the fire was left without an outlet. Unable to immediately devise a solution, Ishiro decided to watch carefully and adapt accordingly. Soon, over a dozen sealing specialists simultaneously activated the reconstructed sealing formation, based on the fire domain fragment. Ishiro estimated it had reached A-rank complexity, something no single shinobi in Iwagakure could yet perform alone. An Ubu member stood beside each specialist, ready to intervene if the natural energy became unstable. Shortly after activation, Anoki visibly reacted. Noticing this, Ishiro's heart stirred with excitement. Could it finally be working? Eagerly, Ishiro crouched down and initiated his sensing ninjutsu. Unfortunately, his skills were still limited. Even now, just as the experiment began, he couldn't yet sense anything. Chapter 47, Dense Natural Energy. Chapter 47, Dense Natural Energy. Ishiro didn't rush. He emptied his mind and slowly extended his senses, carefully observing the surroundings through his perception ninjutsu. Anoki noticed Ishiro using sensory techniques but wasn't concerned, though he was mildly surprised. It seemed this boy's spiritual strength had grown considerably over the past few years. After some time, as the natural energy within the sealing area accumulated, Ishiro finally noticed something distinct. He had previously sensed many types of chakra but never truly felt natural energy. This time, with focused sensing, he clearly felt the difference. Within his perception, a tranquil and calming energy was slowly gathering inside the sealed area. Its sensation differed completely from other chakra types he knew. Though the energy was faint, Ishiro clearly sensed its powerful nature. This power wasn't simply a matter of raw strength but rather one of higher quality. Chakra had different levels. A shinobi's initial chakra was weak, resulting in ordinary jutsu effects. But through continuous training, strengthening of willpower, and physical improvement, the chakra became purer, resulting in greater power. For instance, the chakra of a jonin always felt stronger to Ishiro than his own. Mizunosuke Kagami had detected Ishiro precisely because Kagami's chakra was higher in quality. But now, the natural energy in the sealing area, despite being faint, felt far superior, far surpassing even Keki-Igenkai like ice release or the chakra of jonin. It even felt stronger than Tsuchikage Anoki's chakra nearby. Anoki also sensed the formidable natural energy. At his level, he could tell clearly that this energy might indeed be controllable. With his chakra quantity and quality, he believed that absorbing small amounts of natural energy was feasible, provided he could control and merge it properly. But merely suppressing it wouldn't suffice. True fusion was the goal. Achieving fusion would mean becoming something akin to Jiraiya's later form, a sage. Thinking of Toad Sage Jiraiya, Ishiro had an idea, but he quickly set it aside. This wasn't the moment for such thoughts. For now, it was more important to thoroughly experience and understand natural energy. Using his sensory ninjutsu, Ishiro felt as if he were immersed in the embrace of nature, experiencing a soothing sensation as if both mind and body were being purified. Without realizing it, a relaxed smile formed on his lips. After a while longer, the natural energy density had significantly increased. Ishiro opened his eyes, finding he could sense it easily even without complete focus. He glanced at the dozen shinobi maintaining the sealing formation, relieved to find none appeared uncomfortable. The first step had succeeded. Next, they needed to ensure control of the sealing formation. Ideally, 3 goals needed to be met. First, to control the rate of natural energy accumulation and, if possible, stop it freely once a certain density was reached. Second, to allow the shinobi maintaining the seal to be rotated seamlessly as their chakra depleted. And third, eventually to make practical use of this natural energy. The third goal was the ultimate aim but wasn't urgent. The first 2 were more crucial. Understanding this clearly, Anoki instructed the sealing team, "Good work. Now, try to slow down the accumulation rate. The sealing specialists complied, carefully reducing their chakra output, trying to maintain the formation while slowing the energy influx. Immediately, Ishiro noticed the natural energy accumulation slowing down. It worked. Ishiro exclaimed excitedly. Anoki smiled with satisfaction. Success meant natural energy could indeed be managed by sealing techniques, giving the village great hope. Actually, reaching this stage already exceeded the initial expectations set 3 years ago. Even if they progressed no further, periodically gathering natural energy for experimentation would eventually yield results. The entire village's efforts couldn't possibly fall short compared to a single shinobi like Orochimaru, could they? Under Anoki's direct supervision, the barrier division continued detailed experiments for several days, finally achieving complete control of the sealing formation. After fine adjustments, they could now freely start and stop the sealing formation and rotate shinobi as needed. This rapid progress was the culmination of the barrier division's dedicated efforts over the past 2 years, obsessively researching these fragments. Today, Anoki summoned the village's leadership and department heads to a meeting at the seal site. Ishiro, as the project's original advocate, received special permission to attend this high-level gathering. The meeting's primary topic was utilizing the gathered natural energy. However, this was new territory for everyone, and no feasible plans emerged initially. As an observer, Ishiro offered a suggestion: before we have shinobi capable of directly controlling natural energy, we could treat this area as a special environment. Perhaps letting ninja, children, or even ninja animals live here could create subtle effects over time. He continued, the creatures of the 3 great sage lands developed sage jutsu, likely due to prolonged exposure to environments rich in natural energy. Everyone's eyes lit up at this thought. Artificially cultivating their own sage land suddenly seemed feasible. The head of the medical division quickly suggested, we could replicate this seal at the hospital. A natural energy-rich environment might help speed up patient recovery. With this inspiration, others enthusiastically proposed various ideas. Anoki decisively concluded, initially selecting some promising shinobi and beneficial ninja animals to live within the seal's perimeter. Children would wait until safety was verified. Regarding the hospital, they would start small by designating a special recovery zone. Consequently, the village selected talented young shinobi and useful ninja beasts to reside in this sealed area. Ishiro volunteered as the first resident, which nobody objected to, given his contributions and innate talent. He would have been chosen anyway. Ishiro had anticipated sage jutsu for years, natural energy had practically become an obsession since 3 years ago. In the following days, Ishiro rarely left the sealed area. Since the selected shinobi hadn't arrived yet, he was alone inside. He assumed the village wanted to observe him before committing further. After several days, Ishiro felt no adverse effects. He constantly used sensory ninjutsu to sense natural energy. Gradually, Ishiro realized his understanding and affinity toward natural energy might have increased. It was merely intuition and possibly psychological, but he sincerely hoped it was real. When he reported his observations to Anoki, the Tsuchikage promptly arrived with several advisors to question Ishiro personally. One advisor even asked for recommendations about which shinobi to choose for the area. This prompted Ishiro's imagination, recalling novels from his past life. He proposed, Lord Tsuchikage, honored advisors, we could prioritize selecting shinobi who are calm-natured, or those fond of nature, plants and wildlife. The advisors exchanged looks, surprised by Ishiro's insightful suggestion, though another advisor lamented, we have plenty who excel at killing, but calm, nature-loving ninja are rare. Another idea struck Ishiro, who quickly added, then perhaps try the opposite, extremely violent individuals. Extremes may reverse, those furthest from nature might sense it even more profoundly. Anoki and his advisors were puzzled but agreed it was worth exploring. Anoki promptly assigned an advisor to carry out these plans. Lastly, Anoki asked Ishiro if living within the seal area had any negative effects. Upon hearing Ishiro's reassuring response, he ordered the selected shinobi to move in starting the next day. Since perceiving natural energy wasn't something achievable overnight, Ishiro's temporary role as a guinea pig ended. Accordingly, the village reassigned him. Team 5 was disbanded after all members became Chunin. Tanaka and Ishiro were assigned to the Umbu, while Shohara became the leader of a new 3-member team. This arrangement was logical. Shohara's taijutsu was outstanding after 2 years, suitable for leadership, and he had finally mastered his first C-rank ninjutsu. Tanaka, despite good combat skills, had clear weaknesses, good at protecting herself, less capable of protecting teammates. Regarding Ishiro, the village hoped Umbu service would provide further growth under senior shinobi before entrusting him with independent responsibilities. The village was reluctant to prematurely expose a genius like Ishiro, preferring he mature under experienced guidance first. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 48, Umbu. Chapter 48, Umbu. Umbu, in the original work, an organization mainly used to highlight how powerful the protagonists or other key characters were. Except for one notable time during Pain's invasion, Konoha's Umbu rarely shined. Most other times, Umbu served as stepping stones to showcase the strength of characters like Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, or Uchiha Shisui, repeatedly breaking expectations about this supposedly mysterious elite group. But having lived in this shinobi world for years, Ishiro had learned a lot about Umbu. Every member was at least Chunin level, and not every Chunin qualified to join. In regular shinobi teams, a Chunin could lead, but Umbu squad captains had to be at least Tokubetsu Jonin level. Ishiro wasn't sure exactly how many Umbu operatives IWA had, but he estimated at least a few hundred active combatants. Umbu handled many difficult, sensitive missions, often spending more time away from the village than inside it. Even within the village, Umbu didn't openly wear their uniform unless on a mission. Instead, they blended in among ordinary shinobi. If at any given moment, 100 Umbu were present in the village, Ishiro reasoned that the total Umbu personnel must number several hundred. And were there actually 100 Umbu on active duty at any one time? He felt there definitely were. For instance, at least a dozen or two were always on duty at Umbu headquarters, while another dozen protected the Tsuchikage building. 2 Jinchuriki each warranted a full protection squad, and the village itself was huge. Could a dozen Umbu really suffice for surveillance and patrol? Moreover, special locations, such as the sealed area Ishiro now inhabited, had at least 3 Umbu teams assigned. Thus, by any calculation, at least 100 Umbu must have been actively on duty within the village at all times. Then consider Umbu operatives stationed outside the village. A single hunting mission might last weeks, plus there were border patrols and intelligence infiltration in foreign nations. Such vast borders required many Umbu patrols. Add in Umbu stationed in various smaller countries, and the numbers rapidly multiplied. Since Umbu also needed rest periods, if an Umbu spent 2/3 of their time on missions, all these numbers might further increase by half. Clearly, Umbu was a massive organization. Yet, its structure was oddly simple. Rather than multiple complex layers, Umbu had only 3 levels: regular members, squad captains, and unit commanders. Several Umbu commanders reported directly to Tsuchikage Anoki, each relatively independent. Under each commander were numerous squad captains, creating an overwhelming yet simple hierarchy. This wasn't unusual, though. Umbu squads usually operated independently rather than as part of large-scale military units. The commander's main role was allocating tasks rather than personally leading large groups on missions. Ishiro was assigned to Umbu Squad 2, under Commander Owl, an elite jonin whose mask bore a strange rocky design. Ishiro had seen Owl without the mask, a man in his 30s with a harmless, honest look. Yet once masked, Owl radiated mystery and strength. On their way to Umbu's headquarters, Owl showed Ishiro how to navigate safely through Umbu's complex security, bypassing traps and avoiding detection by sensory barriers. Ishiro then received his Umbu gear, 2 identical plain masks, uniforms, and weapons. In Umbu, the village provided all logistical support and higher pay, though tasks were more frequent and dangerous. He immediately underwent training divided into 2 parts: theory, including secret codes, protocols, and mission tactics, and practical combat assessment, designed to assign suitable teammates. Crucially, new Umbu recruits could learn one specialized skill, such as swordsmanship, taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu. However, the skill taught wasn't high level, nor was there supplemental medicinal support. Ishiro felt conflicted. He'd already set his training path, so choosing another skill was tricky. In the past 2 years, Ishiro's chakra reserves had grown from 53C to 120C, reaching roughly 1.2B. This was enough to start learning B-rank ninjutsu. He was accumulating contribution points toward that goal, though progress had been slow lately. His most significant improvements were in ninjutsu proficiency. With increased mental strength and chakra control, he'd greatly reduced the hand seals required for many jutsu. The basic 3-body techniques now required just 1 seal, essentially instantaneous casting. The original water line jutsu required just 4 seals, earth wall, 5 seals, earth spike, 6 seals. Additionally, Ishiro successfully developed an upgraded version of water line jutsu, now calling it water pressure line jutsu. Though still based on water line jutsu, it had evolved into something entirely different. He could project pressure up to 30 meters, beyond which accuracy and power rapidly decreased. This jutsu's power was nearly equivalent to B rank, consuming roughly 25 C of chakra and requiring 7 hand seals. It was currently his strongest attack. Ishiro's hand seal speed also increased significantly, reaching between 4 to 4.5 seals per second. This meant Ishiro could comfortably engage Chunin-level opponents from a distance, overwhelming them with rapid-fire ninjutsu. Given his established fighting style, he was uncertain about the new skill offered by Ambu. If the benefit were a B-rank ninjutsu, there'd be no hesitation, but unfortunately, it fell into an awkward intermediate range. Any new skill would require considerable time to master, disrupting his carefully planned training schedule. After some hesitation, Ishiro approached Owl and described his predicament, hoping for advice. Without hesitation, Owl replied, "Choose the body flicker jutsu, Shunshin no Jutsu. You're a ninjutsu-focused shinobi, so your missions won't usually require great speed. But exceptions happen, and with fast movement, not only will missions be easier, but you'll greatly improve your survivability." Ishiro slapped his forehead in realization. He'd overlooked something critical. Fighting peers was one thing, but if he encountered Jonin-level opponents, could he even escape? The thought chilled him. Protected by Kitsuchi for so long, he'd grown complacent. Grateful, Ishiro thanked Owl and promptly collected a scroll on the body flicker jutsu. Body flicker jutsu, called one of the advanced three-body techniques in his past life's internet discussions, allowed rapid short-distance movement. It had been expertly used by Shursue and Minato in the original work, and mastering it could significantly boost combat potential. According to the scroll, after forming hand seals once, one could perform multiple rapid movements in succession, though this was exceedingly difficult and typically limited in number. Ultimately, body flicker jutsu suited quick, short-range maneuvering rather than sustained travel, unless two specific conditions were met: continuous usage without hand seals, and massive chakra reserves. Few shinobi reached a level to perform it sealless, but body flicker jutsu was the most common technique shinobi invested time mastering, given its life-saving potential. Rapid seal formation to maintain continuous flickers was virtually impossible, its speed was simply too great. Even Itachi, with his incredible 6 seals per second speed, couldn't chain seals fast enough to continuously maintain body flicker. Moreover, each use consumed about 2 C of chakra, limiting sustained usage to chakra powerhouses like the Senju or Uzumaki clans. However, this didn't diminish its battlefield value. During combat, body flicker jutsu allowed swift repositioning, quickly returning to friendly forces if outmatched, thus becoming a vital life-saving technique. Satisfied, Ishiro began carefully studying the body flicker scroll, understanding how vital this technique would become for his survival. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 49, Teammates. Chapter 49, Teammates. Ishiro trained for over 10 days at the Ubu facility, not because he was unqualified, he'd already met Ubu standards within 3 days, but simply because there wasn't a suitable team vacancy at the time. Although Ubu had a high casualty rate, it was now peacetime, and there weren't always open slots. During wartime, many Ubu squads had merged into regular combat forces. Shortly after the war, Ubu had already replenished its ranks. Over the past 2 years, while Ubu still sustained losses, no existing teams lacked a ninjutsu specialist like Ishiro. That changed when Ubu Squad 18 of Unit 2 recently lost a ninjutsu user to a sneak attack by Suna puppet users during a secret mission in the Land of Wind. Upon receiving the assignment, Ishiro promptly went to report to Squad 18, whose 3 members had been informed in advance and were already awaiting him at an Ubu training base. Entering the training grounds with his mask on, Ishiro met 3 similarly masked shinobi. 2 women and 1 man, all adults judging by their heights. Using the sensory techniques learned during his training, Ishiro memorized their unique chakra signatures. The 3 observed him briefly before one female Ubu spoke first. "I'm the captain of Squad 18, codename Shiden, Purple Lightning." She pointed at the other woman and the men in turn. "This is White Cat, and this is Pebble." Ishiro couldn't help giving Pebble a curious glance, surprised by the quirky codename. Pebble, however, was already accustomed to this reaction and didn't mind, simply asking, "What's your codename?" Ishiro replied, "My codename is Rock. Having reincarnated many years ago, he'd almost forgotten his original name, Rocky. Using Rock as his Ubu codename was a subtle nod to his grounded and resilient nature. Captain Shiden nodded in acknowledgement, then said, "Let's get to know each other through combat. Each of us will attack you individually to test your strength. You'll also learn about ours through our attacks." Without further warning, White Cat immediately attacked. Ishiro wasn't caught off guard. While swiftly retreating, he rapidly formed hand seals, astonishing White Cat with how quickly, just over 1 second, he executed his water pressure line jutsu. Yet White Cat was clearly an elite Ubu member. Facing this unexpected attack, she twisted her body in an almost unnatural manner, narrowly evading the jutsu and quickly regaining her balance to continue her approach. Ishiro had never expected one jutsu to decide victory against an elite Ubu. As soon as he'd released the first attack, he began forming hand seals again, this time Earth Spike Jutsu. However, White Cat displayed incredible agility, continuously dodging Ishiro's Earth Spikes with precision. Exhaling calmly, Ishiro again swiftly cast another Jutsu, the original Waterline Jutsu, weaker but much faster. At closer range, this faster attack finally put White Cat under significant pressure. Although she barely dodged the attack, she lost her balance due to the strain. Relieved, Ishiro realized her bizarre movement had limits after all. Without pause, he continued firing rapid waterline jutsus, forcing White Cat to repeatedly execute desperate maneuvers. After 4 consecutive evasions, she finally reached her limit and could no longer regain her balance. Just as Ishiro believed he'd secured victory, something black suddenly flew toward him from a nearby shadow. Startled but already halfway through his next seals, Ishiro quickly redirected his attack towards the incoming object. To his astonishment, the object smoothly twisted midair, evading Ishiro's attack, landing nearby, and immediately charging at him again. Ishiro now saw it clearly, a sleek black ninja cat wearing Iwa's forehead protector, undoubtedly White Cat's partner. With no time to ponder whether it was like Konoha's Inuzuka clan pets or Kakashi's summon, Ishiro quickly changed tactics, using his stronger water pressure line jutsu. Realizing this, the black cat decisively retreated, returning to White Cat's side. White Cat had already recovered by then. Standing together, they easily dodged Ishiro's subsequent attack. Facing him calmly, White Cat declared, "Rock, I acknowledge your strength." She then withdrew with her feline partner. Before Ishiro could rest, Pebble rushed forward, unsheathing his sword. Recognizing a Kenjutsu, swordsmanship, specialist, Ishiro immediately tested him with a swift water line jutsu. Pebble cleanly sliced through Ishiro's technique without slowing. Adjusting quickly, Ishiro used water pressure line jutsu, prompting a cautious dodge from Pebble. Clearly, White Cat's abnormal agility was a unique case. Most shinobi couldn't simply power through ninjutsu. Maintaining pressure, Ishiro cast earth spikes continuously, forcing Pebble into desperate dodging until he was eventually cornered and forced to surrender. Frustrated, Pebble muttered complaints, evoking laughter from White Cat watching from afar. Ishiro couldn't help smiling, reminded of his former teammate, Shohara, who also struggled similarly against Ishiro's ninjutsu barrages. As Pebble retreated, Captain Shiden launched a sudden assault. Instantly alert, Ishiro sensed movement behind him, but before he could complete his turn or seals, a blade already rested against his throat. Sweat trickled down his forehead. For the first time since becoming a Chunin, Ishiro felt utterly powerless against another shinobi. Captain Shiden was clearly a speed-type jonin. To her, a ninjutsu specialist like Ishiro was an easy prey, one quick slash, one quick kill. Even after Shiden withdrew her blade, Ishiro's heart still raced. He had never felt so helpless, not even against Katsuchi. Though she'd attacked suddenly, Ishiro knew that even facing her head-on, he'd still have no chance. This didn't necessarily mean Katsuchi was weaker, but Shiden's speed-based style perfectly countered Ishiro's own. After calming himself, Shiden finally said, "Rock, you've passed. From now on, you're a member of our squad." She then removed her mask, prompting White Cat and Pebble to do the same. Understanding the protocol, Ishiro removed his mask too. Shiden had a sharp, tough beauty, while White Cat's delicate, doll-like face made her look deceptively younger. Pebble, surprisingly, was the most handsome, while Ishiro himself appeared rather ordinary by comparison, still bearing traces of youth. Despite initial appearances, Shiden's squad had already witnessed Ishiro's strength. Though surprised by his age, they accepted him readily into their ranks. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 50, The Rhythm of the Umbu. Chapter 50, The Rhythm of the Umbu. After Ishiro joined Team 18, his daily rhythm noticeably sped up. The frequency of Umbu missions was significantly higher than when he was in Team 5. The day after joining, Ishiro was assigned his first mission, patrolling the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. In peaceful times, such patrol missions were relatively relaxed. Large countries like the Land of Earth already stationed regular ninja at their borders. Umbu patrols merely added another layer of security. Team 18 didn't follow fixed patrol routes. Captain Shiden would decide their path spontaneously upon arriving at the area. Not having fixed routes made their movements more covert. Besides, now that the great nations had signed peace treaties, blatant incursions were rare. There were typically 2 ways ninja entered other countries: officially sanctioned missions, such as escorting merchant caravans, which the host nation generally permitted due to peace agreements, or covert missions like spying or assassination. Those covert infiltrators never openly displayed ninja attire, preferring to disguise themselves as ordinary people or travelers. Thus, Ishiro's team's primary duty wasn't just detecting hidden enemies, but rather identifying spies or foreign ninja disguised as commoners or wandering mercenaries. Team 18 rarely took such reconnaissance missions in the past, as they specialized in direct combat or hunting rogue ninja. However, when Ishiro mentioned his proficiency in sensing ninjutsu during their introductions, his new teammates' eyes immediately lit up. This would save significant effort on patrols. As they set off from the village, Ishiro, as the newest member, received considerate treatment. Initially, everyone matched their pace to his. When they noticed Ishiro practicing the body flicker technique, Shunshin, along the way, Captain Shiden, an expert in agility, began giving him pointers. Unfortunately, as they were on a mission, Ishiro didn't dare consume chakra recklessly, only practicing the technique around 10 times before stopping. Upon reaching the border, Team 18 seemed to relax, casually observing occasional travelers passing through the region. Whenever someone passed, Team 18 relied on Ishiro's sensing technique. At the same time, Little Stone taught Ishiro how to identify potential spies without using sensing ninjutsu. Usually, these patrol assignments lasted a month. If no abnormalities were found, they'd return afterward. However, encountering an incident could lead to combat, and whether the mission continued after a fight depended on the team's condition. After about 20 uneventful days, Ishiro's body flicker technique had improved remarkably under Shiden's guidance. In just over a month, Ishiro reduced the hand seals of the C-rank ninjutsu to just 2, and chakra consumption dropped to about 1.5 C. More importantly, under Shiden's tutelage, Ishiro could now perform 2 consecutive shunshin with 1 set of hand seals, a significant breakthrough indicating he had truly grasped the basics of this technique. Ishiro recalled clearly that Tana, his former teammate, had taken nearly a year and a half to achieve the same feat, and Tana had been ecstatic at the time. Could I actually be talented at the body flicker technique? Ishiro wondered, echoing his earlier surprise when he realized his talent in sensing ninjutsu. Yet, after careful consideration, Ishiro dismissed the idea. It wasn't necessarily talent, rather, Ishiro now was vastly different from when he first learned ninjutsu. Back then, he could barely perform 1 transformation per day. Now, with increased chakra reserves, he could easily practice multiple times daily without worry. Plus, he had the advantage of a skilled jonin like Shiden providing guidance, allowing him to progress without hitting roadblocks. Additionally, Ishiro's chakra control had greatly improved. Complex chakra manipulation now came effortlessly to him, and his prior experiences simplifying and developing jutsu had enhanced his learning capabilities. Combining these factors enabled Ishiro to rapidly master the body flicker technique in less than a month. This realization prompted Ishiro to reconsider his combat style. Previously, limited chakra made him assume learning new ninjutsu was prohibitively slow. But now, given his improved chakra capacity and control, perhaps he should expand his repertoire. His current techniques felt too limited for self-defense, after all. Ishiro's rapid improvement surprised his teammates. Although they'd expected him to be skilled, they hadn't anticipated this level of rapid progress. Especially Little Stone, a sword specialist, mastering the body flicker technique would significantly boost his combat power, yet his average talent in ninjutsu prevented him from achieving proficiency in actual battle. White Cat also knew the body flicker, but her fighting style didn't match this technique well, so for her, it was primarily a tool for escape, similar to Ishiro's initial purpose. Only Captain Shiden excelled at the body flicker technique within Team 18. Ishiro had witnessed her mastery firsthand. She could activate Shunshin with just 1 seal, performing 4 consecutive rapid movements. Though inferior to legendary ninjas who used seal-less body flickers effortlessly, Shiden's proficiency was undoubtedly among the top ranks in the shinobi world. Today, as usual, Ishiro sensed a merchant caravan passing the border, but something unusual appeared. Officially, the caravan hired a single ninja team for protection, 4 ninja in total, with the rest of the members being ordinary civilians. However, Ishiro clearly detected 8 chakra signatures. After carefully distinguishing them, Ishiro promptly reported, "Captain, something's wrong. There are 8 ninja hidden in this caravan, 1 jonin, 4 chunin, and 3 genin." Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed team immediately became vigilant. White Cat quickly analyzed, 8 ninjas mean 2 squads. The visible squad is probably 1 chunin leading 3 genin. The hidden one has 1 jonin leading 3 chunin, likely an Ubu team similar to ours. This could be a tough fight. Little Stone immediately interjected, "Wait, although we've discovered them, they haven't noticed us yet. That's a significant advantage. We don't have to engage right away, instead, let's first contact nearby teams and attack with overwhelming force." White Cat nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Ishiro. "True. We're nearly 1,000 meters away, it's unlikely they've sensed us." Shiden agreed, instructing, "Let's not follow too closely and risk detection. I'll split off alone, Little Stone, you take White Cat and Rock. We'll separately contact the neighboring Ubu patrol teams, regroup here, and then track them together." Everyone nodded, and after the caravan had traveled a safe distance away, Team 18 split into two groups. Ishiro's group quickly contacted a nearby patrol team, easily coordinating with them due to their frequent interactions and information exchanges. The contacted team promptly joined Team 18's cause. When Ishiro's group returned to the original position, Captain Shiden had already returned with another team. With all three teams together, Shiden assumed temporary command. She signaled to White Cat, who immediately sent Black Cat ahead to track. The 12 ninja quickly moved towards the caravan's location. The caravan moved slowly, unaware they'd been discovered, so their hidden Ambu team remained with them. Soon, Ishiro's group caught up and paused briefly while he reconfirmed the enemy's positions through sensing ninjutsu. They're still there. The hidden Ambu team includes one Jonin with wind and fire affinities, one Chunin with water affinity, and two Chunin with fire affinity. The visible squad has one water affinity Chunin and three Genin who haven't developed elemental transformations yet. He quickly outlined their exact positions. After everyone nodded in understanding, Shiden swiftly assigned roles. Shiden's group, consisting of two Jonin and one special Jonin, would handle the enemy Jonin. Ishiro's Team 18 and another team would deal with the remaining three enemy Chunin. The last team would eliminate the visible escort team. Once roles were assigned, Shiden decisively ordered the attack. Without hesitation, the three teams charged towards the caravan simultaneously. As for civilian casualties, none of the Ambu cared. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 51, The Efficiency of Ambu. Chapter 51, The Efficiency of Ambu. Ishiro had no time to pay attention to the Jonin battle happening elsewhere. The 6-against-3 fight he was involved in had already fully occupied his attention. As soon as the fight started, Ishiro immediately launched a water pressure line jutsu aimed directly at a fire affinity Chunin detected through his sensing. Due to the surprise attack, the enemy Ambu, disguised as an ordinary caravan member, was completely unprepared, even failing to draw his weapon before being struck by Ishiro's technique. Although he managed to dodge slightly by instinct, he couldn't avoid a serious injury as Ishiro's attack pierced through his body. Following Ishiro's attack, his teammates mercilessly unleashed a storm of kunai and shuriken. Ishiro's second water pressure line jutsu didn't even hit a living target. The enemy ninja, unable to evade, had already been fatally wounded by over 10 flying projectiles. Seeing his second ninjutsu strike only a corpse didn't discourage Ishiro. He halted his forward momentum and immediately formed seals for another attack, this time the simpler water line jutsu, again targeting a single enemy. Having witnessed Ishiro's previous lethal attack, the two remaining Chunin panicked and focused heavily on evading Ishiro's attack. Their distraction provided an opening, allowing a ninja from another squad to injure one of them with a spear of earth. Little Stone swiftly seized the opportunity, closing in and decapitating the enemy Chunin with a swift slash. The final water affinity Chunin managed to dodge White Cat's attack using a water clone and then created a self-destructing clone to cover his retreat. But just as he gained some distance, he suddenly froze and collapsed, several projectiles embedding themselves in his vital spots. Black Cat had taken advantage of his full-speed escape to strike from the shadows, landing a fatal blow directly to his throat. By the time the projectiles hit him, he was already dead. While Ishiro's side concluded swiftly, the other battles didn't drag on either. The Chunin leader of the visible escort squad was instantly focused down by 3 elite Chunin and killed before even reacting. His 3 genin subordinates followed shortly after, easily dispatched without resistance. Their fight concluded even faster than Ishiro's group. The enemy Jonin lasted slightly longer, but after receiving wounds in the initial assault, he rapidly became overwhelmed. Facing 2 Jonin opponents of equal strength and a special Jonin constantly ambushing him from the side, he quickly accumulated multiple injuries. Unable to use even a single ninjutsu, he was soon slain by Captain Shiden, who closed the distance swiftly with a body flicker and struck him down. Immediately after finishing their enemies, Ishiro activated his sensory ninjutsu to confirm there were no additional threats nearby, only relaxing when he found nothing unusual. Under the horrified gaze of the scattering civilians from the caravan, the 12 Ambu quickly cleaned the battlefield and vanished swiftly from sight. The entire operation, from the first strike to leaving, took less than a minute. Many caravan members hadn't even processed what had happened, and some fleeing individuals were still visible when the 12 Ambu had already disappeared completely. Captain Shiden led them to a previously prepared hidden location, where they sorted through the spoils of battle. First, Ishiro sealed the bodies for later examination by specialists back at the village. Then, they shared the belongings of the 8 slain ninja. Because the enemies died so suddenly without a chance to use their equipment, the team gained considerable spoils, including a significant amount of money and standard combat gear. Unexpectedly, they found a ninjutsu scroll on the Jonin's body, a rare treasure, as Ubu generally wouldn't carry such items unless directly related to their mission. All 12 quickly copied down the scroll. The original would be handed over to the village along with the sealed bodies. There wasn't much else of value, as ninjas rarely carried non-essential items. Instead of immediately separating, the 3 squads rested together for half a day, recovering chakra and stamina. Afterward, one squad nearing the end of their patrol returned first with the sealed bodies and the original scroll, while Ishiro's team and the remaining squad resumed patrol duties. That evening, Ishiro checked the copied scroll. It described a fire release technique, the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, originally developed by the Uchiha clan. Since the village already possessed this technique, submitting the scroll wouldn't yield many contribution points. Instead, the training insights written at the end were more valuable. However, Ishiro hadn't awakened the fire attribute, making it impossible for him to train this technique. After years of reflection, Ishiro suspected that having 2 chakra natures, earth and water, was a result of living 2 lives, each originally possessing one of these affinities. Developing additional elements beyond these 2 would be significantly harder. Thus, Ishiro wasn't seeking to learn the jutsu but to study the fire element's nature. Unfortunately, none of his teammates had the fire affinity, and while another squad had a fire-type ninja, he specialized in taijutsu, rendering the technique mostly useless to him as well. Ultimately, this scroll provided no practical benefits for their team, merely adding to their collection. Disappointed, Ishiro wondered when he'd acquire a jutsu he could actually use. Usually, ninjas embarking on missions outside their own country left valuable items at home, ensuring that even if they died, enemies wouldn't benefit. Hence, it was rare to acquire useful ninjutsu from defeated foes unless during deep incursions where enemies felt relatively safe. After his reflections, Ishiro mentally reviewed the day's battle. Analyzing battles afterward was crucial for a ninja's growth and survival. He realized a critical mistake today. Following his habit from solo combat, he unnecessarily launched a second attack on an enemy already killed by teammates. Today, overwhelming odds masked this error, but in future evenly matched battles, such mistakes could prove fatal by wasting precious opportunities. Determined to improve, Ishiro asked his senior teammates about strategies to identify opportunities and predict battlefield conditions in team fights. Littlestone was particularly enthusiastic, and with their help, Ishiro started learning methods to seize combat opportunities amidst chaotic conditions. Today's mission further clarified Ishiro's understanding of the Umbu's dangerous reality. On his very first Umbu mission, he'd already encountered enemy Jonin-level threats. Umbu missions indeed carried immense risks. However, incidents like this weren't common, and Ishiro encountered no more trouble until the mission concluded. Returning safely, Ishiro received notification about their mission rewards. Due to eliminating an entire enemy Umbu team, each of their 3 squads was credited with completing an A-rank mission. As the initiators and main combatants, Team 18 received generous rewards, 6,000 contribution points. Ishiro personally obtained 2,000 points, a considerable amount. Over the past 2 years, performing mostly B and C-rank missions, Ishiro had accumulated only around 1,000 points. Earlier, due to bringing back Haku's corpse, the ice release user, Ishiro had already received an additional 3,000 points for outstanding performance, alongside some leftover points from before. Now, Ishiro possessed over 7,000 contribution points. Initially, he planned to gather 10,000 points to exchange for a B-rank ninjutsu, assuming his learning speed was limited. But after mastering the body flicker technique quickly, Ishiro gained new confidence. Perhaps other jutsu would also come easily, prompting him to consider exchanging points for several C-rank ninjutsu instead. Upon reaching the jutsu exchange counter, Ishiro was informed he still had one unclaimed C-rank ninjutsu. Remembering a past promise made during wartime, where the village replaced monetary allowances with a guaranteed ninjutsu reward, he was delighted. Any restrictions on redeeming this free jutsu? Ishiro asked hopefully. No restrictions, the clerk replied. Any C-rank jutsu, regardless of its usual contribution cost. Ecstatic, Ishiro realized he could claim an expensive and particularly useful jutsu, just as he'd once obtained the costly sensory ninjutsu, valued at over 10,000 points. With determination, Ishiro announced boldly, "Bring out the full list, I'm picking the most expensive one." The clerk chuckled, accustomed to seeing people seek expensive jutsu but rarely so openly eager as Ishiro. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 52, Choosing Ninjutsu. Chapter 52, Choosing Ninjutsu. The clerk was curious about what ninjutsu Ishiro would pick, so he handed him the complete catalog of available C-rank jutsu. Scanning the list quickly, Ishiro noticed categories like sealing techniques, genjutsu, sensory jutsu, medical ninjutsu, and others. Seeing these, Ishiro paused. Previously, limited chakra had kept him from expanding his skills. Now that he'd discovered his talent for ninjutsu, perhaps he could learn some genjutsu or medical ninjutsu. He decided to first read the details. Setting aside sealing and sensory techniques, as well as elemental jutsu he couldn't use, Ishiro was left with water release, earth release, genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and a peculiar scroll labeled in release. After some consideration, Ishiro also removed medical ninjutsu. After all, he'd already obtained medical scrolls from Yakushi no. If he wanted medical skills, he could just use those. Focusing next on the 4 remaining categories, he quickly reviewed the water and earth techniques. He was already familiar with these and found nothing new had been added, so he moved on. He then carefully examined the genjutsu and in-release jutsu lists. Genjutsu was straightforward, he hadn't practiced it yet, but he understood the basics from his previous life and early theoretical studies. However, in-release was something he hadn't explored much, so Ishiro read its description carefully. The in-release scroll included techniques similar to Konoha's Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu, though they were limited and generally weak. Only one caught his eye, a technique resembling the Yamanaka clan's mind disturbance jutsu, able to disrupt enemies invisibly. Although it had no direct lethality, it was excellent support, leaving enemies open to a follow-up strike. Still, because it lacked direct killing power, few people bothered learning it. Given the limited collection of in-release techniques in IWA, its price was remarkably high, 9,300 contribution points, nearly 10,000. IWA really lacked foundation. Ishiro thought wistfully about encountering someone like Nono again, hoping to enrich the village's in-release collection further. Yet price wasn't his main concern. For the first time since learning chakra extraction from Anoki years ago, Ishiro felt he'd genuinely touched upon true in-release techniques. His mind suddenly filled with inspiration, feeling as if a door had opened within him. Unable to contain himself, Ishiro sat down immediately and began extracting chakra. The clerk was initially startled by Ishiro's actions, worried he'd practice ninjutsu inside. Seeing Ishiro simply meditating, the clerk relaxed, gathering the remaining scrolls quietly. Ishiro stayed meditating for half a day, finally opening his eyes with uncontrollable joy, laughing out loud. After nearly 7 years of extracting chakra, he'd finally mastered true In attribute chakra. Now he officially possessed water, earth, and In chakra affinities. But that wasn't the biggest gain. Ishiro also discovered his chakra extraction had been constrained by his physical limits, with abundant mental energy going unused. By adjusting the ratio, he could now extract true In chakra, doubling his chakra reserves in one go. In the past 2 years, his chakra had grown from 53C to 120C, slightly more than doubling. Now, just a single enlightenment had doubled it again. Ishiro laughed, grateful to his parents. Without their sacrifice and his inheritance, he wouldn't have checked this in-release scroll today. Ignoring the clerk's puzzled gaze, Ishiro decided to reserve the mind disturbance jutsu. He then reviewed genjutsu carefully. Iwa's C-rank genjutsu were limited, with only about 20 techniques, each fairly specialized. Most were either interrogation-focused or required the user to maintain hand seals constantly during combat. This posed a dilemma. Genjutsu rarely directly killed enemies, even the powerful Tsukimi only mentally crippled foes. Genjutsu primarily supported other attacks, but being forced to maintain hand seals significantly reduced their practical value. Yet, oddly enough, the single target binding genjutsu available still cost more than mind disturbance jutsu, priced even higher. Ishiro had one free choice but wanted both. Sadly, he didn't have enough points to pick both at once. Seeing his hesitation, the clerk advised, choosing ninjutsu shapes your combat style. If you truly want both but lack points, pay attention during missions. If you obtain new ninjutsu not already in our collection, the village will reward you handsomely. At first, Ishiro rolled his eyes. If capturing new ninjutsu were that easy, he wouldn't be standing here debating his choice. Then suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait." Excitedly, Ishiro asked, "Any ninjutsu the village doesn't have will count?" The clerk nodded, smiling. "Yes. No matter its source, if we lack it, the village won't question you." Thrilled, Ishiro declared, "Then how about this?" He glanced around but found no suitable targets. Deciding quickly, he ran to an empty corner and rapidly formed hand seals, creating 5 consecutive earth flow walls. Returning to the clerk, he announced, "Watch carefully. I'm going to show you my original ninjutsu." Slowly forming hand seals, he executed the water release, water pressure line jutsu. The sharp water line pierced cleanly through 4 walls, finally stopping at the 5th. The clerk stared, dumbfounded. With his experience, he immediately realized Ishiro's technique was entirely new, with power nearly reaching B rank yet chakra consumption clearly far below that level. Quickly inspecting the damaged walls, the clerk rushed back, grabbing Ishiro's arm in excitement. "How much chakra does it consume?" "Only about 25C, Ishiro replied calmly. The clerk sucked in a breath. Such a potent technique using merely 25C, barely 20% of a typical B-rank jutsu's consumption, made its value immense, almost on par with some Kekkei Genkai level techniques. Quick! Write it down immediately, the clerk said, handing Ishiro a blank scroll. Provide 2 versions, one original and one simplified. Ishiro complied, adding additional notes and insights on mastering the technique. Reading through it, the clerk beamed with satisfaction. Having worked here for many years, his greatest joy was seeing new jutsu added to the village collection. He hadn't been this happy since obtaining Uzumaki sealing techniques years ago. Recovering from his excitement, the clerk smiled at Ishiro. This jutsu is excellent. You're granted 2 more free C-rank jutsu selections. Pick whatever you like, I'll handle the paperwork. Delighted, Ishiro felt luck was truly on his side today. With 3 free selections now, his hesitation vanished. He quickly chose. Mind Disturbance Jutsu, Een Release 16 Seals, 3.8C Chakra Cost. Body Paralysis Jutsu, Genjutsu 15 Seals, 2.7C Chakra initially, plus 1C per second maintained. Earth Clone Jutsu, Earth Release 14 Seals, minimum 50C Chakra per clone, adjustable upwards for increased durability. Additionally, using his remaining 7,000 points, he exchanged for Underground Submergence, Earth Release 15 Seals, 10C Chakra plus 1C per second underground. Anti-sensory jutsu, alerts user immediately upon enemy sensing attempts, allowing reverse tracking, a vital skill he'd realized through missions. Basic swordsmanship technique, simple but useful in combination with genjutsu. Given his limited physical strength, Ishiro didn't expect much, just basic self-defense capability. This exchange depleted nearly all his saved contribution points. But Ishiro left satisfied, confident these new skills would greatly enhance his versatility as a ninja. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Not Enough Time. Chapter 53, Not Enough Time. After selecting his ninjutsu, Ishiro immediately went to the mission center to request assistance in mastering the underground submergence jutsu. Among all ninjutsu Ishiro had encountered, this one posed the greatest risk. Any mistake while underground would mean being buried alive. The first sentence on the scroll clearly warned that it was best practiced with a skilled instructor who could rescue the user if things went wrong. The schedule of Ubu missions was tight. Although their previous patrol lasted over a month, they only received a 10-day break afterward. Ishiro needed to master the jutsu within these 10 days. Once outside the village, no one would have time to help him. Remembering his previous experiences learning jutsu with guidance, Ishiro eagerly awaited the support of a senior ninja. This time he'd focus on underground submergence first. Next break, he'd move on to another jutsu, using his accumulated savings to issue 4 more B-rank tutoring missions if needed. Under the supervision of a skilled Chunin specializing in earth release, Ishiro quickly grasped the basics. However, his first attempt underground left him extremely nervous, causing chakra consumption to spike dramatically, nearly reaching 5C per second. He panicked after only a few moments, quickly surfacing in fear. That brief attempt alone drained a quarter of his chakra, this, despite his recent chakra reserves doubling to 2.4B. Without that increase, he'd have lost half his chakra instantly. The consumption was huge, yet the result was unimpressive. He'd barely traveled 10 meters underground. In combat, such performance would be a joke. Back on the surface, Ishiro explained his struggles to his instructor. The Chunin reassured him, offering several tips that greatly improved Ishiro's second attempt. Although still consuming around 2C per second, more than average, it no longer felt unsustainable. After a few days of practice, Ishiro finally grasped the jutsu, learning several practical applications from his instructor before the vacation ended. But before he could simplify the hand seals or fully refine the jutsu, another mission arrived. This time, Captain Shiden selected an intelligence-gathering mission in the Land of Rain. The task involved retrieving intelligence collected by undercover agents and assessing Rain Country's current situation. Rain Country bordered the lands of fire, earth, and wind, serving as the main battlefield during the previous ninja wars. During the Second Shinobi War, Hanzo led Rain Village's fierce resistance, inflicting substantial losses on all 3 major countries. Still, Rain itself suffered greatly. Aside from Hanzo, the village had been severely weakened. Ishiro's team had 2 main objectives: first, assessing whether Hanzo could still revitalize Rain Village, and second, investigating whether fire or wind had extended their influence into Rain during this vulnerable period. The mission didn't require them to infiltrate Rain Village, and Hanzo rarely left his village, making this relatively safe. Still, due to his knowledge of the original story, Ishiro remained wary, not just because of Hanzo, but because of Nagato's Rinnegan. Those eyes meant involvement from figures like Madara and Black Zetsu. Regardless of Madara's current strength, Ishiro knew he'd stand no chance if noticed. Black Zetsu was even more terrifying, once noticed, who knew how long he'd be targeted or when an attack might come. Zetsu was the ultimate patient predator, after all, having waited 1,000 years without wavering. Moreover, the Land of Rain was a target of Danzo's scheming. Ishiro vividly remembered how Danzo cooperated with Hanzo to eliminate the Akatsuki in the original timeline. Engaging with Danzo, the king of backstabbing, was rarely beneficial. Yet this timeline differed. After the Uzumaki incident, Danzo's power within Konoha had grown dramatically, even convincing Konoha's higher-ups to expand Root. His reasoning was simple: the Hokage's personal Ambu had failed, so Root had to step up. To solidify his position, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had reluctantly agreed. Currently, of Sarutobi's 3 students, 1 had left the village, 1 had lost interest in leadership, and Orochimaru was growing ever closer to Danzo. As a result, Sarutobi's influence had declined significantly. Danzo's goal remained becoming Hokage, a desire that kept his spirit sharp and active. Sarutobi, meanwhile, caught up in political struggles, was becoming increasingly weary. The deterioration of relationships with his 3 students after the Second War had been especially hard. Sarutobi had once stood atop the ninja world with 3 exceptional disciples destined to surpass even Kage-level standards. But the devastating loss in Uzushio and the sudden shift of power toward Danzo made him feel increasingly isolated. Recent reports indicated Danzo was causing trouble in Rain. Unable to restrain him effectively, Sarutobi could only let things unfold. However, Danzo's current actions differed from the original timeline. Instead of collaborating with Hanzo against the Akatsuki, still too small a threat, Danzo was secretly supporting Akatsuki to weaken Hanzo's influence, ultimately forcing Rain Country into submission. Returning to Ishiro's side, for convenience, his team didn't appear as Ambu or use disguises. Instead, they simply took on a civilian escort mission for a merchant caravan traveling from Earth Country across Rain Country toward the border near Wind Country. Essentially, they would traverse nearly the entire Rain Country. Captain Shiden wore a Chunin vest, while Ishiro, Shironiko, and Little Stone dressed as Genin. Due to the caravan's slow pace, Ishiro's team had ample time to practice their ninjutsu. Inspired by Ishiro, Little Stone started rigorous training in the body flicker technique, Shunshin. Ishiro, though proficient, still felt room for improvement, so they often practiced together. Shironiko showed particular interest in Ishiro's rapid ninjutsu casting, frequently training with him to dodge attacks. Her ninja cat companion, Dango, had been a kitten she saved during a mission, later surprisingly displaying chakra manipulation talent. Recognizing its potential, the village actively supported Dango's growth, even allocating special resources to Shironiko. Living closely with Dango, Shironiko learned various cat-like movements, including the bizarre agility she displayed. Previously, she and Dango had trained dodging thrown weapons, but practicing against Ishiro's ninjutsu proved even more effective. Ishiro also enjoyed their daily training, having never considered how multiple ninjutsu might synergize. Observing their interactions inspired him to create techniques that could rapidly unleash consecutive waterline attacks. His existing Earth Spear technique had a similar function, but its limitations were clear: it emerged slowly, one spear at a time, easily dodged by agile opponents. Ishiro was unaware that there was already an upgraded B-rank version capable of simultaneously summoning multiple spears. In any case, Ishiro aimed to develop a large-scale attack similar to the one he'd seen Mizuki Mirror use. He chose Waterline as the foundational jutsu due to its low chakra cost and future potential to upgrade into a mass attack version of Water Pressure Line. Discussing his ideas with his teammates unfortunately yielded limited insight, as none were ninjutsu specialists. Captain Shiden mentioned several similar B-rank area attacks, but Ishiro remained determined to create his own, ensuring it would synergize seamlessly with his existing techniques. Thus, in addition to routine training, Ishiro devoted considerable time contemplating this new mass attack version of Waterline. Yet juggling ninjutsu creation, cooperative training, Shunshin practice, underground travel mastery, and other new techniques left him feeling increasingly pressed for time. The sense of urgency deepened: there simply weren't enough hours in a day. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 54, The Land of Rain. Chapter 54, The Land of Rain. The caravan Ishiro accompanied traveled for over 20 days before finally entering the Land of Rain. According to the plan, they would spend at least another 10 days traversing the country. Given Rain's current instability, the journey might even take longer. Upon entering the Land of Rain, scattered refugees started appearing in small groups of 3 or 4, sometimes gathering into crowds of 100 or more. Their eyes lit up greedily when they saw the caravan supplies. If not for Ishiro and his teammates clearly displaying their ninja headbands, many would have tried to rob the convoy. Shironiko whispered to Captain Shiden, "Captain, it seems Rain's situation is even worse than we expected. With refugees everywhere, public order seems near collapse. What on earth is Hanzo doing?" Ishiro knew well the troubles Hanzo faced. The massive losses during the Second Ninja War had severely damaged Hanzo's authority. With many loyal subordinates killed, he could no longer firmly control the land of Rain. Yet the leaders of other ninja villages hadn't realized this yet. Everyone still believed that the legendary demigod Hanzo held absolute power and control. They merely found his inaction puzzling, failing to understand that he was actually unable to act. Only one person had recognized this, Danzo. While other nations still feared Hanzo, Danzo had begun secretly supporting various small factions within the country. Ishiro had to admit Danzo's foresight and cunning surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. Ultimately, his plans would be shattered by the awakening of the Rinnegan. Though Ishiro had speculated about Danzo's rising power, he didn't believe even an expanded root division would fare better against the Rinnegan. Still, perhaps he could exploit Danzo's eventual failure to gain some benefit for himself and IWA. But with the event still years away, Ishiro felt no urgency. At present, Akatsuki was merely one of many small factions in Rain. He'd wait and observe any changes. Yet Ishiro didn't expect a significant change would happen so soon. One day, while Ishiro practiced ninjutsu during a caravan rest, he realized how abundant water was in Rain compared to Earth Country, making water ninjutsu practice much easier. Not wanting to waste the chance, he often practiced water line and water pressure line jutsus away from the caravan. As he finished practicing a water line jutsu, he pondered a problem. He had always used his mouth to emit a water stream, but with only one mouth, how could he emit multiple water streams simultaneously? Lost in thought, Ishiro suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He immediately became alert. This wasn't safe Iwagakure, it was the unstable land of Rain, and he'd allowed someone to approach unnoticed. He quickly jumped back, creating distance while preparing to weave hand signs. But when he clearly saw who was approaching, he nearly gasped aloud. 3 youths with distinctive yellow, red, and blue hair. Had he actually run into Akatsuki? Seeing Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, Ishiro's first instinct was absurdly to use sensory ninjutsu to check for white zetsu. Fortunately, rationality quickly returned, stopping him from taking such a dangerous action. Yahiko, noticing Ishiro's tense reaction, quickly raised his hands and called out, "Wait! Don't be alarmed. We're not here to harm you, we just want to talk." Ishiro's mind raced as he pretended to carefully examine the trio before calmly responding, "I'm a ninja from the land of Earth, just escorting a merchant caravan. Our village values peace and has no intention of conflict with Rain Ninja." Hearing the word peace, Yahiko immediately brightened. "We're members of Rain's Akatsuki. My name is Yahiko, and our organization also aims to protect peace." Feigning relief, Ishiro relaxed and smiled slightly. "Really? I never expected to meet others in Rain who share my dream of peace. Akatsuki, you say? I've never heard of it. Aren't you affiliated with Rain Village?" Yahiko shook his head honestly. "We're not Rain Village ninja, though we wear Rain headbands to simplify things. It's natural you haven't heard of us, our organization was established only recently, and we're still spreading our message." Ishiro put on a disappointed expression, as if saddened that this seemingly like-minded group was merely a newly founded organization. Then, as if remembering his teammates behind him, he turned and waved, shouting loudly, "Captain! Everything's fine here. It's just 3 Rain ninja asking some questions. They mean no harm." Shiden and the others, assuming Ishiro was trying to gather intel, withdrew slightly but remained alert, continuing to watch. Turning back, Ishiro said apologetically, "Sorry about that. My team is just cautious." Yahiko immediately expressed understanding. Ishiro then spoke warmly, "So, Yahiko, right? My name is Ishiro. Was there something specific you wanted?" Yahiko looked a bit embarrassed. "Actually, we're helping refugees find homes, but we're short on food. We saw your caravan carrying supplies, so we hoped you'd be willing to provide some assistance." Seeing Ishiro's hesitant expression, Yahiko quickly added, "We can pay, though we don't have much." He took out all the money he had, roughly several 100,000 ryo. Clearly, it wasn't much, far too little to buy significant supplies. Ishiro sighed, "It's not about money, Yahiko. I'm just a hired ninja, I don't make decisions for the caravan. But I can take you to meet our leader." Yahiko, hopeful, eagerly followed Ishiro to meet the caravan leader. Predictably, the leader dismissed Yahiko's request, uninterested in such a small deal, especially at a discounted price. Seeing Yahiko's disappointment, Ishiro pretended to struggle internally before saying, "Yahiko, can you take me to see where you're sheltering the refugees?" Though slightly suspicious, Yahiko immediately agreed. Ishiro quickly asked Captain Shiden for permission to leave briefly, which Shiden granted, trusting Ishiro's judgment. They soon reached an abandoned village being rebuilt by refugees. Ishiro noticed people actively fishing and hunting nearby. Ishiro genuinely admired Yahiko's practical, hands-on approach. This is amazing, Yahiko. These refugees look completely different from those I've seen elsewhere. They actually have hope. Turning to Yahiko, he asked, is this your organization's base? Your Akatsuki is impressive. Happy to receive acknowledgement, Yahiko laughed brightly. Haha, really? Is it that good? But this isn't our base, it's just one of our refugee shelters. We have many like this. This genuinely surprised Ishiro. No wonder Akatsuki expanded rapidly, Yahiko was truly building goodwill through real, practical efforts. Feigning determination, Ishiro said, Yahiko, let's go back to the caravan. Yahiko was puzzled, while Nagato and Konan appeared cautious. Without explaining, Ishiro returned quickly, confident Yahiko would follow, and indeed, Yahiko convinced Nagato and Konan to come along. Back at the caravan, Ishiro openly gave the caravan leader several million ryo from his own savings. Take this. When you return to Iwagakure, I have a few million more ryo waiting. Exchange it all for food. The leader hesitated, wary of offending an IWA ninja, but eventually agreed. Ishiro negotiated fiercely, obtaining supplies at a significantly reduced price, and gave all of it to Yahiko. Pretending to be moved, Ishiro sincerely said, Yahiko, thank you. You've strengthened my resolve to pursue peace. Everyone always mocks me as naive, and sometimes I almost gave up. But seeing you actually turning ideals into reality here in Rain has inspired me profoundly. I have little, just money my late parents left me, but please take it. Touched, Yahiko and his friends were speechless. Before they could respond, Ishiro waved farewell, rejoining the caravan. After Ishiro left, Yahiko addressed the refugees, inspired. Today is an important day. Through effort, we made a real friend from Iwagakure. I believe someday, we'll build bridges of understanding across the ninja world. Nagato and Konan nodded, eyes shining. Yahiko then said, with these supplies, people here will finally settle down. Before we move to the next shelter, we must properly thank Ishiro. Earlier, we were too moved to even speak. Konan smiled gently, adding softly, yes, and I want to give him a paper flower. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 55, Yahiko's Intelligence. Chapter 55, Yahiko's Intelligence. Due to the caravan's slow pace, it wasn't long before Yahiko and his friends caught up with Ishiro. Seeing them approach, Ishiro showed no surprise and quickly stepped forward to meet them. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan respectfully bowed, saying, Ishiro, on behalf of the civilians of the Land of Rain, our Akatsuki organization thanks you deeply. Ishiro laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, oh, no need, really. Haha. Nagato and Konan glanced from Ishiro's awkward expression to Yahiko's earnest one, wondering inwardly if everyone who dreamed of peace acted so strangely. As the caravan continued ahead, Ishiro walked slowly alongside the three members of Akatsuki, engaging in casual conversation. Yahiko, Ishiro asked, you said your work here was finished. What's next for you? Yahiko replied confidently, we'll continue helping refugees rebuild their homes, just like we did here. Once the Land of Rain stabilizes, we'll try reaching out to other organizations to collectively decide our nation's future. Ishiro looked delighted, you mean there are many groups like Akatsuki and Rain? Konan gently interrupted, actually, no. While Rain has many organizations, Akatsuki is the only one actively helping others. Ishiro's face fell slightly. Really? Maybe there are others doing similar things you don't know about, just like I didn't know about you before. Seeing Ishiro's hopeful expression, Konan hesitated briefly but eventually replied, Rain has over 40 groups of various sizes. We're familiar with all of them. There's definitely no other organization like ours. Ishiro hid his excitement, over 40 groups. This was valuable intelligence. Seeing Ishiro's disappointment, Yahiko comforted him, don't lose hope, Ishiro. Akatsuki will keep doing this. I'm certain that someday others will understand us. Inspired, Ishiro nodded enthusiastically. After a moment, Ishiro sighed softly, I really envy you three. You're doing something meaningful. Back in my village, most of my time is spent training. I rarely get to do anything real. Yahiko eagerly suggested, then why don't you join Akatsuki? Though tempted, Ishiro ultimately shook his head, I'd love to, but I'm an IWA ninja. When I return, my village will undoubtedly question me about Akatsuki. If I joined you, they'd probably force me to act as a spy. Yahiko stiffened, clearly having overlooked this possibility. But at least Ishiro was openly admitting it, suggesting he genuinely supported Akatsuki's ideals. An awkward silence fell, as the four realized the complexity of their different allegiances. Konan broke the silence, stepping forward and handing Ishiro a small blue paper flower. Softly she said, "Ishiro, this is for you." Ishiro blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was the first gift he'd received across 2 lifetimes. Taking the flower gently, he stammered, "Thank you. Actually, I still don't know your name." "My name's Konan," she introduced herself gently, then pointed at her red-haired companion. "And he's Nagato." "Konan, Nagato," Ishiro smiled warmly, "it's great to meet both of you." Turning back to Yahiko, Ishiro grew serious. "Yahiko, although I admire your ideals, please be careful. The world is full of hidden dangers, especially from larger nations. They speak of peace and justice internally but harbor dark intentions abroad." Yahiko was startled. "That can't be. We even recently received aid from Konoha." "Perfect," thought Ishiro. "Exactly the intel I needed." Feigning surprise, Ishiro asked rapidly, "Konoha? How's that possible?" Konoha suffered terribly in the Second Ninja War, and their reconstruction is still ongoing. How could they spare resources for Rain? Besides, why hasn't Konoha publicized such major assistance? And what about Hanzo? Did he agree to accept Konoha's aid? Yahiko was overwhelmed by the rapid-fire questions. It was Nagato who calmly clarified, "Konoha isn't officially aiding Rain Country itself. Instead, their Umbu division is secretly helping small organizations like ours." This was Nagato's first contribution to the conversation, clearly sharper than Yahiko in understanding the nuances involved. Ishiro showed greater shock. Konoha's Umbu secretly supporting small groups instead of the Rain Ninja Village directly. What could their motive possibly be? Nagato shook his head silently, indicating he didn't know. Yahiko appeared utterly confused as well. Satisfied he'd obtained valuable information, Ishiro decided not to linger. He turned solemn, advising sincerely, "Before I leave, let me offer advice as a friend. If Konoha's Umbu is secretly supporting you, they definitely have ulterior motives, not simply goodwill towards Rain. Please be cautious." Having delivered his warning, Ishiro's expression hardened into the aloof mask he had worn when they first met. He nodded firmly once, then sprinted back to rejoin his team. Yahiko stared after Ishiro, bewildered by the sudden change in attitude, unsure how to react until Ishiro had disappeared from view. Eventually, as the trio walked back, Yahiko asked, puzzled, why did Ishiro's expression change so suddenly at the end? Was he upset about our dealings with Konoha? Nagato thoughtfully replied, "I don't think so. I believe that was just Ishiro's true expression, a cautious face he usually presents to outsiders." Relieved that Ishiro wasn't truly upset, Yahiko returned to planning his next move. He had plenty of work left to do in Rain. When Ishiro returned to his squad, Shiden, Shironiko, and Little Stone didn't question him immediately. Only that evening, once they were safely away from the caravan, did the four gather secretly. Ishiro carefully activated his sensory jutsu to ensure privacy before speaking. "The 3 people I met today belong to an organization called Akatsuki. Despite wearing Rain headbands, they're not affiliated with Rain Village. Moreover, there are at least 40 similar organizations active. I suspect Hanzo has lost control over Rain." Hearing this startling news, the 3 ninjas were visibly shocked. Shironiko nearly cried out before quickly covering her mouth. After allowing them time to absorb this astonishing revelation, Ishiro continued calmly. "According to Akatsuki, Konoha's Umbu division is secretly supporting these small groups. My guess is that this Umbu might actually be Konoha's route, which aligns closely with Danzo's methods." This information didn't shock them as much, given their original mission involved investigating foreign involvement in Rain. However, they found it odd that Konoha would use its Umbu, or route, to secretly intervene. Captain Shiden concluded, "Whether Umbu or route, Konoha's involvement is confirmed. We've completed half our mission. Now we only need to retrieve the intel from our informant. We'll leave the detailed analysis to village higher-ups." Ishiro, Shironiko, and Little Stone nodded silently. A few days later, the caravan reached its destination. Ishiro's team obtained proof of mission completion, immediately leaving to return to their village. Yet, once away from the town, Squad 18 veered off towards another objective, the intelligence cache location. When they were approximately a kilometer away, the 4 paused. Ishiro cautiously activated his sensory jutsu. He sucked in a breath sharply, whispering urgently, "Ambush ahead. At least 16 ninjas, likely 4 squads. Most are wind attribute, 3 jonin, 1 special jonin, the rest chunin." Immediately understanding the danger, the squad silently withdrew, retreating over 10 kilometers before finally stopping. After confirming no pursuers with Shironiko's tracking and Ishiro's sensory ability, they relaxed slightly. Little Stone spoke first, breaking the tension. Close call. 4 Ambu squads, damn. Any idea who they're from? Ishiro shook his head. Given the wind attributes, they're most likely Sand Ninja, but we shouldn't rule out Konoha Ambu disguised as Sand Ninja. Captain Shiden nodded seriously. The mission's compromised. The informant must have been exposed. I suggest we return immediately to report this. Shironiko and Little Stone quickly agreed, but Ishiro offered another perspective. Captain, I have an idea. While we don't know their identity, they're clearly waiting for us. Because our caravan traveled quickly, we arrived 2 days ahead. They're likely to wait longer. He paused, continuing carefully, most are wind users, likely Sand Ninja. Perhaps we could lure nearby Konoha Ambu into encountering them. That way, we could confirm if Sand Ninja truly are involved. Little Stone's eyes brightened excitedly. That's brilliant. They fight, we profit. Shironiko immediately scolded, profit? It's 4 squads of Ambu. Are you crazy? They might even have elite Jonin. Little Stone immediately wilted. All 3 then looked expectantly toward Captain Shiden. After considering carefully, Shiden agreed, Ishiro's idea is sound. But we'll need a careful plan to ensure our safety. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding clearly their next steps. First of all, we need to investigate the situation of Konoha's Ambu. Fortunately, we already have some intelligence and know their target, so it won't be too difficult to find them. Secondly, there are too many people lying in ambush. 1 or 2 Konoha Ambu members won't be of much use. We need to find a way to attract enough ninjas over there. Lastly, how do we distance ourselves from this matter? Right now, we are the weakest among the various forces, and we absolutely cannot be exposed. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 56, Sand Ninja's Confusion. Chapter 56, Sand Ninja's Confusion. A day later, an organization slightly larger than the current Akatsuki received unexpected intelligence. The Sand Ninja planned an alliance with Hanzo to turn against Konoha again. The intel stated that Sand Ninja intended to help Hanzo eliminate all smaller factions within Rain. In return, Rain would publicly sever its alliance with Konoha and side with Sand. Though the intelligence came suddenly, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. After Konoha's heavy losses at Uzushio, everyone knew Konoha was vulnerable. It made sense for Hanzo to switch allies under these circumstances. Most importantly, the leader of this organization didn't dare ignore such alarming information. If true, they could face immediate danger. He quickly contacted another nearby organization, only to discover they had received similar information, only with the supposed alliance being formed with IWA instead of Sand. Everything else matched. Now, both leaders questioned the reliability of the intel and dispatched their people to investigate. Unfortunately, both organizations were weak in intelligence gathering and soon leaked more information than they gathered. Quickly, both reports fell into Root's hands. The Root commander immediately took it seriously, sending out elite ninja to investigate. True to their reputation, Root swiftly traced the source of both rumors to the same area. When Root investigated further, they encountered unexpected resistance. 3 operatives went missing shortly after arriving. This immediately alarmed Root's commander, who gathered reinforcements and headed straight to the suspicious location. At the same time, the Sand Ninja were equally puzzled. According to their intel, they expected only 1 Ambu team, yet they kept losing operatives. Something was off. As several Sand Ninja captains gathered to discuss the situation, one of their scouts reported urgently, "We've been surrounded. More than 20 enemy ninja encircle us." The leading Sand Ninja frowned. "Who are they?" The scout replied, "They're not wearing any headbands, but their movement speed clearly indicates they're from a major village. Judging by their style, I'm confident they're Konoha Ambu." This scout had significant experience dealing with Konoha and quickly identified the attackers. "Konoha Ambu," murmured the leader, confused by this sudden twist. He couldn't understand why Konoha, rather than IWA, appeared, and in such large numbers, but quickly regained composure. Puppet users lead the charge, ninjutsu users in the middle, taijutsu specialists at the rear. We'll break through to the south. Moments later, puppet units charged toward the Root operatives encircling them. Predictably, these puppet decoys triggered an immediate ninjutsu counterattack from Root, obliterating the first wave of puppets. Yet, Sand Ninja didn't mind sacrificing puppets at this point. Their ninjutsu team launched a fierce counterattack of wind release techniques immediately afterward. Root operatives on the southern side, though prepared for resistance, weren't ready for such intense retaliation. At least 3 B-rank wind release techniques simultaneously. 2 root members were instantly shredded, and the other 2 barely evaded severe injuries. But surviving one wave didn't mean safety. A second volley of puppets fired countless hidden weapons, quickly finishing off one of the injured root operatives and seriously wounding another. The situation was dire for Konoha, but equally difficult for Sand. Root ninja from other sides immediately closed in, unleashing consecutive waves of elemental ninjutsu. Though most Sand ninja, particularly taijutsu specialists at the rear, dodged expertly using body flicker and substitution techniques, several were injured. Root quickly divided their retreating force, isolating 4 Sand ninja. Those not trapped didn't attempt rescue, choosing instead to flee quickly. Root split forces to finish off the encircled Sand ninja, then continued chasing the retreating main group. During pursuit, slower Sand ninja members were caught and killed, though they bought time with desperate counterattacks. However, Sand ninja underestimated Root's brutality. Under Danzo, Root ninja knew they couldn't afford retreat without sufficient victory, or face harsh punishment. Thus, after regrouping briefly, the surviving Root forces resumed their relentless pursuit, leaving only 4 operatives behind to clean the battlefield. Several kilometers away, inside an abandoned house, Team 18 carefully observed from a distance. Although they couldn't clearly see the details, Captain Shiden quickly assessed the situation based on experience. It was indeed Sand ninja who planned to ambush us. Those puppets confirm it, Shiden said quietly. Of the 16 Sand ninja, around half were killed or injured by Konoha. Root also suffered significant losses, probably losing at least 1 full squad. Inexperienced with large-scale battles, Ishiro asked anxiously, "Captain, what should we do next?" Shironiko and Little Stone looked towards Shiden expectantly, knowing that only a Jonin could make reliable judgments at critical moments like this. Shiden explained calmly, "Sand ninja still have about half their strength, but the survivors are elite and won't easily fall. Our target isn't them, but those Root ninja left behind cleaning the battlefield. They'll be collecting bodies of their own comrades and Sand ninja will steal those corpses." Shironiko gasped softly, glancing towards the distant battlefield nervously. "Captain, Konoha still outnumbers us." Little Stone confidently spoke up, "The strongest Root ninja chased after Sand ninja. Those left behind must be weaker, injured, or slow. A surprise attack from us will give us a good chance at victory." Shiden nodded, agreeing with this assessment. Ishiro asked, "Should we attack directly now?" Shiden turned, asking Ishiro, "Do you have another idea?" Ishiro replied carefully, "After finishing cleanup, they'll probably regroup with their allies chasing the Sand ninja. Shouldn't we intercept them by ambushing ahead?" Little Stone disagreed immediately, "Not necessarily. They might head back instead. Also, if those pursuing ninja return early, we're doomed." Shiden quickly made a decision. "He's right. We have no time to wait. Once we take out these Root ninja, we must hurry back to our village." Understanding clearly, Ishiro and Shironiko nodded. Decision made, Squad 18 moved silently towards the battlefield. They approached cautiously, keeping a safe distance of about a kilometer. Then, dropping stealth, they sprinted rapidly toward the Root operatives. Root were highly vigilant. As soon as Team 18 appeared, one ninja immediately spotted them. He dropped the corpse he'd been sealing and started rapidly weaving hand signs, simultaneously calling loudly to warn his comrades. However, Ishiro's hand signs were even faster. Before the Root ninja could complete his jutsu, Ishiro's water line technique shot forward. Shironiko and Little Stone simultaneously threw shuriken and kunai, forcing the Root operative to abandon his hand signs prematurely. Seeing Captain Shiden rapidly approaching, the Root operative grimly realized his doom. Yet, with no hesitation, he pulled out 2 explosive tags, ignited them, and charged desperately towards Shiden. Shiden was slightly startled by his ruthless suicide tactic but reacted swiftly. She sheathed her sword, rapidly executed a body flicker jutsu, and evaded effortlessly. By the time the tags exploded, Shiden had already moved toward the next target. The 3 remaining Root members quickly regrouped. However, their condition was obviously poor. One had a pale complexion, clearly poisoned by Sand ninja puppets, and was possibly unable to fight. Ishiro, learning from previous battles, didn't waste another attack on the first target. He quickly formed seals again, launching his powerful water pressure line at the 3 remaining Root members. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A Root ninja quickly erected a defensive wall. Having seen Ishiro's previous attacks, he believed this would suffice. Now, they focused mainly on Shiden, whose incredible speed posed their greatest threat. Yet, before they could plan, Ishiro's attack unexpectedly pierced straight through the earthen wall, immediately puncturing one Root operative behind it. The 3 Root ninja were stunned, the water pressure line effortlessly penetrated their defense, fatally injuring their comrade. Seizing the distraction, Shiden closed in swiftly, slicing off the wounded ninja's head with a single sword stroke. Rather than pressing the attack, Shiden immediately retreated, creating distance from the enemy again, readying herself for the next move. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 57, Sand Ninja's Objective. Chapter 57, Sand Ninja's Objective. Shiden's caution proved correct. Just as she leaped back, a blade flashed through the exact spot she'd occupied moments earlier. Startled, she quickly retreated further and turned to see the attacker. It was the root ninja she'd dismissed earlier, poisoned by the puppet master's toxin and assumed to have lost combat effectiveness. Unexpectedly, this poisoned ninja was actually a jonin, capable of such a swift, deadly attack despite his condition. Had he been at full strength, she likely wouldn't have stood a chance. It seemed the earlier conversations among the root members were merely covered to disguise this jonin's true strength. Fortunately, she hadn't underestimated them. However, this desperate strike clearly took a heavy toll. The root jonin's complexion grew visibly darker, toxin spreading through his body. By this time, Shironiko and Little Stone arrived, encircling the remaining root members. Under Shiden's gesture, they held their positions without immediately attacking, forming a triangle around their enemies. A tense stalemate lasted several seconds before Ishiro finally caught up. Assessing the situation instantly, Ishiro wasted no time, immediately unleashing his water pressure line jutsu at Shiden's instruction, targeting the poisoned jonin. Seeing the deadly power of Ishiro's technique, one of the uninjured chunin quickly threw a kunai to disrupt Ishiro's attack, but Shiden effortlessly deflected it with her own projectile. Ishiro launched 3 consecutive water pressure lines, each narrowly dodged by the jonin despite Shironiko and Little Stone's additional volleys of shuriken. However, the poison finally overwhelmed him. After another desperate dodge, he coughed up blackened blood, stumbled, and was struck directly through the thigh by Ishiro's 4th attack. Immobilized, he became an easy target for the following barrage of shuriken and kunai, collapsing dead instantly. Ishiro swiftly fired another water pressure line into the fallen jonin's head for good measure. Only after confirming the enemy's death with his sensory jutsu did Shiden swiftly dispatch the final surviving root ninja. Without hesitation, the 4 members of Team 18 rapidly gathered spoils from the battlefield, collecting scrolls and sealing the 2 intact root corpses. They avoided touching the heavily poisoned jonin, and the body of the ninja who detonated explosive tags was unrecoverable. Their cleanup concluded swiftly. Within moments, Team 18 disappeared from the area, sprinting toward the land of Earth. Hours passed quietly before the main root force returned to find a grim scene awaiting them. The root commander's expression darkened further at the disastrous outcome. The pursuit hadn't gone smoothly. Though they decimated Sand Ninja ranks, 4 elite jonin had managed to escape, even taking 2 root operatives down with them. Losing 5 men to eliminate 2 enemies was acceptable to Danzo, but the inexplicable death of the 4 root ninja left behind was another matter entirely. It meant another hidden enemy had interfered, manipulating the entire scenario. Recalling the suspicious intel they'd received earlier, he now realized they'd been used as pawns. Fully aware Danzo wouldn't tolerate such failures, the root commander understood his fate upon returning. Yet, he had no choice but to head back and report, already sensing his subordinates subtly distancing themselves from him. Confirming that the unknown enemy had long vanished, Root withdrew without pursuit. After the battle, Ishiro's team hurried non-stop for 2 days and nights until finally reaching the border of the land of Earth, where they paused briefly to rest. Shiden contacted the border patrol Ubu, and after a short recovery, they returned to the village. Back at the village, Team 18 fully reported their mission details and Ishiro's strategic insights, promptly catching the attention of the village's higher-ups. In the Tsuchikage's office, Team 18, including Captain Shiden and even Owl, was thoroughly debriefed by Tsuchikage Anoki and several advisors. Although they failed to retrieve the original spy's intel, their findings more than fulfilled the mission objectives. Coupled with the substantial intel gained from the recovered corpses, the village leadership decided this mission warranted an S-rank classification. Unlike Shironiko and Little Stone, who were thrilled about their first S-rank mission completion, Ishiro was relatively indifferent, having previously earned considerable contributions through his sealing techniques. After carefully reviewing Ishiro's report and reasoning, the higher-ups accepted his conclusions. However, any decisions regarding potential policy changes toward the Land of Rain remained beyond Ishiro's knowledge. Tsuchikage Anoki then explained the Sand Ninja's motivations. Analysis of the retrieved corpses revealed the Sand team they'd previously killed at the border wasn't from Konoha after all, but Sand Ninja disguised as Konoha operatives. Sand Ninja had intended to use this false identity to bribe an Iwa Chunin, who had already been arrested. Their ambush this time aimed to investigate their previous team's disappearance. Realizing the high-ranking officials were offering an explanation for the unexpected complications, Ishiro understood this was partly to reassure Team 18 that village intelligence hadn't failed them. Privately, Ishiro suspected that the generous S-rank reward also included an element of consolation. Regardless, an S-rank mission provided at least 10,000 contribution points, a substantial sum. Returning home after the meeting, Shiden informed Ishiro they'd received another 10-day break. After settling his promised payment with the merchant branch in the village, Ishiro spent the remaining money to commission another B-rank training mission, this time to master the mind disturbance technique. Given it was his first in-release ninjutsu, Ishiro remained cautious despite his exceptional spiritual energy. Hence, he requested assistance from an experienced Jonin specialist. The training went exceptionally smoothly. Not only did Ishiro quickly master the technique, but due to his powerful spiritual energy, his mind disturbance technique even surpassed his instructor's potency. Impressed and inspired, the Jonin took the training further, helping Ishiro refine and simplify the hand seals dramatically. Eventually, through joint effort, they reduced it to just a single hand seal, a result even the experienced Jonin hadn't anticipated. Though initially meant to guide a talented junior, the Jonin himself benefited greatly. As a in-release expert, simplifying this technique greatly boosted his own combat prowess. Before leaving, he recommended Ishiro submit the simplified technique to the Ninjutsu Contribution Office for additional rewards. In-release techniques, unlike common ninjutsu, weren't well developed in IWA. A one-seal mind disturbance technique would significantly enrich the village's collection. Eagerly, Ishiro presented his simplified version. Unfortunately, despite initial excitement, the reward was modest, just 300 contribution points. Simplifying techniques greatly depended on personal talent and understanding, making it hard for others to replicate directly. Though disappointed, Ishiro accepted the reward without complaint. While there, he also collected his share from the completed S-rank mission, receiving an additional 5,000 contribution points. Although still insufficient to exchange for higher-level ninjutsu, it was a useful reserve. More importantly, the mission's cash reward relieved Ishiro's immediate financial difficulties, giving him a comfortable reprieve. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 58, Team 18's Internal Training. Chapter 58, Team 18's Internal Training. After the break ended, Ishiro returned to Team 18 expecting to jump right into another mission. Surprisingly, Captain Shiden announced that for the next month, they'd be conducting internal training instead. The reason was straightforward: everyone had recently benefited significantly from the rewards of the S-rank mission, acquiring skills and gear they couldn't previously afford. They needed time to integrate these new capabilities and turn them into genuine combat strength, hence the intensive training period. For Ishiro, this was good news. It provided him with an opportunity to organize everything he'd recently learned and to master the ninjutsu he still hadn't started practicing. Ishiro's smooth mastery of in-release techniques had begun shifting his original focus. Perhaps specializing in in-release, rather than his previous plans of water and earth release, would be wiser. However, he hesitated. IWA lacked sufficient in-release techniques, meaning he'd have to blaze a trail himself. Moreover, such a pivot would render much of his previous effort, especially his carefully developed water pressure line jutsu, meant to be his foundational technique akin to Naruto's Rasengan or Sasuke's Chidori, somewhat wasted. He didn't want to give that up easily. Mastering both paths simultaneously felt unrealistic, especially since he had to develop them independently. Eventually, Ishiro decided to delay choosing and instead focused on learning the ninjutsu he currently possessed. Currently, Ishiro had mastered basic techniques like the 3 basic ninjutsu: water line jutsu, water pressure line jutsu, earth wall, earth spike, sensory ninjutsu, and the mind disturbance technique. Most had already reached short-term plateaus, particularly his water pressure line jutsu development. Additionally, he had learned the body flicker technique and underground submarine voyage. While both were usable, neither had reached full mastery, particularly body flicker, which he had refined down to 2 hand seals. These 2 jutsu required substantial practice. Still left untouched were 4 more techniques: body binding illusion, earth clone, chakra sensing disruption technique, and basic swordsmanship. Aside from ninjutsu, Ishiro also had numerous sealing techniques, his most extensive skill set. Facing so many choices, Ishiro sought advice from Owl, the experienced elite jonin and captain of Umbu's second team. Owl was somewhat resigned to Ishiro's habit of frequently approaching him for advice, but still patiently analyzed Ishiro's situation. First, Owl advised Ishiro to prioritize learning the body binding illusion due to his exceptional spiritual strength, anticipating Ishiro would quickly excel similarly to how he had with mind disturbance. Second, Owl strongly recommended improving the body flicker and mastering earth clone. Body Flicker provided critical survival capabilities, and Earth Clone greatly diversified combat tactics, especially with Ishiro's significantly increased chakra reserves after mastering In Release. Third, all suggested Ishiro practice swordsmanship to address his close-range weakness. Although specialization was vital, some weaknesses were too critical to ignore, especially in Umbu. Lastly, all placed underground submarine voyage and chakra sensing disruption lowest, considering their relatively narrow applicability in battle, advising Ishiro to postpone mastering these. Listening to All's analysis, Ishiro realized his early decision to learn underground submarine voyage had been a misjudgment based on his previous life's knowledge, cool to see, but less practical than anticipated. Having clear priorities, Ishiro immediately commissioned another B-rank mission at the mission center for help learning body binding illusion. Seeing his savings drop significantly again, he sighed inwardly. The S-rank mission payout had seemed generous, but split among the team, it barely covered a single B-rank training session. As expected, Ishiro quickly mastered the body binding illusion, taking just 3 days. Unfortunately, his instructor this time was only a Chunin and could offer little beyond basic guidance. Thus, Ishiro had to explore deeper mastery on his own. Returning to Team 18's training grounds, Ishiro noticed Captain Shiden was absent, busy training a powerful A-rank ninjutsu she'd acquired to compensate for her limited offensive strength as a taijutsu specialist. Shironiko and Little Stone weren't yet at Shiden's level, their training aimed primarily at enhancing their strengths. Little Stone had exchanged his contribution points for a chakra-conductive katana and was practicing with it. Shironiko had obtained a ninjutsu similar to the Inuzuka clan's beast mimicry technique from Ishiro's memories, diligently practicing with her partner, Dango. When Ishiro appeared, Shironiko only spared him a brief glance, uninterested, while Little Stone immediately approached him excitedly. Ishiro knew Little Stone needed a favor. "Ishiro, come on, use your ninjutsu against me. I need to test this sword." Little Stone called out eagerly. Curious about the sword's capabilities, Ishiro obliged without hesitation, quickly forming hand seals and firing a water-line jutsu. Little Stone's chakra-coated katana effortlessly sliced through it without the slightest resistance. Both Ishiro and Shironiko inhaled sharply in astonishment. Although water-line jutsu ranked low among C-class techniques, it was still a ninjutsu, and it had been dispersed so casually. Little Stone himself was shocked, thoroughly satisfied with his purchase. Again, he urged eagerly. Ishiro smiled and retreated slightly, gesturing Little Stone forward. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of techniques, water-line jutsu, easily sliced apart. Earth Spike was slightly disruptive, but the katana's sharpness not only shattered emerging spikes but disrupted underground chakra, neutralizing them completely. Surprised again, Ishiro altered tactics, using his newly mastered mind disturbance technique. Little Stone, caught completely off guard, stumbled briefly, disoriented. "What happened just now? Felt like someone hit my head, I got dizzy." Little Stone exclaimed. Grinning, Ishiro replied, "It's a new technique I mastered recently, In Release, mind disturbance." Shironiko interrupted, startled, "Wait, recently mastered? Yet you're already using it with just one hand seal." Ishiro laughed awkwardly, "Hee, I recently realized I seem especially talented at In Release." Next, he performed body binding illusion slowly, taking 5 or 6 seconds due to unfamiliarity. Little Stone deliberately chose not to evade. He suddenly saw a stone pillar rise from beneath, followed by 4 stone spikes pinning his limbs, immobilizing him. What, Little Stone quickly realized, is this Genjutsu? Body binding illusion. You learned Genjutsu too? Yes, just learned it, Ishiro confirmed, smiling. Unable to physically escape, Little Stone tried disrupting his chakra flow, the standard method to break Genjutsu. Momentarily, the illusion weakened, but Ishiro, sensing his Genjutsu about to fail, instinctively increased his chakra output drastically, from a standard 1 C per second to nearly 10 C per second. Surprisingly, despite the massive chakra expenditure, Ishiro noticed Little Stone remained trapped. "You still can't break free?" Ishiro asked eagerly. Little Stone angrily shouted, "Of course not." After struggling a bit more futilely, he finally surrendered, signaling defeat. Relieved, Ishiro immediately cancelled the Genjutsu, nearly drained of chakra but thoroughly exhilarated. His powerful spiritual energy greatly enhanced the effectiveness of his illusions. Though real combat scenarios would differ, Ishiro felt certain prioritizing Genjutsu training had been the correct decision. Clearly, he needed to further deepen his mastery. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 59, Enlightenment, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 59, Enlightenment. Little Stone, frustrated at being beaten by Ishiro right after getting his new weapon, immediately sought another opportunity to test for weaknesses in Ishiro's genjutsu. Indeed, weaknesses existed. Firstly, the casting speed was too slow. Secondly, the chakra cost was enormous. Ishiro, on the other hand, was eager to test whether he could incapacitate and kill an opponent while maintaining the genjutsu. Initially, Ishiro hoped the victim under his genjutsu could end their own life, but at his current skill level, that was unrealistic. Still, hitting Little Stone with a small rock lying nearby seemed manageable. But unexpectedly, as soon as Little Stone felt pain from the stone strike, he immediately broke free from the illusion. Ishiro was slightly discouraged. It seemed he needed to prepare more specialized tools. He recalled that Sand Ninja often utilized mechanical puppets and traps. Perhaps combining a genjutsu with a mechanical device might be effective, though the victim would regain awareness upon impact. A lethal strike at the instant of awakening could still be decisive. But Ishiro wasn't an expert in mechanics. After some thought, he figured he could later commission a C-rank mission to ask an expert for help. However, all this was for the future. His immediate goal was to master genjutsu, as without proficiency, even attempting it in real combat would be impossible. Yet, practicing genjutsu required an appropriate target. He couldn't exactly practice illusions on a wooden dummy. Ishiro's eyes wandered around, eventually settling on Shironiko and Dango. Feeling Ishiro's malicious gaze, Dango's fur stood on end, arching its back and baring its fangs at Ishiro. Embarrassed, Ishiro reconsidered. He'd better stick with Little Stone. Clearly, women, and their pets, weren't suitable targets. However, Little Stone couldn't always serve as his test subject, as he needed considerable time to adjust his swordsmanship to the new weapon. Fortunately, mastering genjutsu involved two parts, simplifying hand seals and maintaining the illusion afterward. The former could be practiced alone, which Ishiro had become adept at. As always, Ishiro prepared a list, detailing various possibilities to methodically simplify the hand seals through repeated experimentation. Thus, Ishiro, Little Stone, and Shironiko trained together within the Ubu facility for 7 days, until Captain Shiden finally returned, having barely learned an A-rank ninjutsu during this time, wind release, vacuum serial waves. Ishiro remembered this technique. Danzo specialized in it, nearly tearing through Sasuke's Susanoo. It was a powerful, wide-area attack. Shiden took Ishiro's trio to a deserted area outside the village to demonstrate vacuum serial waves, leaving all three stunned. This was Ishiro's second time witnessing an A-rank jutsu in action. The first had been when Anoki suppressed the Five Tails. However, this time, he watched the full process unfold clearly, seeing how a peaceful landscape was instantly ravaged by violent winds. He was genuinely shaken. Though Ishiro previously thought his past life's experience with Naruto's destructive battles had desensitized him, reality proved otherwise. His reaction was even more pronounced than Shironiko's, Little Stone's, and even Dango's. Fundamentally, Ishiro's previous life was in a normal world. Despite years of reincarnation, he'd subconsciously held onto a mindset from his former life, never fully differentiating himself from ordinary people. Only now did Ishiro genuinely realize he had already surpassed the realm of ordinary humans. He possessed strength ordinary people did not. Even if this strength seemed insignificant to the true powerhouses of this world, Ishiro had firmly embarked on his ninja path. With his talent, achieving Shiden's level would merely be a matter of time. Long ago, he had already become a true ninja. "I've long been a ninja," Ishiro murmured repeatedly. After a long pause, Ishiro shouted loudly towards the area devastated by the vacuum serial waves, "Yes. I've long been a ninja." Shironiko and Little Stone looked at Ishiro strangely, wondering if he'd lost his mind. But Shiden, who was contemplating the flaws in her own technique, sensed the subtle shift in Ishiro's aura and instantly understood. Could it be? Taking a deep breath, Shiden called out sharply, "Ishiro. Defend yourself." Surprised but unafraid, Ishiro immediately drew his rarely used sword and charged toward Shiden. They engaged swiftly. Given Ishiro's mediocre taijutsu skills, a direct confrontation meant instant defeat. However, Shiden didn't go all out. Instead, she carefully maintained just enough pressure to keep Ishiro challenged. After an unsatisfying bout of taijutsu, Ishiro tossed aside his sword and began using ninjutsu. Shiden responded carefully, never lowering her guard, deftly neutralizing each attack and occasionally applying pressure, preventing Ishiro from casually using his techniques. Yet, she controlled the intensity precisely so Ishiro could still perform ninjutsu. They fought tirelessly for over an hour. Eventually, Shiden summoned Shironiko and Little Stone to join, applying further pressure on Ishiro. The fight ended only when Ishiro completely depleted his chakra. Although it was sparring, Shiden emitted genuine killing intent throughout, exerting immense psychological pressure on Ishiro. Each action he took under such intense conditions was far more exhausting, and the chakra expenditure significantly increased. Now, completely drained, Ishiro collapsed to the ground, unable to stand or even lift a finger. Shiden, actually even more exhausted, had carefully controlled the pace and intensity throughout, balancing pressure without overwhelming Ishiro. Matching Ishiro's low-level taijutsu without dominating had been particularly draining, prompting her to involve Shironiko and Little Stone later. Despite exhaustion, Shiden was deeply satisfied, clearly understanding the transformation Ishiro had just experienced, a crucial breakthrough in a ninja's mindset, an elevation of resolve. Simply put, it was the essential step for a chunin to become a jonin. Only when one's will surpassed ordinary human understanding could a ninja fully unlock their potential and display greater strength. Ishiro himself felt a profound, indescribable change. Although not fully understanding what happened, he instinctively realized it was beneficial. On some mysterious level, he now felt stronger, not in raw power, but in his ability to utilize existing strength more effectively. It was akin to seeing through the unknown. Once something unknown became familiar, the fear diminished, allowing a calmer, elevated view of the situation. Ishiro now experienced this clarity intensely due to the abrupt breakthrough. He finally understood why Sasuke seemed intermittently arrogant after breakthroughs. Such transformations gave a sudden sense of newfound strength and superiority. Of course, Ishiro hadn't instantly become a jonin-level ninja, but he'd overcome a significant hurdle. From now on, his growth would accelerate until he eventually reached jonin rank. In the shinobi world, special jonin possessed similar power to regular jonin but lacked this crucial mental transformation. Hence, they remained categorized separately. In this world, chakra was fundamental, born from combining spiritual and physical energy. Willpower, a key component of spiritual energy, generally increased slowly through rigorous daily practice. However, human lifespans were limited, and slow, methodical cultivation had its limits. Only ninjas frequently gaining profound insights through experience and battle could surpass such boundaries and reach higher realms. The legendary Sannin, after their fight with Hanzo during the Second Shinobi War, attained the willpower of true Kage-level shinobi. With enough time, achieving Kage-level strength was inevitable. After Ishiro's current breakthrough, his raw strength and chakra wouldn't instantly surge, but his rate of growth would significantly increase, continuously propelling him forward until he reached jonin level. In short, this moment of enlightenment had saved Ishiro at least 3 years of painstaking effort. Ishiro felt grateful this awakening occurred inside the village, where Shiden could safely facilitate the process. He deeply appreciated Shiden's timely intervention, which had enabled him to seize this fleeting insight and convert it into an unshakable will, smoothly guiding him through this pivotal transition. As Ishiro lay motionless, Shiden briefly explained Ishiro's breakthrough to Shironiko and Little Stone before instructing them to carry Ishiro back to the village. Shironiko and Little Stone, now observing Ishiro bitterly, felt an uncomfortable mix of jealousy and unease. This little brat's getting ahead of us. At this rate, are we eventually going to serve under him someday? Seeing their malicious expressions, Ishiro, unable to move, could only return an awkward, helpless smile. We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised. Here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 60, Ishiro's Progress. Chapter 60, Ishiro's Progress. In his previous life, Ishiro never fully understood why Naruto, who was initially portrayed as weak, improved so rapidly. If it was merely about chakra reserves, Naruto should have already surpassed jonin level from the start. Only now did Ishiro grasp the truth, it was about mindset. A ninja needed a sufficiently strong will and spiritual strength to fully utilize their abilities. Otherwise, no matter how vast one's chakra, they would forever remain a mere genin. Ishiro once believed that rapid strength growth in ninjas occurred naturally around the age of 14 or 15, as seen in Konoha's Rookie 12, who experienced remarkable improvements in that age range, quickly reaching special jonin or even jonin levels. However, this growth had less to do with age and more with experiences, insights, and strengthened resolve. Exceptional ninjas like Kakashi, Neji, and Gaara, who faced harsh childhood experiences, had their rapid growth phases occur even earlier. Now, Ishiro also clearly felt this change. Every day, he could sense his continuous growth. He wasn't truly a child mentally, and genuine emotional stimulation was challenging to achieve. Originally, he expected his breakthrough to jonin-level willpower would come only in a life-or-death battle. Yet unexpectedly, after closely witnessing Captain Shiden's powerful A-rank ninjutsu, Ishiro's self-awareness dramatically shifted. He finally understood the world he inhabited and his role within it. This epiphany greatly solidified his resolve to become stronger, marking the most significant transformation of his shinobi career. Since transmigrating, Ishiro experienced 3 critical shifts in perspective. First, the encounter with the missed spy at the Ninja Academy, making him aware of the cruel realities of the shinobi world. Second, the Tunin Exams, where Ishiro recognized his own power and began to form confidence. And third, this latest realization, finally truly acknowledging himself as a ninja possessing extraordinary power. Each realization occurred timely, corresponding perfectly to Ishiro's stages of growth, Genin, Chunin, and now approaching Jonin. Though Ishiro's actual strength wasn't yet at Jonin level, if this growth continued, he would soon surpass Shironiko and Little Stone, becoming a true Jonin. In the following days, Ishiro's training progress made Shironiko and Little Stone increasingly envious. Previously, Ishiro's rapid growth had mainly been evident in in-release techniques, but now his proficiency soared across all areas. His genjutsu, body-binding technique, had become swift after simplifying its hand seals. Other techniques, like the body flicker, advanced significantly faster as well. His training with Earth Clone technique was also smooth, and even his weakest skill, Kenjutsu, improved notably after intense practice. Ishiro estimated that if the training period had been slightly longer, he would have improved even further in techniques like anti-perception and underground subterranean voyage. But the most significant benefit was Ishiro's increased willpower, which improved his chakra control considerably, allowing faster hand seals. Previously at 4 to 4.5 seals per second, he was now at about 4.3 to 4.8. Additionally, his chakra consumption when performing ninjutsu slightly decreased. The most exciting part was that this growth had not yet stopped, it would continue until Ishiro reached a new plateau in strength. Such rapid advancement left Ishiro restless, now fully understanding Sasuke's eagerness in the original series. Ishiro was currently itching to challenge Izo to test his newfound abilities. After careful consideration, Ishiro abandoned this thought. During the Tunin exams, Izo already skillfully employed B-rank ninjutsu in actual combat. With so much time having passed, Izo's strength had likely advanced to Jonin level, making it unwise for Ishiro to seek trouble. When the training session ended, Shiden accepted another border patrol mission. This type of mission allowed time for further training upon arrival at the border, without the constant rush of traveling. Additionally, the shinobi world was currently peaceful, major nations refrained from initiating conflicts, making missions relatively relaxed. Everyone understood Shiden's intention, allowing time to adjust to their newfound abilities, avoiding mistakes in future battles. Ishiro, Shironiko, and Little Stone also felt that the training period had been too short, and their skills could still grow further. Shironiko and Little Stone, in particular, felt urgency, especially after witnessing Ishiro's rapid daily progress. However, Shiden's arrangements soon fell through. Upon arriving at the border, Team 18 immediately sensed tension from the stationed shinobi. Something had clearly gone wrong. After verifying their identities, Ishiro and his teammates entered the border outpost, contacting the person in charge. The leader, a Tokubetsu Jonin named Miyake, appeared relieved upon seeing Shiden. He urgently explained, "You've arrived just in time. Several shinobi have gone missing recently, first a few genin, then individual chunin. Yesterday, an entire chunin team disappeared without a trace. This isn't a task we're equipped for," Miyake continued. "Whoever's responsible managed to silently eliminate a chunin squad, meaning they're highly skilled. My men lack the strength needed for such an investigation, it's perfect for Umbu like you. Another Umbu squad arrived earlier and is currently investigating this area," Miyake said, pointing at the operations map. This was also the patrol area of the Chunin team that vanished yesterday. After obtaining detailed intelligence from Miyake, Team 18 set out towards the suspicious region. While traveling, they reviewed and quietly discussed the report. Shironiko stated first, "The enemy eliminated an entire Chunin squad without alerting nearby patrols or leaving any signs of battle. This suggests the attackers are either numerous or significantly stronger, at least one Jonin." Everyone nodded in agreement. Shironiko continued, "Based on timing, the enemy isn't operating in multiple groups, meaning their numbers are likely limited. I'd estimate either one or two Jonin, or a single elite squad." Little Stone added, "Moreover, there were no bodies left behind. That's odd. Most victims were genin or low-level chunin with limited intel value. This suggests their real goal might be capturing bodies." Ishiro spoke thoughtfully, "They might not be after corpses at all, but live shinobi instead." Ishiro recalled from the original story numerous incidents where shinobi were kidnapped for experiments, Orochimaru being just one known example. Undoubtedly, many similar cases remained undiscovered. Shironiko and Little Stone frowned deeply but didn't comment further. Clearly, they realized Ishiro's hypothesis was plausible. After traveling a bit more, they entered the patrol region. Ishiro immediately performed his perception technique. With his recent breakthrough, Ishiro's sensing radius expanded significantly, now reaching about 1,400 meters. As Ishiro carefully scanned, he soon detected 4 chakra signatures. After confirming their identities, he said, 4 shinobi detected, likely the Umbu squad that departed earlier. Should we join them? Shiden quickly replied, "Yes, regroup first," and led the team towards Ishiro's direction. The 2 Umbu squads soon reunited, exchanging complex passwords to confirm identities. Then, they started exchanging information, though primarily, Ishiro's team listened to the others' findings. As Ishiro listened, he instinctively activated his sensory abilities again. This time, at close range, he immediately noticed something peculiar about their chakra. Alarmed, Ishiro first suspected enemy infiltration. But that seemed impossible, as common disguises couldn't fool chakra perception. Remaining calm, Ishiro carefully rechecked, finally realizing the issue. "You've been poisoned," Ishiro said suddenly in a low voice. The other squad's captain paused mid-sentence, visibly surprised. He felt completely fine. Ishiro quickly added, "Check your own chakra flow carefully. Your chakra appears abnormal under my sensory technique." Taking no chances, all 4 shinobi quickly inspected themselves. 3 Chunin found nothing suspicious, but the Jonin captain soon frowned deeply. After a long silence, the Jonin captain gravely stated, "You're right, something is off, though extremely subtle. I don't even clearly sense the poison, just a slight difficulty when controlling chakra." Shiden asked, "Can you expel it?" The Jonin captain shook his head, troubled. "Impossible, I don't even know where to start. I can barely sense it, only noticing a subtle abnormality in my chakra control." Even a Jonin was helpless against the poison, so subtle they couldn't clearly detect it. Faced with such hidden danger, everyone grew increasingly wary. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 61, The Invisible Enemy. Chapter 61, The Invisible Enemy. After discovering that even a Jonin had been silently poisoned, Ishiro and his companions immediately withdrew from the area, quickly returning to the outpost. The 8 shinobi informed Miyake, the commander, of their findings. Upon hearing that a Jonin had been poisoned without detection, Miyake was alarmed and immediately said, "I'll gather everyone in the outpost. Please have your Ubu comrade check whether anyone else has been poisoned." Ishiro nodded in agreement, realizing it was difficult to be certain if others within the outpost were still safe. Miyake might not be the strongest ninja, but his quick concern for his subordinates proved he was a competent leader. Miyake swiftly assembled the remaining 40 shinobi into the hall, and Ishiro began employing his sensory technique. With a clear goal, Ishiro quickly completed the scan. However, the results shocked him, prompting him to exclaim, "There are poisoned individuals, at least 20 people." His announcement caused an uproar. The poison's stealthiness was terrifying, but even worse was the scale at which it had spread. Ishiro immediately pointed out all 20 poisoned shinobi, who were then checked by a medical nin. This examination revealed that 3 people already had physical symptoms, with abnormal bodily functions developing. Yet, the 3 shinobi merely believed their conditions to be minor ailments, never suspecting poison. The medical nin, limited in expertise, couldn't fully neutralize the toxin but provided standard antidote pills from the village. After taking them, Ishiro noticed that the poison's activity significantly reduced. Though unable to completely cure them, it at least offered some control. Now, their main priority was finding and neutralizing the hidden enemy responsible for this poisoning. Shiden immediately spoke, "We need some protective gear against the poison. Does this outpost have anything like that?" Miyake replied, "We do have some gas masks prepared from the war against Hanzo of the Salamander. Though Hanzo was eventually occupied by Konoha's Sannin, and they never saw use." Shiden nodded. "Starting now, everyone wears a gas mask. We'll search together, maintaining close groups. Our enemy is clearly formidable. Poison spread either by chakra infusion or through wind currents. Thus, we'll begin our search at the windward side," Shiden instructed. Miyake quickly divided the shinobi into teams. Moments later, the entire group of nearly 50 shinobi left the outpost. Before departure, Ishiro, the sealing expert, set up a barrier around the outpost. Though it wasn't exceptionally strong, Ishiro could sense if someone entered, provided he remained relatively close. With everyone deployed, Naniko Dango, Shiraniko's ninja cat, struggled to sniff out the enemy due to the cumbersome gas mask. Thus, the search relied primarily on ninja expertise, carefully progressing towards the suspected enemy position. As the team moved steadily upwind, Ishiro regularly used his sensory ninjutsu every kilometer to confirm their direction. After about 10 kilometers, Ishiro abruptly warned, "The poison concentration ahead is increasing, I can even vaguely sense it now. We shouldn't go further, our masks might not fully protect us. We should detour." No one objected, and the group carefully circumvented the heavily poisoned zone, eventually reapproaching from a safer angle. Shortly after repositioning, they found fresh footprints. Little Stone analyzed, "Looks like the enemy retreated after seeing our formation." Another shinobi suggested, "Tracks lead toward the land of rain. Should we pursue?" Miyake immediately shook his head. "We can't all pursue. A single infiltrator might go unnoticed, but if all of us cross into rain territory, it becomes an international incident. We can't bear that responsibility." Shiden volunteered, "Our Team 18 will pursue. We're not poisoned yet, and we have someone who can detect poison immediately, making us better equipped to handle this." Miyake agreed, saying, "Be careful. We'll stay behind and gather samples of the poison for the village. One significant advantage of belonging to a major ninja village was their ability to neutralize threats once identified. Developing a counteragent against this toxin would severely cripple their enemies' future actions, as poisons required tremendous time and resources to perfect. Separating from the main force, Team 18 began tracking the footprints. Soon, however, the trail split into 3 directions. Undaunted, Shironiko removed Dango's mask, and the ninja cat quickly identified the correct scent, leading the squad deeper into the land of rain. At the same time, roughly 10 kilometers ahead, a figure rushed deeper into rain country, a youth with distinct red hair. It was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand, who would one day be renowned throughout the ninja world for his deadly puppet techniques. At this time, Sasori was slightly older than Ishiro but still a young shinobi. As a puppeteer, his strength mainly came from his poisons and puppets. However, with Team 18 already alert to his toxins, Sasori's advantage diminished. Nevertheless, with his genius-level puppet mastery, even without relying heavily on poison, Sasori's strength was already comparable to an experienced jonin. However, Sasori understood his pursuers included multiple elite ninjas and didn't intend to fight directly. Initially, he'd attempted to mislead them using clones, but Dango's acute senses quickly distinguished the real from the fake. Not being physically strong himself, Sasori was slower, allowing Team 18 to gradually close the gap. Sasori had come to the land of Earth's border specifically to test a new poison designed to weaken captured shinobi for his experiments with human puppetry. Since it was his first attempt, Sasori remained secretive, venturing alone for experimental subjects. Realizing escape was futile, Sasori prepared for battle in a terrain ideal for puppeteers, a dense mixture of trees and scattered rocks, perfect for ambushes and concealment. Here, he quickly deployed poisons, set traps, and strategically positioned numerous puppets. Given more time, Sasori felt confident he could handle even 2 jonin. Soon, Team 18 reached the edge of Sasori's poison-filled area. Clearly, the enemy intended a decisive battle. Protected by his teammates, Ishiro performed a sensory scan. Immediately, he realized his perception was a direct counter to puppet masters. Despite puppets not being living creatures, they required chakra threads to connect to the puppeteer. These thin threads, difficult for typical sensors, were plainly visible to Ishiro, especially after his recent improvements. As Ishiro pinpointed every hidden puppet, he informed Shiden's team. Shiden smiled calmly after hearing Ishiro's thorough report and began forming hand seals, slowly, due to the unfamiliarity of her newly learned A-rank jutsu. After nearly 10 seconds, she unleashed Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves. A powerful wave of wind chakra surged forward, obliterating the forest and destroying traps, poisons, and the numerous puppets Sasori had prepared. Most were instantly rendered useless, and his carefully arranged battlefield was ruined. This destructive attack targeted not just the traps, but Sasori himself. Forced to respond, Sasori immediately deployed his strongest puppets as a shield. Although he managed to survive unharmed, these powerful puppets sustained severe damage and became virtually unusable. Following the devastating attack, Team 18 didn't immediately charge, Sasori's poison was still a threat. Instead, Shiden began forming hand seals again, clearly preparing another large-scale attack. Desperate, Sasori realized he couldn't survive a second wave. He quickly manipulated the remaining puppets to attack directly, forcing Team 18 into close combat. But Shiden, Shironiko, and Little Stone were experienced taijutsu experts. Swiftly and efficiently, they dismantled Sasori's damaged puppets. Seizing this opportunity, Ishiro, hidden behind his teammates, quickly performed hand seals, casting his genjutsu, body-binding technique, onto Sasori. Focused entirely on his puppets, Sasori initially overlooked Ishiro, allowing the genjutsu to trap him successfully. Though immobilized, Sasori still maintained chakra thread control and desperately tried to break free by having his own puppet attack him. But it was already too late. Shiden, familiar with Ishiro's technique, instantly intercepted the puppets, preventing them from helping Sasori escape. Within seconds, Shiden broke through Sasori's defenses. Using a perfectly timed body flicker technique, she delivered a heavy blow to Sasori's back, breaking the genjutsu but simultaneously disrupting his chakra control, further hindering the puppet's movements. Before Sasori could fully recover, Shiden decisively slashed her blade twice, severing both of Sasori's arms in an instant. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 62, Sasori's Collection. Chapter 62, Sasori's Collection. Shiden hadn't refrained from killing Sasori out of mercy, but because they needed him alive to create an antidote for their poison comrades. Capturing a puppet master alive meant a good chance of extracting information through interrogation. Facing a puppeteer who'd lost both arms, Shiden showed no mercy or carelessness. She swiftly slashed Sasori's gear off his body before stabbing his shoulder and dragging him from his original position. Immediately, Ishiro moved forward and, facing the incapacitated Sasori, rapidly cast over 10 sealing techniques, completely sealing his chakra flow and sensory perception. Shiden and the others watched Ishiro's cautious approach with raised eyebrows. Was it really necessary? Sasori didn't even have arms anymore. But how could they understand Ishiro's caution? This was someone who would become a Kage-level threat in the future. He could never be too careful. Noticing their confusion, Ishiro explained seriously, I remember a piece of intel mentioning a genius puppet master from Sunagakure. Chiyo, one of Sand's elders, has a grandson known as Sasori of the Red Sand, characterized by his distinctive red hair. If my guess is right, this is Chiyo's grandson. If we hand him over to the village, I'm sure the village can negotiate a favorable deal with Sand. Think of the huge rewards and contribution points we'd gain. Being careful is essential. The others instantly understood Ishiro's reasoning. After all, their previous S-rank mission had significantly improved their strength. The thought of another such reward was almost too good to be true. Considering Rain Country's instability and their recent experiences, Team 18 packed up all of Sasori's puppets, and Ishiro left a clay clone behind to clean up the traces of battle. The team swiftly left the battlefield and headed back towards the Land of Earth border outpost. Seeing Sasori, now armless and helpless, captured by Team 18, the shinobi at the border outpost breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although the poison hadn't acted up yet, it remained a ticking time bomb. With the puppeteer captured, the village would certainly obtain the antidote. Most shinobi remained stationed at the outpost, while 7 or 8 severely poisoned individuals, along with another Umbu team, accompanied Ishiro's group back to the village. Upon returning, Team 18 immediately reported to Captain Owl. Hearing the full account, especially that they'd captured Chiyo's grandson, all wasted no time bringing Team 18 directly to see Anoki himself. Meanwhile, Sasori was promptly placed in the Umbu's high-security prison, reserved for the most dangerous captives. Anoki and his advisors became visibly excited upon learning that Team 18 had captured Chiyo's soul heir. Better yet, Sasori himself had initiated hostilities, meaning Iwagakure had acted purely in self-defense. The advisors instantly forgot about the visitors present, openly discussing how best to leverage Sasori in negotiations with Sand. Seeing their enthusiasm, Anoki coughed loudly to interrupt, all right, enough of that. Since Team 18 is here, let's first discuss their rewards. Ishiro and the others, slightly embarrassed by the open discussion earlier, perked up immediately at the mention of rewards. An elderly male advisor smiled warmly at the 4 shinobi. Sasori already has quite a reputation as a genius in Suna. They've started calling him Sasori of the Red Sand, recognizing his extraordinary potential. You've done remarkably well, capturing him before he could reach his prime. We'll grant you another S-rank mission completion. Additionally, each of you can make one special request, such as applying to learn ninjutsu or promotion in rank. Hearing another S-rank reward, Shiden managed to stay composed, but the younger trio's smiles stretched from ear to ear. When they heard about an extra special request, their excitement peaked. Ishiro, especially, couldn't help grinning foolishly. Seeing their expressions, the 4 village advisors laughed heartily. Anoki shook his head and chuckled, all right, go back and think carefully about what you need the most. Then inform the exchange office. Dismissed. Yes. Team 18 and all vanished from Anoki's office with the body flicker technique. Anoki and 1 advisor simultaneously let out an intrigued sound. What's wrong? Another advisor asked curiously. Anoki, with a pleased expression, said, it's Ishiro, that boy. When he used the body flicker just now, I realized he's broken through. Oh. The other advisors were surprised. Ishiro broke through. Last time returning from Rain Country, he hadn't achieved it yet. Indeed, Anoki said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though slightly behind Ikura, he's certainly outstanding. Especially since Ishiro excels in mental strength. Achieving a breakthrough at such a young age means he has an extraordinary future ahead. Ishiro, unaware he'd revealed his breakthrough with a simple body flicker, only felt slightly puzzled when Captain Owl stared at him with a strange expression upon returning to Umbu headquarters. When Team 18 returned to their usual training area, they immediately discussed the mission rewards. Shironiko said first, I've heard the village has a special area that might help ninja beasts absorb natural energy and become sages. I'll request to send Dango there. Little Stone agreed, I've heard about that too. It's highly secretive though, no one knows its exact location. Ishiro blinked in surprise, huh? You want Dango to go there? I could just take him myself. Shironiko was astonished, what? You know where it is and can actually enter. Only then did Ishiro realize that what was normal for him, returning to that place, was a secretive mystery for everyone else. Thankfully, he rarely talked about his private life, limiting the leak of any information. He decided to be more cautious from now on. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I used to work in the barrier team. I've been involved since its inception, and I actually live inside that area now. Let Dango stay at my place after work from now on. Shironiko was ecstatic, really? Ishiro, quick, tell me, is there really a chance for Dango to absorb natural energy by living there? Ishiro laughed awkwardly, recalling that he himself had originally proposed this idea merely as speculation. Even Anoki probably had no solid evidence yet. Shaking his head, Ishiro explained, actually, the place just has denser natural energy. Other than that, it's no different from outside. The whole natural energy absorption idea is still just an upper-level speculation. Oh. Shironiko looked somewhat disappointed. Her fighting style heavily relied on Dango. If Dango became stronger, she'd also benefit significantly. Seeing her downcast expression, Ishiro comforted her, it's fine. It doesn't cost anything anyway. Just let Dango stay at my place for now, we can always try it out first. Shironiko quickly agreed, smiling again and immediately discussing excitedly with Dango. Little Stone turned to Ishiro, asking, Ishiro, what special request are you going to make? Ishiro considered briefly, I actually want to learn a few B-rank ninjutsu. But since we can only make one request, choosing just one ninjutsu feels wasteful. Little Stone nodded, you're right. Maybe waiting until you're eligible to learn A-rank ninjutsu would be better, then you could request an A-rank jutsu. In Iwagakure, C-rank ninjutsu could easily be exchanged with contribution points. However, anything above B-rank required special village approval. This time, Team 18's special request essentially provided this privilege. Having learned from previous experiences, Ishiro planned to consult Captain Owl's opinion again. Professional matters required professional guidance, after all. Before that, however, Team 18 had one more important matter, handling Sasori's collection. Sasori was destined to become the strongest puppet master in the shinobi world, and even now, his techniques and puppets were first class. IWA lacked puppet masters, making Sasori's collection exceptionally valuable. After examining Sasori's belongings, Team 18 decided to turn in all puppets and poisons to the village but carefully copied several of Sasori's scrolls for themselves. Most were research data on puppets, though incomprehensible to the team, the techniques and puppet control methods detailed were valuable references, especially for future encounters with puppet users. Unfortunately, Sasori's collection of ninjutsu scrolls was minimal, consisting only of 2 wind-release jutsu, which only Shiden could use, albeit rarely. The poison and medicinal scrolls, however, caught Ishiro's attention. Remembering how excited his former team had been upon finding similar medical notes, he knew these would benefit the village significantly. After appraising everything, the exchange office awarded Team 18 a total of 7,000 contribution points. Ishiro's share amounted to just over 4,000 points. Satisfied with his considerable earnings, Ishiro smiled brightly, feeling ready to finally consult Captain Owl on his next step. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 63, Owl's Advice. Chapter 63, Owl's Advice. After returning from Captain Owl's office, Ishiro felt quite troubled. Owl had suggested Ishiro learn a high-level B-rank swordsmanship technique, something that left Ishiro quite surprised. Owl had explained clearly, since Ishiro had recently broken through mentally, his strength would rapidly increase. As a consequence, the opponents he'd face would naturally become stronger, since the village always assigned Ubu missions according to their capabilities. What Ishiro urgently needed wasn't to boost his offensive ninjutsu further. At the level of Jonin battles, a mix of C-rank and occasional B-rank ninjutsu would suffice. Ishiro already had several C-rank jutsu, along with a few powerful techniques, such as the B-rank water release, breaking stream, a close-range technique he'd never properly trained because it didn't match his usual style, his personally developed water pressure line technique, which had nearly B-rank potency, and the illusion-based binding technique. Thus, all reasoned that Ishiro currently didn't need to urgently acquire new offensive ninjutsu. Rather than learning new B-rank ninjutsu, his time would be better spent further developing his water pressure line technique to fully achieve true B-rank power. Since offensive ninjutsu wasn't his top priority, All suggested Ishiro focus instead on physical combat. Eventually, Ishiro would have to lead his own team. By that time, he couldn't afford to have an obvious weakness waiting to be exploited. Shiden, for instance, was originally a taijutsu specialist. Previously, she had only learned a handful of low-level ninjutsu. Recognizing ranged attacks as her weakness, she had used her previous S-rank mission reward to learn an A-rank wind release technique, effectively eliminating that shortcoming. Shiden's approach had been an extreme solution. By learning one powerful A-rank ninjutsu, she essentially wouldn't have to bother learning any more ninjutsu unless she became a Kage-level shinobi. I'll advise Ishiro similarly, invest some time mastering a high-level swordsmanship style now, so he wouldn't need to worry about this weakness for a long period afterward. Owl's analysis made perfect sense. Like Shiden's ninjutsu training, Ishiro's swordsmanship wouldn't need to be deadly. Instead, it should help create openings to safely use his ninjutsu in battle. Thus, rather than offensive sword techniques, Ishiro only needed a sword style focused primarily on defense. What excited Ishiro further was Owl's additional incentive. If he decided to learn swordsmanship, he wouldn't need to post any requests or hire any tutors, as his 3 teammates were already capable sword users and could help him train. The only thing bothering Ishiro was the realization that, if he devoted himself to swordsmanship, he'd inevitably spend less time developing new ninjutsu. His physical talent was average at best, and his initial experience with sword training had been frustratingly slow. This marked a significant departure from his original self-image as a long-range, ninjutsu-focused shinobi. Influenced by martial arts stories from his previous life, Ishiro had always believed that mastering one single skill to its peak could make him formidable. His focus had been primarily on speed, believing that if he could cast ninjutsu fast enough, he'd never lose. But Owl had raised 2 troubling points. First, against a stronger opponent, wouldn't Ishiro's lack of close combat ability leave him vulnerable, essentially making him a sitting duck? Second, if he ever became a team leader, how could he protect teammates effectively without sufficient close combat strength? After considering these points, Ishiro realized Owl's logic was sound. Could he really trust his own limited experiences over the advice of an experienced elite jonin? Though reluctant, Ishiro eventually accepted Owl's recommendation. His first step would be to visit the exchange office and see what suitable sword techniques were available. Normally, Ishiro wasn't permitted to browse B-rank jutsu details freely, he usually had to pay a contribution fee. But now, armed with his special request from completing the S-rank mission, he could view all B-rank techniques for free. Such an opportunity couldn't be wasted. Ishiro made up his mind. Today he'd browse every single B-rank technique listed. He wasn't leaving until he'd reviewed them all. The exchange office staff were accustomed to shinobi browsing through every available B-rank jutsu when given the chance. Collecting intelligence had become second nature. After all, even if you couldn't use a jutsu yourself, it was useful to understand potential enemy techniques. Ishiro was pleasantly surprised by the sheer number of B-rank Earth release ninjutsu available in Iwagakure. However, the offerings for other chakra attributes were disappointingly limited. Still, the exchange office provided him with an extra scroll detailing some B-rank jutsu observed from other villages, though these consisted mainly of vague descriptions and incomplete sets of hand signs. Ishiro was especially eager to see the EN release category, recalling his sudden breakthrough after viewing their descriptions last time. Yet he was quickly disappointed to discover that Iwagakure didn't even have a single complete B-rank EN release jutsu. The village catalog did list several incomplete EN release jutsu, fragments extracted from enemy shinobi's memories by the intelligence division. But these were mere theories and utterly impossible to practice. Although Ishiro hadn't intended to master EN release immediately, the glaring deficiency still disheartened him. There were some B-rank genjutsu, but most were supplementary, and the few offensive ones were impractical in real combat. Clearly, he'd made the right decision not to fully pursue this path earlier. Due to his extraordinary mental strength, Ishiro could already use a C-rank illusion at a near B-rank level. He'd briefly considered focusing entirely on genjutsu or EN release, but seeing Iwa's obvious shortcomings in these areas, he realized he'd made the wiser choice. Next came taijutsu and swordsmanship. Surprisingly, the village had several B-rank earth-based taijutsu techniques, such as hardening, boosting one's defense, or creating rock fists for combat, maximizing earth release's defensive strengths. The sword techniques available weren't many, but there was one clearly emphasizing defense. Owl had obviously recommended Ishiro study swordsmanship specifically for this style. However, seeing its cost, almost 5,000 contribution points, left Ishiro twitching in dismay. He'd accumulated about 10,000 points from 2 S-rank missions, and now just half of that would disappear for one technique. He sighed, deciding to further polish the C-rank sword technique he already knew. Better to lay a solid foundation first, he consoled himself. Upon returning to Team 18, Shiden was unsurprised by Ishiro's new decision. Instead, she handed him a manual on basic sword practice. If you use your old method of training your C-rank sword skills to learn a B-rank sword style, you'll never succeed, Shiden explained patiently. You'll need to first follow this manual and build up your basics for at least a year. Ishiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, even when hindered by low chakra reserves, he'd still learned ninjutsu fundamentals within half a year. Now, swordsmanship alone required a year just for foundational practice. Since his reincarnation, apart from physical training, Ishiro hadn't encountered such demanding training. Spending a full year solely on foundational sword training would leave him no time for anything else. Guessing Ishiro's concerns, Shiden continued calmly, "This sword training manual isn't just about learning sword moves, it also includes significant physical conditioning. So, you can reduce some of your usual physical exercises while practicing." Hearing this, Ishiro finally relaxed somewhat. He valued physical conditioning highly. After all, better physique meant greater chakra capacity. If basic sword practice could simultaneously enhance physical strength, he didn't mind investing more time. Skimming through the manual carefully, Ishiro noticed its detailed explanations. Swordsmanship wasn't just another form of taijutsu, it required specific physical attributes to execute techniques effectively. Sword moves required superior coordination and strength across various muscle groups, including arms, shoulders, and especially the waist, all of which had to endure the pressure of wielding a sword effectively. This foundational training, Ishiro realized, specifically targeted those muscle groups involved in swordplay, improving coordination and strength. No wonder Shiden claimed it could double as physical training. Still, Ishiro would need supplementary physical exercises to balance his overall physique. Currently, however, he lacked the luxury of time. Team 18 had completed their S-rank mission, but the original border patrol task remained unfinished. They had 2 days to rest before heading out again. So, rather than diving immediately into sword training, Ishiro needed to prepare equipment for future practice. Lastly, he'd promised Shironiko to let Dango stay at his home within the natural energy barrier. Although he'd never owned pets in his previous life, Ishiro had a rough idea of what a cat, even a ninja one, would enjoy, building a cozy nook, with platforms and ladders for climbing. Satisfied with his plans, Ishiro headed home, eager to make arrangements for his new feline roommate. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 64, Training at the Border. Chapter 64, Training at the Border. Ishiro wasn't solely concerned about Dango just because it belonged to his teammate Shironiko. His primary motivation was to observe how other beings interacted with natural energy. Despite having lived within the natural energy barrier for a while now, Ishiro had limited affinity for absorbing nature energy himself. Observing fellow shinobi would be seen as invasive, but watching Dango would pose no such issue. Ishiro suspected animals might absorb natural energy better than humans due to their simpler, more instinctive nature. He eagerly anticipated Dango's results, hoping they could inspire his own training. Unfortunately, the Umbu's busy schedule left Ishiro with little time to remain at home. Since joining the Umbu, he'd spent far less time inside the natural energy barrier than he had during his earlier experiments. That evening, Dango was brought to Ishiro's home by Shironiko, who was filled with hopeful anticipation. Dango was intelligent enough to grasp the potential benefits of natural energy, having listened carefully to Shironiko's explanation. Far from resisting, the cat was actually quite excited. Neither Ishiro nor Dango slept well that night. The curious cat prowled around the room, sniffing, exploring, hoping to detect some difference within the natural energy barrier. But Dango's level was too low, it discovered nothing. Dango was essentially a wild ninja beast. Lacking formal training, its strength barely reached the level of a chunin, and even then, it was a severely unbalanced chunin. It excelled at speed, faster even than Ishiro, but lagged significantly in other areas. On missions, Dango primarily served as a scout or for surprise attacks. That night, Ishiro remained awake even longer than Dango, repeatedly casting sensory ninjutsu from his bed, but ultimately gained nothing from his observation. A few days passed without noticeable changes in Dango. Both Shironiko and Koseki were disappointed, but Ishiro comforted them, reminding them that if natural energy absorption were easy, the ninja world would be overflowing with sage-level shinobi. After a brief rest, Team 18 departed again for border patrol. Unlike their previous deployment, this visit proved uneventful. Upon reaching the border outpost once more, they found Miyake's subordinates had already been cured of the poison. Clearly, the village's intelligence division had successfully extracted information from Sasori. Ishiro wondered if they'd also obtained insights about the Sans puppet techniques. Such information could significantly enhance Iwagakure's future advantage against Tsunagakure. Relations among the 5 major ninja nations were complex. Primarily, the 4 nations often opposed Konoha due to its central strength, as demonstrated during the past ninja world wars. Yet these 4 nations also had numerous internal conflicts. After all, even distant wind and water countries had previously clashed. Earth and wind countries, separated only by minor buffer states, were practically neighbors, embroiled in constant friction and rivalry. This intricate situation was often aggravated by hidden provocations, especially from Konoha's root division under Danzo, experts in stirring discord among rival nations. Once Sasori's capture and subsequent exchange became known, Danzo wasted no time taking advantage of the situation. Despite the recent Iwagakure incident, Danzo found great pleasure in causing trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Utilizing his status as Hokage's aide, Danzo convened a meeting, spinning the intelligence to favor his interests and pressing Hiruzen to dispatch Ubu to sabotage the exchange between Iwa and Suna. Hiruzen, deeply annoyed, thought to himself, "Last time you tricked me badly, are you becoming addicted to this?" Taking a slow drag on his pipe, Hiruzen calmly asked, "Last time, the Ubu relied on Root's intelligence to support Iwagakure, resulting in heavy casualties. Danzo, can you guarantee your information this time?" This warning implied clearly, if Danzo tried another vague setup, Hiruzen wouldn't overlook it again. Danzo narrowed his single visible eye, fully understanding Hiruzen's message. But this time, his intention wasn't to trick Ubu into danger. This time, Root operatives will accompany the Ubu, Danzo announced firmly. His real aim was not merely to disrupt the exchange but to seize Sasori. Konoha, as San's primary rival, desperately needed puppet master intelligence, and whoever controlled this knowledge would have enormous influence in the next conflict. Understanding Danzo's plan instantly, Hiruzen considered it calmly. If Danzo succeeded in capturing Sasori, Konoha would undoubtedly benefit, and Hiruzen could use moral authority later to pressure Danzo into handing Sasori over. Soon afterward, Konoha dispatched 10 Ubu squads and 5 Root squads to the Bear Country border area between Earth and Wind nations. Intelligence indicated the exchange between Iwagakure and Tsuchikage would occur in about 10 days, leaving little time to spare. Leading this operation was Hatake Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. Although Tsukumo's reputation had suffered following the failed Iwagakure mission, largely due to Danzo's scheming, he'd since regained favor by successfully completing several challenging Ubu assignments. Danzo originally proposed Orochimaru to lead the mission, given Orochimaru's proven strength and loyalty to Danzo. However, Hiruzen vetoed Orochimaru's involvement due to these very connections, instead placing White Fang at the head of this critical mission. Meanwhile, Ishiro was unaware of Konoha's inner turmoil. At the border, he continued training as usual. He had prepared a set of swordsmanship training equipment near the border outpost, transported via storage scrolls from the village. This included special training dummies indicating vital organs, durable wooden poles, and various wooden and stone training blades. Aside from their regular patrols, Team 18 spent most of their time training at this improvised facility. Ishiro maintained a disciplined routine, morning physical conditioning adjusted to emphasize swordsmanship basics, reducing overall body weights while increasing arm and wrist weights. He even wore specially designed weighted gloves for extra protection and strengthening. After morning exercises, he joined Team 18 for half-day patrols. During their midday rest at a nearby water source, Ishiro focused on developing his water pressure line technique. In the afternoons, the team conducted another patrol. In the evenings, Ishiro practiced other ninjutsu. Development of the water pressure line technique was exhausting and had recently stalled. Yet Ishiro progressed quickly in other skills. His proficiency with earth clone technique improved rapidly. His clones could now perform simple earth techniques like earth wall and earth spike, though other attributes remained inaccessible. It was only then Ishiro realized how limited elemental clones truly were compared to shadow clones, which could employ various attributes. However, earth clones had their advantages, incredible durability and more reasonable chakra consumption. Ishiro's increased chakra capacity now made earth clones more cost-effective for him than shadow clones. In addition to individual training, Team 18 conducted sparring sessions, including Ishiro facing off against Shironiko, Koseki, and even Captain Shiden, to hone his close combat abilities. His melee skills were still weak, limited to Hwantou's basic taijutsu and a C-rank sword technique he'd barely mastered. Initially effective, these basic techniques quickly became predictable, and Ishiro was repeatedly defeated. However, after several weeks of intense training, his reflexes and technique gradually improved. He could now hold his own briefly even when his teammates stopped holding back. This visible progress motivated Ishiro further, encouraging him to extend his sword training sessions. Meanwhile, he'd also become highly proficient in techniques like binding illusion, shanshin, earth clone, and sensory ninjutsu, and had begun working on earth concealment and anti-sensory ninjutsu. More basic techniques, such as earth spike, earth wall, and transformation jutsu, had already reached their current limits, freeing up his training schedule significantly. Thus, Ishiro's time at the border became an invaluable period of growth, preparing him for future challenges he couldn't yet foresee. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 65, Preparations. Chapter 65, Preparations. That evening, Shironiko was sparring with Shiden, primarily working on her evasion techniques. Shironiko's fighting style closely resembled Shiden's, so they trained together frequently, and thus, Shironiko had improved significantly, Dango had improved alongside her. In contrast, Koseki, though also a taijutsu-oriented ninja like Shironiko and Shiden, specialized in strength-based combat. His sword techniques were aggressive, emphasizing raw power over subtlety. Like Ishiro, Koseki had to rely mostly on personal insight for improvement and was currently practicing strikes against a training dummy. Meanwhile, Ishiro held a wooden spear, practicing against a training puppet. He rapidly thrust the spear forward more than a dozen times, but after the first 7 or 8 precise strikes, the subsequent thrusts began to veer slightly off target. Ishiro exhaled deeply. He discovered this training method to be an excellent measure of his progress in swordsmanship, akin to the Uchiha clan's shuriken practice methods in the original story, clearly indicating his improvements. According to Shiden's standards, Ishiro needed to be able to land over 30 consecutive strikes accurately in rapid succession. When Ishiro had first started training, his precision was abysmal. He could barely land 1 strike accurately out of 5 attempts, and even completing 5 strikes was difficult due to insufficient strength and improper technique. After more than 10 days of rigorous practice, Ishiro could now manage about 10 consecutive strikes, a clear sign of improved strength, endurance, and mastery of the technique. Landing 7 or 8 of those strikes accurately demonstrated considerable growth in control and reaction speed. After massaging his sore muscles and taking a few deep breaths, Ishiro began practicing again, achieving similar results to before. He sighed. Clearly, he was expecting too much too soon. With his weak foundational skills, rapid progress was impossible. Improvement required steady, continuous effort, just as his physical training had gradually allowed him to narrow the gap between himself and more naturally gifted peers. Accepting this reality, Ishiro dismissed other thoughts and resumed his basic sword training. Stroke after stroke, he swung his sword, repeating the specialized muscle movements thousands of times each day, gradually internalizing them through muscle memory. After completing his sword-swinging exercises and replenishing his energy with a quick meal, Ishiro rested briefly before sparring with Koseki, who'd also just finished his individual practice. Both wielded wooden swords for safety. Koseki's swordsmanship was significantly superior to Ishiro's. Many of his moves appeared effortless yet contained tremendous power. With a strange twist of his body, Koseki swiftly launched an attack, which Ishiro now anticipated. Sidestepping slightly, Ishiro avoided Koseki's slash, then immediately retaliated with a quick horizontal strike aimed at Koseki's torso. However, Koseki's control over his body far exceeded Ishiro's expectations. He abruptly stopped his forward momentum, took a single precise step backward, evaded Ishiro's strike, and instantly launched a counterattack toward Ishiro's unbalanced flank. Previously, Ishiro would have lost immediately in such a scenario, but this time, he was prepared. Quickly rotating his blade in a peculiar maneuver, Ishiro redirected Koseki's attack upward, simultaneously dropping into a deep crouch. Yet Koseki adapted instantly, abandoning the sword attack and pivoting on his right leg, delivering a lightning-fast kick toward Ishiro's lowered head. Caught off guard, Ishiro hastily raised his free arm to block. The force disparity was significant, and Ishiro was sent flying backward nearly a dozen meters before skidding to a stop. After standing up and massaging his numbed arm, Ishiro felt lucky. Koseki had intentionally restrained his strength at the last moment. Without applying his recently learned deflection techniques and retreating immediately, Ishiro might have suffered serious injury. He felt slightly discouraged. Despite carefully preparing a strategy, he'd lost even faster than before. Clearly, clever tactics alone weren't enough without a solid foundation of strength. Just as Ishiro mulled this over, Shiden, who had been watching from the sidelines with Shironiko, suddenly drew her sword and faced into the darkness. "Be alert," she warned sharply. It was unusual for anyone from the border outpost to approach at this hour. Either something serious had happened, or this wasn't an ally at all. Ishiro, Koseki, and Shironiko immediately took battle positions behind Shiden. Koseki silently swapped his wooden sword for his chakra-infused blade, Shironiko prepared her weapons, and Dango had already vanished into the shadows, ready to ambush. Ishiro began rapidly forming hand seals. Before anyone appeared, a familiar voice called out from the darkness, "Shiden, it's me." Recognizing Captain Owl's voice, Team 18 slightly relaxed their guard but remained cautious. Soon, Owl emerged into view, accompanied by a group of shinobi, most notably the third Tsuchikage, Anoki himself. Counting quickly, Ishiro realized Anoki had personally brought 4 Ubu teams out from the village, a shocking sight. Ishiro wondered who could merit such a significant response. Even during the Second Ninja World War, Anoki had rarely left the village personally. Captain Owl quickly explained the new mission to Team 18. Apparently, the information leaked to Konoha's route had been deliberately planted by Anoki, clearly another trap intended for Konoha. Ishiro wondered if Tsuchikage was also an intended target. Without delay, Anoki gathered 3 teams from the border, including Team 18, and picked up 2 more teams already operating in the Land of Bears, resulting in 8 total Ubu teams. Together, they escorted Sasori toward the agreed exchange location. Near the meeting spot, Anoki personally created an underground chamber, hiding himself and most of the Umbu there. He sent 2 Umbu teams above ground, openly escorting the sealed Sasori toward the exchange site. At Anoki's order, the sensory ninja began scanning the surroundings for hidden threats. Ishiro joined Anoki in setting up sealing barriers around the chamber to block spying attempts, particularly from Byakugan users. After finishing the barrier, Ishiro activated his sensory technique. Apart from their own group and Sasori, he detected no other chakra signatures nearby. With about 3 days left until the agreed exchange, Anoki had deliberately arrived early. After arriving at the designated location, one Umbu team stayed openly visible while the other concealed themselves. 2 quiet days passed without incident. Ishiro narrowed his sensory range, painstakingly scanning every inch of the area. After 2 hours, he detected a faint chakra source roughly 300 meters away, a source so subtle it would be undetectable if not for his exceptionally powerful spiritual strength. Immediately, he guessed it might belong to Konoha's Aburame clan's Kikeichu insects. Sure enough, after further inspection, Ishiro detected several more insects scattered around. Lord Tsuchikage, Ishiro reported softly, I've detected extremely small chakra sources nearby. I suspect they're Konoha's Aburame clan insects. Anoki wasn't surprised, avoiding detection by Konoha's reconnaissance techniques was precisely why he'd hidden underground. But sensing Kikeichu insects through sensory ninjutsu was unprecedented, impressing him greatly. Thinking briefly, Anoki asked, Ishiro, what's your maximum sensory range? Ishiro responded, if focusing in one direction, I can sense chakra signatures up to 3 kilometers away, though clarity diminishes significantly. Usually, I scan thoroughly within about 1.5 kilometers to ensure no chakra signatures are missed. Comparing Ishiro's range to typical Jonin-level sensors, Anoki realized Ishiro's maximum sensory range was at least 3 times greater. Given sensory perception doesn't simply scale linearly with range, this capability far exceeded that of typical sensors. Anoki nodded thoughtfully. Since your maximum range is 3 kilometers, try to pinpoint the Aburame shinobi's position. They're probably somewhere nearby. The Aburame clan's insects could spread far beyond 3 kilometers, but given the importance of the exchange site, the insect's controller was likely nearby, potentially within Ishiro's sensing range. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 66, Taking the Bait. Chapter 66, Taking the Bait. Following Anoki's orders, Ishiro expanded his sensing range to 3 kilometers. However, 3 kilometers was already Ishiro's maximum limit, making his perception somewhat vague. Moreover, the circumference of a 3-kilometer radius covered nearly 20 kilometers, with an area approaching 30 square kilometers. Searching such a vast area thoroughly was extremely challenging. Adding to the difficulty, the enemy might be concealed underground or atop trees, exponentially complicating matters. Ishiro searched painstakingly for more than 3 hours but found nothing. After briefly resting his senses, Ishiro decided to try a different approach. He wasn't sure how the Aburame clan's insects communicated with their masters, but there were essentially 2 possibilities: either the insects returned physically, or they transmitted information remotely using chakra. For higher-level creatures, remote communication might be straightforward, but for insects, it would certainly involve chakra transmissions. Thus, instead of blindly searching for the enemy's location, Ishiro decided to track the insects' chakra signals back to their source. With this new method, Ishiro carefully observed the insects he had previously sensed. To increase accuracy, Ishiro monitored 4 insects simultaneously. About half an hour later, he noticed a subtle chakra fluctuation emanating in a certain direction every so often. Ishiro smiled slightly. Clearly, this fluctuation indicated the direction of their master, transmitting intelligence. However, 4 insects alone weren't enough to accurately pinpoint the enemy's location. Ishiro shifted his attention to another area, quickly locating more insects and confirming their chakra transmission directions. After repeating this several times, he narrowed down the enemy's location. Tsuchikage-sama, Ishiro reported, I haven't precisely located them, but I can confirm the enemy is in the northeast. Northeast. The land of fire lay southeast of the land of bears, while the northeast was toward the land of earth, precisely where Ishiro's group had arrived from. Anoki snorted coldly. Clearly, Konoha intended to block their escape route. Can you confirm the distance? Asked Anoki. Ishiro shook his head. I can't determine their exact distance, but they're likely around 6 to 8 kilometers away, he answered based on chakra transmission directions. Check toward Tsuchigakure's side as well, Anoki instructed. Ishiro nodded, understanding Anoki's intent. Since Konoha was blocking Iwa's retreat, Tsunigakure was likely being monitored as well, perhaps even more intensely, given Konoha's probable goal was Sasori himself. However, since Suna's forces hadn't arrived yet, Konoha wouldn't have set traps in their direction prematurely. Unsurprisingly, Ishiro's further sensing attempts yielded no results. The next day passed without further incident. Even the number of aburame insects decreased, implying Konoha had gathered sufficient intelligence and was now lying low. Everything now depended on Suna's arrival and how the three sides would act. Around noon the following day, a large force approached from the direction of the Land of Wind. Unlike Anoki's covert approach, Tsuchikage brazenly brought over a dozen Umbu squads, led personally by Elder Chiyo. It was unclear if Chiyo intended to violate the agreement and take Sasori by force, but upon arrival, she immediately ordered her Umbu to encircle several kilometers around the exchange location. Iwa, by contrast, had only two Umbu squads visible, one openly guarding Sasori and another hidden nearby for backup. Now both squads, along with Anoki's hidden group underground, found themselves encircled by Suna Umbu. Despite this, Ishiro wasn't worried. These Umbu alone couldn't threaten their well-prepared group, especially with Anoki present. Ishiro continuously monitored the surface, updating Anoki and the others about Suna's positions. The tension rose among the Iwa shinobi as they awaited Anoki's decision, whether to intervene or wait. After a moment, Chiyo approached the openly visible Iwa Umbu. Clearly informed beforehand by Anoki, the Umbu calmly exchanged Sasori for the agreed resources, despite Suna's intimidating show of force. Once the exchange was complete, both Iwa Umbu squads departed promptly toward the Land of Earth, Ishiro's hidden group's location. One of Chiyo's Umbu spoke quietly, "Elder Chiyo, are we letting these Iwa shinobi go?" Chiyo gazed toward the retreating Iwa Umbu. Two Umbu squads won't affect the overall situation. But the resources they took aren't insignificant, protested the Umbu. Chiyo sighed wearily. Anoki already threatened us. If we broke the agreement, he would share the information extracted from Sasori with Konoha. We don't know how much critical intel Sasori has leaked about our puppet techniques. Fortunately, Iwa isn't our primary enemy, but if Konoha gets hold of that information, we'll be severely disadvantaged in future conflicts. Chiyo's assessment was accurate. In reality, this exchange was a tremendous loss for Suna. Although Sasori was a prodigy, a captured genius would never again be fully trusted by the village. Even if Sasori eventually reached Kage-level strength, this blemish would forever deny him any chance of becoming Kazekage. Trading scarce village resources for a compromised genius generated significant opposition within Suna's leadership. Ultimately, Chiyo traded her political power for the silent support of the third Kazekage, making this mission her last as an elder. Thus, she lacked the authority and confidence to openly antagonize Iwa. Anoki, aware of this internal turmoil, had chosen patience over confrontation. Moreover, Chiyo suspected Anoki had additional forces hidden nearby, wary of any sudden moves from Iwa. Soon, a Suna Umbu brought Sasori to Chiyo. Seeing his missing arms, pain flashed briefly in Chiyo's eyes, but for a master puppeteer like her, such injuries were easily remedied with puppet prosthetics. Chiyo motioned her specialists to remove Sasori's seals. Several top-tier Suna sealing experts struggled, unable to immediately undo Ishiro's complex sealing techniques. Chiyo narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Iwa's sealing techniques have improved greatly these past few years, she murmured. Indeed, it seems the incident in Uzushio involved Anoki's schemes. Though Uzumaki seals appeared self-destructed, certain traces implied someone else reached their archives before us. Anoki, you've grown quite cunning. Withdraw to the village, Chiyo ordered decisively. Yes. The surrounding Umbu quickly converged toward her. Meanwhile, approximately 5 kilometers from the exchange site, behind a gentle slope, Konoha Ambu and root members had assembled. A Hyuga shinobi scanned the exchange area, then reported, "White Fang-sama, the transaction between Suna and Iwa has concluded without conflict." White Fang frowned. Despite Suna's numerical advantage, Chiyo had inexplicably allowed Iwa to leave unchallenged, contrary to Konoha's expectations. Konoha lacked information about Suna's recent internal changes, unlike Anoki, and thus miscalculated Chiyo's motivations. However, regardless of Suna's inaction, White Fang had orders to execute. Giving the signal to his subordinates, the order rapidly spread using the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, reaching another hidden Konoha unit over 10 kilometers away. Both Konoha units advanced swiftly toward the exchange point, simultaneously casting multiple jutsu. A combined volley of elemental ninjutsu blasted toward the center of the exchange zone. Suna's sensors immediately detected the massive chakra fluctuations, reporting urgently to Chiyo. Unperturbed, Chiyo calmly stated, "So Anoki prepared after all." Indeed, Suna had already anticipated the possibility of Anoki leaking intelligence to Konoha, explaining their large deployment. Chiyo ordered, "Execute defensive plans." Immediately, numerous Suna shinobi retaliated, unleashing coordinated wind release techniques against Konoha's combined fire and wind attacks. While individually powerful, wind-enhanced fire jutsu gave Konoha a significant elemental advantage, gradually overpowering Suna's defensive counterattack. Chiyo's expression tightened. These coordinated wind-fire techniques, definitely Konoha's handiwork. Anoki calculated perfectly, knowing we would never retreat against Konoha, forcing us into battle, while he safely watches from the shadows. Anoki had accurately predicted Suna's desperation to secure their puppet techniques and Konoha's determination to seize them, placing himself comfortably in a position to benefit from their inevitable clash. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 67, Battle to the Death. Chapter 67, Battle to the Death. An Ubu shinobi interrupted Chiyo's thoughts. Elder Chiyo, the enemy's combined ninjutsu is too powerful. It's likely an attack from a Kage-level shinobi. What should we do? Chiyo paused, quickly trying to deduce which Kage-level shinobi from Konoha excelled at fire or wind release. Many Kage-level shinobi were proficient in multiple chakra natures, and nearly all of Konoha's Kage-level ninja could perform either wind or fire techniques. But now wasn't the time to deliberate, immediate action was required. Without hesitation, she released more than a dozen puppets simultaneously. These puppets quickly unleashed powerful wind release ninjutsu, forcibly countering the enemy attack. This was the hidden trump card of Chiyo, a Kage-level puppeteer, puppets that could unleash sealed wind release techniques. In fact, calling it performing ninjutsu wasn't entirely accurate, the puppets merely released previously sealed ninjutsu, similar in concept to Ishiro's earlier experiments with C-rank sealing scrolls. Although Ishiro didn't understand the exact mechanism, he realized one thing: this was Chiyo's strongest card. If Konoha launched another similar attack, Suna would have no effective means to defend itself. Even this single exchange had exhausted a huge amount of chakra. Although Suna had barely withstood Konoha's attack, their chakra reserves had already plummeted, most shinobi had less than 10% remaining. Immediately after the ninjutsu exchange subsided, close combat began. Yet unexpectedly, instead of an intense, drawn-out battle, a white-haired figure flashed rapidly through the battlefield. Before several Suna Umbu could react, they had already fallen dead. Chiyo instantly recognized the attacker, shouting angrily, "White Fang." In a fit of rage, she disregarded all else, directly maneuvering her puppets to attack White Fang, intent on settling new grudges alongside old debts. Meanwhile, for Konoha Ambush squads positioned toward the land of Earth, after their initial ninjutsu attack, awaited intelligence from the Aburame clan shinobi. The Aburame shinobi released numerous insects but, after some time, found no trace of the two previously departed IWA Ambush squads. Reporting back, he said, "Those two IWA squads vanished. I've checked a few kilometers around, found no bodies or trails, they must have retreated underground." The squad leader frowned and immediately ordered, "Contact the Hyuga clan. Have them focus underground and thoroughly search for IWA shinobi." An uneasy feeling rose in his chest. Normally, an Ambush squad wouldn't exclusively consist of shinobi capable of earth infiltration techniques. Just as with Konoha and Suna's current battle, both sides had temporarily increased the proportion of ninjutsu specialists to execute their initial attacks. But why had IWA seemingly done the same? Could they have anticipated Konoha's moves? Or worse, was this entire situation an IWA setup? Regardless, this was extremely troubling. Suna's unexpectedly large deployment, combined with Iwa's suspicious movements, worried him greatly. However, the main Konoha force had already engaged Suna directly, retreating now was impossible. The choice wasn't even his to make. Clenching his teeth, the Umbu captain decided, forget about IWA for now. Support White Fang-sama first and eliminate Suna quickly. He immediately led 11 Umbu toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the two missing IWA Umbu squads had joined Ishiro and the others hiding underground. After briefly reporting to Anoki, they moved aside to await further orders. The intelligence they brought wasn't new, the underground sensory team had already informed Anoki. At this time, Ishiro and several sensors were reporting the situation above ground. The massive chakra exchanges had temporarily disrupted Ishiro's sensing, but now clarity had returned. Tsuchikage-sama, both sides have engaged in close combat, Ishiro reported. The initial exchange didn't cause direct casualties for Suna, but their chakra reserves have drastically decreased, most shinobi have less than 10% left. Suddenly, Ishiro felt a tremor. For Suna shinobi just died instantly. Same attacker, incredible speed. Anoki pondered briefly and concluded decisively, it's Konoha's White Fang. Currently, few Konoha shinobi specialized in high-speed assassination techniques. The most famous, undoubtedly, was White Fang. Other Ubu shinobi nodded in agreement. Though Ishiro had heard of White Fang's reputation, he wasn't clear about his fighting style. His first thought had been of the Yellow Flash, but he quickly recalled that Minato Namikaze should be around Ishiro's age or slightly older, far from his peak. Before Ishiro could ponder further, new developments unfolded. Shinobi who were ambushing our retreat path are moving toward the battlefield now, apparently to reinforce their comrades, Ishiro quickly updated. Listening to the continuous flow of intelligence, the underground team analyzed the battle. At this moment, All suddenly asked, Ishiro, since the battle began, have Suna shinobi shown any signs of retreating? Ishiro was startled briefly, then quickly replied, Captain Owl, no, they haven't. They've maintained a defensive formation, standing their ground. Anoki's eyes sharpened. Turning to Owl, he questioned, you suspect? Even though Suna defended against the initial attack, Owl explained gravely, the situation is clearly unfavorable for them. The logical choice is retreat, not stubborn defense. Continuing this stance with their limited chakra will only result in total annihilation. Anoki took a deep breath, acknowledging Owl's logic. Then Suna must have a hidden card. We must strike immediately. Ishiro felt puzzled. If Suna had hidden cards, wasn't waiting the better choice? However, it wasn't his place to voice such concerns. Owl quickly assigned tasks. Shortly after, the 4 Konoha Ambush squads passing overhead suddenly encountered dozens of earth spikes and rock pillars erupting from beneath, courtesy of about 10 IWA shinobi, including Ishiro. Unprepared, Konoha Ambush suffered immediate injuries. Ishiro himself scored his first direct hit with Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears, piercing an enemy Chunin's leg. Without high-level jutsu involved, casualties were minimal, but the surprise attack left Konoha Ambush in chaos. At this moment, Anoki created a path upward, allowing a dozen elite taijutsu specialists to charge into the fray. They swiftly overwhelmed the struggling Konoha shinobi. With Owl's permission, Ishiro joined the fray, quickly targeting the wounded Chunin he'd injured earlier. This shinobi had been rescued earlier by the Aburame captain, who was now busy battling 2 other IWA Ambush, leaving Ishiro an ideal chance for real combat experience. The wounded Chunin was skilled in Kenjutsu. Although his thigh injury significantly reduced his mobility, Ishiro remained cautious, knowing his recently acquired swordsmanship wouldn't permit carelessness. The pressure from real combat was vastly different from training spars. Initially, Ishiro focused defensively, barely dodging multiple lethal strikes. Gradually, he adjusted, cautiously adding counterattacks, testing his growth. Although the enemy's experience surpassed Ishiro's, making his attacks ineffective, the sparring-like exchange honed Ishiro's instincts for close combat. Suddenly, Ishiro began deliberately provoking, baiting the enemy into reckless attacks, allowing him to better practice combat adaptability. Soon, the Konoha Ambush were all eliminated, save Ishiro's opponent. Captain Owl intentionally prevented interference, curious about Ishiro's growth in swordsmanship, a decision directly supported by Anoki. After several exchanges, Ishiro feinted toward his enemy's abdomen, a move he'd used repeatedly before. This time, unexpectedly, the enemy allowed himself to be struck, forcing his injured body to shift, positioning Ishiro between himself and Owl. Realizing this was his only chance, the Chunin threw his blade toward Ishiro, simultaneously drawing a kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Momentarily panicked, Ishiro's blade slipped from his hand. Seeing this, the enemy was delighted, thinking victory was his. Yet, in an instant, Ishiro's hands blurred, forming a single hand seal. Mind-body disturbance technique. With perfect timing, Ishiro's genjutsu momentarily froze the enemy's consciousness. Exploiting this opportunity, he kicked the enemy backward. Regaining consciousness midair, the enemy reached desperately toward Ishiro, but the explosive tags detonated instantly, obliterating him. Caught by the explosion's aftershock, Ishiro was thrown back, landing awkwardly but unharmed. Despite his messy appearance, his eyes gleamed brightly. In that instant, Ishiro understood. He now clearly saw his path forward, ninjutsu-infused taijutsu. A unique path combining swordsmanship to engage enemies in close combat, then swiftly using ninjutsu to end the fight decisively. As long as his jutsu casting speed was fast enough, this path would undoubtedly lead him to new heights. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 68, Clearing the Field with Dust Release. Chapter 68, Clearing the Field with Dust Release. Seeing that Ishiro wasn't injured, all sighed in relief. At this moment, a shinobi who had finished cleaning up the battlefield reported, Tsuchikage-sama, the Aburame clan member escaped. The one we killed was just a bug clone. Anoki nodded. This wasn't unusual, the Aburame clan's secret techniques were always tricky, and their battlefield survival ability was extremely high. Seeing that Anoki wasn't concerned about the Aburame clan shinobi, Owl asked, "Tsuchikage-sama, should we make a move now?" "Yes," Anoki nodded, then turned to Ishiro. "Confirm the enemy's position." They were not far from the center of the battle, but the terrain blocked their view, so they had to rely on sensory techniques. "Understood," Ishiro responded immediately. He activated his sensory ninjutsu to roughly locate the positions of the fighting shinobi in the distance. Since he had already sensed the chakra of the Suna shinobi earlier, Ishiro easily distinguished between the Konoha and Suna forces. He reported, "The Konoha and Suna forces are now in close combat. From the chakra readings, Konoha is stronger in this direction, and Suna is stronger in that direction." Ishiro pointed out the two directions and then waited for further orders from Anoki. Without delay, Anoki gave his command, "Target Konoha. All B rank and higher Earth release ninjutsu, execute B plan. Concentrate fire." With the order given, 7 Jonin stepped forward and performed Earth release, earth-shattering palm, which could flip a large area of land. For ninjas who couldn't fly, it was nearly impossible to dodge. However, the attack wasn't fatal, it was meant to restrict their movement. After the earth-shattering palm, 3 more Jonin cast Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Konoha shinobi, who had been focused on their battle with Suna, were unprepared for the sudden earth-shattering palm. Most were caught by surprise, with some getting injured and others unable to move. As the Yellow Spring Swamp spread rapidly, several Konoha shinobi were engulfed by it. 3 were immediately consumed, while the majority struggled to escape. Only a few could break free, but they needed time. Most of those trapped were from Konoha, and although Suna didn't know where the attack came from, they saw this as an opportunity to strike the helpless Konoha shinobi. They didn't hesitate to launch a fierce assault. Meanwhile, White Fang and Chiyo, who had been locked in combat nearby, stopped fighting in perfect sync. White Fang, with a grim expression, looked at the slaughtered shinobi. Many of those who had been with him in the Second Great Ninja War had now perished. Seeing his subordinates being killed so brutally, he couldn't remain calm. Watching the casualties of his subordinates, White Fang began to suspect that this might be a joint trap set by Suna and Iwa. Returning to his remaining subordinates, White Fang ordered one of the Hyuga clan members, search for Aburame and Wada's teams. The Hyuga member used his Byakugan to search and then reported with a grim face, "White Fang-sama, Wada, and his team have all been killed by Iwa." Although he had expected such a result, White Fang's face grew darker still. "Retreat." The words came out almost through clenched teeth. There was no need to think about it, he knew that this mission's failure would severely damage his reputation. After the failure at the Land of the Whirlpool, White Fang had already shouldered much of the blame. With this new heavy loss, it could be said that Konoha's Ambu had lost half of its recently regained strength. However, White Fang's order met with resistance. "White Fang, don't forget the mission. With your speed, you have a chance to get to Sasori. We'll hold off Chiyo while you complete the mission." This came from a root member under Danzo's command. But White Fang didn't hesitate. He repeated his order, "Retreat. I'll cover our retreat." Without further words, White Fang charged toward the Suna forces. The remaining Ambu had no hesitation and immediately began retreating. The root members looked at the one who had questioned White Fang. Realizing they couldn't do anything, the dissenting member said, "We'll retreat too." The root forces withdrew, leaving only White Fang to stall for time. At the same time, Ishiro relayed the situation to Anoki. Anoki then performed Earth Release, light and heavy rock technique, propelling himself into the air. He locked his gaze onto the Konoha Ambu's position and made a diamond-shaped hand seal. A few seconds later, a flash of white light streaked across the battlefield. Immediately, Ishiro's sensory abilities detected a blank spot. Once his sensory feedback returned, he realized that the 15 Ambu had been reduced to only 8. Such speed with dust release. I wonder if anyone will be able to dodge once the attack is executed, Ishiro thought in awe. Before he could dwell on it, a second white light appeared, and the remaining 8 Konoha Ambu had lost 3 more members. Then, the third flash of light appeared, and the root members, who had originally numbered 12, lost 4 of their own. After these 3 rapid strikes, Ishiro noticed that the Konoha shinobi were now scattered, and a single attack wouldn't be able to take out multiple targets anymore. Looking towards White Fang's direction with some regret, Anoki ordered, "Owl, retreat." Understood. Ishiro and the others quickly retreated, heading toward the land of Earth. After traveling for about 2 minutes, they spotted a large enemy force, approximately 200 strong, advancing rapidly toward the battlefield. Without wasting any time, Anoki, who had noticed the enemy first, raised his hand and, after a brief moment of preparation, unleashed another dust release attack. A large gap appeared in the middle of the enemy's formation. Ishiro could hear shouts from the enemy's side, "What happened? What's going on?" "It's dust release. Spread out, quickly." Take E-Class Battle Formation. Don't stop them. This is Tsuchikage-sama. Our goal is Konoha. Amid the chaos, Anoki and the others had already distanced themselves from the battlefield. As the enemy adjusted their formation, they could only watch Ishiro and his team disappear into the distance. The single dust release attack had claimed the lives of at least 20 of the enemy shinobi, including their commander. After the danger had passed, a seasoned jonin stepped forward and said, "Change formation. Continue toward the designated location. Chiyo-sama is waiting for us." It was clear that this large enemy force was one of Suna's contingencies, positioned around the battlefield to trap Konoha's Ambu. They were also prepared to leave Iwa's forces behind, if necessary. Meanwhile, other forces from different directions were also approaching the center of the battlefield. The closest teams had already regrouped with Chiyo, but the one Ishiro's team encountered was moving more slowly, as it was positioned near the land of Earth. Due to Anoki's dust release attack, the enemy was delayed further. By the time they reached the battlefield's edge, the battle had turned into a pursuit. At that point, White Fang had already joined forces with the remaining Ambu and Root members. Originally 61 strong, only 9 remained. Meanwhile, Chiyo was still hot on their heels. Though Chiyo was powerful, she was not as fast as the speed-focused shinobi, and Konoha's forces, despite their struggles, managed to maintain distance in the initial stages of pursuit. As more speed-oriented Suna shinobi joined the fray, they began pressing Konoha's forces with test attacks. White Fang, though strong, was gradually overwhelmed by the relentless ranged ninjutsu. On the long retreat from the land of bears to the land of fire, 4 more bodies were left behind. In the end, only 5 Konoha members, including White Fang, managed to return to the village. A few days later, an Aburame shinobi, who had previously escaped from Iwa's hands, also made his way back to Konoha. In this battle, Konoha lost 55 of its 60 elite Ambu and Root members. Konoha's recovery, painstakingly built over 2 years, was dealt a heavy blow. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen aged several years in an instant. Danzo, on the other hand, was furious and immediately blamed Hiruzen, saying, "If we had listened and sent Orochimaru, this wouldn't have happened." Although Sarutobi knew Danzo was being unreasonable, he was unable to muster a strong defense. With such a large loss and no completed mission, White Fang's actions had left a major stain on his record. In response, Sarutobi had to strip White Fang of all his duties and ordered him to stay home, awaiting the chance to redeem himself. Danzo, however, wouldn't let the opportunity go. After his proposal for Hiruzen's impeachment was denied, he used the situation to expand the Root division. Despite Sarutobi's insistence, Danzo agreed that in the event of war, Root would be integrated into regular forces. After leaving the Hokage building, Danzo glanced back at it before heading straight back to the Root base. Once there, he called his subordinates and began attacking White Fang's reputation. The loss was heavily exaggerated by Iwa and Suna, quickly spreading through the ninja world. However, despite the heavy losses, the most important thing for any ninja village was their numbers and quality. Konoha had recovered much of its strength over the past few years. Even with the blow to their elite Ambu, the size and resilience of the village meant the loss wasn't crippling. There were no signs of war on the horizon. In contrast, Suna had also suffered significant losses. Despite the deaths of many, including several elite shinobi, they still had their top fighters intact. However, the costly exchange for Sasori weighed heavily on the village's leadership. Sasori, now outfitted with prosthetic arms made by Chiyo, had retreated to a secluded life with her and Ebizo, unaffected by the blame placed on him. His sense of belonging to the village had always been weak, and this incident only strengthened his resolve to betray his village in the future. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 69, Turmoil in the Shinobi World. Chapter 69, Turmoil in the Shinobi World. The losses suffered by Konoha and Suna had little direct impact on Ishiro, who continued his patrol duties at the border. However, Iwa's gains this time greatly benefited him. After Anoki's clever arrangement, Konoha stumbled yet again, and with the ransom from Suna arriving smoothly, Anoki rewarded every participating Ambu squad with an A-rank mission accomplishment. Additionally, Ishiro was recognized for his crucial role with sensory ninjutsu, granting him another personal A-rank mission credit, making the rewards for these 2 A-rank missions notably generous. More importantly, Aul had approached Ishiro during the border mission, informing him of the village's plan. Ishiro's rapid growth and strength, especially in compensating for his previous shortcomings in taijutsu, had impressed the leadership. They intended to promote him to Tokubetsu Jonin and have him lead an independent Ambu squad. For now, his task was to learn from Shiden about the responsibilities of leadership and continue honing his abilities. The actual appointment would depend on two factors, the leadership reaching a unified decision, and the internal preparation within Ambu to ensure both Team 18 and Ishiro's new squad had proper personnel. The rest of the patrol period went uneventfully. With most villages fixated on Konoha, Ishiro's team enjoyed relative peace due to their proximity to Suna, which was occupied with its own leadership transitions. Upon returning to the village, as expected, all formally announced Ishiro's promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin. Unlike Chunin promotions, which only allowed the study of a single ninjutsu, Tokubetsu Jonin had broader choices. Choosing a common B-rank ninjutsu without guidance or medicinal support. Choosing specialized medicinal meals and guided ninjutsu training, but the technique had to be redeemed separately. Trading for materials and currency, typically chosen by prominent clan members. Directly receiving contribution points, though fewer than the value of a standard B-rank ninjutsu. Choosing positions within certain village roles, not available for Ambu members. After careful consideration, Ishiro chose to accept contribution points. The defensive-oriented B-rank sword technique he sought required 25,000 contribution points. Currently, Ishiro had 10,000 saved, with another 14,000 earned from his recent A-rank missions. That left him short by 1,000 points, so he opted for 12,000 points, enabling him to acquire the desired technique. Although Shiden had advised him to build more fundamentals before studying this technique, securing it early gave Ishiro peace of mind. Learning about Ishiro's promotion, Shiden personally offered advice on leading a squad, even allowing Ishiro to command a mission as practice. This made Shironiko and Koseki deeply envious. Shironiko, worried about less frequent visits for Tuanzi if separated from Ishiro, insisted on having Ishiro take Tuanzi home after every mission. Seeing this, Ishiro consulted the barrier team, allowing Tuanzi special entry into the natural energy sealing zone even during his absence. 2 months passed quickly. After completing 2 more missions with Team 18, Ishiro finally received orders to lead Ambu Division 3's newly reorganized Team 7. Team 7's previous captain had recently left Ambu to become a Jonin instructor, and the former members were reassigned. Ishiro's new squad members were fresh recruits around his age. Arriving early at the training grounds previously used by Team 7, Ishiro unpacked his wooden training dummies from storage scrolls, intending to permanently leave this equipment here for his new squad. He would simply purchase new equipment for himself later. After setting up, Ishiro took a wooden spear and tested his recent progress. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly thrust forward 26 times in rapid succession, 19 hits struck accurately, but the final 7 gradually lost precision. Satisfied with his progress, Ishiro knew that although numerically his improvement might seem modest, his true capability was now vastly superior to before. If Ishiro compared his current self to the one from 2 months ago, he could easily overwhelm 10 versions of himself from back then in close combat. Though his physical strength had grown considerably, the most substantial reason for his improvement was the quality of his chakra, which was now close to a true Jonin's. This boosted all his abilities dramatically. Had he not been in this rapid growth phase, reaching his current mastery in taijutsu would have taken 10 times longer. Initially, all planned to delay Ishiro's promotion slightly, but an unexpected event rocked the shinobi world. Konoha's White Fang had committed suicide. Everyone, including Danzo himself, was shocked. While Danzo intended to suppress White Fang to control him or at least keep him away from the Hokage seat, he hadn't anticipated White Fang's ultimate defiance through suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even greater remorse. He regretted not stopping the spreading rumors in time, ashamed he allowed his personal bias to cloud judgment. But now, his biggest concern became how to face Konoha's shinobi. White Fang's suicide felt like a slap in Hiruzen's face, severely damaging his reputation among the village's elite. In the original timeline, White Fang's death occurred later, when Konoha's strength had already stabilized, thus minimizing its impact. But now, White Fang's premature death threatened to unravel the village's recent recovery. His death forced every shinobi to question their loyalty. If even a legendary hero could be forced into suicide by village politics, how safe could they truly be? This became Hiruzen's greatest crisis since becoming Hokage. However, he found an unexpected ally in Danzo this time, who knew he couldn't allow Hiruzen's fall now, as it would equally doom his own ambitions. After all, while Hiruzen bore direct blame as Hokage, everyone knew Danzo had instigated it. As tensions rose externally, with Iwa, Suna, Kyumo, and Kiri probing Konoha's vulnerabilities, the Leaf's internal politics took a nasty turn. To distract from their own failure, Hiruzen and Danzo redirected public anger towards the Uchiha clan, exploiting civilian conflicts with the military police force. This successfully diverted attention and allowed Hiruzen and Danzo to survive politically, though trust within Konoha was damaged. To appease shinobi morale, Hiruzen publicly accepted responsibility for White Fang's death, clarified White Fang's innocence, and promised to personally mentor White Fang's unborn child. Thus, Danzo once again carried most of the blame unwillingly. Externally, the four great nations seized Konoha's internal turmoil as an opportunity. Iwagakure quickly overran several Konoha border outposts, prompting similar actions from Iwa, Suna, and Kiri. In response, Anoki rapidly expanded the Umbu division, hurriedly promoting Ishiro ahead of schedule to fill urgent needs. Ishiro himself felt conflicted upon learning these events. His small actions had indirectly contributed to the demise of the legendary White Fang. Although Ishiro was confident in leading his new squad, he still felt uneasy confronting Konoha's legendary shinobi, fully aware of the numerous powerhouse shinobi there. Maybe I should start making a list of all Konoha's current bugs, just in case. Ishiro quietly muttered to himself. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 70, Umbu Squad Captain. Chapter 70, Umbu Squad Captain. After finishing his physical training at the training grounds, Ishiro soon met his three new squad members, who arrived punctually. The three, 2 men and 1 woman, were standard Umbu uniforms and masks like Ishiro. Judging from their eyes, all were around 20 years old. As Ishiro sized up his team, they also observed him and each other silently. Recalling the test he went through when joining Team 18, Ishiro smiled inwardly and introduced himself first. Let's get to know each other. My codename is Otsu, you can call me Captain Otsu. I'm primarily a ninjutsu user, skilled in sealing techniques, water and earth release, genjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and I have a bit of foundation in swordsmanship. He wasn't boasting, but as teammates, knowing each other's strengths was crucial for cooperation. Though his new subordinates quickly realized Ishiro was relatively young, they showed no disdain. Being appointed Umbu captain at this age clearly marked him as a rare genius. Moreover, his description was unusually broad. Rarely would a sealing expert be assigned as an Umbu battle captain. This only increased their caution and respect. Thus, they introduced themselves without hesitation. A tall male ninja stepped forward. My codename is Fu. I'm a taijutsu-type ninja specializing in swordsmanship. A swordsman. Ishiro noted mentally, this would be a good sparring partner. The second male ninja said, my codename is Saiten. I'm also a taijutsu-type ninja, but my expertise is in close combat and trap setting. Finally, Ishiro, Fu, and Saiten turned to the female ninja. She spoke straightforwardly, my codename is June. I'm a ninjutsu-type shinobi, proficient in wind release and currently training in earth release. Ishiro was somewhat surprised. At 20, mastering a second elemental affinity marked her as notably talented among peers. Ishiro himself was an exception, classified by Iwa's leadership as a prodigy comparable to Akura, differing mainly in that Ishiro possessed powerful spiritual talent, while Akura had exceptional physical prowess. June's case was rare. Ordinary skilled shinobi usually mastered only 2 or 3 jutsu of a single affinity at this age. Only those who showed potential as Jonin typically had enough talent to pursue a second affinity at 20. If June had decent mastery of her first affinity, she might well be the most gifted of the 3. Let's gauge each other's strength individually, Ishiro said. He gestured toward Fu. You first, Fu. Saiten and June retreated immediately, while Fu rapidly approached Ishiro, swiftly drawing his sword. Ishiro nodded inwardly, pleased with Fu's speed and precision. Though not at Koseki's level, Fu was clearly experienced. Instead of retreating, Ishiro engaged Fu directly with his sword. Although his swordsmanship was inferior, Ishiro maintained his defense without faltering. Their gap wasn't wide enough for Fu to swiftly overwhelm him. Ishiro, though pressured, kept his footing, displaying a stubborn defensive style honed through sparring with Team 18, conveying clearly, you can't defeat me quickly. Ishiro patiently defended against Fu's strikes for several minutes, gauging Fu's capability before countering. After deflecting a powerful slash, Ishiro launched a sudden upward stroke, slightly interrupting Fu's rhythm. Then, to everyone's shock, Ishiro released his grip on his sword as it swung upward. With freed hands, he swiftly performed 4 hand signs, releasing a precise stream of water from his mouth. At close range, Fu couldn't dodge in time. He felt his sword violently jolted backward, nearly losing his grip. Looking down, Fu saw a small dent in his blade. Realizing Ishiro had deliberately spared him, he retreated gracefully, signaling defeat. Ishiro caught his falling sword effortlessly, then turned to Saiten, you're next. Understood. Saiten cautiously entered the field, not immediately closing in but running evasively instead. Ishiro smiled, recognizing Saiten was wary of his ninjutsu attacks, and began casting. Water line, pressurized water line, and earth spike alternated rapidly, forcing Saiten into desperate evasion. Remarkably, Saiten survived 5 minutes under Ishiro's rapid-fire jutsu, impressing Ishiro greatly. Though Ishiro's jutsu choices were limited, his hand seal speed was frightening, reaching nearly 5 seals per second, and the jutsu he used had drastically simplified seals. Saiton's ability to endure this barrage displayed extraordinary battlefield survival skills. After another 2 minutes, seeing Saiton's breath growing ragged, Ishiro paused briefly, then executed a single seal jutsu instantly, mind disturbance technique. Jun and Fu gasped, astonished at Ishiro's virtually instantaneous jutsu. Saiton fell momentarily dazed, waking to see Ishiro's water line strike harmlessly in front of him, clearly indicating defeat. Finally, Ishiro addressed Jun, "Your turn, Jun." "Right," Jun nodded, immediately performing hand seals. Aware she couldn't match Ishiro's sealing speed, she counted on Ishiro not interrupting her, knowing this was a friendly assessment. Indeed, Ishiro cast Earth Release, Earth Wall defensively, easily completed before Jun despite starting after her. Jun's Wind Release attack impacted forcefully, cracking the wall, but ultimately failing to penetrate. Emerging from behind the broken wall, Ishiro immediately cast Earth Spike, attacking Jun as she struggled to finish her next jutsu. Forced into evasive maneuvers while completing her seals, Jun successfully cast another Wind Blast after dodging several spikes, narrowly grazing Ishiro's arm and obliterating it, though he promptly disintegrated into crumbling dirt, revealing himself as an Earth clone. Before Jun could react, the real Ishiro emerged from beneath her, sword gently pressed against her neck. He'd used Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. Jun froze, realizing her quick defeat and tactical oversight. Nevertheless, Ishiro appreciated her ability to cast jutsu under pressure, though noting her accuracy needed work. Removing his sword, Ishiro quickly executed 2 seals, returning instantly to his original position, confronting all 3 again. Impressed, the squad fully accepted Ishiro's capability as captain. His rapid sealing, versatile tactics, and seamless transitions between close and long-range combat left no doubts. Fu, your sword skills and speed are commendable. Saiton, your evasion and battlefield survivability are strong. Jun, your ninjutsu power and stability are good. I acknowledge all of your capabilities, Ishiro concluded. Removing their masks briefly to memorize each other's faces, the squad soon replaced them. Ishiro announced their mission. As you know, tensions are rising. Missions are frequent, so we don't have time for extensive teamwork drills. We leave tomorrow at 7 a.m. The mission may last weeks or months. Dismissed. Yes. The 3 acknowledged promptly and left. Alone again, Ishiro sighed heavily. Leading his squad officially for the first time had made him more nervous than he appeared. Fortunately, in the ninja world, strength spoke loudest, and he'd clearly won their respect. Better prepare thoroughly for tomorrow, Ishiro murmured. He visited the barrier team to gather extra sealing scrolls, a perk of his dual status. Afterwards, he stocked large quantities of enhanced food and ninja tools, storing everything neatly in scrolls. As captain, he had to consider situations where teammates might run short. He winced slightly when buying the expensive foods designed to boost physical attributes. Glancing at his contribution balance of merely 1,000 points left, Ishiro decided against visiting the contribution office. Every point mattered now. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 71, Land of Fire. Chapter 71, Land of Fire. The next day, Ubu 3rd Division Squad 7 gathered again at the training ground. After Ishiro outlined the mission details, the 4 left IWA. Their mission was to reach the border between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire and harass a specific leaf outpost. Ishiro was quite mindful of the bigger picture, knowing well that Konoha wouldn't collapse because of the loss of White Fang. Once Konoha resolved its internal disputes, it would retaliate forcefully against the invading nations. Therefore, his squad needed to complete their mission swiftly and withdraw promptly. Initially, the squad moved rapidly through the Land of Earth. Upon entering the Land of Waterfalls, they became more cautious but maintained a fast pace, traveling long hours each day. This rapid pace continued until they reached the junction between the lands of Waterfalls, Iron, and Fire. Instead of crossing into the Land of Iron, Ishiro opted for a more audacious route, entering the Land of Fire directly, maneuvering behind the targeted outpost. Although risky, Konoha was currently distracted by internal conflicts and border issues, making this path relatively safe. Through his prior missions, Ishiro learned that Ubu rarely patrolled deep inside their own territory, mainly focusing on border regions. Given the limited ninja forces of any hidden village, interior regions away from borders or the village itself were typically safest. Of course, their squads still encountered occasional leaf ninja, but by staying vigilant, they successfully avoided detection. The The squad rested at the border overnight, primarily because Jun's weaker physical condition required recovery from the exhausting journey. The following day, to minimize risks, the team stayed put during daylight and moved at night, carefully penetrating deeper into the Land of Fire. This was Ishiro's first time inside the Land of Fire. Due to his past life's influence, he was especially cautious toward Konoha, frequently employing the anti-detection ninjutsu he'd learned early on and keeping an eye out for suspicious insects. Anti-detection ninjutsu was a long-lasting but chakra-consuming technique. Ishiro periodically activated it during travel. Every time they neared villages or roads, Ishiro would scout ahead using sensory ninjutsu. Eventually, they reached their objective safely. Hidden in a dense forest, observing the distant leaf outpost, Ishiro's squad discussed gathered intelligence. Ishiro estimated that by now, Konoha would have resolved most internal issues, leaving them limited time. The outpost houses 17 squads, Ishiro began briefing. 10 squads with 4 members each, 7 squads of 3 members, plus a commander, totaling 62 ninjas. The commander is either a jonin or special jonin, Ishiro continued. He rarely leaves the outpost building, which is shielded against sensory techniques, making precise assessment difficult. Of the squad leaders, all 17 are chunin, accompanied by 4 additional chunin-level ninjas. The rest are genin. Our task is harassment, eliminating at least 7 squads and retreating safely. Let's discuss tactics. Jun proposed, taking down 7 squads quietly will inevitably alert them. We should wait until patrols disperse at maximum distance, attacking squads individually. Fu nodded. Right. If we start our attack from within the Land of Fire and head outward, we can execute this silently if handled correctly. Saiten added, give me time, and I'll set up traps to slow down the commander. Ishiro approved, and after refining details, the squad initiated their plan the next morning. Using sensory ninjutsu, Ishiro confirmed their first target's position, then cautiously approached. When the target squad was around a kilometer away, Ishiro's team waited silently in ambush. Though the patrol seemed random, Ishiro had learned their pattern during previous border missions. As expected, the Leaf Squad slowly approached their hiding spot. When the patrol reached 20 meters away, Ishiro instantly used body flicker to appear directly before the Chunin captain. Before he could shout, Ishiro cast Mind Disturbance, disorienting him, and quickly slit his throat. Simultaneously, Fu and Saiten engaged 2 genin. Fu acted even quicker than Ishiro, swiftly dispatching his opponent. Saiten took slightly longer but managed smoothly, easily handling a leaf genin. Jun, a ninjutsu specialist whose wind techniques were noisy, chose instead to disrupt the last genin with thrown weapons, preventing his intervention. Ishiro and Fu promptly attacked together, killing the terrified, inexperienced genin. After eliminating the first squad, Ishiro used sensory ninjutsu to check nearby patrols' reactions, while his teammates swiftly gathered loot, especially forehead protectors, as mission proof. Ishiro then sealed away the body of the Chunin captain. The squad hurried onward without attempting to hide their kills, as time was limited. Their second target was another 4-member squad, this one including 2 Chunin. Deciding quickly, they set a careful ambush. When the enemy entered range, Saiten triggered his hidden traps. The enemy Chunin immediately tried protecting their teammates, but Ishiro instantly closed distance and cast body paralysis genjutsu on the captain. Immobile, he was swiftly killed by thrown weapons. Meanwhile, Fu and Saiten efficiently eliminated the second Chunin, aided by Jun's interference. Fu quickly took down another genin, and Ishiro dispatched the final opponent using water line jutsu. However, their actions had caused some noise, alerting a nearby 3-person leaf patrol that cautiously approached. Realizing this, Ishiro swiftly instructed the team to intercept. Since Ishiro's squad was blood-stained from the fight, they attacked quickly from a distance. Using body flicker 3 consecutive times, Ishiro ambushed the enemy captain, a ninjutsu specialist, landing a deep slash on his chest. Bleeding heavily, the enemy tried forming seals, but Ishiro, far quicker, fired another water line jutsu through his throat. His teammates, slower in catching up, witnessed Ishiro dispatch the captain with awe. Without hesitating, Ishiro threw kunai at the remaining 2 panicking genin while forming seals with one hand. Moving closer, he unsealed another sword from a sealing scroll and swiftly killed 1 genin. Fu caught up and eliminated the final genin easily. Ishiro sighed in relief. Thankfully, these 2 genin were inexperienced rookies, failing to signal alarms, otherwise, the squad would already be compromised. They continued onward, taking down another patrol en route. However, nearing the border, disaster struck. Their 5th targeted squad had secretly placed alarms along the route, hidden skillfully enough that Ishiro's team triggered one inadvertently. Instantly, a bright warning flare rose into the sky. Glancing grimly at the activated device and flare overhead, Ishiro took a deep breath, declaring, "We're exposed, shift to aggressive tactics." Abandoning stealth, the squad rushed straight toward the alerted patrol. While sprinting, Ishiro rapidly completed hand seals. Water release, pressurized water line. A deadly water stream shot through the forest, accurately killing one genin over 60 meters away. Ishiro quickly prepared a second attack, but this time, the opponents, now alert, evaded effectively. Closing within 40 meters, Ishiro observed Fu already further ahead, approaching 30 meters. As Ishiro started forming seals again, the enemy Chunin shouted warnings and tried casting ninjutsu himself. Ishiro momentarily vanished behind a large tree, then, surprisingly, didn't reappear instantly. The Chunin realized too late, Ishiro had used body flicker. Appearing directly in front, Ishiro swiftly decapitated him before the Chunin could react. Turning, Ishiro confronted a brave genin charging toward him, armed with an explosive tag kunai. Avoiding unnecessary risk, Ishiro shifted targets instantly. Just then, Jun's wind release ninjutsu blasted the charging genin away. The explosion from his own kunai silenced him permanently. Ishiro, meanwhile, swiftly dispatched the final genin. Having cleared the enemy rapidly, Ishiro paused briefly, breathing steadily, aware they must escape quickly, as Konoha's reinforcements would soon respond. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 72, Fierce Battle. Chapter 72, Fierce Battle. Without wasting any time, after the battle concluded, Ishiro quickly activated his sensory ninjutsu while his three teammates briefly cleaned up the battlefield. After scanning their surroundings, Ishiro reported, "All nearby squads are moving toward us. We'll head straight to the border, take out the two teams blocking our path, and then withdraw." They were now close to the border, and the Leaf outpost lay behind them to the right, making the route ideal for both completing their objective and retreating. Without a word, the squad advanced quickly toward the two enemy teams near the border. By the time Ishiro and his squad arrived, the two enemy teams had already merged. Both squads were fairly strong, each having 2 Chunin-level ninja. Now, the 4 Chunin and 4 genin were waiting in a defensive formation. Ishiro commanded quickly, "Jun." "Understood." Jun responded immediately, already forming hand seals. Wind release, breakthrough. Seeing Jun's jutsu, the enemy didn't scatter. Instead, a Chunin rapidly executed seals, shouting, "Water release, water formation wall." The wall of water barely managed to withstand the powerful wind attack before collapsing. Although same-level offensive ninjutsu usually couldn't break through a defensive technique easily, Jun's wind attack almost shattered the water barrier in a single blow. Right after Jun's attack, Ishiro began forming seals as well. Seeing this, 2 more enemy ninjas swiftly stood forward, shouting, "Earth release, earth wall." Clearly, the enemies had identified Ishiro as the main threat and deployed double defenses. However, they still underestimated Ishiro's water release, pressurized water line. Though Ishiro deliberately slowed his hand seals, allowing 2 earth walls to form, his water line pierced cleanly through both barriers. The attack then punched through the chest of one frontline Chunin, fatally wounding him and even injuring a genin behind him. The attack had been precisely calculated. The Chunin captain died instantly, while the genin was only injured. Seeing this, the other team's captain shouted, "Watch out. He's a ninjutsu specialist at Jonin level. Earth walls can't protect us. Switch to formation 3 and harass him." Immediately, the remaining 7 ninjas scattered from behind the walls, launching shuriken and ranged ninjutsu toward Ishiro simultaneously. Unable to evade entirely, Ishiro was struck by 2 shuriken and a water bullet, instantly shattering into clumps of dirt. It turned out Ishiro had swapped himself with an earth clone shortly after using the pressurized water line jutsu, using earth release, underground projection fish technique to hide his real body underground. This trick successfully baited out the enemy's first volley of attacks. As the Chunin captain saw Ishiro's clone crumble, he shouted sharply, "Be careful," realizing it was merely a clone. As expected, Ishiro quickly burst from the ground at the enemy's flank, immediately casting genjutsu to immobilize the Chunin captain. Ishiro's teammates instantly seized this chance, finishing off the stunned captain with a coordinated attack. After the enemy captain fell, Ishiro dodged another volley of shuriken from the remaining 6-leaf ninja, who desperately tried to keep him at bay. But Ishiro swiftly formed 2 hand seals and vanished instantly from sight. Reappearing moments later with the body flicker, he struck a ninjutsu-type Chunin, kicking him out of the formation. Simultaneously, Ishiro drew his sword, engaging the last Chunin, a close combat specialist, in a fierce sword clash. After exchanging a few strikes, Ishiro used the momentum of his opponent's blow to leap back, creating distance between them. Seeing he couldn't quickly finish Ishiro, this Chunin turned back, trying to regroup with his isolated comrade. But Ishiro's 3 teammates had already targeted the separated Chunin. Saiton unleashed a barrage of exploding kunai, forcing the enemy into a desperate dodge. Immediately after, Jun's wind attack further disrupted him, leaving the enemy wide open to Fu's lethal sword slash. Having successfully killed his opponent, Fu quickly retreated to Saiton's side as the enemy's remaining Chunin and 4 genin approached. Ishiro seized this chance again, using body flicker to close in and cast mind disturbance jutsu once more, interrupting the final Chunin's rhythm. Fu took advantage, delivering another decisive blow, killing the Chunin instantly. Then, Ishiro, Fu, and Saiton swiftly finished off the 4 genin. The squad hastily gathered the spoils, then immediately departed, racing toward the border. Less than a minute after Ishiro's squad withdrew, other Leaf Patrol squads arrived at the scene, enraged by the grim aftermath. Moments later, the outpost commanding Jonin also arrived but didn't pursue immediately, instead ordering his men to gather intelligence about Ishiro's group. Soon after, reports were consolidated, and the Jonin formed a rough profile of Ishiro's squad. Just then, an Umbu team patrolling nearby arrived on the scene. The outpost captain quickly briefed them, for intruders entered from within the Land of Fire, ambushed our patrols, and escaped across the border into the Land of Iron approximately 35 minutes ago. The group has 2 ninjutsu specialists, one with water and earth releases, another using wind release. The third is skilled in kenjutsu, and the last member is likely a taijutsu specialist responsible for setting effective traps. The Umbu squad captain analyzed the situation briefly and declared, "We're pursuing them immediately." Without hesitation, the Umbu team moved quickly toward the Land of Iron border. If Ishiro had heard the outpost captain's analysis, he'd have been impressed. The assessment was nearly perfect, except for one miscalculation. Before the Leaf Umbu squad could cross into the Land of Iron, Ishiro's team ambushed them within the Land of Fire border itself. Saiton quickly demonstrated why he'd confidently claimed his traps could temporarily restrain even a Jonin-level ninja. His concealed trap barrage severely injured an Umbu Chunin immediately and, after several rapid follow-up attacks, completely incapacitated the Chunin and scattered the positions of the remaining 3 Leaf Ninja. Taking advantage, Ishiro's team focused their attack, quickly killing a second Chunin. Now, the enemy had only 2 combat-ready members left. Without delay, Ishiro directly engaged the Umbu captain, leaving the last Chunin to his teammates. Confident that 3 against 1, especially with the enemy forced to protect an incapacitated ally, wouldn't pose an issue, Ishiro turned all his focus onto the Jonin. The enemy Jonin's strength was clearly above Ishiro's, pressuring him immediately. To gain an advantage, Ishiro used mind disturbance again without hesitation, briefly stunning the enemy and gaining an initial advantage. But the experienced Jonin quickly shook off the genjutsu and instantly retreated, distancing himself strategically. The Leaf Ninja quickly identified Ishiro as the dual water-earth user described in the intel, now recognizing his dangerous proficiency in in-release genjutsu as well. The enemy started probing Ishiro's physical speed, quickly finding Ishiro's major weakness, mobility. Realizing this, the Leaf Jonin decided to abandon Ishiro and moved swiftly to help his remaining subordinate. But just as he departed, Ishiro reappeared next to him using body flicker. The enemy captain seemed to anticipate this, calmly slashing toward Ishiro as soon as he appeared. However, Ishiro had already anticipated the counterattack, completing a substitution jutsu just before being struck. The enemy Jonin paused cautiously, realizing Ishiro had no intention of directly defeating him yet, merely stalling him effectively. If he had ignored Ishiro initially, he would have already regrouped with his teammate by now. From a safe distance, Ishiro launched multiple ninjutsu, water line, pressurized water line, and earth flow spears, to delay the enemy captain further, fully aware that the Leaf Ninja was more anxious than he was. Eventually, the frustrated enemy captain rushed back to confront Ishiro directly. Ishiro didn't retreat, drawing his blade to meet him head-on. Although clearly inferior in close combat, Ishiro stubbornly resisted, narrowly avoiding multiple lethal strikes, even sacrificing both his spare swords in desperate blocks. His efforts bought enough time for Fu, Jun, and Saiton to finish off the final Chunin and come to Ishiro's assistance. Seeing his disadvantage, the Leaf captain attempted to retreat again, but Ishiro seized the opportunity. With a rapid 5-seal sequence, Ishiro unleashed body paralysis genjutsu, stunning the enemy Jonin. Despite quickly disrupting his chakra flow to break free, the enemy was restrained momentarily, enough time for Ishiro to trigger a hidden senbon needle from his shoe directly into the enemy's throat. Though instantly freed from the genjutsu, the Leaf captain clutched his bleeding throat helplessly, only to be swiftly decapitated by Fu's decisive slash. Only after confirming their victory did Ishiro's exhausted team take a moment to breathe. Without wasting time, Ishiro urged everyone to quickly clean up, carrying Jun, who had exhausted her chakra, on his back as they rapidly withdrew from the Land of Fire. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 73, Rest and Recovery. Chapter 73, Rest and Recovery. Not long after Squad 7 withdrew, Konoha's border patrol ninjas arrived at the scene of the Umbu confrontation. The Jonin commander of the outpost stared grimly at the area filled with traps. He knew the Umbu squad wouldn't have walked straight into Saiten's trap if he hadn't mistakenly informed them that the enemy had already entered the Land of Iron. Though there were no bodies, the extensive bloodstains indicated that the Umbu squad was most likely wiped out. Observing the frightened faces of his subordinates, the Jonin commander hesitated for a moment before deciding against pursuing. Clean up the battlefield. We're returning to the outpost. The outpost had already suffered heavy losses, 7 squads lost, including 10 Chunin-level ninjas. They'd lost half of their Chunin and over a third of their Genin. The worst blow to morale was losing an entire Umbu squad led by a Jonin, without a single survivor. If he, the commander, hadn't still been there, deserters might have appeared. Hopefully, the village resolves the issue with White Fang soon and sends reinforcements. As a Jonin, he previously felt resentment over White Fang's treatment. If given a chance, he'd even vote for the third Hokage's resignation. But now, as a rational Jonin leader, he prioritized stability. He wished for the third to stabilize the situation quickly because, at this moment, choosing a new Hokage might cause internal instability, delaying vital reinforcements. Fortunately, his hopes were fulfilled. 3 newly assembled Umbu squads arrived at the outpost 2 days later. Ishiro was unaware of these subsequent events. Without clear intel, Squad 7 had no choice but to hurry forward, constantly wary of potential pursuit. Only when they finally reached the border of the Land of Earth and made contact with the local outpost did they feel safe enough to rest. Though the outpost didn't have a particularly strong combat capability, they had numbers on their side. If the 7 squads they defeated had attacked simultaneously, Squad 7 would have been overwhelmed. Facing 10 Chunin and 17 Genin at once, Ishiro's squad might have inflicted casualties, but victory would have been impossible. However, the enemy would also find it hard to catch them, given their speed advantage. Ishiro decided to rest at the border for a day before returning to the village. After distributing food and replenishing their energy, they began counting their spoils from the mission. From the battle, they'd obtained 31 forehead protectors, mission evidence, 13 Chunin corpses, and 1 Jonin corpse. Given that 4 corpses belonged to Umbu, including the Umbu captain, their rewards would undoubtedly be generous. Additionally, the supplies seized from the 31 defeated ninjas, especially various scrolls, were valuable resources for improvement. Most of these scrolls were personal notes, valuable to the intelligence division for potential intel extraction. 3 scrolls, however, stood out clearly as ninjutsu scrolls, immediately exciting Ishiro. He hadn't expected such a bounty of ninjutsu scrolls at once. Perhaps, due to White Fang's sudden downfall, border ninjas hadn't strictly followed wartime regulations, resulting in some individuals still carrying valuable ninjutsu scrolls. Konoha had abundant jutsu collections. What would these 3 scrolls contain? With anticipation, Ishiro opened the scrolls. 1 fire release, 1 wind release, and 1 water release, all 3 were C-ranked ninjutsu. Mixed feelings emerged. He was pleased 2 matched his squad's affinities. Wind release suited June, and water release suited himself. But, unfortunately, Ishiro had seen these techniques recorded in his village already. Therefore, there'd be no extra rewards upon submission. The water release scroll contained the water surge wave technique, delighting Ishiro. He lacked variety in offensive jutsu, excluding mind disturbance and body paralysis genjutsu. He had only water line, pressurized water line, earth flow spears, and the melee-based frigid wave. This water surge wave would increase his offensive repertoire significantly, as it was an area of effect attack, despite its moderate power. Previously, facing clustered enemies, Ishiro lacked efficient crowd control attacks. Now he had a better solution. The mission concluded more smoothly and quicker than anticipated, and within a month, Squad 7 returned to the village. After submitting their mission report and spoils, Ishiro announced 7 days leave for the team. He planned a rigorous month-long training afterward to raise everyone's strength. Meanwhile, Ishiro sought out Captain Al to discuss insights from their recent battle, essentially hoping for some free expert advice, especially regarding boosting Squad 7's combat capabilities. Al was already accustomed to Ishiro's habit of extracting knowledge. He calmly assessed Squad 7's performance, then advised Ishiro about future training directions. Satisfied, Ishiro left the Umbu headquarters. The current ninja world situation had gradually stabilized. Most foreign forces attacking Konoha had retreated before the village's counterattack commenced, except for a few isolated squads. Cloud Ninja benefited most significantly from this turbulence. They swiftly attacked Konoha's border posts, devastating several outposts and looting their supplies. In just 1 month, Konoha lost thousands of ninjas, including 7 to 8 Umbu squads. Konoha plunged into a severe manpower shortage. Fortunately, Konoha had significantly recovered after the war, otherwise, they might be vulnerable to the four great nations' joint assault. 3 days later, Ao informed Ishiro of these developments. As an Umbu captain, Ishiro now belonged to the village's mid-level ranks, privy to such intel promptly. After deep consideration, Ishiro composed a strategic analysis targeting Konoha and submitted it to Ao. After reviewing it, Ao's expression turned complex. After dismissing Ishiro, Ao analyzed the report again thoroughly before heading directly to Tsuchikage Tower. Being an Umbu captain, Ao entered through a special passageway, requiring no announcement. When Ao entered the Tsuchikage office, Anoki was discussing the ninja world's situation with advisors. Seeing Ao arrive, they halted discussions and looked at him curiously. Without wasting time, Ao placed Ishiro's report directly onto Anoki's desk. Anoki and the advisors read it carefully and soon exchanged astonished glances. Anoki asked finally, "Ao, who wrote this report?" He knew Ao's character very well and doubted Ao could produce such an insightful analysis. Ao didn't hide the truth, saying directly, "It's Ishiro." Among the advisors, the youngest female advisor couldn't help but ask her senior colleagues, elders, "Is what Ishiro writes true?" Though she knew the facts, she couldn't help voicing it. The 2 older advisors nodded helplessly. The gist of Ishiro's report was as follows. You exhausted yourselves fighting 2 great ninja wars against Konoha, achieving minimal gains. Yet Konoha's internal conflicts, like Madara vs Hashirama and White Fang's forced suicide, caused far greater damage. Ishiro listed known losses from both wars and Konoha's internal incidents, speculating about Danzo's possible roles in the Uzumaki and White Fang incidents. He anticipated similar turmoil during Konoha's 4th Hokage succession struggle, also correctly identifying that Konoha's leadership was now directing blame toward the Uchiha clan. Though Ishiro lacked precise numbers, he encouraged the higher-ups to fill them in themselves. He also pointed out the astonishing fact that no Kage-level ninja from Konoha, except the 2nd Hokage, died in external combat, while other villages frequently lost such powerful figures on battlefields. Ishiro concluded clearly, instead of clashing head-on with Konoha, leveraging Konoha's internal conflicts would yield better results. This report left the IWA High Command feeling somewhat foolish for their previous efforts. After a long silence, Anoki stated decisively, "Classify this report as top secret, restricted to us 5. Shift village strategies immediately. Focus on infiltrating Konoha's internal divisions, especially observing Root, Danzo, and the Uchiha." Then, addressing Ao, Anoki commanded, "From today, regard Ishiro as a key talent. Train him according to the standard of future advisors or even at Tsuchikage." Understood. Before Ao could leave, an elderly advisor added, "Since we've decided on his potential, award him an S-ranked mission credit and authorize him to exchange for 1 B-ranked ninjutsu." Anoki nodded approval, dismissing Ao. The following day, when Ishiro visited the contribution hall to claim his previous mission rewards, he was surprised to find an additional S-ranked mission recorded. When he asked about it, the staff explained it was a direct order from the higher-ups without specifics. Since it was arranged by higher-ups, Ishiro decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps the Barrier Division was planning something again. He would ask Captain Mizuhara next time. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 74, Squad 7 Special Training. Chapter 74, Squad 7 Special Training. Ishiro previously had only 1,000 contribution points in his account. This border harassment mission against Konoha's outpost was very successful, eliminating 7 patrol squads and considered an A-rank mission for Squad 7. As the team leader, Ishiro effectively completed an additional solo A-rank mission, earning 3,000 contribution points. In addition, eliminating an entire Umbu squad earned another A-rank rating, bringing Ishiro another 3,000 contribution points. From the various supplies collected from over 30 enemy ninjas, items Squad 7 didn't need, Ishiro received 500 contribution points. The enemy corpses submitted, including 1 Umbu Jonin, netted another 800 points. Ishiro's personal share was about half, roughly 600 points. Adding the mysterious S-rank mission credit from earlier, Ishiro gained an additional 12,000 contribution points. In total, Ishiro's contribution points soared to nearly 20,000. Combined with the special reward allowing him to exchange for 1 B-rank ninjutsu, Ishiro now had ample resources for significant upgrades. However, he hadn't even mastered his previous B-rank kenjutsu yet. Furthermore, he'd acquired a new C-rank water release ninjutsu, Water Surge Wave, from the recent battle, which required time and practice. Considering his tight schedule, Ishiro decided to hold off selecting another B-rank ninjutsu for now, saving both his contribution points and the exchange opportunity. As Ishiro lived alone, aside from training he had no other distractions. During the 7-day vacation he gave his squad, Ishiro spent 2 half-days at the Barrier Division headquarters. The rest of his time was devoted to rigorous training at the Ubu facility. After the 7-day leave, Squad 7 began a month-long special training, aimed at increasing individual strength and improving teamwork. Ishiro himself primarily focused on mastering Kenjutsu basics, while using spare time to learn Water Surge Wave. He also concentrated on improving his proficiency with body flicker technique and pressurized water line technique, as well as enhancing water line technique. His ultimate goal was to perform multiple simultaneous water line attacks. June focused primarily on Earth Release Jutsu training, an area in which Ishiro could easily guide her due to his own expertise. Fu focused on mastering the body flicker technique, recently taught by Ishiro. Only Saiten required no specific guidance from Ishiro, as he practiced independently. All Ishiro could offer was serving as a training opponent, providing him with experience against ninjutsu users. Additionally, Ishiro specifically helped his 3 subordinates practice resistance to genjutsu attacks. Besides individual training, Squad 7 conducted team coordination exercises, including strategies for marching formations, defensive tactics, and how to coordinate attacks against various enemy types. Following the recent outpost mission, Ishiro already had a clear understanding of his 3 subordinates' abilities. Conversely, his subordinates still lacked a complete understanding of Ishiro's true capabilities. Therefore, Ishiro took time to thoroughly demonstrate each of his techniques and carefully explained the details and characteristics of his jutsu to them. 1 month later, Squad 7 engaged in a simulated combat exercise at an outdoor training area managed by the Ubu. The exercise scenario, Ishiro alone hunted down 3 rogue ninjas, played by his team members. This particular training ground was located on the outskirts of the village, still within the sensing barrier's range. There was a high wall between this area and the residential district, so ordinary villagers mistakenly believed this wall marked the village's outer boundary. The village had other peripheral zones like medicinal herb plantations, a small region for ninja beasts, and prisons, all similarly located outside the main residential areas. Squad 7's current training ground was expansive, with diverse terrains. The village even employed specialized personnel to transplant and maintain trees here. Its strategic value was similar to Konoha's Forest of Death, though Iwa lacked the lush natural environment and diverse ecosystems of Konoha. Ishiro currently stood at a corner of this training ground. His objective was to locate and eliminate the 3 rogue ninjas within 3 hours. According to the pre-agreed rules, Ishiro was forbidden from using sensory jutsu, though all other abilities were permitted. Having grown accustomed to sensory ninjutsu, Ishiro initially struggled without it, slowing down his searching speed considerably. However, Ishiro remained patient. After carefully searching each area, he left behind some sensory seals. Since Ishiro was alone and forbidden from sensory techniques, his greatest fear was that his subordinates would simply hide indefinitely, engaging him in a prolonged game of hide-and-seek. Another major challenge was Fu. Fu was faster than Ishiro, and if he decided to escape without fighting, Ishiro would be powerless to catch him. Thus, alongside placing sensory seals, Ishiro also set several traps specifically designed to slow down swift opponents. Actually, the combination of Saiten, Jun, and Fu was already quite formidable. Their team had a balanced configuration with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu. Sword specialists were relatively rare in Iwagakure. The presence of skilled kenjutsu users in Ishiro's teams was largely thanks to all special consideration. A coordinated effort by 2 taijutsu specialists and a ninjutsu user would allow them to fight evenly against a tokubetsu jonin. Combined with Fu's kenjutsu skills, they could even escape safely from such opponents if they coordinated properly. But this didn't particularly concern Ishiro, as his strength had rapidly increased again. Both his chakra quality and reserves now matched those of an ordinary jonin. Before Ishiro's mental breakthrough, his chakra reserves were approximately 2.4 B. Since then, his physical capabilities had rapidly improved, effectively doubling his chakra reserves almost monthly. Now, after 6 months, Ishiro's chakra reserves had reached an astonishing 160 B. 160 B of chakra equaled about 1.6 A units. By chakra volume alone, Ishiro had already reached entry-level jonin standards. He felt his rapid growth following his mental breakthrough wouldn't last much longer, likely only 1 or 2 more months at best. Overall, Ishiro was confident facing direct confrontations, now that his chakra quality and quantity had reached normal jonin levels. However, for this type of hunter mission, the most troublesome person wasn't the strongest-looking member, but rather Saiten, the seemingly least prominent teammate. Saiten's trap-setting skills were exceptional, a fact Ishiro had personally experienced during previous training sessions. To put it into perspective, in the original Naruto series, Orochimaru once witnessed a young Uchiha Itachi performing a self-devised trap evasion exercise. Using kunai-based traps to simulate a lethal barrage, Itachi perfectly dodged everything, astonishing even Orochimaru. Though Saiten's best traps didn't reach that exact level, when combined with explosive tags, their effectiveness was similarly terrifying. Ishiro had no intention of experiencing that kind of horror firsthand. Given Saiten's ability and the half-hour advantage they had for preparation, Ishiro proceeded with extreme caution. He spent an entire hour carefully searching before discovering something suspicious. He eyed a messy pile of rocks in front of him. Instinctively, he sensed a trap here. Since becoming a Tokubetsu Jonin, he developed intuition that ordinary ninja lacked. Rather than entering rashly, Ishiro located higher ground nearby. Then, performing a modified earth flow wall jutsu, he raised a narrow but tall platform beneath his feet. Standing atop the earth flow wall, Ishiro closely observed the suspicious area. Though nothing concrete appeared wrong, Ishiro chose caution. He quickly formed 6 hand signs and unleashed water surge wave directly onto the rock pile. Sure enough, numerous hidden projectiles erupted from their hiding spots. Just as expected. With a resigned sigh, Ishiro unleashed 2 more water surge waves to trigger additional traps. Next, he created earth clones to scout further. Eventually, after intense effort, one of Ishiro's clones finally spotted June hiding among the trees. Without hesitation, Ishiro unleashed several pressurized water lines toward her location. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 75, Returning to the Land of Rain. Chapter 75, Returning to the Land of Rain. Facing Ishiro's pressurized water line technique, June didn't dare to be careless. Before Ishiro even began to attack, she quickly formed hand seals and summoned an earth flow wall, successfully blocking the incoming attack by hiding behind it. Ishiro's eyes narrowed slightly. Although June had learned earth flow wall under his guidance, he was surprised that in just 1 month, she could apply it so effectively in actual combat. Due to the cover provided by the trees, he couldn't see exactly how many hand seals June had used, but judging by her speed, she likely used around 10 seals. Achieving such a simplified version of the jutsu in just a month demonstrated June's exceptional talent. However, Ishiro currently had no easy way to attack June, as she clearly understood the penetrating power of his pressurized water line technique through the earth flow wall. Sneak attacks wouldn't work against her. I still lack enough powerful attack methods, Ishiro thought to himself. For now, he decided to ignore June. Given her limited range attack capability, she posed little threat to him. Ishiro shifted his focus instead to searching other areas within the same region. Back at the academy, Ishiro consistently ranked first in theoretical classes. While serving in Team 5 and Squad 18, he actively participated in trap setting. This experience gave him a solid grasp of how and where ambushes might be placed. After carefully scanning the surroundings multiple times, Ishiro pinpointed several possible hiding spots, then promptly unleashed multiple water line techniques toward these suspected areas. Unlike his previous attack aimed at June, Ishiro couldn't be sure if Fu and Saiten could safely evade his pressurized water lines. Concerned about accidentally injuring them during a mere training exercise, he chose instead to use the weaker water line technique. After a dozen water line strikes, Fu and Saiten could no longer maintain their hiding spots and were forced out. Standing in battle formation among the trees, Fu stood at the front, with June and Saiten flanking him slightly behind. Ishiro quickly scanned the surroundings again, inwardly sighing at how cleverly concealed Saiten's traps had become. He hadn't noticed even a single one. Putting these thoughts aside, Ishiro jumped down from the earth flow wall and entered the wooded area directly. Most of Ishiro's attacks were designed for mid to short range combat: earth spike, mind-body disturbance, body binding technique, cold break flow, and sword techniques. His long-range options were limited to water line techniques and water surge wave, neither of which were highly effective in this situation. Therefore, Ishiro had no choice but to risk entering the area his subordinates had prepared for ambush. Earth clones lacked the flexibility and judgment of his true body and were easily defeated by slightly complex traps. In contrast, Ishiro's main body entered the trap-filled area cautiously, carefully disarming suspicious spots along the way. Due to his wariness of sight and skill, Ishiro expended 3 explosive tags and repeatedly used water surge wave at close range, ultimately managing to approach his 3 subordinates without mishap. This training battle greatly differed from actual combat, as both sides were fully aware of each other's capabilities and had ample preparation. Ishiro knew Saiten's trap-making ability well and thus proceeded carefully. Conversely, his subordinates were aware of his various techniques, deliberately choosing terrain disadvantageous to him and preparing traps accordingly. About 50 meters away from his team, Ishiro's advance halted. Although he hadn't checked the area thoroughly, he intuitively knew it was laden with traps. Additionally, his 3 subordinates were prepared to disrupt any attempt at dismantling those traps. Breaking through smoothly was now impossible. Rather than immediately using Water Surge Wave, Ishiro hid behind a large tree. Out of sight of his subordinates, he swiftly created an Earth clone, and both he and his clone charged simultaneously at their opponents. Fu's group remained calm, splitting responsibilities efficiently. Jun used ninjutsu against one attacker, while Fu and Seitan dealt with the other. Fu threw shuriken, while Seitan triggered his traps. Jun easily destroyed Ishiro's Earth clone with a ninjutsu attack, while Ishiro himself was temporarily stalled by traps and forced back to his original position. This exchange resulted in some chakra expenditure for Ishiro, though not severe due to his large reserves, and consumed several traps for the enemy, although Ishiro couldn't be sure how many remained. Neither side gained a clear advantage from this encounter. However, Ishiro, as the attacker, faced time constraints, making this stalemate unfavorable for him. After brief hesitation, Ishiro initiated a third wave of attack, this time sending 3 Earth clones forward simultaneously. Among the 3 subordinates, Fu was strongest in close combat but lacked strong long-range capabilities. Seitan could rely on traps defensively, while Jun's ninjutsu served as ranged support, leaving Fu less effective from afar. This time, Jun targeted Ishiro's real body. Ishiro initially feigned the limited mobility of a clone to deceive her. After one of his clones fell victim to Seitan's trap, Ishiro suddenly accelerated, using water line techniques to counterattack and disrupt Jun's timing. At this point, Ishiro had closed the distance to roughly 30 meters, close enough to employ genjutsu. However, with 2 Ishiros approaching simultaneously, 1 clone and 1 real, the trio adjusted quickly. Seitan's traps engaged Ishiro's real body, while the other 2 took on the remaining clone. The clone advanced a short distance before Jun's attack destroyed it, reducing it to a pile of rocks. However, Jun immediately shouted in shock, "Watch out for explosive tags." Indeed, the destroyed clone carried 2 explosive tags. The resulting blast scattered dust and debris everywhere. Exploiting this opportunity, Ishiro's real body swiftly closed in. He performed quick hand seals, activating mind-body disturbance, targeting Seitan first to disable his trap-triggering capability. Seeing Seitan affected, Fu and Jun reacted immediately, stepping up to protect him. Yet the anticipated follow-up strike never came. Instead, Ishiro formed another hand seal and activated body flicker technique. Previously, due to Seitan's threat, Ishiro had refrained from using body flicker. Although fast, the technique wasn't teleportation. The user couldn't control the trajectory mid-movement, leaving him vulnerable to incoming projectiles. Thus, Ishiro used body flicker technique the moment Seitan was mentally impaired. With considerable mastery, he could now perform 3 consecutive body flickers with just a single hand seal. Ishiro first appeared next to Fu, who responded instinctively, slashing horizontally. Yet, Ishiro vanished before the attack landed, appearing next to Jun. Fu had anticipated this, knowing Jun would be targeted due to her vulnerability in close combat. After missing his slash, Fu moved quickly to support Jun, positioning himself defensively to trade damage if Ishiro attacked. Not willing to trade injuries, Ishiro vanished again, reappearing by Fu's other side. Fu's position became awkward, protecting Jun left him momentarily unstable and unable to defend this new angle adequately. With Jun unable to assist effectively and Seitan just recovering from the earlier genjutsu, Ishiro had isolated Fu momentarily. Ishiro quickly executed 4 hand seals and cast the body binding technique. Fu, mid-turn, froze instantly and fell off balance. To maintain this genjutsu, Ishiro couldn't attack physically, so he immediately ended the genjutsu after it disrupted Fu's balance. Taking advantage of Fu's unstable position, Ishiro instantly unleashed a waterline attack. Fu, initially expecting Ishiro's immediate waterline attack, had planned to evade. However, Ishiro's sudden genjutsu had completely caught him off guard, breaking his stance. Unable to react in time, the waterline easily knocked Fu's sword from his grasp, effectively eliminating him. From the start, Ishiro had deliberately targeted Fu, the one opponent who could match or surpass him in speed. With Fu removed, victory was now certain. Indeed, losing Fu proved fatal. Without their strongest teammate, Jun and Seitan quickly fell in the subsequent fight. Although this battle wasn't spectacular or drawn out, its swift exchanges and careful positioning accurately represented real ninja combat, filled with careful probing, concealed moves, and decisive finishing blows. The next day, Squad 7 concluded their intensive training with a thorough review of their combat performance. They then disbanded, preparing for their next assignment. This upcoming mission was their second formal assignment and the first chosen personally by Ishiro. His destination, the Land of Rain. He hadn't seen Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan for quite some time, and he wondered how their organization, Akatsuki, was progressing. It was time for another visit. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 76, The Great Changes in the Land of Rain. Chapter 76, The Great Changes in the Land of Rain. Team 7 disguised themselves as ordinary shinobi performing routine missions and entered the Land of Rain. Their real mission was to assess the extent of Konoha's infiltration in the region after the recent turbulence in the ninja world had subsided. Additionally, Ishiro received intelligence regarding some rogue shinobi from Iwa spotted in the area. If encountered, his squad was authorized to eliminate them. Since White Fang's death, Konoha had been in turmoil, its borders ravaged by the other 4 great nations. Though the situation had stabilized somewhat, Konoha's strength had undoubtedly suffered a significant setback. Naturally, this meant their control over the Land of Rain had weakened. Ishiro's task was to reassess the current situation and see if now was the right moment for Iwagakure to extend its influence into the Land of Rain. However, Ishiro did not actually wish for his village to intervene. Nagato, bearer of the Rinnegan, would soon become the strongest force in the ninja world, and Ishiro had no desire for Iwagakure to antagonize him. Thus, he intended to use this mission as an opportunity to dissuade his village from meddling in Rain's affairs. Still, completing this mission wouldn't be easy. With Konoha weakened and Hanzo losing control, it would be foolish for Iwa not to seize such an opportunity. If they didn't make a move now, when would they ever successfully encroach upon Konoha's territory? Ironically, Ishiro himself was the one who had initially informed his superiors of Hanzo's weakened control, inadvertently drawing their attention to Rain. He had brought this trouble upon himself, and now he had to find a solution to it. Returning once again to the Land of Rain, Ishiro immediately noticed significant changes from his previous visit. The large crowds of displaced refugees were nearly gone, with only a small number left, most of whom appeared to have a clear destination. After some casual inquiry, Ishiro learned they were heading toward designated refugee shelters. Gone was the hopeless despair and fear from before. Although life remained tough, the ordinary citizens Ishiro encountered had newfound hope reflected in their eyes. Even without talking directly with the locals, Ishiro knew these changes were due to Akatsuki. He frequently overheard people praising the organization. Looks like Ihiko is doing a remarkable job, Ishiro thought. Carefully observing the details of life here, Ishiro considered whether these people could truly achieve a better life without outside interference. But the answer wasn't entirely optimistic. From their conversations, Ishiro deduced that even in the best-case scenario, their so-called better life merely meant having enough food and basic shelter. Factors like taxation from the daimyo and instability within the ninja world could make even these minimal improvements difficult to sustain. Nevertheless, compared to the chaos they'd previously faced, this was already an enormous improvement. Once Ishiro had gathered sufficient information, he began directly interacting with the citizens to ask about Akatsuki. Given his appearance as an Iwa ninja, the locals remained somewhat wary. Ishiro, however, didn't expect valuable intel from ordinary people. Rather, his goal was to deliberately expose himself and prompt Akatsuki members to find him. Akatsuki's influence had expanded beyond Ishiro's imagination. It wasn't just the civilians, who naturally supported those who had improved their lives, but even many shinobi had willingly joined Akatsuki, recognizing its genuine intentions for the country. The organization's ranks swelled rapidly, attracting even smaller groups to merge into it. Even within Iwagakure, many shinobi sympathized with or openly supported Akatsuki. Yet, the current stability within the Land of Rain hinged primarily on 2 points. Firstly, Hanzo's title as a demigod still loomed large. No one, including Akatsuki's own members, believed they had someone powerful enough to openly challenge Hanzo. Secondly, Akatsuki's 3 founding members harbored no explicit ambition for power. They remained idealists, focused solely on aiding civilians rather than controlling Iwagakure. Thus, when news of an Iwa shinobi investigating Akatsuki reached Ihiko, Nagato, and Konan, they quickly recognized Ishiro from the description provided. To the trio, Ishiro was the only shinobi from a great nation they genuinely trusted, someone sharing their ideals for peace. Although they hadn't met for some time, the 3 still often spoke fondly of him. Hearing that he had returned, they immediately set out to greet him. Seeing the 3 approach, Ishiro felt both surprised and not surprised that, as leaders of such a large organization, they showed no caution meeting an outsider, unsurprised, because he knew the trio was still naive regarding human nature. Ishiro waved at his team, signaling everything was fine, and then walked toward Ihiko and the others alone. Though only half a year had passed since their last encounter, to Ishiro, whose strength had advanced greatly, it felt much longer. For the trio, rapid organizational growth also made time feel accelerated. Their first reaction upon meeting again was mutual relief. Everyone was still the same. "Hey, Ishiro." Yahiko called out warmly, "It's been a while. You finally came back to see us." Smiling, Ishiro replied, "Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you've really done an amazing job. This time when I entered the land of rain, everything had changed completely. Everyone is praising your efforts, thanking you for your contributions. Your success has truly reinforced my faith that peace will eventually come. Yahiko laughed joyfully, while Nagato and Konan smiled contentedly. Receiving acknowledgement from a trusted friend deeply encouraged them. Then, Ishiro took out a large amount of money, around 10 million ryo, his personal savings accumulated through various missions, and handed it directly to Yahiko. Don't refuse, he said firmly. This is for our shared ideal. Even though I can't directly participate, I still wish to contribute in this way. The trio was initially hesitant, but seeing their embarrassment, Ishiro persisted until Yahiko finally accepted the funds, albeit awkwardly. After all, Akatsuki desperately needed money to sustain their rapid expansion and support the refugees. With this gesture, the atmosphere grew even warmer. Walking alongside a merchant caravan, they began exchanging stories of recent events. Listening to Yahiko speak proudly about Akatsuki's growth, Ishiro began to feel puzzled. According to the original timeline, Akatsuki only faced Hanzo and Danzo's joint attack during the Third Ninja War, when Yahiko and the others were already adults. That meant Akatsuki should remain safe for now. Still, Ishiro wondered why Hanzo would tolerate such a rapidly expanding group with substantial civilian support. Yet Ishiro chose not to warn Yahiko. Considering the butterfly effects of his interference, the original storyline could change drastically. If Hanzo never attacked Akatsuki this time, Ishiro would only seem like a petty troublemaker. Besides, his current image was that of an idealist, just like Yahiko's group. Suddenly speaking about conspiracies and betrayals would ruin that image. So instead, their conversation centered on the improvements in civilian life and Yahiko's optimistic dreams for the future. But midway through their talk, Ishiro suddenly asked, Yahiko, in your vision, what kind of life do you believe the people here can eventually achieve? Yahiko paused, unsure of Ishiro's meaning. Seeing Yahiko's puzzled face, Ishiro turned to Nagato and Konan before continuing slowly, I've spent some time here carefully considering the people's possible future. Currently, the land of rain is developing positively, but there's a limit. Even at best, life here will simply return to its pre-war status. Before the Second Ninja War, people here could survive, but it wasn't a happy existence. Meals weren't always guaranteed, and winters remained harsh. If the land of rain doesn't find a new path, it'll merely survive, barely existing in this world. Most locals realize this. However, since they've experienced war firsthand, they're satisfied with what they have now. But once peace becomes normal, or the next generation grows up without memories of war, dissatisfaction may re-emerge. Yahiko fell silent, deeply considering Ishiro's words. Eventually, he saw the truth in them. Akatsuki's current actions, although noble, hadn't fundamentally improved Rain's economy or society. He pondered ways to solve this issue but found none. He glanced hopefully toward his companions, only to see similar confusion. Finally, all three turned expectantly toward Ishiro. Don't be discouraged, Ishiro comforted gently. In fact, you've already found the solution, you just haven't fully realized it yet. The trio looked puzzled. Had they really solved it already? Smiling knowingly, Ishiro clarified, think about it. When you resettled people, you often faced issues with surplus or scarcity of certain resources. How did you solve that? Without hesitation, Yahiko answered, yes, we had those issues frequently. We often encouraged different shelters to exchange resources, so everyone got what they needed. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 77, Ishiro's Vision for the Future. Chapter 77, Ishiro's Vision for the Future. Exactly, that's the method, Ishiro said excitedly, looking at Yahiko and the others. In the land of rain, everyone is like a family. Under Akatsuki's leadership, they can freely exchange goods without fear of being deceived. This allows everyone to live better lives. But outside the land of rain, everyone belongs to different nations, and mutual trust is far more limited. Without an organization like Akatsuki to mediate, there are very few opportunities for exchange. Ishiro pointed to a merchant caravan ahead and continued, a caravan like this is actually one of those rare opportunities. People mostly see it as a way to accumulate wealth, but they forget that such exchanges can also improve people's lives. If the entire ninja world had an organization like Akatsuki, different nations could exchange goods. Even if these exchanges rely on caravans, even if their initial purpose is wealth accumulation, they could still improve everyone's lives. I know you're not fond of caravans, but that's not the fault of the caravans, it's the fault of the ninja world. There are too few caravans in this world, and so the ones that do exist focus on products that bring the most profit, neglecting the needs of the common people. But if there were countless caravans doing business, some would inevitably focus on goods that the common people need, rather than just dealing with the nobles. Ishiro's enthusiasm grew as he spoke, his voice growing louder. I believe that if that day comes, life will definitely improve, it will be better than it is now, better than before the wars. There will be hope for everyone. He then turned to Yahiko and the others. At that time, there will be no hunger, no cold, and even if they forget the scars of war, the people will still find hope in their lives. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were immersed in Ishiro's vision of a bright future, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Finally, Konan spoke up first, a little hesitant. But do you think the ninja world will have organizations like Akatsuki? Looking at Konan's cautious expression, as if a slightly louder comment might shatter this beautiful dream, Ishiro suppressed a smile and replied solemnly, yes, it will definitely happen. If the ninja world doesn't have it, we will create it ourselves. Our strength is still weak. Your Akatsuki can only operate in the land of rain for now, and I'm just a team leader. But we will become stronger because we have a belief. Ishiro almost believed what he was saying himself. However, he was well aware of his true thoughts. He wouldn't fool himself, but the trio before him truly believed what he said, treating it as a shared goal for the future. Suddenly, Ishiro turned to Nagato, and his gaze became fixated. At that moment, Nagato exuded an indescribable aura, not extremely intense but still carrying immense pressure. Ishiro felt it immediately. Yahiko, Konan, and Ishiro exchanged glances and understood what was happening. They all realized at the same time what was occurring. Nagato had just broken through. The three of them had all gone through the transition from Chunin to Jonin, and Ishiro had done so only half a year ago, making the experience still fresh in his memory. But seeing Nagato, who was only slightly older than him, break through this critical barrier so easily made Ishiro feel a tinge of jealousy. Nagato's talent was exceptional, and with the power of the Rinnegan, it was inevitable that he would become a Kage-level shinobi. Ishiro hadn't expected Nagato to reach such a level at this age. Ishiro was certain that in the original timeline, Nagato's strength wasn't at Kage level when he and Danzo, along with Hanzo, had teamed up against him. At that time, Nagato had relied on his Rinnegan to tap into an almost overpowered state to push back Danzo and Hanzo. But if Nagato had already broken through to Kage level now, would the events of the original timeline play out differently? Would Nagato still blacken? If Nagato didn't blacken, would there be the Akatsuki as it was known in the future? Although Ishiro knew he had already disrupted the original timeline, he still couldn't quite imagine what would happen if Nagato didn't blacken. How would the future story unfold? Nagato's aura fluctuation lasted for about an hour. During that time, Ishiro's team members came to check on the situation, but he waved them off. He also used his sensory jutsu to scan the area carefully but unfortunately couldn't detect any trace of black zetsu or white zetsu. Ishiro wasn't sure if that was because they weren't nearby or because his sensory skills weren't refined enough. But now wasn't the time to focus on that. By this time, Nagato had recovered from his breakthrough. Ishiro, Yahiko, and Konan approached Nagato and congratulated him on his breakthrough. After exchanging congratulations, Nagato turned to Ishiro and said, "Thank you, Ishiro. You've pointed me toward the path I must follow. I will strive for the peace of the ninja world." Ishiro nodded and replied, "You don't need to thank me. You should thank yourself. If you didn't already have the desire to work for peace, hearing my words wouldn't have had such an effect on you. Moreover, your breakthrough proves that we can succeed. When we last met, Akatsuki was just a small organization in the land of rain, but now Akatsuki is seen as the savior by the people here. And while I was just accompanying my team leader before, now I'm leading my own team. I'm growing too, and I'm close to becoming a jonin. Though I'm still far behind you, I'll keep working hard." The conversation then shifted to Nagato's feelings after his breakthrough. Ishiro had never interacted with a Kage-level shinobi aside from Anoki, and Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had only met Jiraiya, so everyone was eager to learn more about the difference between a Kage-level shinobi and an ordinary jonin. However, Nagato didn't seem to have any particular insights yet. His power hadn't undergone a fundamental change immediately after his breakthrough. Ishiro guessed that a true transformation into a Kage-level ninja would take a year or two of refinement. Then Nagato said something that surprised everyone, "Although I don't fully understand what it means to be a Kage-level shinobi, I feel like I can now use the power of these eyes." Ishiro, Yahiko, and Konan froze, then realized Nagato was talking about his Rinnegan. Yahiko and Konan had grown accustomed to Nagato's eyes and didn't think much of it, but Ishiro, who had only recently seen them in action, was momentarily taken aback. When he recovered, Ishiro smiled and said, "So you're talking about these Rinnegan, right?" To be honest, the first time I saw them, I was shocked. Nagato nodded and explained, "I couldn't use them before. It seems that only in moments of danger would their full power emerge." Ishiro nodded and added, "The Rinnegan has too much significance in the ninja world. You should be careful. consider getting a pair of goggles. It's a common ninja accessory, and wearing them won't draw attention. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all brightened up at this suggestion. Why hadn't they thought of that before? After chatting for a while, Ishiro then said, right now, I'm still just a team leader. Once I grow stronger and gain more influence in Iwagakure, I'll suggest that our village establish unrestricted trade relations with the Land of Rain. We can create a safe trade route between our two nations. This way, caravans won't have to spend so much on hiring shinobi for protection. If the cost of trade goes down, the number of caravans will increase. Eventually, many merchants will start choosing to transport goods that help improve the lives of ordinary people. This will benefit both the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. Nagato was a bit surprised by Ishiro's plan, but it seemed like a reasonable proposal. Given Ishiro's talent, he could likely gain significant influence in Iwagakure in a short time. Even if he couldn't directly control the village's major policies, he could still influence Anoki on certain matters. Thus, Ishiro and Akatsuki reached an informal agreement. Once both sides had gained influence in their respective countries, they would negotiate a tax reduction policy to promote economic cooperation. Ishiro felt this idea was worth reporting to his superiors. Suddenly, he asked, Yahiko, I remember that Konoha Ambush was helping you out before. Is that still the case? Yahiko shook his head, saying, not long after you left, Konoha Ambush withdrew, and they haven't shown up since. Ishiro thought for a moment and asked, has Suna been active in the Land of Rain recently? Yahiko paused, then replied, I haven't heard of anything. This mission for Team 7 was to confirm the level of infiltration by Konoha and Suna in the Land of Rain. While Yahiko wasn't particularly observant, Akatsuki would certainly notice any major moves from these two countries. Since Yahiko hadn't noticed anything, it seemed that Konoha hadn't made much progress in the Land of Rain. This suggested that the aftermath of the White Fang incident had truly weakened Konoha, slowing down their efforts in the region. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 78, Ishiro's Plan. Chapter 78, Ishiro's Plan. After thinking for a moment, Ishiro said, if Konoha and Suna haven't infiltrated the Land of Rain yet, we might be able to start working on establishing a small trade route sometime soon. He pulled out a map and pointed to the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. When I return, I'll try to persuade the upper ranks, see if I can shift their attitude toward the Land of Rain. If I succeed, great. If not, I'll find a way to get stationed at the border, and you guys from Akatsuki can also arrange for some of your people there. That way, both of us can work together to provide some convenience for the traveling caravans. If the goods they're transporting benefit the common people in both the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth, like grain, farming tools, or fish, we'll escort them free of charge. At the very least, we'll guarantee their safety from the border to within the Land of Rain. With guaranteed safety, caravans will be more willing to do business. Especially when they learn that trading in agricultural goods will be protected, more merchants will be encouraged to take up this kind of trade. As a result, trade in such goods between the two countries will thrive, and the lives of the common people in both nations will improve. After Ishiro laid out his plan, he saw admiration written all over the trio's faces. He then discussed with Yahiko and the others how they would stay in contact going forward before parting ways. With the large sum of money Ishiro had given, Yahiko was fired up and ready to push Akatsuki's development even further. As for Ishiro, his escort mission wasn't over yet. He still had to return to the Land of Earth and report to Anoki about Akatsuki's current status. The rest of the mission went smoothly, none of the rogue ninjas they expected to encounter actually showed up. Once Team 7 returned to the village, Ishiro immediately found Owl, and the two of them, along with the rest of Team 7, went to the Tsuchikage Tower to meet with Anoki. 4 village advisors were also summoned, and a small high-level meeting was soon underway. Ishiro began his report, Tsuchikage-sama, during my mission in the Land of Rain, I made contact with the leaders of Akatsuki and confirmed that neither Konoha nor Suna has made any recent attempts to infiltrate the Land of Rain, or at least, not on the surface. Taking a deep breath, Ishiro continued, Akatsuki's ideology is somewhat naive, but they currently view Iwagakure favorably. I recommend that we form an alliance with Akatsuki and assist them in replacing the leadership of Iwagakure. He paused when he noticed the skeptical expressions on Anoki and the advisors' faces. Understanding their doubts, he quickly added, half a month ago, a core member of Akatsuki named Nagato achieved a breakthrough. He'll likely reach Kage level in the near future. At that, everyone except Ishiro gasped audibly. Influenced by the original timeline, Ishiro had once thought that reaching Kage level was only the beginning. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Kage level fighters couldn't control the battlefield. But after so much time in this world, his view had changed. A Kage-level ninja could be a strategic pillar of an entire village. Take Iwagakure, for instance. At present, Anoki was the only Kage-level shinobi in the village. According to the original story, by the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Iwagakure had produced only 2 more Kage-level fighters, the rogue Deidara and Katsuchi. That meant in decades, only 2 had risen after Anoki. Suna was a bit better, with figures like the third Kazekage and Elder Chiyo. But even then, only 4 Kage-level fighters emerged in total, the rogue Sasori, the betrayed Pakura, and the father-son pair of Raza and Gaara. Now Ishiro was saying that the small, war-torn Iwagakure had produced another Kage-level after Hanzo. This intel was no less shocking than the suicide of White Fang. White Fang's death had caused Konoha to lose a Kage-level fighter, which led to the 4 great nations testing Konoha's borders. The resulting chaos had cost Konoha dearly. One Kage-level ninja could influence the development of an entire country. After recovering from the shock, Anoki asked gravely, "Ishiro, are you certain of Akatsuki's relationship with Hanzo?" It was a critical question. If Nagato was aligned with Hanzo, Iwagakure's advantage in the region could disappear. After all, Iwagakure's only high-end combat power was Anoki himself and an unstable Jinchuriki. Ishiro nodded. Tsuchikage-sama, Akatsuki currently holds great respect for Hanzo. However, their methods are completely different from his. They're unconsciously challenging Hanzo's authority. In our conversations, I learned that Akatsuki has been absorbing and converting various factions within the Land of Rain, including defectors from Iwagakure itself. More importantly, Akatsuki doesn't even realize they're overstepping. Their actions are driven purely by ideals. They don't understand the darkness in people's hearts, and they have no guard up against Hanzo. They still wear Iwagakure's forehead protectors and consider themselves the rightful rulers of the Land of Rain. I believe it's only a matter of time before Hanzo makes a move against them. Unfortunately for them, Akatsuki is too naive and won't see it coming, so they'll likely suffer heavy losses initially. But Hanzo is unaware of Akatsuki's true strength. If he doesn't plan carefully, he'll suffer as well. Anoki and the advisors exchanged excited glances. They understood what Ishiro meant. Once the conflict erupted, a prepared Iwagakure could reap the rewards. An elderly male advisor asked, "Ishiro, do you think Konoha will get involved?" The question struck Ishiro as odd. Typically, the high-ups wouldn't ask a subordinate such a direct question. They had other channels of intel and were capable of making informed decisions. Still, Ishiro didn't hesitate. "I believe Konoha definitely will." Danzo's root division likely supported various factions in the Land of Rain to pressure Hanzo from the start. They shifted focus due to recent events, but once things stabilize, they'll interfere again. That said, Akatsuki's growth has exceeded expectations. Root might change tactics. If Hanzo is willing to make some concessions, they may work with him to crush Akatsuki. But if Root succeeds, the Land of Rain may no longer remain neutral in future wars. After listening to Ishiro's analysis, the upper echelon exchanged meaningful glances. Anoki then said, "Understood. We get your point. You're dismissed for now. We'll assign your next task once a decision has been made." "Yes." Ishiro and his team bowed and left. But the real meeting had just begun. Anoki looked around and asked, "What do you all think of Ishiro's report?" The middle-aged female advisor said, "I believe Ishiro's judgment is sound. Judging by Danzo's style, it's possible that his initial support of Rain factions was meant to pressure Hanzo into submission." The elderly female advisor added, "Agreed. If not for the recent chaos, Danzo might have already acted." The middle-aged male advisor said, "Danzo won't let go of the Land of Rain. He'll move again. I support Ishiro's assessment. If that Akatsuki member is really about to become Kage level, let's stall Root for 2 years and give Danzo a surprise." The elderly male advisor shifted the conversation. "Let's not rush the Land of Rain strategy. Let's talk about Ishiro's placement." The advisors exchanged looks, then Anoki gave the final word. "Since we consider him a candidate for the advisory council, let's give him more opportunities to grow. Start with the Land of Rain. Let's see if he can trip up Root." The advisors nodded in agreement. "Should we promote him to Jonin?" one asked. Anoki thought for a moment. "Not yet. Too early a promotion isn't wise. Let's promote Ikura instead. His talent is already recognized, and the other nations are watching him. We can display him openly to draw attention, while hiding Ishiro's importance in the shadows. As for Ishiro's promotion, didn't he mention opening a trade route with Akatsuki? Let's make that his trial for promotion to Jonin." Unaware of how seriously the upper ranks were now treating him, Ishiro was currently conducting research for the trade route. The conversation with Yihiko had been spontaneous, and while the idea was still in its infancy, not yet a feasible plan, it demanded thorough investigation. He needed to determine what items could be traded effectively. Ishiro had no prior experience in commerce, either in his past life or in his current one. He decided to consult professionals for advice. He wouldn't naively approach merchants directly. With his current skills, extracting useful information from these seasoned traders would be too challenging. Moreover, since these merchants were civilians from the land of Earth, they couldn't be coerced like enemies. Instead, Ishiro sought out Tanaka. Tanaka's family was one of the larger ninja clans in Iwagakure, with many business interests, including commerce. Tanaka and Ishiro had both joined the Ubu but served in different units. They didn't often meet, but Ishiro had inquired about Tanaka's whereabouts from Ao and learned that she was due back in the village soon. That's why he decided to visit Tanaka's residence. When Ishiro arrived, Tanaka was at home practicing. Notified by her servants of his visit, she was somewhat surprised. Given their familiarity, she didn't change out of her practice gear and came out in her workout outfit. Seeing her attire, Ishiro felt a sudden urge to spar, remarking, "Are you training?" "Perfect, let's spar a bit. It's been a long time since we've had a session." Tanaka was eager as well. Ishiro was one of the first of their age group to advance to Chunin, and he had quickly become one of the special jonin, far ahead of his peers. She was curious about the gap in their skills now, so she responded enthusiastically, "Sure. We haven't sparred since our team was disbanded. It just so happens my father is home, he can act as our referee." Ishiro nodded. He had met her father, Inoue, before. During their school days, Tanaka had asked her father to help find some medicinal recipes for Ishiro. As one of her few close friends, her father was also familiar with Ishiro and another teammate, Shohara. Thus, the stage was set for their spar in the Tanaka household's training yard, an encounter that would soon delve into more than just physical combat. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 79, Prototype of the Trade Route. Chapter 79, Prototype of the Trade Route. Upon entering the training grounds of Tanaka's residence, Ishiro was slightly astonished. The area was vast, almost equivalent in size and layout to the village's official training grounds. Although property prices in Iwagakure were not as absurdly high as in his previous life, they were still considerable. Owning such a spacious private training field within the village indicated that Tanaka's family was even more influential than he had originally assumed. Ishiro bowed respectfully towards Tanaka's father, Inoue, greeting him politely. Inoue observed the young man who was about the same age as his daughter and couldn't help but feel impressed. Back when he provided Ishiro with the medicinal diet recipes, he hadn't imagined that Ishiro's talent was so remarkable that he'd become a special jonin at such a young age. Thinking of his own daughter, who was considered a rare talent within their clan, he realized the gap between her and Ishiro was still considerable. He felt fortunate that he had extended help to Ishiro in the past. Perhaps one day, Ishiro would reciprocate that kindness to his clan. At this moment, Tanaka informed her father about their intention to spar, asking him to act as the referee. Inoue's eyes lit up. He also wanted to see Ishiro's current strength. He knew his daughter's level clearly. Having been a chunin for about a year, she was roughly at a typical chunin level, which should be sufficient to gauge Ishiro's true ability. With that in mind, Inoue agreed to act as the referee. Ishiro picked up a wooden sword and stepped onto the field, ready to spar with Tanaka. At first, Inoue did not pay much attention, but after observing a dozen exchanges between the two, his expression gradually turned serious. Though Ishiro had not taken the upper hand initially, it was clear to Inoue that Ishiro's strength was above Tanaka's. The reason Ishiro appeared slightly disadvantaged was due to his overly basic swordsmanship. But more importantly, Inoue clearly remembered Ishiro was primarily a ninjutsu-type ninja, and one who specialized in rapid hand seals at that. For a ninjutsu-focused ninja to hold his ground against a chunin specialized in physical combat clearly meant one thing: Ishiro had already advanced to jonin. Only the comprehensive physical enhancement that came with becoming a jonin could allow a ninja's taijutsu to advance so drastically within a short time. Inoue exhaled lightly, his gaze toward Ishiro growing more appreciative. The battle changed suddenly when Ishiro found a brief gap and began forming hand seals. Inoue concentrated carefully, only to be immediately shocked. So fast! Ishiro completed just a single seal, and his mind disturbance technique instantly hit Tanaka. He swiftly followed with another 4 hand seals, and before Tanaka could regain her composure, her wooden sword had been knocked out of her hands. When Tanaka recovered and saw her fallen weapon, she felt a surge of frustration. It wasn't that Tanaka wanted to compete directly with Ishiro. Rather, she was hoping to estimate the gap between herself and Ikura. Ikura had already made quite a name for himself in Iwagakure, and his strength undoubtedly surpassed Ishiro's. Yet, since she couldn't even push Ishiro to his limits, assessing Ikura's strength felt impossible. At that moment, Tanaka felt the distance between herself and Ikura had widened even further. Just recently, Tanaka had sparred with Uzumaki Yumi and had barely managed to win. She realized that Yumi had started her ninja career much later than herself, yet had already closed much of the gap. Tanaka couldn't help feeling that Ikura was also pulling away from her at a similar pace. Inoue ignored his daughter's complicated emotions, focusing instead on Ishiro. He asked directly, "Ishiro, have you become a jonin?" Although phrased as a question, the tone was very certain. Ishiro nodded without hiding the truth. "Yes, I've recently advanced to jonin." Inoue considered for a moment and then said, "With your current level, sparring with Tanaka no longer gives you enough challenge. How about we spar instead?" Ishiro's eyes brightened. A chance for free guidance. Having recently become a jonin, he had yet to properly fight another jonin, and opportunities like this were rare. Without hesitation, Ishiro agreed. Inoue had already been training with Tanaka, so he was also in training gear. They started their sparring without further delay. Facing the experienced jonin, Inoue, Ishiro dared not underestimate him. He abandoned the reckless idea of fighting purely with taijutsu and carefully chose ninjutsu instead. As this was only a sparring session, Inoue continuously attacked using basic physical techniques, not employing any special abilities, while Ishiro used his water and earth ninjutsu to spar cautiously. They exchanged blows back and forth for about half an hour before stopping. Though neither had gone all out, Ishiro could clearly sense Inoue's strength greatly exceeded his own, not just in raw ability but also in battle experience. Additionally, Ishiro realized his physical stamina still lagged behind an experienced jonin like Inoue. After just half an hour of sparring, he felt notably fatigued. In contrast, Inoue looked as if he'd just finished warming up. Afterward, Inoue patiently offered Ishiro valuable tips for combat between jonin-level ninjas. First, he emphasized the importance of conserving stamina. Outside of wartime, battles between jonin typically began with cautious testing, not full-powered moves from the start. If one lacked sufficient stamina, they could easily be worn down and defeated. During wartime, stamina was even more crucial to surviving complex battlefields. Secondly, Inoue taught Ishiro how to identify an opponent's fighting habits. Each jonin developed their own combat style, each with its strengths and weaknesses. If he could quickly grasp his opponent's rhythm, Ishiro could anticipate openings and seize the initiative. Moreover, Inoue advised Ishiro on methods to conceal his own fighting style or deliberately present a misleading style to trick opponents. He provided detailed examples of feigning vulnerabilities to lure enemies into preset traps. Lastly, Inoue shared several personal experiences from his battles against foreign jonin, analyzing intricate details that surprised Ishiro. Revealing one's personal combat tendencies was typically reserved only for direct disciples or close family members. Though uncertain why Inoue was being so generous, Ishiro listened carefully. After their conversation, Ishiro was about to mention his reason for visiting Tanaka when Inoue raised his hand, signaling him to wait a moment. Ishiro saw Inoue briefly leave the training ground, returning shortly with 2 scrolls. Handing the scrolls to Ishiro, Inoue said, "You mentioned earlier you've exchanged for a B-level swordsmanship technique, so I won't provide you with more taijutsu manuals. These 2 scrolls, one is a B-level water-release jutsu we captured from a Iwagakure jonin during the Second Shinobi War, which should suit you well. The other contains training methods complementary to your swordsmanship." Ishiro quickly understood the situation. It seemed Inoue was treating him as an investment. After a moment of hesitation, Ishiro accepted both scrolls without reluctance. As someone without a family or clan backing him, having the support of a ninja clan was advantageous. Although this offer came slightly late, Inoue seemed sincere in forming a relationship of mutual support rather than a full alliance. Since Ishiro had initially approached Tanaka intending to borrow her clan's resources anyway, this situation actually benefited him greatly. Seeing Ishiro accept the scrolls, Inoue smiled faintly, satisfied. Due to Tanaka's friendship, his family was already on good terms with Ishiro, and providing these scrolls merely deepened their mutual goodwill. After all, B-level ninjutsu was not impossible for Ishiro to acquire, and it wasn't a critical gift at this stage. With their connection strengthened, discussing the trade route project became smoother. Ishiro's trade route idea was straightforward for Inoue, who readily assigned a merchant group to follow Ishiro's instructions specifically for trade between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. Having achieved his goal, Ishiro chatted briefly with Tanaka before bidding farewell. Upon returning home, Ishiro opened the scrolls eagerly. The B-level water release technique was water release, exploding water shockwave, a ninjutsu perfectly suited to him, possibly intentionally chosen by Inoue. Ishiro felt encouraged. This ninjutsu might even pave the way for his stalled development of a large-scale waterline technique. Unable to contain his excitement, Ishiro rushed outside to the riverbank and immediately began practicing. After an hour's effort, he successfully unleashed the technique. However, lacking control, he accidentally got caught in his own massive water surge, ending up drenched and sore. Yet, despite this minor setback, Ishiro smiled with satisfaction. The new ninjutsu would undoubtedly become a powerful addition to his arsenal. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 80, Group Waterline Technique. Chapter 80, Group Waterline Technique. Ishiro sat on the ground, taking a long rest before finally recovering from the aching pain all over his body. He began reviewing the mistakes made during his previous attempt. After feeling recovered, he once again performed the water release, exploding water shockwave. This time, the technique went smoothly, as Ishiro skillfully controlled the massive surge of water, covering the opposite side of the river. Looking at the wreckage across the riverbank, Ishiro clenched his fist, deeply satisfied with the outcome. From this moment, he had added another trump card to his arsenal. The B-level Jutsu exploding water shockwave required 27 hand seals and consumed about 25 B of chakra. Having successfully cast the Jutsu, Ishiro didn't focus further on mastering it. Like the purple lightning, he didn't intend to use this technique in intense combat frequently, but rather as a powerful siege breaker in certain specific scenarios. Therefore, perfecting it immediately wasn't a high priority. Instead, Ishiro's attention shifted to perfecting his water line technique. With newfound insights from practicing the exploding water shockwave, the process of upgrading the water line technique went much smoother than expected. Adjusting the hand seals according to his design, Ishiro gradually created multiple water lines. Unlike the usual water lines that shot from his mouth, these new water lines appeared directly in front of him, suspended in midair, and he successfully formed 6 lines at once. Joy filled Ishiro's heart upon seeing this, but he kept his hands in the hand seal position to maintain control. Taking a deep breath, he then launched all 6 water lines forward simultaneously. Pu. After 6 consecutive popping sounds, Ishiro spotted several small holes formed in the distant ground. He rushed forward to examine the damage carefully. Well, the destructive power was slightly weaker, even weaker than a single water line. Probably due to insufficient proficiency, he figured practicing more would improve the power. Excited by the imminent achievement of a new group attack jutsu, Ishiro eagerly resumed practicing. On his second try, the results improved significantly. He managed to create more than 10 water lines at once, consciously controlling each line to fire sequentially. It worked perfectly. After another series of popping sounds, he inspected the damage again. This time, Ishiro was extremely satisfied. The power of each water line now equaled that of an individual water line, and he could accurately control the direction of each shot. The group water line technique was essentially complete. The jutsu required 13 hand seals and consumed 50 C of chakra. The more lines produced, the greater the chakra drain. Additionally, maintaining hand seals was necessary to precisely control firing times. Ishiro let out a long sigh of relief. However, the real payoff was yet to come. His ultimate goal wasn't to produce just ordinary water lines but to unleash large-scale water pressure lines. Combining the devastating power of his water pressure line with a group attack capability was his original intent. If successful, Ishiro believed it could match the destructive power of the group ice release technique used by Haku of the Yuki clan. He immediately started trying to adapt his new method to the more demanding water pressure line technique. However, the precision required for the water pressure line was much higher, making simultaneous group execution extremely challenging. After many attempts, Ishiro exhausted all his chakra but still couldn't achieve success. Despite this failure, Ishiro was thrilled. He sensed clearly that his method was correct, what he lacked was just practice. Once he adjusted to the complexity, success wouldn't be far away. Since Team 7 had recently completed their mission, Ishiro had a few days of free time left. He decided to continue practicing tomorrow. Returning home, Ishiro remembered he still had another scroll unopened. Upon opening it, he saw that it detailed foundational swordsmanship techniques similar to the ones Purple Lightning had provided, yet more tailored to his own needs. The previous version from Purple Lightning had been specifically intended for pure sword specialists. Ishiro, not being a dedicated sword ninja, mainly used the basics for improving his physical fitness and chakra capacity, needing additional supplementary training to balance his overall body coordination. However, this new scroll from Inoue perfectly suited Ishiro's hybrid training style, allowing him to save considerable time. Reading through the scroll, Ishiro couldn't help but marvel at the advantage of clan heritage. Had he obtained this scroll earlier, he could have saved countless hours and perhaps advanced further in his ninjutsu. Shaking his head, Ishiro began analyzing the new training manual. Although useful, he still needed to tailor it precisely to fit his own training needs. Additionally, Ishiro had to purchase some new training equipment. Since most of his savings had been given to Yahiko, Ishiro felt heartache at the thought of spending more money on equipment, but he eventually decided it was necessary. From tomorrow onward, he had to adjust his entire training routine once again, always a challenging task. He would have to adapt to new habits and a different daily schedule. The next day, after testing out his revised physical training regimen, Ishiro returned to the practice grounds to continue developing the group water pressure line technique. It took him 5 more days to successfully perform a jutsu involving 3 simultaneous water pressure lines. Although just triple the original count, the chakra consumption skyrocketed dramatically, easily reaching B level at 1.2 B chakra. Ishiro anticipated the consumption would only increase further with more lines. This created a dilemma. Due to avoiding B-level ninjutsu previously, Ishiro hadn't felt chakra shortages for a long time. Now, upgrading this jutsu dragged him back to harsh reality. Ishiro's current chakra reserve stood at roughly 3.2 A, expecting to stabilize around 6 A in about a month. However, even just 3 water pressure lines consumed 1.2 B chakra. To achieve his dream of hundreds or thousands simultaneously was clearly unrealistic with his current chakra levels. This was indeed frustrating. Chakra deficiency had no shortcut solutions. Among jonin, Ishiro was already at the lower end regarding chakra quantity. Sigh. Realizing he couldn't instantly achieve his original ambitious goal, Ishiro decided to first master around a dozen simultaneous water pressure lines before thinking bigger. By the end of the day's practice, Ishiro managed to stabilize at 13 simultaneous water pressure lines, with a staggering chakra consumption of 11 B and requiring 21 hand seals due to its complexity. Clearly, this jutsu, much like exploding water shockwave, could only be executed under special circumstances. Nonetheless, Ishiro felt deeply satisfied, finally fulfilling his long-standing goal. The water pressure line, despite its B-level chakra consumption, surpassed typical B-level techniques in sheer lethality. Unlike the exploding water shockwave, powerful but limited in lethality against individuals, the group water pressure line technique posed immense danger to multiple targets, with each individual attack approaching the power of ordinary single-target B-level techniques. A jutsu with such devastating effects usually belonged to A-level classification. Ishiro immediately planned to submit it to the village's contribution office in exchange for valuable resources. However, with his chakra depleted, he postponed this decision. The following day, Ishiro didn't have time to visit the contribution office because Team 7's break ended, and it was time to accept a new mission. Emerging from All's office, Ishiro felt excited. Although he'd anticipated the village's support, he hadn't expected approval for his trade route plan so quickly or to be assigned as the project leader. The new task involved scouting and planning a trade route, obtaining data from Akatsuki about available ninja in the Land of Rain, and submitting a comprehensive proposal to the village. On his own, this mission would have been overwhelming. But with the merchant team arranged by Inoue's family assisting, the task simplified considerably. With Team 7, Ishiro met the merchant convoy led by an elderly man named Hirosho, carrying local goods from the Land of Earth. Their destination was the Land of Rain, to trade for local specialties. Chatting with Hirosho en route, Ishiro listened carefully. Ordinarily, transporting common local goods isn't profitable for such long distances, even at good prices. We would lose money, Hirosho explained. But since you've arranged duty-free trade, our costs are limited to labor and ninja escort fees, allowing us a modest profit. With free ninja protection in the future, profits will improve. Although such trade still wasn't very lucrative, Hirosho revealed another crucial advantage: it didn't have to start deep inside the Land of Earth but could originate from border areas, dramatically cutting costs and travel time. Profits from border trade between neighboring regions could thus match more valuable commodities. Ishiro's eyes sparkled with realization. Encouraging border trade would attract merchants naturally, without solely relying on village incentives, fostering widespread economic benefits for both nations. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 25 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review that helped the story a lot. Thank you.